In Nanling City, within a small fishing village.
Xiao Lang, wait a moment. I'll go grab a phone for you.
Ming Lang thanked the ant from next door, though his heart was in turmoil, almost fuming with frustration. As a dignified PhD in electronic engineering, he had died in an experiment caused by a student and ended up transmigrating into this world teeming with supernatural abilities. To make matters worse, his new family was so poor that they didn't even own a single electronic device. And today, of all days, was the release of the college entrance exam results. Like a headless chicken, he ran through the entire village and finally borrowed a phone from the neighbor.
Here, take the phone.
Hearing her voice,
Ming Lang jumped up immediately.
But when he saw the flip phone knockoff, despair nearly poured out of him.
I'm trying to check my results online. What is this?
Though his heart was crumbling, Ming Lang still took the phone, calmed himself down, and quickly dialed a number.
Hello, Teacher Chen? There's no internet connection at my place. Could you help me check my written exam score? On the other end of the line, a gruff and impatient male voice responded, with your scores? Added together, they're probably not even as high as my blood pressure. What's there to check? Just wait until tomorrow during the supernatural ability tests and come to the school to check. I don't have time for this.
The call abruptly ended, leaving Ming Lang bitter and helpless once more.
In this world, supernatural abilities reign supreme, rendering his former knowledge useless. At school, students with high academic achievements but no family lineage of supernatural abilities were akin to pitiable nerds. The original owner of this body was one of those academic failures.
Luckily, Ming Lang had transmigrated 6 months before the college entrance
exams.
He had hoped to change his fate through this test, but who would have thought his scores wouldn't even warrant his teacher's attention?
Xiao Lang, how did it go? Didn't do well, huh?
The concerned voice of the neighbor brought a slight warmth to his heart, but her following words hit him like a sledgehammer. It's okay if you didn't do well.
There's still the supernatural ability test, isn't there? What if you awaken something powerful? You could still get into a good university.
Look at Taiju from the end of the village. His grades were only slightly better than yours, but he awakened a D-level harpoon ability and catches fish faster than a group of old women combined. Ming Lang returned the phone to the neighbor and silently prayed, "Thank you for your kind words." Then,
he hurried back home. When he got home, his father wasn't back yet.
Lying on the bed, Ming Lang pondered over what karma had led to his current predicament. The conclusion of the college entrance exams meant he had 3 choices: awaken an extraordinary ability and soar to greatness, rely on exceptional exam scores to secure a job in a governmental department, eking out a living, or, if neither worked, return home and join the village women in fishing. As he mulled over his options, a pungent fishy smell wafted in. Ming Lang stood up to see his father walking in, boots dragging, carrying a plastic bag.
Here you go, son. The exam results are out today, right? Check how you did.
Ming Lang took the plastic bag and was astonished to find a brand new smartphone inside, the most expensive model. After confirming it wasn't a fake, he suspiciously eyed his father.
Dad, did you make some shady deal with those women in the village? How could you afford this?
Ming Zilin smacked him on the head and grunted, "Just check your scores."
Why so much nonsense?
Setting aside his father's questionable lifestyle, Ming Lang inserted the SIM card and quickly logged onto the results page. Your exam performance has reached the knowledge pinnacle standard.
Your score cannot be determined.
Joy filled Ming Lang's heart.
His extraordinary memory hadn't vanished after transmigrating.
In just 6 months, he had memorized all the high school material. More importantly, he had no intention of ending up like his father, spending every day playing with a group of old ladies. Seeing the words on the screen, Ming Zilin rubbed his eyes in disbelief and laughed with delight.
Good job, son. You've hit the knowledge pinnacle. Tell me, which national department do you want to join? I'll buy a house there right away. Dad, we're already so poor. Stop bragging. Buying a house? You'd need to crawl into how many old women's beds to afford that?
Ming Zilin froze for a moment.
Who told you we're poor?
Ming Lang glanced around at the old furniture in the house and felt a wave of helplessness.
Do I even need to ask? You used to say you loved the smell of the sea, didn't you? That's why I moved us here. And this furniture? They're antiques, kid. That bed you're lying on? It was once slept on by an ancient empress.
Ming Lang stared at his father, bewildered.
So, I'm a rich second generation? Then why didn't you tell me? You never asked.
No wonder those women in the village kept flocking to his father. It wasn't just for his looks, after all. If that's the case, even if he didn't awaken a supernatural ability tomorrow, with a little money from his father, he could probably secure a spot in a familiar research department and live comfortably.
Ming Lang
secretly rejoiced at the thought, finally seeing an escape from the dull life in the village. Excited, he happily started playing with his phone, completely ignoring his father's gaze, which seemed to say, "What an idiot." The next day, Ming Lang walked to school with a spring in his step, as though every stride was brimming with energy. His back was as straight as an iron rod, prompting even the school's gatekeeper to glance at him with approval. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed all his classmates gathered in the front, surrounding a handsome boy.
No one paid any attention to Ming Lang's quiet entrance. He didn't mind.
One day, he thought, they'll all see how amazing I am. Soon, Teacher Chen waddled into the room, his large belly making him look even more imposing. He broke the classroom's buzzing chatter. Everyone, after recording your written exam scores, head to the field for the supernatural ability tests. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Lang slowly raised his hand, brimming with anticipation.
Teacher, what if I can't find my exam score?
The room fell silent. All heads turned toward him, their gazes like spotlights pinning him down.
When they saw it was Ming Lang,
the room erupted in laughter.
Who's trying to sound impressive?
Oh, it's the class's top scorer, one classmate teased.
Top scorer, all right, if you're counting from the bottom. Maybe the system thought his score was too low to bother recording, another added with a laugh.
From the front row, the handsome boy, Lu Mian, glanced at Ming Lang with a flicker of disdain. He deliberately spoke loudly, TCH, desperate for attention.
Teacher Chen, visibly annoyed by the commotion, silenced the laughter. It doesn't matter if you've checked or not. Don't waste everyone's time.
With that, he led the students who had recorded their scores out of the classroom. Before leaving, Lu Mian made a throat-slitting gesture toward Ming Lang, as if declaring his inevitable downfall. Ming Lang rubbed his nose, sneered quietly, and followed behind, his heart filled with defiance. At this moment, the playground was already packed with people. 7 or 8 ability testing stations had begun operating, and cheers and wails alternated, creating a lively and bustling scene.
Hey, did you hear?
Just now, a guy from Class 4 awakened a B-level spring ability, a student exclaimed excitedly.
So what?
If it's not A-level or above, he won't even stand a chance at Imperial Capital University, another student replied coldly. Ming Lang listened to the chatter among the crowd, his brows furrowing slightly. In his heart, he thought to himself that of course, he wanted to awaken a top-tier ability.
After all, Imperial Capital University was the equivalent of Tsinghua or Peking University in his previous life.
Getting admitted there would make jobs in functional departments seem trivial in comparison.
Students from Class 6, please come here for testing.
The teacher's directive echoed, and Ming Lang's class began moving toward a mirror. Whenever a student approached, the mirror would display a different image, sometimes flowers and plants, sometimes weapons, or even a dazzling burst of elemental
energy.
At this moment, from afar, an elderly man hurriedly approached with the principal accompanying him. They quickly walked over to the front of Class 6. When Teacher Chen saw the elderly man's appearance, her eyes sparkled with excitement.
She whispered to Lu Mian, "That's Professor Hu from Imperial Capital University. Their college is the top-ranking one in the entire school.
If you're lucky enough to be chosen by him, you can skip the trials and directly become a student there. Even I would get promoted to a senior teacher."
Teacher Chen swiftly walked up to the elderly man, bowed respectfully, and said, "Professor Hu, are you here to select students? There's a
student in my class named Lu Mian who scored 675 points on the written exam and comes from a family with an excellent ability bloodline." Professor Hu nodded indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the students in Class 6 before suddenly stopping.
His eyes sharpened as he asked, "Is there a student named Ming Lang in your class?" Hearing Professor Hu's inquiry, Teacher Chen was momentarily stunned.
Her heart instantly surged with excitement as she suddenly recalled Ming Lang's earlier question.
Yes, Ming Lang is right there. Following Teacher Chen's pointed direction, Professor Hu saw a slender figure.
Although his appearance was unremarkable, his eyes were
bright and full of spirit. After confirming the photo on his phone, Professor Hu shouted, "That's him," and quickly strode toward Ming Lang.
At this moment, Ming Lang was observing the awakening situations of his other classmates when he suddenly felt someone approach him. Turning his head, he saw an elderly professor with a head full of white hair staring at him eagerly. Startled, he hurriedly clutched his clothes and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm just an ordinary guy." Professor Hu ignored Ming Lang's impolite response. Grabbing his arm excitedly, he said urgently, "Student Ming, I am Professor Hu from Imperial Capital University. Your written exam score meets our
Academy's standards perfectly. I am officially inviting you to join our Ability Combat Academy at Imperial Capital University. Even if you awaken the weakest skill, our academy will still admit you."
Ming Lang understood the professor's intentions and slowly released his grip on his clothes. Of course, he knew what Professor Hu meant. As someone with a PhD, he had aced every subject on the exam.
Moreover, he had written the most complex electronic engineering formulas at the end of each test paper.
With the knowledge he had accumulated after transmigrating, he was certain these formulas didn't exist in this world. they could significantly advance Longwa's development.
The surrounding students, hearing Professor Hu's solemn promise, erupted in astonishment.
What kind of luck does this guy have to get a guaranteed
spot at Imperial Capital University? Could he be a hidden genius? Nonsense. He must have cheated. And without an ability, he's still useless trash.
The noisy chatter reached Lu Mian's ears, and his face instantly darkened. Everything at this school should have revolved around him, yet now this country bumpkin was stealing his spotlight.
Ming Lang naturally noticed the hostile glare from Lu Mian.
Throughout their 3 years in high school, Lu Mian, a scion of a powerful family, often bossed him around, bullying him
in private and mocking him openly.
But today was different.
I've risen now, Ming Lang thought.
I'm a rich second-generation kid, and I scored full marks on the college entrance exam.
Rolling his eyes, Ming Lang feigned an innocent expression, pointed at Lu Mian, and said, "What about him?"
At this moment, Teacher Chen became even more excited.
Ming Lang hadn't forgotten his classmate.
She immediately said, "Professor Hu, this is the Lu Mian I mentioned earlier.
He's also very outstanding." Professor Hu glanced at Lu Mian and said indifferently, "Him?
That depends on his results. But if you insist, we could make an exception and admit him."
An exception? Lu Mian's eyelid twitched as anger boiled within him.
A genius like him being treated as a charity case who needed to cling to someone
else to get into school?
He retorted furiously, "Humph, no need. I'll prove my worth with my ability and get into Imperial Capital University on my own." With that, Lu Mian shoved past the students in front of him and walked straight to the mirror. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand on the mirror. As ripples spread across its surface, dazzling golden light burst forth, accompanied by the sound of rushing water.
The entire playground erupted in an uproar. S-level. The crowd exploded. Nanling High hadn't seen an S-level ability in 2 years.
Professor Hu immediately left Ming Lang behind and hurried to Lu Mian, exclaiming, "Water element S-level.
The top-tier control warrior for future battlefields. I apologize for my earlier remarks.
Please, you must join our Ability Combat Academy at Imperial Capital University." Staring at Lu Mian in front of the mirror, visibly glowing with pride, Professor Hu couldn't help but regret his earlier words.
A student with full marks and mysterious formulas, or a water element S-level combatant with limitless potential?
The choice was obvious. The crowd once again gathered around Lu Mian, while Ming Lang's expression turned slightly dejected. In this world, knowledge was far less valued than abilities. He sighed, but just then, Lu Mian pushed through the crowd and arrogantly walked up to him.
"Professor Hu, this guy isn't my friend, but I'm willing to take him along as a package deal. I think I could use a book boy."
Professor Hu followed and, somewhat awkwardly, said to Ming Lang, "Student Ming, don't worry, my previous promise to you still stands.
However, I have a small request. Could you accompany Student Lu to class for a few days?"
Ming Lang stared at the old man in disbelief, wondering what kind of absurdity this was. A moment ago, he found Professor Hu endearing, but now he seemed worse than the nosy busybodies from the village. Just then, a coquettish female voice called out from the edge of the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
"He hasn't even tested his ability yet. How can you be so sure he's less talented than that guy?"
A gap suddenly opened in the crowd, as if parted by an invisible force. A stunning woman with a curvaceous figure, wearing glasses, a cigarette dangling from her lips,
and long leather boots stomping the ground, strode forward with an imposing air.
Her arrival was like a whirlwind, instantly stirring the hearts of everyone present.
"Bai Xian, what's an idle loafer like you doing here, causing trouble?"
Professor Hu's face darkened as soon as he saw her, his anger flaring up as though he might explode at any moment. Bai Xian, however, paid no heed to his fury. She swayed her hips as she elegantly stood before Ming Lang, exhaling a smoke ring. With a flirtatious smile, she said, "Little brother, your eyes are so beautiful.
Big sister likes them. Come with me."
She immediately turned, flashing a provocative smile at Professor Hu.
"What's the matter? Our Academy of Advanced Research is opening a new supernatural abilities class this year. As the head of the department, I'm personally recruiting students. Is there a problem?"
Professor Hu's expression grew even darker. He shot her a glare before turning to Ming Lang with a frosty tone.
"Have you thought this through? That woman's department is nothing but a fringe group in this school. Going there will do you no good." From behind Bai Xian, Ming Lang peeked out and asked resolutely, "If I join the Supernatural Combat Academy, will I receive the same treatment as Lu Mian?"
Professor Hu's face twisted even further with displeasure at Bai Xian's interference. He snapped impatiently, "That depends on the results of your ability test." Inwardly, Ming Lang cursed at him. What a snob! Just now, I was his precious gem, but he's already been swept away by someone new. Glancing at Bai Xian, who was still puffing on her cigarette, Ming Lang spoke softly, I think I have my own judgment. Let's proceed with the ability test first. With that, he took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the mirror, silently preparing himself to face his destiny. At this moment, all of his classmates had their eyes fixed on Ming Lang and Lu Mian, the tension in the air palpable. Hey, if Ming Lang also awakens an S-class ability, who do you think he'll choose? One student whispered. How many S-class abilities do you think there are? Even Emperor Capital University barely gets 10 S-class students a year. Him, dream on, another retorted sarcastically. Even Bai Xian was watching Ming Lang's back with keen interest, pondering what potential this student might hold. Standing beside Professor Hu, Bai Xian chuckled lightly. Old Hu, what if this kid really awakens an S-class ability? How will you face him then? Professor Hu waved his hand dismissively, his disdain evident. The sweet aroma of Bai Xian's cigarette smoke made him a bit dizzy. There's no way there's another S-class. We've already had one today, there won't be a second. Even if he is S-class, your department will never compete with our primary academy. In Professor Hu's mind, he had already dismissed Ming Lang's potential abilities, completely underestimating him. Meanwhile, Lu Mian, who had been overshadowed, was seething with rage. He, an S-class prodigy from a prestigious family, could not tolerate being compared to this penniless boy. Ming Lang stood quietly in front of the mirror, fully aware of the words exchanged between Bai Xian and Professor Hu. At this critical moment, his nerves felt like they were being pricked by 1,000 needles. This was a turning point for his future and his fate. Li Bai, Shimen Qing, Shakespeare, Aristotle, grant me your strength. Boom! Suddenly, the mirror erupted with a blinding beam of light. A pillar of 7-colored radiance shot straight into the sky, as if tearing through the heavens themselves, shocking everyone present to their core. Professor Hu and Bai Xian were both stunned by the phenomenon before them. They stared at the slender figure in the light, their hearts involuntarily filled with awe. This is SSS class. Everyone on the field was captivated by the 7-colored spectacle, and the entire campus fell into a deathly silence. Thud! The clipboard in the testing officer's hand slipped to the ground, breaking the silence and snapping everyone out of their shock. Like two streaks of light, Bai Xian and Professor Hu dashed to Ming Lang's side, each grabbing one of his arms. Bai Xian, your department doesn't have the resources to train him. Don't ruin his future. Shut up. I'll call right now. I'll sell everything if I have to, but I'll make sure he becomes the #1 war god in Dragon Nation. The energy radiating from the two of them was so intense that Ming Lang, caught in the middle, could barely breathe. Noticing his discomfort, Bai Xian quickly withdrew her energy. Ming Lang stumbled and fell to the ground, dragged down by Professor Hu. Ha ha, Ming Lang. You see, this woman doesn't have what it takes to handle you. Professor Hu clutched Ming Lang's arm tightly, laughing uncontrollably, his earlier composure nowhere to be seen. Ming Lang tried to break free several times but couldn't escape the old man's grip. Helplessly, he asked, I'll ask again, will I get the same treatment as him? Following Ming Lang's gesture, Professor Hu glanced at Lu Mian, who was still frozen in shock. Excitedly, he replied, of course not. Your treatment will be far better than his. No, your treatment will be the best in Emperor Capital University's history. Whatever you want, the Supernatural Combat Academy will provide it. 2 years, no, 1 year. In 1 year, we'll make you Dragon Nation's top war god. And for the Academy's exchange battle later this year, you'll be the first freshman in history to compete. Speaking with such fervor, Professor Hu spat everywhere, and a rainbow gleamed in the sunlight. Disgusted, Ming Lang wiped his face and slowly turned to Bai Xian. Seeing Ming Lang look at her, Bai Xian straightened up and said earnestly, Ming Lang, to be honest, our academic research institute doesn't have the same resources as the Combat Academy, but I promise you, I'll do everything in my power to cultivate you. Looking into Bai Xian's sincere eyes, Ming Lang hesitated. The Supernatural Combat Academy was the best in the capital, offering unmatched training resources, but that old man was insufferable. The Academic Research Institute, on the other hand, seemed undervalued by Emperor Capital University, yet its director had a pleasing temperament. As Ming Lang wrestled with his decision, Lu Mian suddenly spoke with a strange expression. Aren't you too curious about his ability? Only then did the two remember that, overwhelmed by the earlier spectacle, they hadn't checked what ability Ming Lang had awakened. Looking up, they saw a book floating in the mirror, with a gear etched onto its cover. Seeing this, Professor Hu quietly released Ming Lang's arm, putting some distance between them. What was that? Ming Lang stared at the mirror, puzzled. Seriously? I spent my last life doing academic research, and now this? Suddenly, he noticed Bai Xian and Professor Hu looking at him with peculiar expressions. It's over. It had to be a useless ability. Ming Lang sighed, slowly rising to his feet. Professor Hu awkwardly glanced at Ming Lang and stammered, Ming Lang, I might have been a bit overzealous earlier, but don't worry, your treatment will still match Lumian's.
As for the exchange battle, well, Ming Lang shot him a disdainful look.
This old geezer's at it again. On the side, Bai Xian hesitated slightly, then softly said, Ming Lang, your ability is quite unique.
It's called technological pioneer. How should I put this? The most important aspect of this ability is, it burns money.
I'm afraid even if our two academies combined resources, we wouldn't be able to keep up with the consumption of this ability. Ming Lang glanced suspiciously at Professor Hu behind him. The expression on the professor's face clearly confirmed the truth of her words.
Lumian's voice rang out again, this time laced with schadenfreude. To put it bluntly, it's a useless ability. Who would waste money on such a worthless loser?
The surrounding students, hearing the conversation, erupted into another round of chatter.
Ah, so that's how it is.
I thought our Nanling High was about to produce a war god.
War god? Didn't you hear them? It's a money burner. Where would a broke guy like Ming Lang even get the money? Such a waste of an SSS-level talent.
Listening to the murmurs around him, Ming Lang began cursing in his heart. You bunch of mortals, do you not know today my persona is?
That of a rich second-generation heir? My father is the kind of guy who doesn't need to cozy up to women to buy me a new phone, okay?
Bai Xian noticed the strange expression on Ming Lang's face and assumed he was feeling down.
Unable to help herself, she said, Ming Lang, don't be too disheartened. This place specializes in studying abilities. Maybe one day, we'll figure out a way to enhance yours. Ming Lang gave Bai Xian a grateful look.
This woman was quite to his liking.
Enhance it, my ass. Apart from burning money, it's just burning more money.
A useless talent paired with a useless ability, what a perfect match. Ming Lang shot a cold glance at Lumian beside him before turning his gaze to Professor Hu. He understood that the professor didn't want to offend a promising student because of his so-called useless ability. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air above the field. Everyone looked up to see an incredibly massive airship slowly flying overhead.
On the airship, 4 enormous characters were boldly emblazoned, Ming Corporation. Holy crap, isn't that the Ming Corporation's airship?
Why is it flying over here? One student exclaimed. Geez, rumor has it the Ming Corporation owns shares in every company in the Dragon Nation. They're as rich as a country, another chimed in.
Ming Corporation? Ming? The murmuring crowd immediately turned their eyes toward Ming Lang in unison.
This left Ming Lang momentarily stunned, his face blank as he stared at the airship above. Although he had long known he was a rich, second-generation heir, looking at his useless father, he had never been able to associate himself with a top-tier corporation. Amid the crowd's growing discussion, an authoritative voice suddenly boomed from the airship. Son,
are you done with the tests yet? I've bought properties in every city across the nation. You can work wherever you like.
Hearing that familiar voice, Ming Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart.
He thought, no doubt about it, I really am a top-tier rich second-generation heir.
At this moment, even Professor Hu noticed the significant connection between Ming Lang and the Ming Corporation. Smiling, he began to address him, Ming Lang. Before he could finish his sentence, Ming Lang slapped the old man aside and roared, Get lost.
I've tolerated you long enough. You're just like a goddamn drum,
making noise whenever someone knocks on you.
You dare hit Professor Hu? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Ability Combat Academy? Lumian quickly stepped forward.
Knowing the Ming Corporation was not to be trifled with, he tried to use the name of the Imperial University to show his allegiance. Ming Lang shot him a sideways glance, making a throat-slitting gesture.
Ability Combat Academy? Only a dog would go there. My family is loaded, what do I have to fear?
Bai Xian promptly stood by Ming Lang's side, lighting a cigarette and laughing coquettishly.
Ming Lang, need a hand?
Ming Lang flashed her a dazzling smile. I'd prefer if you called me little brother, he replied, taking the opportunity to kick Lumian in the crotch.
Ah!
A blood-curdling scream rang out, and all the men present instinctively clenched their thighs.
A singular thought crossed their minds. This guy isn't broke, he's a rich second-generation heir. He's not a nobody, he's the crotch kicker.
The excruciating pain coursed through Lumian's body, twisting his handsome face into a grotesque grimace as he gritted his teeth in fury.
How dare you kick me? I'll have my dad kill you. Ming Lang nonchalantly picked his ear and, with another kick to Lumian's groin, sneered, You're comparing dads? My dad is as rich as a nation. Go on, try killing me. That's what you get for running your mouth, for ordering me around, for bullying me. A sense of unprecedented satisfaction surged through Ming Lang as he poured 3 years of pent-up frustration onto Lumian. Minutes later, he dragged the now footprint-covered Lumian over to Teacher Chen, deliberately raising his voice as he said, Teacher, thank you for teaching me how to fight. I never thought I'd actually use it today. I'll definitely come back to visit you in the future. Teacher Chen stared dumbfounded at the beaten Lumian before him. Just as he was about to explain, several of Lumian's family members surrounded him.
Watching Professor Hu hurriedly tend to Lumian's injuries,
please. Bai Xian's eyes glinted slyly. She chuckled seductively, Professor Hu. Thank you for picking such a student for me. I'm very satisfied. See you at the Academy Exchange Battle next semester. Then, under the watchful eyes of the entire school, the two boarded the airship gondola. Inside, Ming Lang repeatedly tried the methods Bai Xian had described, attempting to connect with his ability. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic male voice echoed in his mind. Hello, sir. At your service, always. Hearing the voice, Ming Lang's brain short-circuited. After a long pause, he stammered, Wah, Jarvis? Jarvis? Who's that? Bai Xian turned away from the scenery she had been admiring, her hair dancing lightly in the breeze as she looked at Ming Lang. The faint scent of nicotine from her cigarette mixed with the fresh air, leaving this two-lifetime virgin momentarily dazed. And nothing, Ming Lang hurriedly replied, turning his head away shyly. Bai Xian smirked, her lips curling playfully. Little brother, you're not being honest. With that, she leaned in close, her delicate face almost touching his nose. The sweet, smoky scent of her breath made Ming Lang's ears turn bright red as he silently recited passages from the Tao Te Ching in his heart. Damn woman, are you trying to provoke me? Even so, I absolutely won't tell you who Jarvis is. After all, Marvel doesn't even exist in this world. Seeing the boy's flustered reaction, Bai Xian chuckled softly and returned to her original seat, adjusting her glasses as she said, Alright, I'll stop teasing you. How's the progress on your ability comprehension? Ming Lang let out a sigh of relief, hesitating over whether to tell her about the voice in his mind. Ultimately, he shook his head. No progress? That's strange. Bai Xian frowned, suddenly recalling something. She smacked her forehead. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Someone else awakened this ability before, but that person ended up with a split personality. Do you feel any abnormalities in your body right now? Ming Lang's eyelid twitched. So irresponsible? You're telling me this now? Schizophrenia? He suddenly recalled the voice in his mind. Could it be that this superpower is related to that voice in my head? Jarvis? Artificial intelligence? At this moment, Ming Lang was on the verge of losing it. A lousy AI, and you slapped me with an SSS-Level label? Is this world full of illiterates? Even those kids' smartwatches have such functionalities, come on. Though his heart was filled with despair, Ming Lang still held onto a sliver of hope. Tentatively, he asked, Sister, did that person leave any useful information before they died? Who said that person is dead? Bai Xian shot him a strange look. They're just schizophrenic. It's just that. Her eyes flashed with a trace of sorrow, but she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. There is useful information, though. It's that this ability burns through money. According to that person's records back then, this ability can imbue any technological device with a soul, whether it's a tech gadget or a weapon. Ming Lang, of course, noticed the fleeting expression on Bai Xian's face, but seeing that she changed the subject, he tactfully refrained from asking further. Instead, he asked curiously, and what does that have to do with burning money? It means you need to have your own technological weapons, you idiot. Otherwise, what are you going to imbue with a soul, a television? Although tech materials are expensive, your family is rich, so it's fine. Ming Lang rolled his eyes hard in his heart at her casual tone. Big sis, I did go to school, okay? The rare metals in this world are just as scarce. If I can't make top-tier black tech, how am I supposed to compete with those superpowered people who can fly, teleport, and toss fireballs? Am I supposed to take a little handgun and go pew-pew at them? Although he was beginning to feel some resentment toward his ability, Ming Lang started plotting in his heart. After hearing Bai Xian's explanation of how this ability could be used, Ming Lang had already decided on a development plan. However, the materials he needed were incredibly rare, and he wasn't sure if his dad's wallet could handle it. The airship was incredibly fast, and while Ming Lang was lost in thought, the group had already arrived at his new home in Nanling. Looking at the magnificent estate before him, Ming Lang felt like a million horses were galloping through his mind. Dad, just how much do you adore me? Leaving this kind of mansion and used just to go lie by the seaside with me? Or does he really have a thing with one of the friendly village ladies? At this moment, Ming Zilin had already shed his fisherman image. Dressed in a sharp suit, he looked every bit like a member of high society. With a hearty laugh, Ming Zilin slung an arm around Ming Lang's shoulder and leaned in to whisper in his ear, Your mom's home, so watch your words later. Don't make her blow up. Then, he gave Ming Lang a knowing look that only men would understand and led the group into the estate. Humph, Dad must be up to something in the village. With this thought in mind, Ming Lang followed the group to the main villa of the estate. As soon as they entered, Bai Xian noticed a classy and elegant woman sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed. still know how to come home, do you?
The woman's voice startled the trio the moment they stopped in their tracks. Well, our son just finished his college entrance exams, so I thought it was time to come home for a few days.
Ming Zilin rubbed his hands together, the high society image instantly vanishing.
The woman shot him a glare, her displeasure not only unabated but intensifying.
You two are really something.
It's been over a decade, and you've dumped the entire company on me. If it weren't for Ro helping me, the Ming Corporation
would have gone under long ago. We only see each other once a year at New Year's. Did I marry a CEO or a prisoner?
Seeing my son feels like visiting someone in jail. Ming Zilin cast a pleading glance at Ming Lang for help. Ming Lang immediately got the message, quickly running to his mother's side.
Mom, it's all Dad's fault.
He never told me about the real situation with our family.
I even thought you two were divorced.
As he spoke, Ming Lang pretended to wipe away tears. Seeing her son's thin frame, Bianju felt a pang of guilt and pulled his hand over, completely ignoring her husband standing nearby.
Good boy, it's good that you're back. I've told him long ago not to. Ahem.
Ming Zilin's cough abruptly cut her off. The two exchanged a glance before Bianju quickly changed the subject. Son, now that your college entrance exams are over, it's time to get married.
When will you and Ro settle the wedding?
Bai Xian stared blankly at this family of three, thinking to herself that there wasn't a single normal person in this bizarre family. Still, there seemed to be some kind of story behind it all.
Ming Lang, hearing his mother's words, was completely dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, who gets married at 18? Who's Ro?
Sensing that the crisis was over, Ming Zilin quickly took over the conversation.
Ro is the daughter of my good friend.
She heroically sacrificed herself on the border battlefield and entrusted her to me on her deathbed.
You two had an engagement agreement since childhood. It's time to start preparing for the wedding. Wait a minute, I'm confused. Ming Lang, struggling to process everything, suddenly stood up and said, Me? Get married? I'm only 18, and to someone I don't even know.
Bianju pulled him back and said earnestly, You're not too young.
The sooner you marry, the sooner you can have kids.
When you go to college, your dad and I can stay home and look after the grandchildren. Seeing his parents' seemingly reasonable expressions, Ming Lang felt a pang in his heart and shook his head in refusal.
I don't agree. If you don't agree, no money for you.
Ming Zilin stared slyly at his son, having already figured out Ming Lang's superpower. He knew this boy would need a massive amount of funds, a bottomless pit, really. Bai Xian observed this peculiar family of three and thought to herself that she should say something now, or else this SSS-level opportunity would slip away.
Excuse me, I have something to say.
Hearing the voice,
Bianju finally noticed someone else standing there.
She shot Ming Zilin a reproachful look before quickly walking over to Bai Xian, her eyes full of curiosity.
Are you Ming Lang's classmate? You're so pretty. How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Ming Lang was speechless, thinking to himself, Mom, you just told me to marry Ro, didn't you? What's with this now?
Bianju kicked Ming Lang aside and said without turning her head, No worries, we're rich.
One more pair of chopsticks doesn't matter.
At this moment, Bai Xian's face was dark, thinking, is this some rich people custom?
She cleared her throat and said seriously, Madam, I'm actually Ming Lang's university lecturer. A lecturer? Wonderful. Someone knowledgeable. When the children are born, we won't even need to hire a tutor. Bianju beamed with joy.
Ming Lang froze on the spot, quickly pulling his mother back.
Mom, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing?
Bai Xian composed herself and said seriously, Dear parents, you're aware of Ming Lang's superpower. With the increasing frequency of alien invasions, Longwa urgently needs top-tier combat power to defend itself. However, as time passes, the alien strength is intensifying rapidly, making ordinary superpowered individuals less effective.
But Ming Lang is different. His talent is unparalleled. Longwa desperately needs someone like him. He might even be the one to end the war. Hearing Bai Xian's powerful and resolute words, even Ming Lang was a bit shocked. You hold me in such high regard?
After a long silence, Ming Zilin finally processed what had just been said. As a businessman, though currently without any abilities, he caught the deeper meaning in Bai Xian's words. His son was about to take off, figuratively speaking. He formally invited Bai Xian to sit on the sofa and then, with a steady voice, asked, Will Ming Lang go to the battlefield?
Yes, Bai Xian nodded. Another bout of silence descended.
The four sat quietly around the coffee table, no one speaking a word. Outside, in the manor, a rare and precious wild goose flapped its wings incessantly, yearning to take flight.
Then let him go. We can discuss marriage later. Ming Zilin finally broke the silence.
Bianju looked at her husband in disbelief, opened her mouth as if to say something, but found no words.
Hearing that his father had finally abandoned the idea of forcing him into marriage, Ming Lang was overjoyed and quickly asked, What about the money?
Ming Zilin took a sip of tea, leaned back casually on the sofa, and smiled broadly, I'll give you 10 million a month.
If you want more, come back and get married. What? That little?
Ming Lang's hope, which had just risen, was instantly dashed. It wasn't that he had become arrogant. Had this been 2 days ago, he might have cheered for such an astronomical figure. But now, this amount fell far short of his expectations.
The technological dream in
his heart required a substantial amount of funding.
10 million? That might barely cover a set of titanium armor. Was he supposed to wear just a shell to the battlefield and become a tin can for the aliens?
Seeing Ming Lang's apparent dissatisfaction with the figure, Bai Xian was secretly astonished. Truly, wealthy families were on another level. 10 million was enough to fund an academic research institute for a year.
As the father and son bickered endlessly over living expenses, the communicator in Bai Xian's arms suddenly vibrated violently.
She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and her expression changed drastically. A layer of anger surfaced on her charming face.
An alien attack on the southern border.
Without further ado, Bai Xian stood up abruptly.
Let's go.
I'll take you to see a real battlefield.
After that, we'll return to school. Before Ming Lang could react, Dianju interjected, so soon? You haven't even stayed home for a day. Doesn't school start in September?
Bai Xian tied up her hair, sent a message through the communicator, and her eyes took on an increasingly cold and decisive look.
Ming Lang's situation is different. Though this battle will be brutal, it will serve as an excellent lesson. So, at this point, Bai Xian's gaze flickered toward Ming Lang, as if testing him. I'm going, Ming Lang declared resolutely without a moment's hesitation.
In the courtyard, the wild goose finally mustered all its strength, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. Seeing their son's determination, the couple, though worried, knew they could not stop him. This was the inevitable starting point of his journey toward growth.
Don't bother packing clothes.
You can buy what you need when you get there, Dianju said as she accompanied him to the door, adjusting his collar with a heavy heart.
Be careful with what you eat when you get there. The environment might be different.
And don't forget to wear thermal underwear when autumn sets in. The mother's reminders warmed Ming Lang's heart.
He nodded firmly. All right, stop fussing. He'll be back by the next break. Ming Zilin interrupted his wife's chatter. I'll have someone prepare the airship to send you off.
Bai Xian shook her head. No, the battlefield at the border is nothing like the city.
It's far too dangerous for ordinary people.
Just give us a car. Seeing Bai Xian's firm stance, Ming Zilin had no choice but to fetch the fastest sports car from the garage and hand it over to them. Once in the car, Ming Lang fastened his seatbelt and waved goodbye to his parents.
Xiao Lang. Ming Zilin's voice suddenly stopped the two just as they were about to leave. Don't catch a cold, okay?
Such a mundane piece of advice caused Ming Lang's heart to tremble, and tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes, overflowing with warmth and affection. At that moment, on the second floor of a villa in the manor, a gentle and melancholy girl quietly watched the four of them about to depart.
So, you're leaving? That's fine. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes.
The sports car sped down the highway like an arrow released from a bow. Yet Ming Lang had no time to dwell on the warmth of family bonds. He clung tightly to his seatbelt, staring in terror at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window.
Big sister, slow down. Degree winky face, don't crash us before we even reach the battlefield.
Bai Xian held a cigarette in her mouth, her eyes focused on the road ahead, and replied dismissively, it's only 370 kilometers per hour.
Relax.
With my skills, you're safe.
The border battlefield is still over 700 kilometers away. Arriving 1 second earlier might save a few more soldiers.
Seeing Bai Xian's serious expression, Ming Lang gradually calmed down.
Arriving 1 second earlier? Could this car be considered a piece of technology too?
Pondering this, Ming Lang closed his eyes and tried sensing his abilities.
Sir, may I help you? A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ming Lang quickly issued a command. Speak in Chinese. Grant this car a soul.
Understood, sir.
A wave of dizziness struck him.
When Ming Lang opened his eyes again, the entire structure of the car appeared before him like a three-dimensional schematic.
Was that it? So simple?
He attempted to communicate with the car and was delighted to find that it responded like a newborn child, full of liveliness.
Was this what it meant to have a soul? Time waited for no one.
Ming Lang had no time to dwell on his discovery and immediately commanded the car's soul. Ensure safety.
Go full speed ahead. Destination, the border battlefield. V-room. A tremor coursed through the car as faint shadows rippled across its surface.
Bai Xian was startled to discover that the steering wheel had slipped out of her control, and the car's speed was climbing rapidly.
420. 550, 731. The needle on the speedometer stuck firmly at its maximum value.
The car became a streak of light, slicing through the highway and
leaving only a blur in its wake.
Bai Xian stared in disbelief, then turned to the exhilarated Ming Lang with suspicion.
You did this?
Ming Lang proudly raised his chin.
Yep. Impressive, right?
Bai Xian glanced deeply at him and praised, not bad.
At this speed, we should arrive in less than an hour.
After speaking, she ignored the still smug Ming Lang and lowered her head to start sending messages with her communicator.
Feeling neglected, Ming Lang was a little sullen and continued to study his own ability. He could sense the entire structure of the vehicle, which meant he could reshape the car's form however he wanted. This was incredibly exciting.
Just as Ming Lang secretly tried to experiment, Bai Xian suddenly spoke.
When we get to the battlefield later, you must be careful. If you're not cautious, you might not even know how you die. Ming Lang rolled his eyes and replied dismissively, I'm not stupid, and the battlefield can't be as terrifying as you make it sound, right?
Bai Xian glanced at him but said nothing further. It seemed necessary to let him truly experience it firsthand to understand the brutality of war. As it turned out, Bai Xian's words were no exaggeration. At this moment, the southern border of Nanling was already awash in blood
and carnage.
The howling sea breeze carried a metallic scent of blood, as if the air itself was steeped in the aura of death. The border warriors had repelled the first wave of attacks from the alien invaders, but the cost was staggering: a battlefield littered with corpses and a sea stained red with blood.
The horrific scene was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Has reinforcements not arrived yet?
A young captain stared at the retreating alien forces on the sea, urging anxiously, nearly on the verge of losing his composure.
Don't worry, Luo Hong.
I've already called for aid from the 12th tower. They'll notify the nearest elites to come here. Luo Hong tightened the bloodied bandage on his body, the sharp pain causing even this robust man to grimace slightly.
The 12th tower? Are they reliable?
Of course. The elderly general of the border patted Luo Hong's shoulder, his gaze flickering with a hint of reverence.
The 12th tower is like the cornerstone of Long Nation.
Every person within it is among the nation's top-tier ability users.
Any one of them could single-handedly defend an entire city.
Hearing the old general's description, a flicker of hope ignited in Luo Hong's heart. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of these elites to turn the tide of battle. Father, if I awakened a powerful ability, do you think I could also join the 12th tower? Luo Hong's voice carried a trace of melancholy, his tone filled with unwillingness. Looking at his son's disheartened expression, Luo Menghuan smiled and said, You're already amazing.
You've managed to advance to Tier 5 with a basic enhancement ability. Son, I've always been proud of you.
Encouraged by his father's gaze, Luo Hong shook off the gloom in his heart and laughed heartily. Of course.
No one on the Nanling border is a match for me anyway. Ow, it hurts, it hurts.
As the two were talking, the screech of tires suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere of the border. The father and son leaned over the fortress wall to look down, only to see two young figures stepping out of a car. Ugh! As soon as he got off, Ming Lang clung to the car, unable to stop himself from vomiting.
Damn it, I've heard of motion sickness and seasickness, but who would have thought I'd get ability sickness?
Just after his conversation with Bai Xian, Ming Lang had attempted countless times to transform the sports car into a fighter jet. But no matter how hard he tried, the car's spirit seemed to run wild, completely ignoring his commands. After several failed attempts, Ming Lang found his mind growing increasingly muddled. The intense nausea forced him to abandon his ridiculous idea.
Finally, after inhaling his first breath of sea air upon stepping out of the car, he vomited.
Bai Xian glanced disdainfully at the pale-faced Ming Lang, grabbed him by the collar, and strode toward the fortress wall. Once they reached the wall, Bai Xian pulled out her communicator, scanned the area, and said, I am Bai Xian from the 12th tower.
Who here is the commanding officer? Luo Menghuan sized up the pair and replied, that would be me.
Bai Xian casually tossed Ming Lang to the ground. Gone was her usual charm, her brows furrowed, and her entire being exuded a powerful aura.
What's the current situation?
Luo Menghuan cast a suspicious glance at the dispirited Ming Lang before briefing her on the battlefield status. After listening to the report, Bai Xian quickly analyzed the situation and formulated a plan in her mind. From now on, I'll take over command of the battlefield. All border soldiers will follow my lead in combat. As Bai Xian issued her authoritative command, Luo Menghuan was about to nod when a gruff voice interrupted from behind.
There are so many of my brothers on the border, and you want to entrust them all to a woman like you? What proof do you have that you can lead them back alive?
Bai Xian's brow furrowed as she turned to see Luo Hong propping himself up, stepping forward with a challenge burning in his eyes.
You come here and immediately want to take command of the battlefield. On what grounds? Luo Hong glanced meaningfully at Ming Lang. The battlefield is no place for games. Besides, you even brought a deadweight along.
As Ming Lang, who had finally regained some composure, looked around, he realized the deadweight in question was none other than himself.
Deadweight? I'm an SSS rank, damn it.
If it weren't for my abilities, by the time we got here, you'd all be preparing for your last rites. Just as Ming Lang was about to argue, he suddenly sensed the air around them grow wild and turbulent.
Boom!
A surge of energy exploded from Bai Xian's body. Her white trench coat flared in the fierce wind generated by the energy, making her look like a war goddess descending to the battlefield.
How about this?
With a casual motion, Bai Xian summoned a massive warblade that slammed into the ground with a deafening clang, sending a chill through the hearts of the surrounding soldiers. The blade was nearly 2 meters long, completely incongruous with her delicate appearance, yet it emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance.
Luo Menghuan and Luo Hong instinctively took half a step back under the pressure of her fierce energy.
They exchanged incredulous glances, each wondering just how powerful this woman truly was. It took them a moment to recover from their shock.
Luo Menghuan stammered 2 words, Tier 10?
In the 12-tier ranking of abilities, even reaching Tier 8 was exceedingly rare.
Yet this woman had reached Tier 10? Had she awakened her abilities in the womb? Is this proof enough?
Bai Xian hoisted the warblade onto her shoulder. The screech of metal grinding against the ground ignited the atmosphere around them. Ming Lang watched her overwhelming presence with a surge of envy.
If only I could be that cool. Maybe I should get myself a tech-powered warblade to play with.
The border soldiers respected strength above all else. Luo Hong's attitude shifted instantly as he respectfully said, "Your strength is truly formidable.
We're willing to entrust our lives to you. However," he glanced at Ming Lang, "why did you bring someone like him here? You know, not everyone belongs on the battlefield. Damn it, why does it always come back to me?"
Ming Lang rolled his eyes and said in a low, deliberate tone, "Allow me to introduce myself.
Ming Lang, a new recruit at Imperial University, SSS rank awakened ability user. And yes, that's SSS rank."
The surrounding soldiers erupted in murmurs.
SSS rank, that was a level they could only dream of.
Among the border defense forces, only Luo Menghuan possessed a B-rank beast-type ability.
Everyone else had only the most basic physical enhancement abilities.
Because of this, they had never received formal ability training and could only rely on killing enemies at the border to grow stronger.
Looking at Ming Lang, who was brimming with confidence, Luo Hong's expression was filled with envy.
Back in the day, he had studied desperately, believing that good grades would secure him a spot in university for further
education. Who would have thought that his awakening would only grant him a C-rank brute force ability?
Sensing the shift in his son's mood, Luo Menghuan patted him on the shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile. Then, he stepped forward to stand before Bai Xian, saluted with military precision, and said in a loud voice, "Southern Ridge Border Guard Army, Commander Luo Menghuan, reporting with 800 border soldiers, awaiting your orders, ma'am."
Hearing the number, Bai Xian frowned and asked, 800? Why so few?
Luo Menghuan cast his gaze toward the sea outside the city and remained silent. Indeed, the standard deployment for all border guard armies of the Dragon Nation was 5,000 soldiers. But years of relentless warfare had whittled that number down, and nowadays, many were unwilling to risk their lives in such positions. Meanwhile, invasions by foreign races grew increasingly rampant.
Following Luo Menghuan's gaze, both Ming Lang and Bai Xian turned to look at the blood-drenched sea.
On the beach, a dozen soldiers were collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some corpses, despite the soldiers' best efforts, could not be pieced back together.
Taking in this bleak scene, Ming Lang was struck by the harsh reality that Bai Xian's words were true. He blurted out without thinking, "So, this is the cruelty of war?"
Indeed, dignity exists only at the edge of a blade. Without strength, even death becomes a form of disgrace.
Hearing these familiar words, Bai Xian's gaze snapped toward Ming Lang.
For a moment, the figure in her mind overlapped with this boy she'd only known for a day.
Could this be inheritance?
Shaking her head, Bai Xian tried to dismiss the memory of that figure from her mind. Just as she was about to speak, a blaring trumpet signal of an advancing charge echoed from the far end of the sea. The group squinted to see a dense swarm of figures emerging over the horizon. Beasts, monstrous humanoids, countless enemies surged forward on the waves.
Luo Hong cursed loudly, "Damn it, the second wave is already here?"
Bai Xian leapt into the air, her battle blade in hand, and landed atop the city wall.
Her voice rang out, clear and powerful, "Soldiers, defend our homeland. I, Bai Xian, will lead you out today and will ensure every one of you returns alive. For the Dragon Nation." Under the setting sun, Bai Xian seemed like a goddess of war.
Her rousing words instantly ignited the spirits of all the soldiers.
"For the Dragon Nation, kill them." Caught up in the fervor of the moment, Ming Lang's blood boiled with excitement.
He felt an overwhelming urge to charge out alongside the soldiers, his heart ablaze with unyielding courage.
However, Bai Xian, quick-eyed and swift-handed, grabbed him back and shouted angrily, "Do you want to die? You haven't even figured out your abilities yet, what's the point of rushing out?" With that, she tossed Ming Lang toward Luo Hong and sternly commanded, "Big guy, this kid is your responsibility. Keep him safe."
Then, like a streak of light, Bai Xian darted to the front line, embodying a fearless war deity.
Luo Hong quickly caught the scrawny Ming Lang and replied loudly, "Leave it to me." He led Ming Lang to a safe spot, silently vowing to protect him at all costs.
Ming Lang shook off Luo Hong's grip, his impression of the big brute less than favorable.
Coldly, he asked, "Aren't you going to fight?"
Luo Hong chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his earlier impudence had left this seemingly frail prodigy with a poor opinion of him. Thumping his chest, he declared firmly, "For a soldier,
obedience is paramount. My mission now is to protect you.
Don't worry, there are experts from the 12th tower here.
This battle will end soon. Until then, I'll give my life to keep you safe."
Seeing Luo Hong's earnest smile, Ming Lang's impression of him softened slightly. Standing on tiptoes, he peered toward the battlefield. By now, the foreign forces had clashed fiercely with the defending army on the coast. Bai Xian was like a god of death, weaving through the foreign ranks.
Each swing of her blade unleashed a surge of energy, claiming the life of an enemy. In stark contrast, the defending soldiers were struggling.
Apart from Luo Mengyuan occasionally cutting down a few foes, most soldiers were barely holding their ground.
Before long, several soldiers were already wounded, and the brutal combat painted a grim picture.
Watching the battlefield, where the clash
of weapons echoed thunderously, Ming Lang asked in confusion, "Don't the border guards have abilities? Why are they struggling so much?"
Luo Hong's face twisted bitterly as he sighed. Every border guard has abilities, but they're all basic, things like enhanced physique, speed, or strength.
How could that be? What about those talented ability users who graduate from the universities? Why don't they join us? Ming Lang asked, puzzled.
Luo Hong shook his head, his teeth clenched in frustration.
Ha! Why would those elite ability users stoop to joining a border unit like ours? It's the
war front against foreign races they crave there. They can earn military merits and noble titles.
Us ordinary ability users? We're nothing compared to them. Hearing Luo Hong's explanation, Ming Lang fell into deep thought. With external enemies invading, shouldn't the Dragon Nation unite as one? Why? Was even the battlefield divided into classes?
Perhaps his past ideals were too naive, too out of touch with the harsh realities of this world. As they spoke, night quietly descended, and the coastal battle reached its climax. At this moment, Bai Xian was still swinging her blade
tirelessly on the battlefield.
Her white coat was soaked in the blood of the enemy, and no one dared approach within meters of her.
Retreat! A command suddenly echoed from within the enemy ranks.
All the foreign invaders abandoned their opponents, retreating swiftly toward the sea.
Yes, seeing the enemy forces retreat, the border soldiers cheered, waving their arms in celebration.
Not only had they driven off the enemy, but they were
also overjoyed to find that not a single comrade had fallen on the coastline.
Bai Xian, with her lone efforts, had ensured the lives of every border soldier. As the battle ended, Ming Lang let out a sigh of relief and hurried over to Bai Xian, his eyes filled with concern. This woman had stood up for him during his most humiliating moments and had chosen to trust him when everyone else doubted him. Not to mention, she was breathtakingly beautiful, bewitching and captivating. After confirming that Bai Xian was uninjured, Ming Lang finally relaxed, his eyes gleaming with admiration.
"Sis, you're amazing. You actually defeated all the enemies."
Bai Xian shot him a glare, her heaving chest betraying her exhaustion. Her neat hair had come loose, and the blood splattered on her glasses added an alluring touch of wild charm. "They weren't defeated," Luo Mengyuan suddenly said as he approached solemnly. "From our experience, their leader hasn't shown up
yet. What we just faced were only second-tier elites. They'll typically launch 3 waves of attacks, gradually wearing us down."
Hearing this, Bai Xian scanned her surroundings and indeed noticed traces of fatigue on the faces of every soldier present. She furrowed her brows and said, in a deep voice, "During the battle just now, I observed that these aliens were covered by a layer of water shield.
Have you not tried using fire attacks?"
Luo Menghuan shook his head, his face a mixture of embarrassment and frustration, as though lamenting the helpless situation.
"We tried, but ordinary flamethrowers had little effect on them.
Moreover, we don't have any high-level fire-type ability users among us, so..."
"Fire types? Huh?" Bai Xian let out a cold laugh and unhesitatingly sheathed her broad battle blade.
"If that's the case, then I'll make them witness the power of my 13 blades." She suddenly swung her hand, and a slender battle knife glowing red
throughout its body flashed in her grip.
As if responding to her call, the blade radiated a vivid red light, reflecting her charming yet awe-inspiring face. "All troops, rest and heal yourselves.
Prepare for the next battle,"
Bai Xian commanded with resolute determination in her eyes.
She placed a hand on Ming Lang's shoulder.
Their similar heights formed a striking contrast.
"So, how does it feel? This kind of battlefield?"
Ming Lang shook his head, taking a deep breath as the shock within him remained indescribable.
"Brutal, bloody, shocking. And I have a question.
Oh, Bai Xian looked at him curiously, waiting for his inquiry.
Why doesn't Longwo reinforce the defense troops? There are so many talented individuals every year. Why not send some of them here, to give these soldiers a better chance to survive? Just now, without you, many more lives would have been lost in this battle. A flicker of surprise flashed in Bai Xian's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold sneer. Her tone carried a hint of disdain as she replied, "This is something you can talk about when you have the ability to change it." She turned and walked aside with Luo Menghuan, beginning to plan for the next wave of attacks.
Luo Hong glanced at the dejected Ming Lang, then patted him firmly on the shoulder.
"Don't worry, we're used to it by now. Besides, in 2 months, a batch of new ability users will join us. There are still people willing to sacrifice their lives for Longwo." Ming Lang shook his head, a bitter feeling welling up inside. Was he too soft-hearted? No. When facing the aliens, he could also swing his blade without hesitation, mercilessly. But the scenes from when he first arrived here continued to haunt his mind. The soldiers fought with all their might, only to leave behind mutilated corpses. Shouldn't they be rewarded and encouraged for their sacrifices? Looking at the soldiers around him, either lying or sitting together to heal, a sense of tragic dignity surfaced in Ming Lang's heart. When I have the ability to change all this, then I'll start now, he vowed silently, his gaze fixed on Bai Xian's graceful silhouette, his determination growing stronger. "Luo Hong, where's the armory? Take me there," he suddenly demanded, his tone resolute and unyielding. Luo Hong was momentarily puzzled. In battles between ability users, ordinary firearms were practically useless. The border armory had not been used in ages. Scratching his head, he asked, "What do you need the armory for?" A glint of intellectual fervor sparkled in Ming Lang's eyes as a ruthless smile formed on his lips. He stared out at the ocean and uttered a chilling decision, to throw a bonfire party for those bastards. While Ming Lang and Luo Hong were busy with their mysterious plotting, Bai Xian had already completed the battle deployment on her end. "Miss Bai, are you really planning to do this?" Luo Menghuan asked, his face looking uneasy as he listened to her strategy. "According to your plan, you'll be the only one holding off the enemy's next wave of attacks, while the rest of us merely act as a distraction. I know you're incredibly powerful, but you've just been through a fierce battle, and your energy must have been significantly depleted. As far as I know, their leader is a 9th-tier master. If he truly appears, in your current state, I'm afraid." Bai Xian raised a hand to cut him off. She tore off a strip from her trench coat and tightly wrapped the battle blade to her hand with the cloth. "There's no afraid. What just happened was merely an appetizer. I've never lost before, and I'm not about to start now." Recognizing her resolve, Luo Menghuan wisely chose to stay silent. He knew that for someone like Bai Xian, whose pride ran deep in her bones, any further persuasion would be an affront. Though he nodded in agreement, he secretly decided to modify her plan slightly. No matter what, Bai Xian's safety had to be ensured. A master of her caliber could not afford to fall here. With everything arranged, Bai Xian sat directly on the ground. The earlier battle had drained her considerably. Although her abilities were exceptional, she was, after all, a land-based ability user. This was her first experience with a naval battle, and the enemy's natural water shields had forced her to expend twice the usual energy to subdue them. As she slowly regulated her breathing to recover her energy, Luo Menghuan's voice abruptly broke her meditation. "Luo Hong, what are you doing with those 2 barrels?" Following the direction of his voice, she saw Luo Hong carrying 2 massive oil barrels on his shoulders. Behind him, Ming Lang held a pile of black, soot-covered objects in his arms. With a loud thud, Luo Hong dropped the barrels onto the beach, leaving a large dent where they landed. "I don't know. Brother Ming told me to bring them." Just moments ago, unable to withstand Ming Lang's persistence, Luo Hong had taken him to the armory. Watching Ming Lang rummage through the supplies with great enthusiasm, Luo Hong felt puzzled. The items in the armory had been gathering dust for ages. Ever since they were issued, the border soldiers had rarely used them, as such ordinary firearms were practically useless in ability-driven warfare. Yet, this slender young man seemed to have stumbled upon treasure, grinning foolishly as he hugged 2 massive barrels. Luo Menghuan looked down at the scattered firearms on the ground and spoke earnestly, "Ming, I don't mean to discourage you, but these weapons are useless. We've tested them before, they have no effect on the aliens." Fiddling with one of the firearms in his hands, Ming Lang replied without looking up, "It's fine. Don't worry about me. I'm just playing around." Though he said this, his heart was soaring with delight. He hadn't expected this world to dismiss such equipment as useless. He'd always wanted to try them, and today, his wish had finally come true. Bai Xian strolled over, prodding the firearms on the ground with her blade. Suspiciously, she asked, "Are you confident?" Ming Lang quickly gathered up the weapon she had nudged aside, his face filled with alarm as he exclaimed, "Sister Bai, be careful. If this stuff blows up, I'm done for."
Seeing his timid expression, Bai Xian covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her voice teasing, "Alright, play here obediently. Once the battle's over, I'll take you back to school." Since Bai Xian didn't interfere, Luo Menghuan felt it was inappropriate to object further. He merely exchanged a glance with Luo Hong before quickly following Bai Xian as she walked away. "Is that your son?" Stepping onto the soft sand, Bai Xian casually asked Luo Menghuan, who was walking beside her. "Yes." A trace of pride appeared on Luo Menghuan's face. He's already at the 5th tier. To get to where he is today, he's endured a lot of hardship. Bai Xian nodded. Not bad. To advance to the 5th tier in a place like this, he shows real potential. Once the war is over, I'll take him with me. Hearing this, Luo Menghuan was ecstatic. He had already looked into Bai Xian's background, director of Imperial Capital University. If his son could be recruited by someone of her stature, his future would be limitless. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a trumpet blast of a charge sounded once more from the surface of the sea. "All troops, on alert!" Bai Xian commanded sharply, her battle knife faintly glowing with a red light. Seated on the ground, Ming Lang naturally heard the trumpet, muttering a curse under his breath about how fast it had come. Quickly, he shut his eyes and began activating his abilities. Soul infusion into a flamethrower. The moment Bai Xian mentioned her fire-based abilities, Ming Lang had already formulated his plan. Since she was protected by a water shield, a flamethrower would undoubtedly be the best offensive weapon. Luckily, he had found a few flamethrowers in the warehouse, along with an unexpected surprise. "Sir, flamethrowers do not meet the technological requirements for soul infusion." The dull mechanical voice instantly doused Ming Lang's fiery enthusiasm. "What? I was ready for action, and now you're telling me this? What am I supposed to do?" "Sir, I suggest you find a technological item and try again." "Do I need you to tell me that? Where the hell am I supposed to find a technological item at a time like this?" Luo Hong, observing Ming Lang's exasperated expression, couldn't help but think to himself how quickly this top student's mood could change. Just moments ago, he was grinning foolishly, and now he looked like he'd lost his soul. "Ming brother, let's retreat to a safer place. The enemy has already advanced." Frustrated, Ming Lang stood up and followed Luo Hong toward the city wall. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Amidst the aftermath of the battle, a car stood miraculously untouched, parked intact on the road. "Damn it, if a fighter jet won't cut it, at least I can turn this into a tank." Resolute in his decision, Ming Lang hurriedly started the car, grabbing a flamethrower and tossing it inside. As the deafening sounds of battle raged from the coast, Luo Hong said worriedly, "Ming brother, this place isn't safe. We should retreat further." After tossing the last flamethrower into the car, Ming Lang turned to Luo Hong with a serious expression. "Comrade Luo, my safety is in your hands. From now on, no one is to disturb me, no matter what." With that, Ming Lang dived headfirst into the car, completely ignoring Luo Hong's bewildered expression. Closing his eyes, Ming Lang began to sense the car's soul. Perhaps due to the war, the mischievous little entity seemed much calmer now. The car body, the turret, no targeting system or stabilizer, but with the support of a soul, these flaws could be compensated for. After making all his calculations, Ming Lang poked his head out of the window and shouted, "Old Luo, place those 2 barrels against the car body." Though Luo Hong had no idea what was going on, he did as he was told. Once everything was in place, Ming Lang began attempting to transform the car. Disassembly, reassembly, fusion, each step was performed with meticulous care. "Sir, your operations are too dangerous and could lead to the vehicle's explosion at any moment. It is not recommended to proceed." Hearing the mechanical voice again, Ming Lang cursed internally, "Shut up. You're useless when it comes to getting things done, but you're always the first to argue. I don't need you to teach me what to do." Ignoring the artificial intelligence's advice, Ming Lang continued his modifications methodically. Though the dizziness and nausea from overexertion hit him once again, he relied on years of experience from experiments in his past life, forcing himself to overcome the discomfort and ensuring the modifications were flawless. Outside the car, Luo Hong stood in place, staring in amazement at the scene before him. The 2 large oil barrels vanished into thin air, and the car's appearance underwent a complete transformation. The car's wide, sturdy body now hugged the ground, with 2 rows of boxy turrets mounted atop it. Is this the power of an SSS-level ability? Overwhelmed, Luo Hong circled the car, observing the steel beast with awe. Little did he know, a pair of glowing eyes had silently drawn closer. "Huff! Finally done."
The effort had taken a serious toll on Ming Lang's body. He needed to step out for a breath of fresh air to relieve the nausea swirling inside him. Satisfied with his creation, Ming Lang, pale-faced, opened the car door. The moment he stepped out, he immediately doubled over and vomited. Damn it, this ability really messes with the stomach. Seeing Ming Lang in this state, Luo Hong hurried over, patting him on the back. Ming brother, no matter how strong your ability is, you still need a healthy body. Look at you, puking like this. Ming Lang gave him an annoyed glare. After throwing up, he did feel noticeably better. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and a shadow lunged toward the two of them. Watch out! Luo Hong shoved Ming Lang aside, taking the hit himself as the shadow knocked him to the ground. Looking at the creature's revealed face, a trace of dread flashed in Luo Hong's eyes. A sea yaksha! Ming Lang hurried to help Luo Hong up, his eyes locked onto the strange beast ahead. What is that? He asked. It's a tier 6 beast. I don't think I can handle it. You need to run while I hold it off. Ming Lang wanted to pull Luo Hong into the car, but seeing the glowing claws of the sea yaksha, he knew the makeshift vehicle he'd cobbled together wouldn't withstand a single strike from the creature. You hold it off. I'll be right back. Ming Lang shouted and took off running toward the city wall. Watching Ming Lang's retreating figure, Luo Hong gave a bitter smile. Running away is fine too. If he were to die here, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Shaking his head, Luo Hong's muscles bulged, and his entire body swelled in size. Clenching his fists together, a wisp of white smoke escaped his mouth as he sneered at the beast before him. Come on then. With that, Luo Hong leaped into the air, his fists slamming down on the sea yaksha like heavy cannons. Meanwhile, Ming Lang, panting and gasping, reached the warehouse and began rummaging frantically. Not this either. Sweat dripped down his face as he searched item after item. Got it. Grabbing a bottle, Ming Lang dashed back out, muttering to himself, hold on, old Luo. By the time he returned to the battlefield, the fight between Luo Hong and the sea yaksha had reached a stalemate. Luo Hong's fists pounded relentlessly against the sea yaksha's body, but his own body was covered in blood, and his footing was starting to falter. Seeing Luo Hong still alive, Ming Lang felt a surge of relief. He hurried over, shouting, Old Luo, get out of the way. Is that your son? Stepping onto the soft sand, Bai Xian casually asked Luo Menghuan, who was walking beside her. Yes. A trace of pride appeared on Luo Menghuan's face. He's already at the 5th tier. To get to where he is today, he's endured a lot of hardship. Bai Xian nodded. Not bad. To advance to the 5th tier in a place like this, he shows real potential. Once the war is over, I'll take him with me. Hearing this, Luo Menghuan was ecstatic. He had already looked into Bai Xian's background, director of Imperial Capital University. If his son could be recruited by someone of her stature, his future would be limitless. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a trumpet blast of a charge sounded once more from the surface of the sea. All troops, on alert! Bai Xian commanded sharply, her battle knife faintly glowing with a red light. Seated on the ground, Ming Lang naturally heard the trumpet, muttering a curse under his breath about how fast it had come. Quickly, he shut his eyes and began activating his abilities. Soul infusion into a flamethrower. The moment Bai Xian mentioned her fire-based abilities, Ming Lang had already formulated his plan. Since she was protected by a water shield, a flamethrower would undoubtedly be the best offensive weapon. Luckily, he had found a few flamethrowers in the warehouse, along with an unexpected surprise. Sir, flamethrowers do not meet the technological requirements for soul infusion. The dull mechanical voice instantly doused Ming Lang's fiery enthusiasm. What? I was ready for action, and now you're telling me this? What am I supposed to do? Sir, I suggest you find a technological item and try again. Do I need you to tell me that? Where the hell am I supposed to find a technological item at a time like this? Luo Hong, observing Ming Lang's exasperated expression, couldn't help but think to himself how quickly this top student's mood could change. Just moments ago, he was grinning foolishly, and now he looked like he'd lost his soul. Ming brother, let's retreat to a safer place. The enemy has already advanced. Frustrated, Ming Lang stood up and followed Luo Hong toward the city wall. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Amidst the aftermath of the battle, a car stood miraculously untouched, parked intact on the road. Damn it, if a fighter jet won't cut it, at least I can turn this into a tank. Resolute in his decision, Ming Lang hurriedly started the car, grabbing a flamethrower and tossing it inside. As the deafening sounds of battle raged from the coast, Luo Hong said worriedly, Ming brother, this place isn't safe. We should retreat further. After tossing the last flamethrower into the car, Ming Lang turned to Luo Hong with a serious expression. Comrade Luo, my safety is in your hands. From now on, no one is to disturb me, no matter what.
With that, Ming Lang dived headfirst into the car, completely ignoring Luo Hong's bewildered expression. Closing his eyes, Ming Lang began to sense the car's soul.
Perhaps due to the war, the mischievous little entity seemed much calmer now.
The car body, the turret, no targeting system or stabilizer, but with the support of a soul, these flaws could be compensated for.
After
making all his calculations, Ming Lang poked his head out of the window and shouted, "Old Luo, place those 2 barrels against the car body." Though Luo Hong had no idea what was going on, he did as he was told. Once everything was in place, Ming Lang began attempting to transform the car. Disassembly, reassembly, fusion, each step was performed with meticulous care. "Sir, your operations are too dangerous and could lead to the vehicle's explosion at any moment.
It is not recommended to proceed." Hearing the mechanical voice again, Ming Lang cursed internally, "Shut up.
You're useless when it comes to getting things done, but you're always the first to argue.
I don't need you to teach me what to do." Ignoring the artificial intelligence's advice, Ming Lang continued his modifications methodically.
Though the dizziness and nausea from overexertion hit him once again, he relied on years of experience from experiments in his past life, forcing himself to overcome the discomfort and ensuring the modifications were flawless. Outside the car, Luo Hong stood in place, staring in amazement at the scene before him. The 2 large oil barrels vanished into thin air, and the car's appearance underwent a complete transformation. The car's wide, sturdy body now hugged the ground, with 2 rows of boxy turrets mounted atop it.
Is this the power of an SSS-level ability?
Overwhelmed, Luo Hong circled the car, observing the steel beast with awe. Little did he know, a pair of glowing eyes had silently drawn closer.
Huff! Finally done. The effort had taken a serious toll on Ming Lang's body. He needed to step out for a breath of fresh air to relieve the nausea swirling inside him. Satisfied with his creation, Ming Lang, pale-faced, opened the car door.
The moment he stepped out, he immediately doubled over and vomited.
Damn it, this ability really messes with the stomach.
Seeing Ming Lang in this state, Luo Hong hurried over, patting him on the back. "Ming brother, no matter how strong your ability is, you still need a healthy body.
Look at you, puking like this." Ming Lang gave him an annoyed glare.
After throwing up, he did feel noticeably better. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and a shadow lunged toward the 2 of them.
"Watch out."
Luo Hong shoved Ming Lang aside, taking the hit himself as the shadow knocked him to the ground. Looking at the creature's revealed face, a trace of dread flashed in Luo Hong's eyes.
"A sea yaksha."
Ming Lang hurried to help Luo Hong up, his eyes locked onto the strange beast ahead.
"What is that?" he asked.
"It's a tier 6 beast.
I don't think I can handle it. You need to run while I hold it off."
Ming Lang wanted to pull Luo Hong into the car, but seeing the glowing claws of the sea yaksha, he knew the makeshift vehicle he'd cobbled together wouldn't withstand a single strike from the creature.
"You hold it off. I'll be right back." Ming Lang shouted and took off running toward the city wall.
Watching Ming Lang's retreating figure, Luo Hong gave a bitter smile.
Running away is fine too.
If he were to die here, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Shaking his head, Luo Hong's muscles bulged, and his entire body swelled in size. Clenching his fists together, a wisp of white smoke escaped his mouth as he sneered at the beast before him.
"Come on then." With that, Luo Hong leaped into the air, his fists slamming down on the sea yaksha like heavy cannons.
Meanwhile, Ming Lang, panting and gasping, reached the warehouse and began rummaging frantically.
Not this either."
Sweat dripped down his face as he searched item after item.
"Got it."
Grabbing a bottle, Ming Lang dashed back out, muttering to himself, "Hold on, old Luo." By the time he returned to the battlefield, the fight between Luo Hong and the sea yaksha had reached a stalemate.
Luo Hong's fists
pounded relentlessly against the sea yaksha's body, but his own body was covered in blood, and his footing was starting to falter.
Seeing Luo Hong still alive, Ming Lang felt a surge of relief. He hurried over, shouting, "Old Luo, get out of the way." Luo Hong was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He thought to himself, why is this kid back again? Then, he saw Ming Lang fiercely hurling a glass bottle toward him. Without hesitation, Luo Hong quickly disengaged from the battle and leaped far to the side. At the exact moment Luo Hong dodged, the glass bottle smashed against the sea yaksha, shattering into pieces. The liquid inside splashed all over the sea yaksha, instantly scalding it, causing it to let out agonized howls. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Hong grabbed a massive reef stone and brought it down hard onto the sea yaksha's skull. Once, twice. Finally, when the sea ichthyo's head had been crushed into a pulp, Luo Hong dropped the heavy stone and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing the strange beast dead, Ming Lang trotted over to Luo Hong with a smug expression and said gleefully, "How about that? Concentrated sulfuric acid, burned that sneaky bastard to death. If it weren't for that water shield on the beast, the acid wouldn't have been so effective. I'm awesome, right, old Luo? Old Luo?" After calling out twice, Ming Lang realized Luo Hong wasn't responding. He rushed forward and saw that Luo Hong's chest had been torn open, exposing his white ribs. "Don't joke around, man. We've only known each other for a day. I don't want to attend your funeral." While speaking, Ming Lang took off his jacket and pressed it desperately against Luo Hong's wound. Blood quickly soaked through the fabric, and Luo Hong's breathing grew faint. Every time he opened his mouth, blood gushed out in large amounts. "Ming, brother, you didn't leave. Don't talk. I'm getting someone to save you," Ming Lang shouted loudly. Luo Hong tightly gripped the corner of his clothes and shook his head with difficulty. "I really envy you, such talent. Take some time to work on your strength. Look how skinny you are." Ming Lang's expression grew manic. "I told you to shut up." Luo Hong smiled faintly. "Tell my dad, his son took down a 6th-rank beast, didn't bring shame to him." The hand gripping the corner of the clothes fell to the ground. This robust man, with a smile on his face, slowly closed his eyes. "Ah, damn it!" Ming Lang seemed to lose his sanity. He quickly climbed into the vehicle and slammed his foot on the pedal. "Sir, your actions are dangerous. I recommend that you get lost," Ming Lang roared, his mind issuing rapid commands. "Target, by Xian's direction. Distance, 50 meters. Su Jin, fire the barrage." In the midst of the battle, Bai Xian seemed to sense something and quickly looked up. In the sky, several beams of light streaked across, like shooting stars, forming glowing orbs above her head that exploded in an instant. Countless fragments from the orbs spread out like dazzling fireworks, scattering over the sea and instantly creating patches of searing flames. When the flames made contact with the seawater, they spread rapidly, clinging to the nearby alien creatures. At first, the creatures merely sneered, ignoring the small flames on their bodies. However, they soon realized in horror that the flames seemed to have a will of their own, clinging to them no matter what they did. As the water shields burned away, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Bai Xian's eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "White phosphorus?" As a leader of the Academic Research Academy, she naturally understood the power of this substance. Who would have thought Ming Lang would come up with such a method? As the sizzling sound continued, the flesh of all the alien creatures was fully exposed to the air. Bai Xian shot a glance at Ming Lang and, feeling a surge of joy, nodded approvingly. She turned back to the terrified alien creatures, her eyes flashing with killing intent, as though she were gazing at a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. Adjusting her glasses, Bai Xian let out a playful laugh and transformed into a streak of light, charging straight into the alien ranks. Without the protection of the water shields, Bai Xian's blade technique was unstoppable, slicing through them with ease. In a short time, 1/3 of the alien creatures on the sea's surface had been slaughtered by her. The soldiers guarding the coastline, witnessing Bai Xian's effortless massacre, couldn't help but feel intense admiration in their hearts. Is this what it means to be powerful? A true superhuman? As they watched victory draw near, the soldiers felt a mix of joy and a tinge of bitterness. After defending the border for over a decade, was it only by relying on others' strength that they could win this war? While everyone stood in a daze, watching Bai Xian revel in the carnage, a soldier suddenly pointed toward the distant sea and shouted, "Look over there." Everyone immediately focused their gazes and saw, deep in the sea, a massive whale riding the waves, speeding toward Bai Xian. Upon closer inspection, a humanoid alien stood tall on the whale's back. "Damn it, an elite alien has arrived," Luo Manghuan shouted, quickly trying to pull Bai Xian back. But it was too late. The whale's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters away from Bai Xian. The alien standing on the whale coldly surveyed the battlefield. With a single wave of its hand, towering waves extinguished all the flames on the alien creatures. The newcomer crouched down slowly, glaring at Bai Xian on the sea surface with a sinister grin. "You wretched woman, killing so many of my people, today, I'll skin you alive." Bai Xian stared at the figure above the whale, a trace of apprehension rising in her heart. Luo Manghuan's words were no exaggeration. This was indeed one of the top elites in the alien sea's Jingluo, a 9th-rank beast-type whale variant superhuman. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xian might have been able to take him down easily. But here, in the enemy's domain, and having just expended most of her energy, the situation was dire. She looked at Jingluo's grotesque face, raised her blade without fear, and shouted boldly, "I'm standing right here. If you want to skin me, let's see if you've got what it takes." With that, Bai Xian leaped into the air, leaving a massive pit in the sea below her. As she neared Jingluo,
her peripheral vision glanced toward Ming Lang's direction on the shore. A sense of determination surged in her heart. "Kid, can you still surprise your big sister? If not, I might really not make it out today." At that moment, Ming Lang had already noticed Jingluo's arrival through the car window. His face twisted, and an intense discomfort grew in his mind. He bit down hard on his tongue to stay alert, quickly turning the dials on the control panel and issuing commands. "Damn it, I've been waiting for you. Target the ugly freak on the whale. 12-round barrage, fire at once." Then, he roared, "Sister Bai, get out of the way," and stomped hard on the attack pedal. In the midst of her fight, Bai Xian seemed to hear his voice and instinctively withdrew from the battlefield. A finely crafted shell brushed past her hair, heading straight for Jingluo. One shell, two shells, one after another, the projectiles struck Jingluo's body with precision. As soon as they made contact, each shell extended several grappling hooks, latching firmly onto Jingluo's skin. "Ha ha, you humans must be mad. Using this to sneak attack me? What a joke." Before he could finish speaking, Jingluo suddenly felt a numbness in his tongue. The next moment, a massive surge of electricity coursed through his body. ZZZZT. The immense electrical current formed a net over Jingluo, paralyzing him completely and rendering him unable to move. Not to be missed, Bai Xian seized the moment and swung her blade fiercely. A red slash of energy mixed with power roared forward, striking directly at Jingluo's chest. Not good. Jingluo hurriedly mobilized all his energy, desperately struggling to break free from the electric net. In a panic, he raised his water shield to block the attack. The blade's energy pierced through the water. Although its strength was diminished by the shield, it still left a wound so deep on Jingluo's body that the bone was visible. Put! Jingluo spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in terror toward the coastline. "There's another master. Retreat!" With a wave of his large hand, he led the remaining foreign army in a panicked escape. Bai Xian wanted to pursue them, but as soon as she took a step, a wave of exhaustion swept through her entire body. Her vision went black, and she fell from the sky. Before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear an urgent, youthful voice. "Bai Xian, had he returned? That shouldn't be possible." Splash! When she regained consciousness, Bai Xian found herself lying in a warm embrace. Though the arms holding her were thin and weak, they gave her an unparalleled sense of security. "Big Sister Bai, you're awake," a bright voice rang out. Bai Xian sat up quickly, noticing the heavy atmosphere around her. "Sister, old Luo sacrificed himself to save me." The voice choked with emotion, tears reddened his eyes as he gazed in a set direction. Following his gaze, Bai Xian saw a group of soldiers gathered together. As she approached, they instinctively made way for her. On the ground lay Luo Menghuan, his hair streaked with white, cradling his son's lifeless body in his arms. He did not cry or wail. Instead, he silently and repeatedly wiped the blood from his son's face. Though Luo Hong's body had long grown stiff, Luo Menghuan continued to tenderly stroke his son's cheeks, his eyes filled with love as he gazed at the child who had been his pride all his life. Hearing Bai Xian's footsteps, Luo Menghuan didn't look up. His voice carried the weight of years. "Miss Bai, I'm afraid my son won't be able to accompany you to the capital. He's fought battles for so many years, he's tired. Let him rest." This refusal, so normal and yet so final, made Bai Xian's eyes redden instantly. "I'm sorry," her voice trembled. "I failed to keep my promise." Luo Menghuan slowly lifted his head, a faint, sorrowful smile on his lips. "Miss Bai, if it weren't for you, fewer than half of us would have survived today. My son's life was short. I can only hope that in his next life, he'll have a strong ability and won't have to suffer guarding the border all his life." Bai Xian bowed deeply to Luo Hong's body, forcing herself to look upward to keep her tears from falling. She had witnessed too many farewells in life and death, but tears were never the best way to say goodbye. Seeing Bai Xian's expression, Ming Lang's mood grew heavier. Technology? Could technology bring people back to life? A dull, mechanical voice echoed again, though this time it seemed weak and powerless. "Sir, as long as you're strong enough, the power of technology is beyond your imagination." The mechanical voice carried a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Ming Lang's heart lit up with joy. He immediately activated his ability, attempting to search for Luo Hong's soul. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted. After several attempts, he could only sense the cold, lifeless corpse. Luo Hong's soul seemed to have vanished from this world. Did I fail? What should I do? Ming Lang felt panic rise within him, anxiety washing over him like a tide. The mechanical voice stuttered, as if struggling. "Sir, my level is insufficient to solve your current problem. Furthermore, I seem to have overexerted myself stabilizing the vehicle.
I need to enter a dormant state for a while. Jarvis? No, I still don't know your name. Respond.
Ming Lang called out anxiously, but all he could hear was the cold sea breeze echoing in the night. The next day, with dark circles under his eyes, Ming Lang arrived at the city gates. He had spent the entire night trying to sense his ability, but the voice of the artificial intelligence never returned.
Miss Bai, are you leaving today?
Luo Menghuan's voice was hoarse, and the sorrow in his eyes was heart-wrenching.
Even now, he couldn't accept his son's death. Yes, I need to return to school immediately to report this matter. But don't worry, the foreign master I injured yesterday won't be able to trouble the border again anytime soon. After I report this, they'll likely send a group of ability users to assist you, Ming Lang said firmly, silently vowing to himself. After speaking, Ming Lang was pulled by Luo Menghuan and boarded the vehicle prepared for them. Leaning against the window, he stared blankly at the place where the soldiers' bodies were stored. Grief surged in his heart like a tide. Luo Hong lay quietly beneath the white cloth covering the body. The vehicle started slowly. Ming Lang looked at Luo Menghuan's aging figure and couldn't suppress his anger. He suddenly opened the window and shouted, "Uncle Luo, I will avenge Luo Hong. I will avenge all the fallen warriors." This youthful promise, sharp as a blade, pierced through the strength Luo Menghuan had been holding onto. Tears streamed down his weathered face, a response of the deepest kind to Ming Lang's words. The journey was silent. Bai Xian only cast a deep glance at Ming Lang, silently accompanying him, offering her support. The return trip was brief, and the two soon arrived at Nanling Airport. Sitting on the plane, Ming Lang's heart remained heavy, unable to free himself from the sorrow. Bai Xian looked at him, feeling a pang of sympathy. She wanted to comfort him, but the words wouldn't come, as this was the first time the child had faced the cruelty of life and death. Finally, Ming Lang spoke first. "Sister Bai, I think my ability has disappeared." "What?" Bai Xian's voice rose sharply, her face showing surprise. "What happened?" Ming Lang recounted the events of the previous day in detail. After listening, Bai Xian chuckled softly and said gently, "Silly brother, it's just that. Your energy is depleted. You've only just awakened your ability, so your energy reserves are low. Using it repeatedly would naturally cause this." Hearing this, Ming Lang's face lit up with relief, but it quickly fell again, filled with worry. "Sister Bai, do you think the soldiers at the border will ever have their day of glory?" Bai Xian shook her head, her tone tinged with helplessness. "I don't know. Everyone has their own way of living. Perhaps that's their destiny. Like Luo Hong, even in his final moments, he didn't want to disgrace his father. Maybe that's his pride." After speaking, Bai Xian adjusted her glasses and playfully nudged the silent Ming Lang. She smiled mischievously. "Instead of worrying about others, take care of yourself first, little chick." Ming Lang flinched at her nudge and followed her gaze. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What the, old rattle box?" No wonder Ming Lang reacted so strongly. At the cabin door, an elderly man with white hair stepped onto the plane, carrying a small bag. "Damn, why is old Hu here too?" Ming Lang quickly lowered his head, muttering under his breath, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Seeing his timid demeanor, Bai Xian covered her mouth with a smile and said coquettishly, "What's wrong? Where's all that swagger from yesterday? You slapped someone so hard they flipped over, and now you're scared?" Ming Lang rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Who would have thought we'd end up on the same flight? Obviously, there's only one flight from Nanling to the imperial capital. Don't bother hiding, there are only 3 of us in first class. He's already spotted you." Sure enough, as soon as Professor Hu boarded the plane, he noticed Bai Xian's provocative smile. With a glint in his eye, he took the initiative to approach and greeted, "Ming Lang, what a coincidence. We meet again." Ming Lang felt puzzled. He had slapped this old guy yesterday, hadn't he? Was the professor a masochist? How could he take that lying down? Seeing no way to avoid the situation, Ming Lang had no choice but to greet him. "Good morning, Professor Hu." Good morning." Professor Hu showed no signs of anger, as though he hadn't been the one slapped yesterday. He cheerfully sat down next to Ming Lang. "Ming Lang, I visited your father yesterday. He mentioned you went to the border battlefield. Were you hurt at all?" Ming Lang forced an awkward smile, thinking to himself, "This old fox really can sniff me out. Even I barely know the way to my new home, yet he managed to find it." Bai Xian, intrigued, looked at Professor Hu's concerned expression. Raising an eyebrow, she said, "Still not giving up, old Hu? You dare talk?" Professor Hu suddenly erupted, startling Ming Lang. "How could you take Ming Lang to such a dangerous place? What if something had happened? Do you realize what a loss that would be to the school and to the Dragon Nation?" Bai Xian shot him a glare but, unusually, didn't retort. Instead, she turned her head to look out of the airplane window. Seeing Bai Xian ignore him, Professor Hu began to lecture earnestly, "Ming Lang, you must understand that an excellent ability user needs an excellent mentor. Sure,
Bai Xian's abilities are strong, but her department is just the
weakest at the Imperial University. It won't contribute to your future development at all.
Besides, we'd never let you go to such dangerous places again. The battlefield against the other races is your true stage for greatness. Looking at Professor Hu's sanctimonious demeanor, Ming Lang felt a pang of annoyance. Of course, even a university professor thinks like this. No wonder no students are willing to fight and bleed on the border. After some thought, Ming Lang decided to toy with him and said innocently, "But I don't have any abilities anymore."
Professor Hu was stunned and immediately grabbed Ming Lang's wrist to test him.
Injecting a trace of energy, Professor Hu shook his head in disappointment.
He couldn't detect even the slightest energy fluctuation in Ming Lang. Could the kid be a pseudo-ability user?
This time, Professor Hu was cautious and didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he closely observed Ming Lang's expression.
When he saw the faintly mocking smile on Ming Lang's face, Professor Hu
broke into a wide grin and said heartily, "No problem. Even if you've lost your abilities, I'd still accept you. Your excellent character alone guarantees you'll shine in the Imperial capital." Hearing Professor Hu's hearty laughter, Ming Lang cursed inwardly. "You old fool, you're really not taking the bait. I slapped you, and you still praise me for my character? Are you a masochist?" Thinking about how they'd inevitably run into each other often at school, Ming Lang decided to tell the truth.
"Well, actually..."
Before he could finish, Bai Xian pinched his waist hard, making him grimace in pain.
"Why'd you pinch me?"
"You were squishing me," Bai Xian replied. Seeing Bai Xian quickly wink at him, Ming Lang immediately caught on and continued, "Actually, I got injured during yesterday's fight, and somehow my abilities disappeared." Professor Hu still seemed skeptical and turned his gaze to Bai Xian.
"What are you looking at me for?"
Bai Xian glared at him.
"Never heard of ability collapse? It's not like the school hasn't had cases before." "Ability collapse?" Professor Hu froze on the spot and quickly pressed Ming Lang for more details.
Ming Lang thought for a moment and decided to go along with Bai Xian's story. "Well, it was like this. Yesterday, the fight was intense, chaotic. I thought I'd lend a hand, but then suddenly some ninth-rank expert appeared on the other side and knocked me out cold. When I woke up, my abilities were gone, and my head's still hurting now."
As he spoke, Ming Lang even pretended to rub his head.
Professor Hu had, of course, heard about yesterday's battle, but since he wasn't a member of the 12th Tower, he didn't feel obligated to rescue what he considered lowly ability users. His gaze shifted between the two of them, filled with disbelief. After all, he had already suffered a major loss yesterday, and now he was faced with this situation again.
"If he doesn't even have abilities anymore, why would you still take him in?"
Professor Hu sneered. Bai Xian's side, her expression tinged with disdain, as if looking at a self-important fool.
"Are you stupid? We're part of the Academic Research Academy.
Ming Lang's written exam results have reached the pinnacle of knowledge.
If I don't take someone like him, who should I take? Your aunt?" Professor Hu was momentarily speechless, unwilling to believe it all. But the evidence suggested the two weren't lying.
He slumped back into his seat with a heavy sigh, his earlier amiable demeanor completely gone.
"Fine, Bai Xian's place suits you. A bunch of bookworms, right where you belong." "Bookworms?" Both Bai Xian and Ming Lang shot a sharp glare at Professor Hu. "Am I wrong? Your pathetic academy shouldn't even exist.
It's a waste of the school's resources and contributes absolutely nothing."
"Tell me, in your academy, other than
you, who else dares set foot on the battlefield against the other races? A bunch of useless drunkards parading around with books all day.
Just seeing it makes me sick."
At that moment, the plane began to take off, the massive thrust pinning all the passengers against their seats. Bai Xian was trembling with anger. The Academic Research Academy was her grandfather's legacy, and she wouldn't allow anyone to insult it. Sensing the tense atmosphere beside him, Ming Lang gently patted her hand and smiled faintly. He then turned to Professor Hu and said, "Professor Hu, it seems your academy is truly outstanding, huh?"
"Of course. Our academy is the #1 department at Imperial University. How could it compare to her pathetic academy?"
Professor Hu raised his chin proudly.
"What, are you thinking of joining us?"
Deep down, Professor Hu still held out a sliver of hope for Ming Lang, not only because of his top-tier exam results but also because of his father's wealth, which could rival a nation's. If the academy could secure funding from the Ming family conglomerate, his own position would naturally rise. Ming Lang slightly bowed and smiled.
"Professor Hu, do you know the most important thing to keep in mind while flying on a plane?" The sudden question made Professor Hu pause for a moment. "Turn off the phone?"
"No," Ming Lang replied with a sly grin, "but during takeoff, you'd better sit tight." As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Lang suddenly reached out, unfastened Professor Hu's seatbelt, and yanked him down by his collar with a swift motion,
pulling him to the floor.
Under the plane's powerful lift, Professor Hu rolled like a round ball all the way from first class to the bottom of the aircraft. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Ming Lang threw Bai Xian a victorious smile.
Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? Bai Xian asked, though her eyes betrayed her amusement. Not with you around, Ming Lang replied casually, crossing his legs and rocking them leisurely, as if entirely unconcerned about any trouble that might follow. To their surprise, Professor Hu didn't show up again for the rest of the flight. To them, it felt like a gift from the heavens, making the journey much more relaxed. The two began chatting freely. Sister Bai, do you think he won't show up again? Ming Lang asked expectantly. Probably not. I doubt he has the face to come back after that, Bai Xian said with a sly smile curling at her lips. Feeling rather pleased with himself, Ming Lang rolled up his sleeves, his confidence written all over his face. Even if he does come back, I'm not afraid. If he dares to insult our academy again, I've got more tricks up my sleeve to deal with him. By the way, Sister Bai, why didn't you let me tell the truth earlier? Bai Xian gently brushed her hair back, casting him a sidelong glance, her tone carrying a trace of seriousness. Don't get too cocky. Though Professor Hu's mouth is foul, his abilities are still formidable. The only reason you got the upper hand twice was because you caught him off guard, and he's older and slower to react. She bit her lip lightly, her gaze turning melancholic for a moment. The tallest trees attract the most wind. Over the years, many SSS-level prodigies have emerged in Dragon Country, but the ones who truly stabilize and become masters are few and far between. Ming Lang immediately grasped the meaning behind her words. From his experiences over the past 2 days, he had come to understand the harsh truths of this world. Only the strong have the right to survive. Even with extraordinary talent, you still need the fortune to live long enough to become a master. Seeing his silence, Bai Xian assumed her words had scared him. She comforted him, saying, "Don't be too discouraged. In the realm of abilities, reaching the 8th tier out of 12 is more than enough to establish yourself in this world. As long as you don't go courting death, living a stable life until old age shouldn't be a problem. With your talent, reaching the 8th tier is definitely achievable. As for your safety, I'll always be here to protect you." With that, Bai Xian tilted her head and gave him a playful wink, which instantly made Ming Lang's face flush bright red. He thought to himself, this woman, always throwing flirtatious looks for no reason. The plane soon landed at the Imperial Capital Airport. Ming Lang felt a pang of regret. If only his abilities were usable, he would have liked to try speeding up the plane just for fun. At the airport, they still didn't see Professor Hu anywhere. Ming Lang guessed his earlier actions had dealt too great a blow to the old man, leaving him too embarrassed to show his face. On the way to the school, Bai Xian gave a brief explanation of how to gather energy to advance through the tiers of abilities. Ming Lang listened in a daze, finding her explanations too fantastical to comprehend. As someone who had transmigrated here, he simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Abilities required energy to sustain, and advancing tiers also demanded energy. But where did the energy come from? Bai Xian only offered 4 words, all things in existence. This ambiguous answer left Ming Lang feeling deeply frustrated. He wanted to press further, but was met with Bai Xian's expression that seemed to say, "Are you an idiot?" Pondering all the way there, they finally arrived at the gates of Imperial Capital University. As soon as Ming Lang stepped out of the car, he was awestruck. Huge. It's ridiculously huge. The campus stretched for dozens of miles, and the perimeter fence seemed to go on endlessly. Entering the gates, Ming Lang felt as though he had walked into a small town. Hospitals, supermarkets, fire stations, everything a city should have was present here. What surprised him even more was catching a glimpse of a pink building, where a group of vibrantly dressed young women bustled in and out. Just as he was marveling at the grandeur of Imperial Capital University, a familiar voice shattered his thoughts. Like what you see? Well, it has nothing to do with you. Your shabby little academy isn't even located here. The two turned around to see Professor Hu standing behind them, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes filled with mockery. Not here? Ming Lang looked at Bai Xian in confusion, only to catch a hint of helplessness in her gaze. The main campus of Imperial Capital University isn't a place that just any stray cat or dog can enter, Professor Hu sneered, his tone dripping with derision. His words irritated Ming Lang even more. Ming Lang chuckled mischievously and said to Professor Hu, "Professor Hu, do you know what you should watch out for while walking down the road?" Professor Hu's eyes widened in alarm. Staring at Ming Lang's hands, he shouted, "Get lost," before hastily retreating, rushing toward the central building of the campus. Watching the old man scamper away, Ming Lang rubbed his nose and muttered, "No fun. The old guy's traumatized now." Bai Xian smiled at the lively young man beside her, then called out to him and led the way to the parking lot. "Sister Bai, our academy isn't located here?" As the car slowly drove away from the main campus, Ming Lang looked back in confusion.
That's right. The school has assigned us our own area, Bai Xian replied flatly, her tone devoid of emotion. Ming Lang hesitated for a long time before voicing his doubts. Sister Bai, what the old man said about our academy.
I mean, he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence and instead blinked at Bai Xian expectantly.
Bai Xian glanced at him from the corner of her eye and said calmly, it's fine.
No need to feel awkward. Everyone in the imperial capital knows about this.
Our academy is a special case and doesn't reside on the main campus.
As for why, you'll understand in due time.
Her cryptic words only made Ming Lang more curious, as if countless secrets were being concealed. The car sped along the highway, and as nearly an hour passed, Ming Lang's anxiety seemed to rise in tandem with the car's speed. Suddenly, a massive rocket launch tower appeared in the distance.
Sister Bai, does Imperial Capital University have a rocket launch base? Ming Lang asked excitedly. Bai Xian didn't answer.
Instead, she abruptly floored the gas pedal, and the car screeched to a halt beneath the towering rocket launch structure. We're here, she said coolly.
Here? Ming Lang was completely baffled.
He opened the car door and stuck his head out to take a closer look.
This doesn't look like an academy at all.
That's a giant observatory, a rocket launch tower,
and that massive structure, it's a nuclear power plant, isn't it?
Yes, this is the place.
Don't mind those things, they're just for show. No one in the academy uses them.
They're simply here to make an impression. Bai Xian's voice came from behind, carrying a tone of unquestionable authority. Looking at the array of scientific research instruments, Ming Lang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, you don't know how to use these.
But I do.
In my past life, I applied for access to such equipment countless times but never succeeded.
And here, they're everywhere.
Excited, he turned around, ready to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Bai Xian extended her long leg and gave him a swift kick, pointing towards a building to the north.
The first building.
On your right, go to the second or third floor and pick any unoccupied room as your dorm. Don't go to the fourth floor, that's for the faculty. I have to head to the school to report something first. With that, she kicked the car door shut and left Ming Lang standing there amidst the howling northern wind and swirling dust, stunned and shocked. Her legs are really long. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the car disappearing into the distance. After a long moment, he snapped out of it, cursing under his breath, damn it, she just left me here like this? At the Imperial Capital University, in the principal's office. Principal, I'm not trying to badmouth her behind her back, but Bai Xian is too much. She's going to ruin such a promising talent. Professor Hu complained indignantly. Behind the desk, Wei Xingjian rested his chin on his hands, his expression one of mild amusement.
He casually asked, and the injury on your face? Did she do that too?
With a flick of Wei Xingjian's finger, a ball of light floated to Professor Hu's face. To everyone's surprise, as soon as the light touched his skin, the wound began to heal rapidly before their very eyes. Thank you, Principal, Professor Hu said gratefully, but he quickly resumed complaining.
It wasn't her, it was that student named Ming Lang.
I seriously suspect there's an issue with his character. Wei Xingjian immediately perked up, leaning forward with interest.
You, an 8th-tier ability user, got beaten up by a newly awakened student? Tell me, what happened?
Professor Hu gave an awkward smile and tried to change the subject.
Principal, that's a minor issue.
But I heard that the Academic Research Institute is starting an ability user class this year.
Is that true? Wei Xingjian nodded solemnly.
The military has reported increasingly frequent activity from the alien races, with repeated incursions along Dragon Nation's borders.
Not just the Academic Research Institute, other departments will also need to expand their enrollments.
And there will no longer be special admissions.
Every student must undergo an interview before being accepted.
Here, Wei Xingjian paused, a flicker of anger crossing his face. What's worse, there have been reports of human ability users among the alien races, so we must ensure every student's loyalty to Dragon Nation. Professor Hu was momentarily stunned by this revelation, his mind racing. In a sarcastic tone, he added, but I heard that Bai Xian recruited a student whose abilities were shattered, yet she still intends to let him enroll without the interview. Hearing this, Wei Xingjian's brows furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart.
Oh, is that so?
At that moment, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Bai Xian stormed in like a whirlwind. Pointing at Professor Hu's nose, she cursed, Hu Fei, you can't beat me at recruiting students, so now you're trying to ruin my reputation? Startled by her aggressive entrance, Professor Hu darted behind Wei Xingjian for cover, poking his head out cautiously to say, I'm just stating facts. Besides, it's the principal who said every student must be interviewed. Who knows if the student you recruited is a spy? A spy? Bai Xian slammed an envelope onto the desk with a loud smack. Principal Wei, take a look. If Ming Lang is a spy, then every girl in my pink tower must be one too.
From the moment Bai Xian entered the room, Wei Jingzhen had remained silent.
He knew that beneath Bai Xian's outward charm and grace lay a meticulous and ruthless nature. If Hu Fei hadn't truly provoked her, she wouldn't be this furious.
Feigning displeasure, Wei Jingzhen glared at Bai Xian before picking up the envelope. "You're overreacting. Do you think I don't trust your judgment?"
he said as he opened it and began reading carefully. As he read, his expression grew increasingly grim. By the time he reached the final word, his anger had reached its peak. His grip on the letter tightened, nearly tearing it apart. With a loud bang, Wei Jingzhen slammed his fist onto the desk, startling Hu Fei so much that he recoiled.
"This is outrageous."
Hu Fei picked up the letter that had fallen to the floor. It was a battle report written by Luo Manhuan, detailing the events of yesterday's fight, including how Bai Xian and Ming Lang had turned the tide in the end.
"Well," Bai Xian raised an eyebrow. "Does Professor Hu still think my student needs your so-called interview?"
Hu Fei didn't answer, instead sneaking a glance at Wei Jingzhen, who had returned to his seat, deep in thought. After a long pause, Wei Jingzhen furrowed his brow and said, "After the new semester starts, issue a notice to all departments. All freshman military training will be cancelled and replaced with a 1-month battlefield training at the border. Bai Xian, you'll negotiate this with the military. Your background makes you the most suitable for the task." Seeing Hu Fei hesitate, Wei Jingzhen continued, "Don't think I don't know what you've been up to. This school isn't a place to cultivate the privileged elite. If they can't truly defend Dragon Nation, they have no place here." Wei Jingzhen's words shut down any argument Hu Fei might have had. Though he opened his mouth as if to speak, he wisely chose to remain silent. Watching the starkly contrasting expressions of the two, Wei Jingzhen sighed, walking to the window. Pointing to a monument in the central plaza, he said, "Look at that inscription on the school's motto monument. How many of our predecessors shed their blood for those words, and yet, we've allowed them to lose their meaning." Bai Xian and Hu Fei both moved to the window and looked out. The words engraved on the monument gleamed in the sunlight. "With my blood, I build the Dragon Nation's shield."
The Academic Research Institute, to be precise, resembled more of a military base. Following Bai Xian's instructions, Ming Lang strolled leisurely to the dormitory building.
The campus was eerily empty, like an abandoned village.
On
the second floor, he chose a room with good lighting and settled in.
Only then did he realize he hadn't yet informed his parents that he was safe.
When he turned on his phone, dozens of missed call notifications popped up. Seeing his father's number on the screen, Ming Lang smiled faintly and dialed back.
"You finally turned your phone on. Your mom was about to lose her mind. How are you? Are you hurt? You've arrived at the school, right? Is everything okay?" His father's rapid-fire questions warmed Ming Lang's heart.
He replied, "I'm here, not injured."
"Don't worry, Dad. Good to hear. I've already transferred your living expenses for this month to your account.
Since it's the start of the semester and you'll need to spend more, I sent you 20 million.
Use it sparingly, okay?" For an ordinary family's child, hearing that number would have been cause for celebration. But Ming Lang couldn't muster any joy. After
exchanging a few casual words with his father, he hung up.
20 million, it sounded like a fortune, but it wouldn't last long at all. Yesterday's battle made Ming Lang keenly aware of his shortcomings.
His ability seemed incredibly powerful, almost unstoppable if used
correctly. However, the precondition was an enormous amount of funding. Take last night as an example. If he hadn't been lucky enough to find
white phosphorus and the materials needed to form electric bullets in the warehouse, it was uncertain whether he and Bai Xian would have
made it back alive.
Moreover, the modified sports car had exploded after firing its last shot, unable to bear the strain it was put under. Whenever he thought about his distant and ambitious goals, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
30 million?
It would barely scratch the surface. Shaking his head, he simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After a night of tossing and turning, Ming Lang finally felt at ease when Bai Xian informed him her ability hadn't disappeared. He slept until dusk, dreaming he had transformed into a warrior clad in nanobattle armor, wielding a railgun, effortlessly defeating an alien enemy. Bai Xian, her face flushed, ran toward him at full speed. Smack! A whipping kick landed squarely on him. Ming Lang woke with a jolt, and when he saw the two long, slender legs pressed against his chest, his heart skipped a beat. So, the whipping kick wasn't a dream after all.
"Well, you slept well, didn't you?
Your big sister's been waiting for you for 2 hours, and you didn't even notice," Bai Xian said lazily, sitting in a chair with her legs still propped on Ming Lang's body. Ming Lang gave an awkward laugh and quickly averted his gaze.
Could this woman be into me, waiting here for so long? It wasn't unreasonable for Ming Lang to overthink.
At the moment, Bai Xian was dressed in a rather eye-catching outfit. Her open-toed heels rested on his chest. She wore a strapless camisole with a lace jacket casually draped over it, and her delicate shorts accentuated her long, jade-like legs. Bai Xian lightly tapped Ming Lang's stomach with the tip of her shoe. "Hungry, aren't you? Big sis will take you to eat." Hearing the word eat, Ming Lang suddenly realized he hadn't had anything all day. His stomach was already growling with hunger. "Oh, so you do know I'm starving. You just abandoned me and ran off. It's so irresponsible," he grumbled with resentment. Bai Xian retracted her legs, playfully wrapped her arm around his neck, and said with a mischievous smile, "Let's go, little brother. Big sis has prepared something delicious for you." Unable to break free, Ming Lang had no choice but to let her drag him out the door, stumbling along the way. When he saw the few plates of pitch black things on the table, Ming Lang swallowed hard and asked suspiciously, "Sister Bai, even if our academy isn't favored, the cafeteria should still have food, right? It's the holidays. The cafeteria's closed. Just make do. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Pink Tower for a proper meal," Bai Xian said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Ming Lang suddenly remembered the pink building he had seen on the way and cautiously asked, "Sister, does our school really have that kind of place?" "What kind of place?" Bai Xian asked, puzzled. "You know, the pink building on the main campus. The girls there dress, well, kind of like you do now." He gestured vaguely at Bai Xian's outfit. Bai Xian glared at him. "Shut up. Some things aren't for you to know. Eat your food." "Oh." Ming Lang, feeling rebuffed, reluctantly began to eat. "Sister, by the way, how can I get energy to reactivate my ability? Also, can you get me a drone? I want to survey the campus, it's too boring being here alone." Bai Xian put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said, "I'll teach you a method to gather energy later. Just follow my instructions." Then, with a puzzled expression, she asked, "What's a drone?" "What? She doesn't even know what a drone is?" Ming Lang was baffled. Could this world really lack drones? It's like a small flying machine you can control, connected to a phone, and used to view things from above. Bai Xian shook her head. "Never heard of it. I know what a phone is, and I know what unmanned aircraft are, but I've never heard of the kind of drone you're talking about." A flash of insight struck Ming Lang. This world focused so heavily on abilities that technology hadn't advanced much. Moreover, some ability users had flight attributes, making aerial surveillance unnecessary. But what about the ability users who couldn't fly? What about scouts on the battlefield? Ming Lang felt a surge of excitement. Who said I'm out of money? This opportunity to make a fortune just landed in my lap. After forcing down the barely edible dinner, Ming Lang returned to his dorm, secretly planning his next steps. He realized that all abilities were divided into tiers, and each tier brought earth-shattering changes. Take Bai Xian as an example. Her ability involved 13 blades. Every time she advanced a tier, she gained a new blade, each with increasingly powerful attributes. But what would his own ability look like as it advanced? Before the artificial intelligence had vanished, it mentioned his current tier wasn't high enough to solve all problems. What further potential did an AI capable of granting technology a soul have? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Frustrated, Ming Lang decided to focus on gathering energy instead. Lying on the bed, he quickly recalled the method Bai Xian had just taught him. Closing his eyes, he quietly tried to sense all the world's energy, attempting to connect with it and draw it into his body. Though this vague method left him a bit at a loss, he had no choice but to follow it. Clearing his mind, Ming Lang concentrated on feeling everything around him. The desk, chairs, door, the trees and flowers outside the window. He was astonished to find he could sense everything within hundreds of meters. Among these objects, some faintly emitted a glow. Ming Lang tried calling out to the light, and to his surprise, the shimmering particles joyfully rushed toward him. Green, yellow, white, various lights entered his body one after another. At that moment, he had never felt his mind so clear. As the lights entered his body, it was as if he were soaking in a hot spring, enveloped in comfort. Pop! A small cracking sound echoed in his mind, as though some kind of shackle had been broken. "Sir, it's a pleasure to see you again." A dull, mechanical voice rang out, this time tinged with a hint of emotion. "Steel Egg, you're awake?" Ming Lang excitedly slapped his thigh. Not only had his ability returned, but he seemed to have unknowingly advanced a tier. The artificial intelligence showed no objection to the name Ming Lang had given it, simply responding mechanically, "Sir, as long as your energy remains abundant, I will continue to exist." With his ability resolved, Ming Lang's next mission was to make money. After all, the 30 million on his phone wasn't even enough to buy a single battlefield ration. Aerial drones. They'll need cameras and some flying mechanism. Should I give them souls? As Ming Lang contemplated this ambitious entrepreneurial project, Steel Egg's voice sounded again. "Sir, it is not recommended to grant souls to low-level technologies. Every bit of energy is precious." This fart seems reasonable. Ming Lang accepted Gangden's suggestion, listed down a plan, and then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Bai Xian barged into his room without even knocking, yanking off his blanket. "Let's go, big sister is taking you out for a free meal." Completely ignoring Ming Lang's mournful gaze, she hooked her arm around his and dragged him out of the room. After a quick freshening up in the car, the two of them returned to the main campus of Imperial Capital University. Standing before the pink building, a ripple of anticipation stirred in Ming Lang's heart. I never had the chance to visit such a place in my previous life." With hopeful anticipation, they walked inside. However, the scene Ming Lang had envisioned did not appear. There were no madams, no lackeys, just an empty and eerily quiet fitness center. Before Ming Lang could take a closer look, Bai Xian pulled him into an inner dining hall. As soon as the door opened, Ming Lang was hit by a stark contrast and oppressive, strikingly beautiful atmosphere that left him stunned. What is this? A group of gorgeously dressed women, eating breakfast in an orderly manner? While Ming Lang was dumbfounded, Bai Xian pushed him into a seat and went to get food. Suddenly, a man was seated at the table, yet none of the women around them seemed to notice. They continued eating their meals in silence, not sparing a single glance. In the vast dining hall, the only sound was that of eating. The eerie atmosphere pressed down on Ming Lang, making it hard for him to breathe. Bzzz. A piercing bell shattered the silence, and all the women stood up in unison, filing out of the dining hall. "What's all this, robots?" Ming Lang asked as the women left. Bai Xian returned, carrying 2 trays of food. "Eat. The food here at the Pink Building is pretty good," Bai Xian said, eating calmly. Ming Lang, still puzzled, asked, "Sister Bai, these people eat your food? Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Bai Xian shot him a look, cutting off his query. Quickly picking up his chopsticks, Ming Lang took a bite of the food. The moment it entered his mouth, he let out a satisfied hum. Now this is real cooking. After breakfast, Ming Lang, eager to focus on his money-making plans, asked impatiently, "Sister, is there a shopping district around here? I want to buy some things." Lighting a cigarette, Bai Xian crossed her legs elegantly, a mysterious smile on her face. "On the west side of the main campus, there's a street that sells all kinds of things. But, since it's the holiday season, not many shops are open. Oh, by the way, I'll be leaving the campus for a few days. During that time, just come to the Pink Building for your meals." With that, she strode off, leaving Ming Lang to ponder alone, feeling a slight tinge of disappointment. Following Bai Xian's vague directions, Ming Lang wandered for quite some time before finding the shopping street she mentioned. The street was mostly deserted, the holiday atmosphere making it unusually quiet. Ming Lang strolled along slowly, noticing that most of the shops sold daily necessities or resources for cultivating abilities. Although the prices were within his budget, without Bai Xian's guidance, he didn't dare to buy anything hastily. Just as he was feeling dejected, his eyes lit up. He spotted a shop related to technology, Old Cheese Hardware Store. A spark of hope reignited in his heart as he pushed open the door. The moment he stepped inside, a strong smell of alcohol assaulted his senses. Looking further in, he saw a disheveled man sitting behind the counter, tinkering with something. As Ming Lang approached, he was shocked to see the man clumsily soldering an old computer motherboard with a soldering pen. The solder joints were so sloppy they made Ming Lang uncomfortable. "Boss, if you just want to modify the circuit, you can directly rewire it. There's no need to solder every connection point," Ming Lang couldn't help but comment. Hearing the voice, Chu Zhongshu finally noticed the kid standing behind him. With an unfriendly tone, he said, "What do you want, kid? Don't waste my time." Then he went back to awkwardly soldering the poor motherboard. Ming Lang shook his head, his eyes catching sight of a landmine beside Chu Zhongshu. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're trying to attach this ordinary motherboard to the landmine to make it a controllable one, right? But the way you're soldering, even if you burn through the board, it won't work." Chu Zhongshu froze for a moment, looking Ming Lang up and down suspiciously. "You know about this?" Ming Lang nodded firmly, feeling a bit smug inside. Chu Zhongshu had been in this field for years, yet he had never encountered a student so perceptive about technology, except for those freaks in academic research institutes. Adjusting his thick glasses, Chu Zhongshu placed the motherboard and landmine on the counter, challenging him, "If you're so smart, show me. If you succeed, I'll grant you one favor. If not, ha!" The atmosphere grew tense as Chu Zhongshu's energy suddenly emerged, laced with electric currents, sending an oppressive force toward Ming Lang. However, Ming Lang remained unfazed. Such makeshift experiments were tasks he'd assigned to students in his past life. This was child's play to him. Grabbing the materials from the table, Ming Lang began working skillfully. Within minutes, a brand new controllable landmine appeared before Chu Zhongshu.
That's it? Xu Zhangshu was dumbfounded. Yeah.
Ming Lang handed him the remote control, looking completely at ease.
What's so hard about it? Still skeptical, Xu Zhangshu took the remote and tested it. With a ding, the landmine switch was activated. He quickly pressed the off button, and the switch deactivated.
Watching Ming Lang's composed demeanor, Xu Zhangshu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions and disbelief.
I've been studying this thing for months, and this kid solved it in minutes? When did Imperial Capital get someone like this?
Xu Zhangshu stared at Ming Lang, his eyes brimming with excitement and delight, his hands trembling.
Damn, I've struck gold with this one. I'm going to make it big.
Xu Zhangshu thought to himself, his imagination running wild as he envisioned a golden future. Seeing the almost maniacal glint in Xu Zhangshu's eyes, Ming Lang instinctively took a step back.
Is everyone at Imperial Capital Academy into young boys? First Professor Hu, and now this?
Unaware of Ming Lang's wariness, Xu Zhangshu stood up excitedly, as if he had discovered a treasure.
Student, which department are you from? Are you interested in joining the school's technology club? Technology club?
Ming Lang was puzzled.
Weren't people in this world more focused on supernatural abilities? Why would anyone be interested in technology?
Yes, if you agree, I can persuade the club president to make an exception and take you in. Xu Zhangshu promised eagerly, though he didn't mention that the club had fewer than 10 members. Ming Lang cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively.
I haven't enrolled yet. Let's talk about the club later. Boss, do you have drones and camera equipment here?
Xu Zhangshu still didn't give up.
Why do you need those things? It's fine if you haven't enrolled yet. If you agree now, you can join directly when the semester starts.
Ming Lang felt suffocated, his eyes full of wariness.
No? Then I'll just look at another shop. Seeing Ming Lang about to leave, Xu Zhangshu rummaged through boxes and pulled out two, persistently asking, are you really not considering it? The drone is 1,000, and the camera is 300.
Ming Lang quickly scanned the money and left behind a hurried "we'll see" before fleeing in a panic. Xu Zhangshu watched Ming Lang's hasty retreat, the smile under his glasses growing wider.
Kid, as long as you're a student at this school, I'll find a way to bring you in. I must say, this kid's craftsmanship is quite good. This little mine is really well made.
From the corner of the wall, Ming Lang peeked out cautiously, watching the shop entrance. Once he confirmed Xu Zhangshu hadn't followed him out, he patted his chest and let out a
long sigh of relief. Are all the people in this world eyeing my body? Fine, I can overlook Sister Bai, but these old rattles and this ancient wine bottle bottom are going too far. After ensuring his safety, Ming Lang didn't linger.
He bought a phone from another store and hurried back to the academy. Fortunately, Bai Xian hadn't driven away the car, otherwise, walking back would have wasted all the food he'd eaten that morning.
Returning to the dormitory, he immediately began assembling the drone.
Since the mechanics were overly simple, it didn't take long before a crude drone was completed.
Ming Lang couldn't wait and ran to the rooftop to attempt its first flight.
Following Steeleg's advice, he deliberately added a touch of energy from his unique abilities to the drone, greatly enhancing its signal transmission capabilities.
Buzz, the drone smoothly took off, wobbling as it floated toward the main campus of the school.
At the school gate, a green off-road vehicle slowly came to a halt. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out.
After tidying his attire, he was about to enter when he suddenly felt as though something was spying on him.
He looked up sharply, spotting a small drone wobbling overhead. Fixing his gaze on it, he noticed a protruding sphere on the drone glowing red. The man watched with interest for a moment, silently marveling. As expected of Imperial Capital University, the pride of Longwei, even the surveillance equipment here is
so advanced. If put on the battlefield, this would be a tremendous advantage.
Resolving to investigate further, he strode purposefully toward the principal's office.
Meanwhile, Ming Lang, observing the scene on his phone, was overjoyed.
He had been racking his brain on how to approach military personnel to market his drone, and here one showed up. He had already lost interest in exploring the campus. Hastily retrieving the drone, he ran back to his dormitory to research pricing.
That evening, Ming Lang arrived early at the entrance of Fin Building.
Based on his past life experience, leaders usually stayed for dinner after finishing their meetings. Fin Building, being the first structure visible upon exiting the central office building, was the perfect spot for Ming Lang to wait while casually fiddling with his drone. As dinner time approached, Wei Xingjian appeared right on schedule, accompanied by the military officer from earlier. General Lei, let's have dinner at Fin Building.
I think you'll enjoy the atmosphere there.
The man addressed as General Lei nodded, his voice carrying a bold and commanding air.
All right, Principal Wei. Are you sure your school doesn't have surveillance equipment like that?
Wei Xingjian gave a wry smile and shook his head. Originally, today's meeting was about tackling the issue of foreign spies, but from the moment General Lei arrived, all he had asked about was that flying surveillance device. Wei had even specifically inquired with the security department, only to receive unanimous denials. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of Fin Building. General Lei's eyes suddenly riveted on the drone in Ming Lang's hands. Pointing at it, he exclaimed loudly, "Principal Wei, that's it. That's what I was talking about earlier." Squatting on the ground, Ming Lang inwardly rejoiced. His 2-hour wait hadn't been in vain, he'd finally cornered the main target. With a flick of his fingers, Ming Lang showed off by making the drone take off, deliberately angling the phone's display so that Lei Zhan and Wei Jingzhen could see it clearly. As the drone ascended, the screen displayed breathtaking images, as if showcasing the limitless possibilities of technology. Lei Zhan was naturally drawn to the phone's display, unconsciously moving closer to Ming Lang, his eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. He was familiar with video communications, but this kind of remote-controlled, untethered video feed was a first for him. It made him regard Ming Lang's abilities with newfound respect. Wei Jingzhen, noticing Lei Zhan's captivated expression, also approached. Upon seeing Ming Lang's face, he couldn't help but ask, "Student, are you from our school?" Ming Lang put away his phone, stood up, and smiled slightly. "Yes, I'm a new student in the Academic Research Institute. My name is Ming Lang." Before Wei Jingzhen could ask further, Lei Zhan interjected, "Student Ming, where did you get this thing in your hand?" Ming Lang's heart leapt with joy, but he feigned a mysterious expression. "I made it myself." Lei Zhan immediately grew excited, grabbing Ming Lang's arm with a serious expression. "Student Ming, would you sell this invention? Name your price." Ming Lang's large eyes darted about as he pretended to look flustered, though inwardly he was ecstatic. Scarcity marketing, it's all about whetting the appetite. Seeing the situation, Wei Jingzhen hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Ming Lang, are you the student Bai Xian brought?" "General Lei, this student is rather special. Why don't we discuss this over dinner?" Realizing his overenthusiasm, Lei Zhan smiled apologetically at Ming Lang. "All right." Though he released his grip, he stayed close, as if afraid the boy might run away. Inside the restaurant, the scene was just like in the morning. The sound of young women eating reverberated softly, creating an unusually serene atmosphere. Lei Zhan glanced around, a trace of astonishment flickering across his face. "That Bai Xian girl has really trained these kids well." Wei Jingzhen chuckled and led the two to a private room at the back. As soon as they were seated, Lei Zhan brought up the earlier topic. "Again, Student Ming, I apologize for my earlier behavior. It's just that this invention of yours could be of immense use to me." Ming Lang remained silent, maintaining an innocent and naive expression, like a startled little rabbit staring at him. Wei Jingzhen, sensing the awkwardness, interjected at the right moment. "Student Ming, this is General Lei, commander of the Northeastern Border Military District of Longhua. No need to be nervous, he means no harm." Hearing Lei Zhan's position, Ming Lang's heart tightened, and his expression subtly shifted. A border general. Wasn't that Luo Han's direct superior? It seemed this wasn't a simple character. Otherwise, how could he let the border soldiers end up in such dire straits? Seeing Ming Lang's reaction, Lei Zhan thought his identity might have frightened her, so he quickly explained, "Student Ming, don't worry. I would never exploit your intellectual achievements because of my position. Whatever the fair price is, that's what it will be. Our border forces are under immense strain, and the soldiers urgently need a better scout unit." As he said this, Lei Zhan deliberately glanced at Wei Jingzhen beside him and continued, "But your invention is different. With it, even the most ordinary ability warriors can predict the enemy's movements in advance. This way, we can significantly reduce the casualties among our border soldiers." Listening to Lei Zhan's words, Ming Lang gradually understood. This general wasn't as despicable as she had initially thought. Instead, he was filled with hope and anticipation for emerging technologies. Regarding the price, Ming Lang had already made up her mind. In this world, the presence of supernatural abilities rendered surveillance radars nearly useless, incapable of detecting the movements of alien races. However, her aerial drones, after modification, could clearly observe every move of the enemy. With this in mind, Ming Lang spoke slowly, "General Lei, I have a question." "General Lei, I have a question." Ming Lang's voice broke the silence in the conference room, her gaze firm and unwavering. "I can hand over this invention to you, but can you guarantee that every single one of my drones will be placed in the hands of border soldiers, and not given to those so-called prodigies on alien battlefields to gain meaningless glory?" As soon as Ming Lang finished speaking, Lei Zhan and Wei Jingzhen were stunned, their expressions revealing different emotions. Wei Jingzhen appeared awkward, secretly thinking to himself that these prodigies were all elite graduates from prestigious universities. Lei Zhan, on the other hand, looked gratified, not expecting such a frail-looking youth to harbor such deep concern for the grassroots soldiers at the border. "Ha, Student Ming, rest assured. I swear on my 40 years of military service that this invention will be entirely used for border defense, without a trace of selfish or exploitative intent," Lei Zhan declared with great enthusiasm, his smile growing even brighter. Seeing the sincerity in Lei Zhan's eyes, Ming Lang pondered for a moment before responding, "Alright, you provide the materials, and I will provide all the drones to the border soldiers free of charge. Additionally, I will write a detailed instructional guide on how to manufacture the drones and give it to you. I just hope you will keep your word."
Lei Zhan was taken aback.
He had expected Ming Lang to demand an exorbitant price but was surprised to see this young man willing to
contribute selflessly.
Wei Xingjian smiled knowingly, thinking to himself that Bai Xian had indeed not misjudged this young man.
"General Lei, you might not know this, but that recent battle at the southern border was won thanks to this young man and Bai Xian assisting old Luo," Wei Xingjian suddenly mentioned.
Lei Zhan once again turned his gaze to Ming Lang, this time with admiration in his eyes. He had already read the report about the southern border battle, and one of the purposes of his visit
was to find this passionate young man. To his surprise, fate had brought them together so coincidentally. If possible, he even considered recruiting Ming Lang into the military for training.
But Wei Xingjian, noticing Lei Zhan's intent, quickly interrupted with a deliberate cough. General Lei, Ming Lang's supernatural ability has already shattered.
Let's focus on discussing the price. Shattered supernatural ability?
Lei Zhan's brows furrowed slightly, disappointment flashing in his eyes. After all, broken abilities due to battles weren't uncommon on the battlefield.
However, this didn't diminish his admiration for Ming Lang. He immediately said, "No problem, Student Ming.
If you ever feel unhappy here, the doors of the military will always be open to you. As for the drones, I won't take them for free, 100,000 per unit, and I want 300 units. Ming Lang was stunned.
300 units meant 30 million.
General Lei was truly generous.
However, he shook his head.
If he were to accept the money, his initial intention of doing something for the border soldiers would be tainted. After several rounds of debate, the matter was finally settled at a price of 10 million under Wei Xingjian's mediation.
With everything resolved, the three happily began their dinner. "Student Ming, there are actually ways to repair shattered abilities.
Our military has been conducting research on the subject.
Would you be interested?"
Lei Zhan, unwilling to give up on such a promising talent, probed further. Wei Xingjian rolled his eyes and quickly interrupted. "General Lei, you know how rampant the alien races have been recently. That's why our school plans to start the semester early this year. Ming Lang is still young, and it's better for him to stay in school for now. Besides, if you blatantly poach him like this, aren't you afraid Bai Xian will come after you later?" The image of a feisty and spirited Bai Xian flashed through Lei Zhan's mind, making him shiver involuntarily. He immediately shut his mouth. Wei Xingjian chuckled and turned to Ming Lang. "Student Ming, due to the sudden situation, many of our teachers are being sent to the
battlefield to deter the alien races. So, would you be interested in temporarily serving as an interviewer for the new student admissions?"
"Me?"
Ming Lang looked bewildered. "Can I really do it?"
"Of course you can.
The main purpose of the interviews is to assess the student's character.
Even though you're a new student yourself, you're more than qualified to evaluate others," Wei Xingjian encouraged. Lei Zhan chimed in, "Exactly. Based on your performance on the battlefield and your dedication to the border soldiers, I believe you're more than capable." After some thought, Ming Lang decided that he didn't have much else to do. The drones Lei Zhan needed would only take him a few days to complete.
Perhaps serving as an
interviewer would allow him to learn more useful knowledge, especially since he still knew so little about supernatural abilities.
He nodded and said, "All right, I'll do it."
The next morning, Lei Zhan sent over all the materials needed for the 300 drones. Ming Lang immediately got to work, tirelessly dedicating himself to the task. Apart from meals in the cafeteria, he spent almost all his time in his dormitory. Time flew by, and finally, on the day before the admissions interviews, the last drone was completed. Ming Lang felt a great sense of accomplishment, as if these drones represented not just machines but also his promise and hope for the border soldiers. During this time, Ming Lang had also noticed some personal progress. By infusing the drones with energy, he found that his foundation had become much more stable, and the nausea he had felt during his first use of supernatural abilities had significantly lessened. According to Steelegg, he was now like a car that had passed the break-in period, fully adapted to using supernatural abilities. Lying on his bed, Ming Lang began his daily meditation ritual. Since advancing to the second stage of supernatural abilities, the energy absorption process had become far slower than the first time. He had discussed this with Steelegg, but all he got in return was its dull mechanical voice.
"Ugh, look at Iron Man's artificial intelligence, it can even make coffee.
But this worthless
thing can't help with anything."
Frustrated, he closed his eyes and began to sense the energy aura around him.
The multicolored light once again entered his body, filling the energy vessel within
him, which was now 2/3 full. The trickling energy resembled a steady stream of water, continuously pouring in.
"Ugh, just this little bit again. When will I ever reach the third stage?"
After finishing his meditation, Ming Lang felt the energy within his body and complained for a while before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, he arrived early at the main campus and saw from afar a large crowd of people who looked like students gathered in the school square, almost blocking the path to the teaching building.
Excuse me, Ming Lang shouted, struggling to squeeze his way through.
Just as he finally managed to push through the crowd and was about to enter the teaching building to prepare for his interview, a familiar voice called
out from behind him. Hey, isn't this Ming Lang? I heard your ability shattered. Why are you in such a hurry to get inside? Planning to bribe your way?
Ming Lang turned his head and saw a handsome young man standing in the crowd with his arms crossed, looking at him with a mocking expression.
Lu Mian?
Ming Lang suddenly remembered that Hu Fei had taken quite a liking to Lu Mian during the exam day, so it wasn't surprising to see him here today. Seeing Ming Lang stop in his tracks, the mockery on Lu Mian's face deepened. Professor Hu had mentioned during the enrollment notice that Ming Lang's ability had shattered,
leaving him a useless person.
Upon hearing this news, Lu Mian was as delighted as a seal, eagerly anticipating the chance to humiliate him in person.
Taking a step forward, Lu
Mian stood in front of the crowd and pointed at Ming Lang, loudly saying, "Let me introduce someone to you all. Ming Lang, an SSS-level top student and the young master of the
Ming Consortium.
Unfortunately, his abilities shattered.
I wonder why he's here today. Applying for a position in the functional department? Or planning to bribe his way in?" The surrounding students, upon hearing Lu Mian's introduction, immediately began to chatter. SSS-level, that's something you rarely encounter in years.
It's such a pity though, since shattered abilities can't be restored.
A true talent. Wasted. Then why is he here? Relying on his family's wealth to bribe his way in?
Imperial Capital University is not the kind of place to tolerate bribery. If he dares to do such a thing, he doesn't deserve to be our classmate.
Ming Lang tilted his head and looked at the arrogant Lu Mian. This kid recovered so quickly? Could it be that he had gone too easy on him that day?
He really should have listened to Luo Hong and worked on strengthening his body. Seeing that Ming Lang didn't respond, Lu Mian assumed he was too ashamed to speak after being exposed, and his words became even more unrestrained.
Trash is trash. Wasting an SSS-level talent for nothing. Since I've run into you again today, this is perfect.
I could boss you around for 3 years in high school, and it'll be the same in college.
The little bit
of money your family has is nothing compared to superpowers.
Now come over and apologize, and I might consider asking Professor Hu to go easy on you and let you continue being my little errand boy. Just as Ming Lang couldn't resist the urge to kick him in the crotch again, Wei Xingjian walked out of the teaching building.
Seeing this legendary principal of Imperial Capital University, all the students immediately stopped their chatter.
Ming Lang, why are you just getting here? The interview is about to start. Hurry inside and get ready. Is that your classmate?
Then you'll be in charge of proctoring his interview room.
After saying this, Wei Xingjian turned and walked back inside.
Ming Lang glanced playfully at the stunned Lu Mian and chuckled.
Lu Mian, we'll talk about that apology later. See you in the interview room. As Ming Lang entered the teaching building, the tense interview officially began. Lu Mian's expression was as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a fly, looking exceptionally grim.
He never expected that the person he once looked down upon as a useless failure would now hold the power over his life and death.
Classmate, please don't be nervous. Let's start with a self-introduction. A voice from one of the interviewers interrupted Lu Mian's thoughts. He looked up and saw 3 interviewers smiling warmly, appearing kind and approachable.
But one of the smiles was so glaring that it was impossible to ignore. It was Ming Lang's. "That's right, classmate, relax, we are very friendly," Ming Lang repeated casually, pretending to be at ease. Lu Mian was burning with anger inside, wishing he could rush up and punch him, but he didn't dare. He could only avoid Ming Lang's gaze and begin his self-introduction.
"Hello, teacher, my name is Lu Mian.
I graduated from Nanling High School, S-level water ability, currently at level 1, 85%. When it came to his level, Lu Mian felt a bit proud and looked at Ming Lang provocatively.
Tier 1 at 85%?
This kid is pretty good, and it's only been a few days since the college entrance exam ended. Yeah, some people haven't even figured out their abilities yet, and he's already close to reaching Tier 2.
The 2 interviewers exchanged glances, their eyes showing admiration for Lu Mian. Ahem.
Ming Lang cleared his throat lightly, interrupting them. "Teachers, isn't the purpose of our interview more than just assessing strength?
Is 85% in the first tier considered high?"
Ming Lang felt secretly proud, thinking that his 70% in the second tier wasn't bad either.
Ming Lang's words made the interviewer realize their lapse and awkwardly continued asking questions.
Student, please share your thoughts on the current war situation in the Dragon Kingdom.
Lu Mian had already prepared and immediately began speaking passionately,
describing the strength of the Dragon Kingdom and his hatred for the alien
races. His indignant expression inadvertently influenced the two interviewers, making them feel as though they wanted to join him in battle right away.
After the speech, Lu Mian pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Through his fingers, he saw Ming Lang sitting there, yawning and almost falling asleep.
Calculating in his mind once again, Lu Mian asked Ming Lang, "I wonder if you have any insightful opinions about me?"
This question instantly shifted the interviewer's attention to Ming Lang.
They couldn't understand why the principal had sent a student to the interview.
Coupled with Ming Lang's earlier interjection, they felt somewhat displeased and began to speak with a sarcastic tone.
"Yes, what do you think about this student's remarks?
There are still many people waiting, so quickly share your opinion."
Ming Lang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Weren't you two enjoying listening just now? Why ask me? Opinion? Well, I do have a little." Ming Lang's casual remark made Lu Mian's heart tighten with fear.
The attitude of the three interviewers directly affected his admission results, and the results were tied to the school's cultivation resources.
Lu Mian began to regret his earlier provocation. "I have just one question. If one day, you were captured by aliens and they demanded you sing Dare to Ask Where the Road Is to Let You Go, would you be able to sing it? What kind of question is this?"
Lu Mian's mind was in chaos, stunned on the spot, not knowing how to respond.
The two interviewers also looked troubled, not expecting Ming Lang to throw out such a question. "Student Ming, this question has nothing to do with the interview," one of the interviewers reprimanded sharply. "Student Lu Mian, your interview is successful. You may leave now."
Just as Lu Mian breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave, Ming Lang suddenly slammed the table, startling the three of them.
"What do you mean it doesn't matter?"
Ming Lang's cold gaze swept across them.
"This is just an example. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Can you guarantee that the alien races won't make any bizarre moves?" Ming Lang's passionate tone left the two interviewers deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, one of the interviewers slowly spoke, "Student Lu Mian, you should still answer this question."
Lu Mian's mind went blank, his face turning red like an apple, and he managed to squeeze out a sentence, "I don't know how to sing this song."
"Then I'm sorry about that."
Ming Lang spread his hands helplessly, his face showing a hint of difficulty. The two interviewers wanted to defend Lu Mian but didn't know where to start. After all, Ming Lang's question seemed absurd on the surface but actually contained a lot of information.
But Lu Mian indeed did not give them the answer they wanted.
Watching Lu Mian's despondent figure as he walked away, Ming Lang felt a secret sense of satisfaction.
This question was nothing
more than a spur-of-the-moment idea, aimed at dampening Lu Mian's spirit, and the effect turned out to be remarkably effective.
During the pause while waiting for the next student to enter, one of the interviewers curiously asked, "Hey, Ming, do you have an answer to that question yourself?" "Me?" Ming Lang pondered for a moment. "Why should one be caught? If a warrior doesn't even have the courage to perish together with the enemy, then what loyalty is there to speak of?"
"But as long as the green hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood,"
another interviewer asked in confusion.
Ming Lang sighed, shook his head, and said mercilessly, "What nonsense,
that's just to fool kids. Which alien race would give you a chance to sing? Hurry up and get on with the interview." The day passed quickly. Apart from Lu Mian's little episode, everything else went smoothly. Everyone knew that this kind of interview was merely a psychological comfort.
If a person's character could be determined solely by a few impassioned speeches, then this world would be far too simple.
Walking out of the teaching building, Ming Lang stretched lazily.
After sitting all day, the soreness in his back and waist made him realize that he really needed to
start exercising.
Thinking about it, Ming Lang twisted his neck and prepared to head to Fenla for a meal.
Just then, Lu Mian's voice rang out again from behind him. "Young Master Ming, the interview is over, the show is done, isn't it time we settle our score?"
Ming Lang turned around and saw Lu Mian approaching with a gloomy face, accompanied by a few followers.
He secretly felt delighted. "Settle the score? Sure." Ming Lang walked forward to meet him. "How do you want to settle it?" Lu Mian sneered coldly, still pretending to be tough at this point. "Don't think I don't know, you were just a temporary interviewer for a day.
Kneel and apologize right now, or this won't end between us." Because of Ming Lang's deliberate troublemaking, Lu Mian's interview results were not particularly ideal, and the resources he could obtain from the school would be limited, which made
him extremely angry. As the crowd around them gradually gathered, Ming Lang glanced around and cheerfully said, "Apologize? No problem, it's a small matter. I'll apologize right now."
Just as Lu Mian was curious about why the other party was so quick to concede, Ming Lang suddenly kicked out in front of him, and a sharp pain instantly struck.
Ow! A miserable scream echoed across the square. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ming Lang turned and bolted, rushing straight into the pink building. "Ah! Chase him, catch him and kill him for me."
A few of the followers finally reacted and hurriedly ran after him.
Lu Mian, clutching
his crotch, had his handsome face twisted in pain. He activated his abilities to ease the discomfort and followed closely behind. Arriving at the pink building, Lu Mian saw a few followers standing dumbfounded at the door and erupted in anger. "Go in.
What are you standing here for like fools?"
A chubby boy pointed tremblingly at the door, unable to speak. Lu Mian shoved him aside and was about to rush in, but the scene inside stopped him in his tracks. Inside, a group of scantily clad women were sweating it out on various fitness equipment, while Ming Lang sat on a small stool, grinning mischievously at him. Lu Mian analyzed the situation before him, trying hard to put on a gentlemanly expression, and stepped inside. "Ladies, I..."
Bang!
Just as he had stepped one foot inside, a young woman near the door kicked him square in the chest.
Lu Mian was instantly sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. "Get lost!"
The only thing left behind was her cold and crisp shout. Lu Mian lay on the ground for quite a while before catching his breath. Seeing the growing crowd around him, he felt humiliated and grew furious.
He pulled out his phone and dialed. "You dare act so arrogant in the imperial capital? Today, I'll make you pay the price." "Hello, Professor Hu."
Ming Lang was already too stunned to speak. He had originally thought that coming to Fenla, a place he was familiar with, would allow him to pick out a few handy tools for self-defense.
He never expected the women here to be so fierce.
Judging by the energy unleashed from the kick by the girl at the door earlier, her rank was definitely higher than his, perhaps significantly so. Shrinking his head, Ming Lang tried his best to act invisible, thinking to himself, if these girls are in a bad mood and I get caught
up in it, that would be terrible.
Fortunately, the girls only gave him a faint glance before continuing with their own training.
"What's going on?"
Just as Ming Lang was pondering how to slip away, Hu Fei's loud voice rang out from outside the door.
"Lu Mian, who hurt you like this?" Hu Fei squeezed through the crowd and immediately spotted Lu Mian lying on the ground. He hurriedly stepped forward to check on him with concern.
This student was someone he held in high regard. Nothing must happen to him. Seeing his backer arrive, Lu Mian took the opportunity to exaggerate, lying on the ground and groaning loudly. Who dares commit violence
in the capital? Tell me. I must get justice for you today." Hu Fei's firm tone instantly gave Lu Mian confidence.
He raised his hand and pointed toward the pink building, shouting, "It's the people in that building. They're shielding that good-for-nothing Ming Lang and
even arrogantly injured me. Professor Hu, my injuries are no joke. Every drop of blood I shed is a loss to our Ability Combat Academy."
Hu Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart. Lu Mian had finally made it clear that he intended to join his academy. A top-tier water element warrior like him would not only be sought after by Hu Fei but also fiercely contested by the control and healing departments.
Moreover, with so many students around, this was the perfect opportunity to establish his authority. Resolving himself, Hu Fei stood
up abruptly, his energy surging, exuding an aura of determination that seemed to say he would not return until victory was achieved.
"Professor Hu, what are you doing?"
A cold voice immediately shattered the image he had just built, and his energy dissipated in an instant.
Hu Fei turned his head and realized he was standing at the entrance of the pink pavilion. Damn it, why didn't Lu Mian tell me that Ming Lang was being sheltered by the people from the pink pavilion?
"Professor Hu,
with such an imposing manner, are you planning to tear down my pink pavilion?"
A young girl, looking about 18 or 19, stood at the entrance with a towel draped around her neck, arms crossed. Hu Fei instinctively took a step back as he looked at the girl's unapproachable demeanor. He wasn't afraid of Bai Xian because she was at least a normal person, but the girls in the pink pavilion? Each one of them was bloodthirsty. And besides, the pink pavilion's background wasn't just Bai Xian, there were others he couldn't afford to provoke. Awkwardly smiling, Hu Fei rubbed his hands together. "Captain Wang, I noticed a crowd gathering at your door and was worried it might disturb the girls' training, so I came to help maintain order." The girl surnamed Wang remained expressionless, coldly spitting out a few words. "No need. Please leave."
"All right." Hu Fei grabbed Lu Mian from the ground and loudly muttered, "Whose child is this, lying at someone's doorstep? Hurry up and Come with me.
With the obstruction gone, the girls in the pink building returned to the fitness equipment to continue exercising. The girl with the surname Wang merely glanced at Ming Lang indifferently before lifting the barbell again.
So handsome.
Just as Ming Lang was about to approach the girl with the surname Wang to strike up a conversation, a piercing bell rang out. The girls moved in unison, orderly,
entering the dining hall.
Ming Lang didn't give up and eagerly followed behind, grabbed some food, and squeezed in next to the girl with the surname Wang.
Captain Wang, thank you for helping me out. No response. Let's get acquainted. My name is Ming Lang, and I'm Baijia's student.
His words were met only with the sound of the girls chewing their food. After several attempts, all the girls acted as if Ming Lang didn't exist, not even glancing at him. Until the bell rang again and the girls left, he didn't receive a single response.
It's just fitness, isn't it? I can do it too.
Throwing down his bowl and chopsticks, Ming Lang went to the hall and casually grabbed a barbell.
Can't lift it? Luckily, the girls had all left after dinner, otherwise, this would have been really embarrassing.
Refusing to give up, Ming Lang tried a dumbbell this time, but as expected, he still couldn't lift it.
Don't bother trying. These pieces of equipment are specially made.
A cold voice sounded from behind him. The Wang family girl, who happened to pass by and saw the scene, casually left this remark before walking out of the hall.
Am I being looked down upon?
Ming Liang felt a bit annoyed. He had never been so despised by a girl of similar age before. Poor people rely on abilities, but I rely on technology.
It's just a small barbell, let's deal with it. With a plan in mind, Ming Liang didn't linger and quickly walked toward the parking lot.
In his previous life, Ming Liang had collaborated with a biology PhD to study the composition of super soldier serum, but the research ultimately ended in regret due to the lack of test subjects. Now, his abilities had yet to show significant potential, and for the moment, only his strong physique could provide him with survival assurance.
Hey, Sister Bai, can I use the Academy's laboratory?
Ming Liang dialed Bai Xian's number, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation.
Go ahead, just don't blow up the lab.
Bai Xian's voice was as warm as sunlight, still soft and charming.
The Academy welcomed quite a few new students today, keep an eye out. I'll be heading back tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Ming Lang paid no attention to Bai Xian's latter words and headed straight for the lab.
The familiar sight of bottles and jars instantly made him feel incredibly comfortable. Putting on protective gear, Ming Lang meticulously replicated the operations of that doctor from memory, conducting the experiment step by step.
Time slipped away quietly as
he focused, and though he possessed an extraordinary memory, he inevitably made mistakes in the details.
The lab crackled and popped, with explosions sounding incessantly.
Finally, after more than a dozen failed attempts, a small bottle of transparent potion sat quietly before him.
Can this thing really work?
Ming Lang frowned as he stared at the potion on the table, filled with doubt. In his previous life, he and the doctor had researched this for 3 years, and the smooth progress this time made him feel uneasy. Forget it, I'll find a guinea pig to test it tomorrow. Reason ultimately triumphed over curiosity, and Ming Liang decided not to take it immediately. He turned off the lights and left the laboratory. What he didn't know was that in the corner of the laboratory, a cockroach had long since made itself at home in this dilapidated place, leisurely enjoying its life. Upon leaving the experimental building, Ming Liang realized that he had been so focused on the potion earlier that he hadn't noticed the influx of new faces around the academy. Watching the new students, who were exploring the campus like curious children, Ming Liang couldn't help but recall his own first arrival. Smiling to himself, he headed toward the dormitory. Just as he reached the dormitory door, a raspy voice rang out, "A monk and a fool. You dare to share the same dormitory with me? I'm an A-level wood-type ability user. What qualifications do you two B-levels have to be my friends?" Ming Lang frowned slightly. It seemed his new roommate wouldn't be easy to get along with. He put on a friendly expression and was just about to open the door when it was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A skinny, sharp-faced teenager appeared. Seeing Ming Lang, the teenager froze for a moment, then turned and strode away. Ming Lang walked into the dormitory and saw 2 other roommates sitting on chairs, staring blankly at him. "What's going on?" he asked. A burly young man stood up and awkwardly explained, "That guy thinks we're too uncool and doesn't want to live with us. He's gone to find the teacher to change dorms." Ming Lang tilted his head. "Then why didn't you guys beat him up?" The young man scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "My dad said I got in by spending money, so I shouldn't be too high profile." Another roommate, who looked like a monk, chanted a dharma name. "This humble monk never engages in conflict with others." Ming Lang slapped his forehead. thinking to himself that these two roommates were truly peculiar. No wonder they were living together as outliers. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment, so Ming Lang decided to take the initiative to break the silence and try to build a closer relationship with his classmates. "Did you go through the interview during the day?" he asked, secretly annoyed with himself for asking such a pointless question. "No," the two answered in unison, which gave Ming Lang a jolt. It turned out that these two hadn't gone through the interview, and it seemed everyone had their own story. "Then how did you get here?" he asked curiously.
The monk roommate replied succinctly, "This humble monk was sent by the order."
The young man smiled and said, "I came here with money." Ming Lang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. These two were absolute conversation stoppers. There was simply no way to continue a deeper exchange.
Especially that monk, such a low-key guy. Why does he always bring up money?
Just as he was pondering the next topic, the two took the initiative to introduce themselves. "My name is Chang Tianlong, a B-level ability beast speaker."
"Little monk Yuanjue, B-level great Buddha."
Ming Lang paused for a moment, secretly thinking how peculiar these two were. Why did they always have to speak so closely together? He tried hard to suppress the urge to ask if they were twins, fearing they might respond with different answers like a 3D surround sound effect.
"What's your name?" Chang Tianlong asked, interrupting Ming Lang's thoughts. "Ming Lang, SSS-Level tech pioneer."
He quickly ended the small talk, thinking that if the conversation continued, he might lose his mind.
SSS-Level. Amazing,
the two exclaimed in unison. Ming Lang silently smiled bitterly in his heart, wanting to ask if they actually knew each other, but he didn't dare to speak. He forced a smile, casually said, "Sleep," then quickly climbed onto the bed and pulled the blanket over his head.
"Good night, good night."
Their voices penetrated the blanket, directly striking Ming Lang's eardrums.
He tried hard to endure, repeatedly reciting the Tao Te Ching in his mind, gradually calming himself down.
Closing his eyes, he suddenly noticed that the energy around the academy today was completely different from usual. Due to the arrival of new students, the energy had become unusually active, flowing orderly into each room.
"Someone has already started cultivating?" Ming Lang thought to himself.
It seemed that the students here were all very diligent. Not wanting to fall behind, he also began to enter a meditative state. As he absorbed the energy, he discovered a strange phenomenon. The energy absorbed by others was all of a single color, flowing neatly into their rooms, whereas for him, it was multicolored, chaotic, and absorbed in a disordered manner.
"Will it explode? Or is there something wrong with the way I'm absorbing energy?"
Thinking of this, Ming Lang quickly stopped meditating. After all, he hadn't systematically studied the knowledge of supernatural powers and didn't dare to act rashly. The night passed without incident, and the roommate who went to find the teacher did not return all night. Early the next morning, while Ming Lang was still asleep, he was awakened by two 3D surround sounds. The capital really is different, even the cockroaches are this big.
I've never seen a cockroach like a vehicle before. Rubbing his eyes, Ming Lang walked to the window and took a look, instantly dropping his jaw in shock. Whoa!
He had lived here for so long, yet he had never noticed such a colossal creature in the academy. Wait a minute, upon closer inspection, the wall of the laboratory building had a huge hole, and that giant cockroach was clinging to the wall of the laboratory building.
Could it be the room where I conducted the experiment yesterday?
Ming Lang's heart tightened, and without time to think further, he grabbed Chang Tianlong and dashed out of the dormitory building. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Bai Xian's graceful figure standing not far away. Seeing Ming Lang appear, Bai Xian stormed over angrily, grabbed his ear, and scolded, "You really blew up my lab building.
And what's with these cockroaches?"
Ming Lang broke free from Bai Xian's grip and responded with a smile and an apologetic tone, "Sister Bai, you're back. I'll explain this to you later." Then, he pulled Chang Tianlong along to the lab building, pointed at the cockroaches, and said, "Aren't you a beast whisperer?
Ask them what's going on."
Ming Lang's actions left Chang Tianlong somewhat puzzled, but he was also curious about the origin of the cockroach and nodded to activate his ability. After some communication, Chang Tianlong's expression turned strange. It said it became this big after drinking your water and asked if you had more. That water was delicious.
Water? Potion? Ming Lang was instantly overjoyed. His invention had succeeded. He quickly walked over to Bai Xian and said seriously, "Sister Bai, is there still a laboratory? What's wrong? You want to blow up another room?"
Bai Xian said helplessly. Although Bai Xian seemed reluctant, she still led Ming Lang to a house in the corner of the academy. Pushing open the door, what came into view was an incredibly spacious workshop, fully equipped with all kinds of devices, resembling a temple of technology. The owner of this place has been missing for a long time. From now on, you can train here, but don't blow it up again.
Bai Xian
Said as she tossed a key, gently tapped Ming Lang's forehead, and then turned to leave, her figure disappearing beyond the door.
Once you're done, come to the dean's office to find me. I have something to discuss with you.
After seeing Bai Xian off, Ming Lang carefully examined the operation room. Mechanical arms, holographic images, various chemical reagents.
Isn't this exactly the place he had dreamed of? It seems he can save another expense.
Without hesitation, Ming Lang immediately took out the necessary materials and quickly began preparing yesterday's potion.
With the experience from last time, a bottle of transparent potion was quickly completed.
Looking at the potion in his hand, Ming Lang swallowed hard and silently thought to himself, if cockroaches can do it, I should be able to as well. He closed his eyes and, without hesitation, gulped down the potion in one go.
Spicy!
The intense stabbing pain spread through his entire body like flames, instantly reaching his internal organs.
Damn it!
I forgot that Xiao Chang is a cockroach that even poison can't kill. Ming Liang clutched his stomach, the excruciating pain forcing his body to curl up into a ball.
This is the end. I messed up this time. I wonder if I can still transmigrate back after dying.
Despair filled his heart as he prepared to give up struggling and await the arrival of death. At that moment, Gangden's voice suddenly rang out, "Sir, please activate your ability, or you will die." Ming Lang hurriedly mobilized his energy, and in the haze, he seemed to see the mysterious book on the mirror from the day of awakening once again. The gears on the book turned, and the first page slowly opened. Before Ming Lang could clearly see the contents of the book of abilities suddenly emitted a beam of 7-colored light, striking him directly. The 7-colored light enveloped him, and Ming Lang's body slowly floated upward as the potion within him was gradually extracted. At this moment, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Every cell was fully merging with the extracted drug molecules, and his blood was desperately absorbing the fused energy. As the last drop of the drug was absorbed, Ming Lang fell to the ground with a bang and lost consciousness. No one knows how much time had passed, but a strong stench woke him up.
What the heck is this? Ming Lang had just stood up when sticky black substances slid off his body.
Just as he was about to confirm whether this stuff had emerged from his own body, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Bai Xian walked in, covering her nose.
You've been here for a whole day and night just to make a stink bomb? Ming Lang blinked innocently, the stench so overwhelming that he couldn't even speak. Hurry up and take a shower.
Bai Xian pointed to the bathroom inside and waved her hand, releasing a burst of energy that formed a small vortex. The foul smell drifted out of the room along with the vortex, significantly reducing the unpleasant odor. After taking a shower, Ming Lang came out wrapped in a towel. His previous clothes were stained with black substances, and Bai Xian burned them to ashes with a single flame.
Your body? It seems a bit different. Bai Xian looked at the changes in Ming Lang.
He seemed to have grown taller and perhaps a bit stronger.
That's right, even Captain America could pull a plane with his bare hands after taking this serum.
Seeing Bai Xian's astonished look, Ming Lang immediately began to beam with pride.
Sister Bai, let me show you something.
As he spoke, Ming Lang picked up a wrench, and with a slight exertion, twisted it into a spiral. Sure, with your current physique, you should be able to reach the level of a 4th-tier strength-type ability user.
4th tier?
Ming Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed he still had some gap compared to the real serum, but this was an all-around development. He wasn't discouraged, instead, he continued to feel proud.
Miss Bai, let me show you something else. All right.
Bai Xian interrupted his performance, her tone turning serious.
Let me talk to you about something important first and introduce someone to you. Guazai, come in.
Following Bai Xian's call, a figure walked in from outside the door. Ming Lang turned his head to look, his heart skipping a beat.
It's you?
When Ming Lang saw the person, his brows furrowed slightly.
Wasn't this the stunning beauty with an outstanding aura he had seen earlier in the day at the Pink Pavilion? Wang Huazai walked up to Bai Xian and coldly uttered 2 words, very smelly.
Bai Xian looked slightly embarrassed. She had been busy dispersing the stench in the room and had completely forgotten that this girl was standing outside the door.
Let me introduce, this is Ming Lang. You already know each other. From now on, you will be responsible for his safety. Ming Lang looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, her? Protect me? Why? Bai Xian glared at him, her tone carrying a hint of sternness. Do you even know your own identity?
With how smug you are, it's only a matter of time before your ability collapses and the truth comes out. As long as Wang Huazai is around, you won't meet an early demise so quickly. Besides, Huazai's ability is somewhat special, you might need it in the future. She turned to Wang Huazai and said, you two should work on building some rapport. You'll be working together for quite a long time. After saying that, Bai Xian quickly left the room. Although the smell here had faded somewhat, it was still unbearable for her. Watching Bai Xian's hurried departure, Ming Lang was momentarily at a loss for what to do. What was this supposed to be?
Building rapport? A matchmaking session? He pushed the chair toward Wang Huazai and took the initiative to speak. Shall we talk?
Wang Huazai, however, directly ignored his courtesy, reached out to pick up the twisted wrench on the table, and with a light twist, astonishingly restored it to its original state. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, see you in the classroom. Ming Lang stared blankly at the wrench that had been twisted back to its original form, secretly clicking his tongue in amazement.
This woman's strength is incredible. Judging by her age, she's about the same as me. Even with exceptional talent, she shouldn't have reached a power level above Tier 4. And besides, will I really need her ability in the future? Forget it, I'll ask her tomorrow when we meet. This woman is pretty cool, leaving just one sentence and then walking away.
Muttering to himself, Ming Lang began to adapt to this new body. His strength, speed, and reaction abilities had all seen a significant improvement. Although they hadn't reached an exceptionally strong level, they should be sufficient for now. Satisfied, he stretched his limbs and simply lay down on the bed in the room. He had actually forgotten to ask Sister Bai about his energy earlier, and tonight he couldn't meditate either. With nothing to do, Ming Lang closed his eyes and started to study his own abilities. That book from earlier had left a deep impression on him. He had initially thought his abilities were nothing more than a silly artificial intelligence, coupled with the ability to imbue technology with a soul. It seems that this superpower has infinite potential for development. Just by opening the first page, one can change their physique through potions. What other content might there be as you continue flipping through? Steel Egg, does my superpower have any other uses? Sir, the power of technology is boundless. As expected, his AI was just a fool. Ming Lang rolled his eyes. It seemed he could only rely on himself to slowly discover its potential. Without the disturbance of 3D surround sound, Ming Lang had a deep sleep. In his dream, he once again saw that scene, clad in iron armor, sweeping away countless alien races with a wave of his hand and laser beams. However, this time, he also saw someone wearing armor among the alien races. The next day, upon waking up, Ming Lang casually grabbed some clothes to put on and hurried to the teaching building. After checking a few classrooms, he quickly spotted Wang Huazai. You're here quite early. He walked over and sat beside her, greeting her proactively, only to receive a cold glance in return. White Sister said we should get to know each other. What's your ability? Painting soul. Wang Huazai only said these two simple words, leaving Ming Liang completely puzzled. No matter how much he asked, Wang Huazai didn't say another word. While Ming Liang was idly observing his classmates, Chang Tianlong and another roommate with a raspy voice appeared at the door. As soon as they saw Ming Liang, the three of them immediately walked over. Are you Ming Liang? The raspy voice sounded, making even Wang Huazai frown slightly. My name is Lin Hua. Just to let you know, from today on, everyone in our dorm will listen to me, and you're no exception. Ming Lang glanced past Lin Hua, curiously looking at the two people behind him. Don't bother looking at them. What I say goes. Lin Hua's attitude was firm. Ming Lang felt a bit annoyed. Although the two with the 3D surround sound were somewhat unsettling, they didn't seem that unpleasant. But Lin Hua's overbearing attitude right from the start was truly unbearable. He twisted his neck and leaned forward to ask Chang Tianlong, didn't you guys beat him up last night? Chang Tianlong chuckled and replied, my dad said to keep a low profile. This humble monk never engages in conflict. Well, that was a pointless question. Ming Lang rolled up his sleeves and made a move to get up. Lin Hua's voice instantly rose sharply, hit me? Do you know that I am a level 50% A-grade genius, and you dare to fight me? Lin Hua's shouting immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the classroom. On the first day of school, there was already a good show to watch, and everyone instinctively cleared a space for Ming Lang and him. Being the center of attention for so many classmates, Lin Hua felt a bit proud and raised his chin, saying, yes, step back, everyone. It wouldn't be good if blood splattered on you. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Huazai standing motionless beside Ming Lang and felt secretly pleased. This guy sure has guts, daring to challenge me. Classmate, I advise you to stand farther away. It wouldn't be good to get hurt later, Lin Hua said, pretending to be profound. Wang Huazai glanced at him and coldly spat out a single word, scram. Lin Hua was stunned and thought to himself, this woman is actually so bold? I got into Imperial Capital University with excellent grades, yet I was assigned to such a trashy department. My first attempt to establish authority in the class, and I got shut down like this? What did you say? Lin Hua's face instantly darkened, and green energy began to flicker around him. Wang Huazai turned his head, coldly staring into Lin Hua's eyes, and clearly repeated, get lost.
You're courting death. Linhua burned with rage, and green energy instantly transformed into a wooden spike, swiftly shooting toward Wang Huazai. The wooden spike brushed past Ming Lang's line of sight. He could have easily swatted it away, but he decided to first observe Wang Huazai's strength. Just as the wooden spike was about to make contact with Wang Huazai, two slender jade-like fingers gently pinched it, trapping the spike between them. Wang Huazai's fingers moved slightly, and the wooden spike was thrown out at twice the speed, instantly piercing through Linhua's ear. Ah! Linhua clutched his ear in pain, blood dripping down from his hand. Just as he was about to retaliate in anger and humiliation, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the classroom, suffocating everyone. Quite energetic, aren't you? With a stern voice, a middle-aged man steadily walked up to the podium. Everyone, return to your seats. His voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to carry immense authority. All the students immediately returned to their seats, not even daring to breathe heavily. Linhua shot a venomous glare at Ming Lang and Wang Huazai before slinking back to his seat. Pretty impressive, Ming Lang quietly praised. Testing? Wang Huazai uttered the two words indifferently, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Ming Lang chuckled and stopped responding. On the podium, the middle-aged man picked up a piece of chalk and wrote three large characters on the blackboard, In Wu Xiao. This is my name, your homeroom teacher. His tone carried authority as his gaze swept over Ming Lang and the others. He continued, during free time, fight all you want. During class, behave yourselves. All the students were instantly in an uproar. It was the first time they had encountered a teacher like this. Ignoring the classmates' discussions, Otanishishu continued, there are no classes today. Tomorrow morning, everyone must arrive at the main campus square to prepare for military training. Class dismissed. After speaking, he walked out of the classroom without looking back. The classmates stared blankly at the empty podium, taking quite a while to recover from their daze. Is this teacher really our homeroom teacher? Isn't this too strange? Aren't teachers supposed to educate students to help each other? Maybe university professors are all like this. I'm starting to feel sad about my college life. Listening to the classmates' discussion, Ming Lang quietly asked Wang Huazai, what's up with this teacher? Wang Huazai rarely showed a hint of helplessness and said flatly, a lunatic, madman? Ming Lang wanted to ask more, but Wang Huazai had already left her seat, leaving him full of confusion. Tomorrow morning at 8, see you at the square. Wang Huazai's tone was cold yet firm, as if it allowed no argument. Watching her departing figure, Ming Lang felt deeply frustrated. What about building a connection? Saying 6 words a day, how could that possibly build anything? Dissatisfied, he got up to leave, only to be blocked by Linhua. Linhua, in contrast to his earlier venomous demeanor, now wore a fake, insincere smile. I got a bit too worked up earlier. As your roommate, I apologize. How about the 4 of us from the dorm have a meal together later to bond a little? Looking at Linhua's face full of scheming, Ming Lang felt even more displeased. Bonding? He had no intention of being a fool. Dean Bai needs to see me about something. Let's talk about the meal another day. Ming Lang politely declined. After speaking, he quickly left the classroom, leaving behind Linhua's angry gaze. His smile vanished instantly, and he secretly vowed in his heart, just you wait, we'll see about that. The 3D duo saw Ming Lang leave and hurriedly gathered around Linhua. Why did he leave? Are we still eating? This monk eats vegetarian. Linhua's face twitched slightly. To avoid affecting his plan, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Let's go, the 3 of us will eat. Ming Lang asked a few people and finally found Bai Xian's office. He knocked on the door and walked in. Bai Xian looked up, her brows slightly furrowed as she reviewed the document in her hand. Do you need something from me? Well, there seems to be something wrong with my energy, Ming Lang said straightforwardly. Bai Xian was startled upon hearing this. She quickly put down the document in her hand and decisively grabbed Ming Lang's wrist. Second stage, 75%. That's pretty fast. There's nothing wrong. Her tone carried a hint of seriousness. Ming Lang had no choice but to explain the situation of how he obtained energy, while simultaneously activating his ability to make the energy manifest. Watching the multicolored energy halo flickering around him, Bai Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Logically, everyone's ability should have only one attribute, and these attributes correspond to specific colors. Seeing Bai Xian remain silent for a long time, Ming Lang couldn't help but ask, Sister Bai, you don't know what's going on either? Didn't the person with the same ability as mine leave any clues before? A trace of complex emotion flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. She shook her head. No, that person has a strange temperament, always acting alone, and left very few clues. Does that mean I can't continue cultivating? Ming Lang asked worriedly. Bai Xian gave him a disdainful look, then turned to take out a completely crystalline jade stone from the cabinet. This is an attribute testing. Stone. Normally, you would all undergo an attribute test after military training. Since there's an issue with your ability, let's test it in advance.
Ming Lang took the jade stone and slowly injected a trace of energy. The surface of the jade stone instantly changed.
The clear, transparent stone suddenly emitted a dazzling rainbow light. As the light faded, 7 colors evenly appeared on the jade stone. 7 attributes?
Bai Xian was greatly shocked.
What 7 attributes? Ming Lang asked curiously.
Bai Xian took the jade stone, carefully confirmed the color proportions, and explained, all abilities are categorized into one attribute: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark.
Each represents a color. Everyone has only one attribute, but you actually have all 7. Ming Lang felt excited and quickly asked, so is this good or bad?
Bai Xian shook her head.
I don't know. No one has ever experienced this situation before.
But one thing is certain, your cultivation speed will be 7 times that of others.
Does that mean I can continue cultivating? Ming Lang's face lit up with excitement, as if he saw infinite possibilities.
Seeing Ming Lang's excited expression, Bai Xian couldn't help but smile and gently tapped his nose with her finger.
Of course you can. Your sister is waiting for you to create miracles. Walking out of the office, Ming Lang gave up on the idea of questioning Wang Huazai.
He felt that exploring some unknown matters would be more interesting.
The next day, Ming Lang arrived early at the Pink Building and blocked Wang Huazai. Good morning. Wang Huazai merely nodded slightly and walked toward the square.
Ming Lang, undeterred, trotted along behind him, secretly resolving to leave a deep impression on Wang Huazai at this gathering.
Upon reaching the square, students from the main campus departments had already arrived, forming a dense crowd. Among the throng, Lumian
immediately spotted Ming Lang and Wang Huazai, his heart burning with anger. However, reason told him that this woman seemed difficult to provoke. Yet, the suppressed anger within him was hard to bear. Just as he was at a loss, his gaze inadvertently fell on a young man surrounded by a group of people.
Squeezing through the crowd, Lumian leaned close to the young man and whispered, Brother Ling, don't you want to know why you're ranked second in the Academy's talent rankings?
Ling Bai suddenly turned his head, a chill instantly enveloping Lumian's entire body.
Why?
Lumian shivered and cautiously said, because Ming Lang's cultivation speed is 7 times yours. Originally, with your SS-level talent, Brother Ling, you were sure to be the top of this year's Imperial capital. But unexpectedly, an SSS-level genius appeared and directly stole your spotlight. What's even more ridiculous is that person's ability has shattered. You tell me, how can such a useless person occupy the top spot?
It's truly unbearable. Ling Bai's eyes grew colder. He was personally selected by the principal of the Imperial Capital University, and his SSS-level ice talent was his proudest asset. However, on the second day of school, he unexpectedly ranked second on the forum's list of prodigies, while the first place was shockingly blank. Who is first? Ling Bai's voice was as piercing as frost, and a sheet of ice rapidly spread from beneath his feet, as if freezing the surrounding air. Lumian looked around and muttered, seems like his name is Ming Lang. I just saw him earlier.
Ling Bai burned with anger, immediately stepping onto the stairs and shouting to the crowd, who is Ming Lang?
Ming Lang, who was trying to approach Wang Huazai, instinctively responded upon hearing someone call him, I am. Who's looking for me?
Before the words were out, a bone-chilling cold enveloped his entire body, and an ice serpent swiftly attacked him. Wang Huazai reacted quickly, pulling Ming Lang behind him with one hand and smashing the ice serpent to pieces with a punch, scattering shards of ice everywhere. Ling Bai wore a cold expression, stepping on frost as he slowly approached the two of them, and said icily, Humph, the so-called number 1 in the Imperial capital is nothing more than a coward hiding behind a woman?
Number 1 in the Imperial capital?
Ming Lang pointed at his own nose, his face full of confusion.
Are you talking about me?
Wang Huazai turned his head and pointed at the forum's list of prodigies, saying, You're number 1.
Ming Lang instantly understood.
It seemed that his enrollment information had been compiled and posted on the list of prodigies. He walked up to Wang Huazai and sharply scrutinized Ling Bai. What does the first place have to do with you?
Why did you suddenly attack me? Ming Lang asked bluntly.
Ling Bai gritted his teeth and forced out a few words, because I'm second. Then, he waved his hand to conjure an ice sword, pointed it at Ming Lang, and said through clenched teeth, Don't hide behind a woman.
Fight me like a man and let's see if your first place is truly deserved.
Ming Lang looked at the teenager in front of him, who was exuding a strong sense of melodramatic flair, and couldn't help but laugh. You're
quite over the top. Didn't your parents tell you to read more books and watch fewer comics?
All this passion is about to fry your brain. Ling Bai was enraged and shouted sharply, How dare you insult me? He then swung his sword at Ming Lang. Facing Ling Bai's icy sword, Ming Lang's lips curled into a wicked smile as he leapt forward to meet the attack. Perfect chance to test myself now, without relying on any special abilities. Just how strong am I? Wang Huazai was about to make a move when he suddenly saw Ming Lang's body shoot out like a cannonball. Two figures collided in an instant, fists meeting sword blades, unleashing a massive burst of energy. Bang! Before everyone could react, the first exchange between the two had already ended. Ming Lang shook his fist, looked at the shattered ice sword, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward as he said, "TSK, this thing is pretty cold." Ling Bai stared in shock at Ming Lang's fist, his heart filled with disbelief. Although his ice sword was just a test, it still contained 1/5 of his energy, yet this kid shattered it with a single punch? Just how powerful is this guy? Hiding among the crowd, Lu Mian was equally dumbfounded, thinking to himself, this guy actually has such immense strength. I'll have to be cautious around him in the future. With that thought, he instinctively tightened his legs, silently on guard. Alright, kid, I heard your ability shattered, but it seems you're not simple at all. Ling Bai tossed aside the broken sword, his energy surging instantly. Ice elements gathered once again on his palms, ready to face the challenge. My ability has indeed shattered. Ming Lang licked his lips, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But does no one allow my fists to be harder? Ling Bai laughed heartily. Then let's see if your fists are harder or my ice is tougher. Just as the two were about to clash again, a dazzling halo suddenly appeared between them, exploding with a bang and blasting them out of the battle zone. Silence! Wei Jingzhen's voice thundered like a roar, stunning the students who had been watching. They all turned to look at the podium. Ling Bai pointed at Ming Lang, then turned and returned to his seat, while Ming Lang glared resentfully at Wei Jingzhen on the podium, thinking, this old man really doesn't know the moment. I was just getting fired up, and now he's killed the mood. Wei Jingzhen swept his gaze across the room, cleared his throat, and spoke with a powerful voice. This year's military training plan has changed. All freshmen will uniformly enter the border battlefield for a 1-month trial. After 1 month, the top 3 will be ranked based on the number of enemies defeated and the results of the military training competition. The winners will receive the school's reward, a spatial wristband. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square instantly erupted. The students became excited one after another. A spatial ring, that's a rare type of storage equipment. Imperial Capital University is really generous. If I could get it, that would be amazing. Stop dreaming. Besides competing, you also have to count the number of enemies killed. Do you even dare to kill the alien races? Wei Jingzhen was very satisfied with the students' reactions and continued, on the battlefield, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to prove yourselves. But you must remember, the guns of the dragon nation must always be aimed at the enemy. Instantly, all eyes in the crowd focused on Ming Lang and Ling Bai. The two of them showed no fear, meeting Wei Jingzhen's gaze as if declaring their determination. Wei Jingzhen smiled faintly, shook his head, and waved his hand grandly. Imperial Capital University, march out. At his command, several military transport planes slowly landed around the square. Under the guidance of their teachers, all the students boarded the planes in an orderly manner. Brother Ling, that guy doesn't look easy to deal with, Lu Mian whispered behind Ling Bai. Ling Bai suddenly stopped, turned around, and grabbed Lu Mian by the collar. Speaking word by word, he said, "Kid, don't play mind games with me, or I'll cut you down." Then, he threw Lu Mian to the ground without a second thought, ignoring the sinister look on Lu Mian's face, and turned to board the plane. The earlier clash made Ling Bai realize that Ming Lang had no energy fluctuations, proving that the other party was fighting him purely with physical strength. Watching Ming Lang boarding the plane outside the cabin, Ling Bai's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. This university, it seems, will be very interesting. Ming Lang boarded the plane and suddenly felt a chill. Looking up, he met Ling Bai's sharp gaze. He thought to himself, this guy is doomed if he keeps reading manga. He's in the late stages of Chinibyu. Shaking his head, Ming Lang took his seat. At the border of Jingu, designated as the destination for the school's military training due to its proximity to the imperial capital, the plane landed smoothly after a half-hour flight. As soon as he got off the plane, Ming Lang saw a row of warriors exuding a bloody aura standing not far away with their hands behind their backs. The leading warrior shouted sternly, "All students, line up according to your departments and classes." The students were startled by the sudden command, and complaints arose one after another as they hurried to their class positions. "Now, all instructors, lead your classes and run back and forth along the borderline 10 times. The students' complaints grew louder. "We have to run as soon as we land? No time to rest? This is clearly bullying us because we don't have a teacher with us." The leading soldier heard the students' wails, furrowed his brows, and roared, "Shut up! Right now, you are not students, not prodigies. You are just ordinary border soldiers. Soldiers must obey orders. Now, go run." This furious roar, infused with immense energy, made everyone's ears ache. Seeing the leading soldier's uncompromising expression, the students dared not say more and could only follow their respective instructors and start running. After the last class was taken away, the leading instructor slowly walked over to the class where Ming Lang was, swept a glance at the students, his face full of disdain, and said coldly, "You don't need to run. Your school has already explained that the students in this class were specially recruited and are not part of the combat sequence." The classmates initially thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, but the leading warrior's next words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing their excitement. "Since you don't belong to the combat sequence, you're not considered warriors. The battlefield doesn't need idle people. You can muddle through here for a month, then get lost." After speaking, the leading warrior strode away, leaving behind a group of classmates with faces full of indignation. They looked at each other, anger and helplessness intertwined. "What is this? Pure discrimination," one classmate couldn't help but question. "Who says we're not warriors? We just don't have exceptional abilities," another classmate protested angrily, "daring to look down on us." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and a flame of defiance ignited in everyone's hearts. At this moment, billowing dust suddenly rose from the forest outside the border, and piercing alarm sounds abruptly rang out. Dozens of border soldiers rushed out, led by the soldier from earlier. As he passed by Ming Lang and the others, he cast a suspicious glance at them and shouted sternly, "Quickly retreat to the safe zone. Don't get in the way here." Immediately, he led the team swiftly into the forest, and moments later, the sound of fierce fighting came from deep within the woods. "It's a beast tide," Chang Tianlong suddenly exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. Ming Lang glanced at him, his heart tightening, and asked, "Are you sure?" "Sure, I can hear the cries of countless beasts in the forest." Chang Tianlong's voice carried a hint of trembling. Ming Lang pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the entire class. Seeing the unwillingness on his classmates' faces, he mustered the courage to say, "Classmates, since they look down on us, why don't we prove ourselves?" The whole class was stunned. Their class was mostly composed of B-level ability users, with all sorts of strange and unique powers gathered together. Originally, they just wanted to graduate peacefully from Imperial Capital University, but the humiliation from that leading warrior earlier was unbearable. After Ming Lang's encouragement, everyone's passion was instantly ignited. "Damn it! Why do they say that about us?" a classmate roared angrily. "Yes, let them see that we are also students of the Imperial Capital University," another classmate said firmly. "Classmate, tell us what we should do." Everyone looked at Ming Lang with anticipation. Seeing that his classmates had already been inspired, Ming Lang began to explain his plan. "I don't know what your abilities are, but to be admitted to this class, everyone must have their own strengths. Chang Tianlong can use beast language to inform us of the enemy's position. Our task is to assist the border warriors as much as possible in repelling the enemy. Let them see whether we are qualified to be students of the Imperial Capital University and whether we are worthy of becoming warriors of the Dragon Nation." Ming Lang's words ignited the passion of everyone present. Various colors of energy instantly burst forth from their bodies, as if declaring their determination. Ming Lang gazed at the energy halos continuously rising from the forest, his heart surging with excitement. He stretched his limbs and said, "Everyone, stay safe. Now, it's time for us to prove ourselves." Ming Lang took the lead and charged forward, with the students behind him following without hesitation, mobilizing their abilities as they surged ahead with unstoppable momentum. Deep in the forest, Mang Yonggang was fighting with all his might, the spear in his hand whirling like the wind. He had initially thought that the freshmen sent by Imperial Capital University would be the hope of the border defense, but upon meeting them, he was utterly disappointed. These students lacked the awareness expected of Dragon Nation warriors, and some schools even prohibited them from participating in combat sequences. "Damn it, what do those people take the border for?" Meng Yonggang cursed inwardly as he thrust his spear into the giant bear in front of him. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Turning around, he saw the very students he had just reprimanded rushing toward him like the wind. "What are you here to mess up for?" Meng Yonggang roared angrily, but the student completely ignored him, swiftly darting past his side. Bang! Roar! The beast's wailing echoed, and Meng Yonggang immediately raised his spear. Although he looked down on these students, he knew that if any of them got injured, it would be a big problem. He quickly turned around, only to see the giant bear that had just been stabbed down somehow standing up again. In front of it, a student gripped a dagger and fiercely stabbed it into the bear's forehead. "Coach, getting distracted during a fight isn't good." Ming Lang pulled out the dagger, kicked the giant bear far away, and flashed a mischievous smile at Meng Yonggang.
Meng Yonggang was furious, reckless. How dare you join the fight without permission? Ming Lang casually dug his ear and pointed at the giant bear's corpse in the distance, saying, if it weren't for me, you'd probably have been smashed into a meat patty by this stupid bear. And it's not just me, look. Meng Yonggang followed Ming Lang's gesture and suddenly looked around. To his astonishment, he discovered that the border warriors, who had been struggling to hold their ground moments ago, now had several helpers beside them, those very students he had previously dismissed. At the rear of the battlefield, a short boy's hands flickered with energy as he distributed daggers like raindrops to the crowd. In the center of the battlefield, another boy was controlling a massive cockroach, tearing apart the beasts ahead. Not far away, a golden, radiant Buddha statue emitted a brilliant glow, invigorating the warriors it touched, filling them with boundless fighting spirit. What shocked Meng Yonggang the most was at the front of the battlefield, a cold and stunning young woman tore apart a ferocious tiger with sheer strength. Across the battlefield, various supernatural abilities emerged one after another. While they couldn't directly kill the enemies, they played a significant role in turning the tide. Seeing that the situation had been reversed, Meng Yonggang was momentarily unable to accept it. These students, whom he had thought were just muddling through, had unexpectedly become the key to the battle. Drill instructor. If you don't act soon, the beast tide will retreat. Don't forget to count our points for this fight. A cheerful voice pulled Meng Yonggang back to reality from his shock. Seeing the mischievous boy in front of him, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The beast tide doesn't count as alien races, no points added, he said coldly, then left the dumbfounded boy behind and quickly charged into the battlefield. Damn it, miscalculated. Ming Lang cursed under his breath, casually throwing a dagger that landed squarely, killing a wolf attempting to approach him. With the classmates joining in, the beast tide was quickly repelled. Looking at the ground covered with beast corpses, Meng Yonggang raised his spear and shouted, brothers, extra dinner tonight, a full beast feast. The warriors immediately erupted in cheers. As for you, Meng Yanggang's tone shifted, pointing at a group of students, joining the battle without permission, 50 points deducted from each of you. What? We fought so desperately, and yet they still deducted points. That's too much. Ming Lang waved his hand to interrupt the commotion among his classmates, glaring coldly at Meng Yonggang. Instructor, are you joking? Meng Yonggang sneered. Here, I am the order. There are no jokes. Then, he slammed the gun barrel heavily in front of Ming Lang and asked with a cold smile, kid, you were the one who incited them, weren't you? What's your name? Ming Lang, he answered firmly, his gaze fixed intently on the gun barrel on the ground. Are you Ming Lang? Upon hearing this name, Meng Yonggang and many of the border soldiers showed peculiar expressions on their faces. After pondering for a moment, Meng Yanggang's face revealed a strange look. Since you want to join the battle, the lighthouse area on the northern border will be assigned to your class. From today until the end of the trial, that will be your territory. A soldier behind him couldn't help but step forward upon hearing this. Captain. Meng Yonggang immediately glared back, then pointed at the beasts on the ground and said, take as many of the beasts on the ground as you can. They will be your supplies during the trial. All right, dismiss. After saying this, he gave the students no chance to argue and left with the soldiers. Ming Lang watched their retreating figures, a deep sense of loss welling up in his heart. He originally intended to lead his classmates in overcoming the instructor's prejudice against them, but unexpectedly ended up in such a situation. Classmates, I'm sorry. It was my miscalculation that dragged you all into this. All the classmates exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Haha, I've never felt so exhilarated. Just now, I actually killed a tiger. I'm the same. In high school, I was always seen as the bottom of the class. Today, I finally fought to my heart's content. Ming, no one blames you. If it weren't for your idea, we probably would have just muddled through the month. Looking at the simple yet excited faces, Ming Lang felt a bit uneasy. Weren't these students just like warriors on the frontier? Unnoticed, regarded as useless with no future. What could he do? Lead them to become stronger? Just as Ming Lang was feeling lost, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. You can do it, Wang Huazai said casually, then walked over to the group of classmates. Yes, I can. I possess the knowledge of over a decade from my previous life, and I have the limitless potential of an SSS-level talent. Why can't I lead them to make a name for ourselves in the Dragon Nation? Ming Lang's bright gaze gradually became resolute, the earlier confusion completely swept away. He swung his right fist in the air and shouted, let's go. We still have so much beast meat. Let's go back and throw a beast feast. Lin Hua's voice suddenly chimed in. Ming Lang is right. Let's go back and throw a beast feast. Ming Lang glanced at him. During the earlier battle, Lin Hua's figure had been nowhere to be seen, yet now he suddenly appeared and was so Supportive of him? Perhaps the thoughts of children change quickly. Ming Lang shook his head and joined the group carrying the wild beasts. In the dark forest, Mang Yonggang watched the beasts that had been almost entirely hauled away by the students, his face twitching uncontrollably. These little brats, taking so much, can they even finish it all? And that big oaf, using cockroaches to carry off 3 giant bears, it's really worrying. The warriors behind him looked at Meng Yanggang's trembling with anger back and silently cursed in their hearts. Serves you right, trying to act cool. And now you're throwing an all-beast feast tonight? Captain, are you really letting them go to the lighthouse? There's never been any alien race activity there before. For them, this might. A warrior didn't finish his sentence, just looked at Meng Yonggang with some concern.
Meng Yonggang stood up, looking heartbroken at the ravaged battlefield.
It's fine, old Song is there.
Stop standing around, grab a couple of the leftovers and head back.
Forget the all-beast feast, we'll just have soup.
At this moment, Ming Lang and his group had no idea that the beast they had despised and discarded was being carried back like a treasure by a few warriors with resentful expressions. The students from other academies had already finished their laps and were sitting on the ground, gasping for breath.
Among the crowd, the sharp-eyed Lu Mian immediately spotted Ming Lang and his group marching over with the beast in tow. Well, aren't these the students from the Academy of Academic Research? We didn't see you earlier and thought you had chickened out, but it turns out you were out hunting.
For us.
Lu Mian's sarcastic tone instantly drew everyone's attention.
Seeing the fresh beast meat on Ming Lang and his group, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Since morning, many of them hadn't had a single drop of water and were already starving. Just as everyone was eagerly hoping the food would come their way, Ming Lang and his group walked past them, chatting and laughing, without any intention of stopping.
Stop! Where are you going? Leave the food behind.
Students from other academies saw Ming Liang and his group preparing to leave and immediately stood up, shouting. The students from the academic department merely glanced indifferently at those shouting, then walked northward without looking back. Lin Hua, however, shouted, "This was fought for by Ming Liang leading us.
You want to eat? Dream on."
Ming Liang glanced at the arrogant Lin Hua out of the corner of his eye, silently noting this person in his mind, thinking that this guy would surely cause him trouble in the future.
The students stared blankly as Ming Liang and his group walked away, their hearts burning with rage like an erupting volcano. Damn, those trash from the garbage academy, what's there to be so arrogant about? Exactly, they don't even qualify for the combat sequence. Humph, if we hadn't gone for a run, how could they have had the chance to hunt so many prey? Just as they were sourly gossiping, Mang Yonggang returned with the warriors. The students, upon seeing the fresh and delicious beast meat on the warriors, instantly replaced their earlier disappointed expressions with smiles. What are you looking at?
Mang Yonggang stepped forward, his gaze sweeping around like a blade.
This food was earned through our life and death battles and has nothing to do with you. Look at yourselves, do you even resemble warriors of the Dragon Nation? The school has prepared compressed rations for you. Once dismissed, go get them yourselves. The classmates, watching the delicious beast meat slip away from them once again, felt an even stronger bitterness in their mouths, and their resentment toward Ming Liang deepened further. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the students from the academic department finally saw a solitary lighthouse. As they got closer, they saw an elderly man with a weary demeanor sitting on the beach, smoking a pipe. When he saw Ming Lang and the others appear, the old man shakily stood up, and his cloudy eyes instantly gleamed with green light. So many beasts, enough to eat for a while. Put them all in the lower warehouse.
The old man's blunt words made everyone frown and look at Ming Lang in unison, unconsciously treating him as their backbone.
Ming Lang dropped the beast in his hand and politely asked, "Sir, this is the Northern Border Lighthouse, right? We are students from the Imperial Capital University, here too. Didn't you hear what I said?" The old man interrupted Ming Lang. "I know who you are. Girls on the 4th floor, boys on the 2nd floor. Every night, the boys take turns keeping watch. If you don't stay, then leave." The old man appeared frail, yet his words were firm and powerful. Under the eaves, Ming Lang shook his head helplessly at his classmates, and they quieted down and busied themselves. Once everything was settled, Ming Lang and his classmates officially began their trial life.
However, as the days went by, they found that life here was no different from idling away their time, watching students from other academies being led by instructors every day to search for alien races and earn points, while they could only bitterly guard the lighthouse to pass the days. However, the old lighthouse veteran, Old Song, did not forget about them. This old man's greatest joy every day was to suddenly appear beside a classmate, then kick them on the butt and dash away, regardless of gender.
Old Song was an agility-type ability user, and apart from Ming Lang, none of the classmates could match his speed. Because of this, the students were so worried that they wished they could sleep with one eye open. Over time, everyone developed the skill of identifying his position by sound. As soon as there was any movement, no matter what they were doing, they would react quickly, only to get kicked on the butt by Old Song again. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained in the trial. Watching students from other academies earn points in large amounts every day, the students from the academic department felt as if the school's rewards were waving goodbye to them. At night, the 4 people in Ming Lang's dormitory wandered aimlessly along the seaside, engaging in what they called a night watch activity. Although it was called a night watch, the lighthouse seemed to have been forgotten by the world, with not even a trace of the alien races approaching it. Ming Lang, why do you think we came here for this trial? To humiliate ourselves? Lin Hua kicked the gravel on the ground, grumbling incessantly. Ming Lang glanced at him, feeling that something seemed off about this person. On the first day of school, there had been such a big conflict, yet now he seemed to be deliberately trying to get close to him. I don't know. Anyway, it's almost over, so let's just get it done. Just as the 4 of them were about to complete this patrol, a few drifting figures on the sea caught Ming Lang's attention. Ming Lang took a closer look and saw the dark shadow emerging with the waves, rapidly approaching the border. It's the aliens. Send the signal. Ming Lang made a decisive call, urging the 3 to take out their signal guns and fire into the sky. 4 red flares shot straight into the sky, piercing the night with sharp whistling sounds, illuminating the sea surface brightly. It's you again. Ming Lang recognized the aliens on the sea and immediately flared up with anger. The rest of the alien races were unfamiliar to him, but the few hideous sea yakshas were something he could never forget in his lifetime. Hearing the gunshots, the students from the academic department were the first to arrive at the seaside. It was only after a long while that students from other colleges showed up, led by their instructors. So many alien races, this time we're really hitting the jackpot. The top spot on the leaderboard is mine and mine alone. The students from other academies excitedly discussed by the seaside, but Ming Liang scoffed at them. He understood in his heart that the alien creatures those academies had slain in the past few days were merely some ordinary scattered beasts, completely incomparable to the alien army before them. Meng Yonggang's expression was grave as he stared at the sea and asked, "Who discovered the aliens?" "Me." Ming Liang's voice drew Meng Yonggang's attention. At this moment, the students of the academic department were all on high alert, forming a stark contrast to the cowardice of the other academies. The students from the other academies still treated this trial as a school lesson, completely unaware of the severity of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the students of the academic department, having experienced a great battle on the very first day, were already eager for a real fight. Meng Yonggang nodded and quickly issued orders, "All border warriors, prepare to engage. Imperial capital students, assist in the attack. Tank squad, prepare to fire." Everyone immediately entered combat mode, and the entire borderline was instantly shrouded in a thick atmosphere of gunpowder smoke. Boom! The heavy sound of chains drew the attention of all the students as several steel war tanks slowly approached. The students were puzzled. What use are these tanks on the battlefield? Why use them in battles between ability users? Better than nothing. Even if it doesn't hit, it can still intimidate the opponent with its momentum. Listening to the students' discussions, Ming Lang felt a pang in his heart. What do you know? This is my invention. But the border military is too much. They actually plagiarized my idea. Over a dozen cannons were neatly arranged, their barrels pointing toward the sea. Just as the alien army was about to cross the border, Meng Yonggang shouted loudly, "Fire!" All the cannons fired simultaneously, countless fiery serpents instantly flying toward the sea. Sizzle! White phosphorus grenades exploded in the air, flames instantly sweeping through the alien army, and the sound of water shields shattering echoed continuously. "Everyone, charge with me," Meng Yonggang commanded, leading all the warriors into battle. The students of the Imperial Capital University were also inspired, gathering their energy and charging out as well. At this moment, the entire sea surface was illuminated with colorful energy, halos, the sounds of battle reverberating through the night sky. The alien army, now unprotected by their water shields, was instantly cut down in swathes by the warriors of the Dragon Nation. Haha, these aliens aren't so scary after all. Classmates, the time has come to make contributions to Dragon Country. Ming Lang killed the alien in front of him with a single punch. Feeling the power in his hand, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. This sensation. He found another alien and fiercely punched its head, only to discover that the alien, which had been sent flying by his punch, didn't die. It twisted its neck and stood up again, just as he thought. Ming Lang immediately realized the problem and shouted urgently, "Everyone, fall back." The students from the academic department quickly retreated to Ming Lang's side upon hearing the command, while students from other academies showed disdain for him and continued their assault on the alien race. Meng Yonggang heard Ming Lang shout and swiftly moved to his side, asking sternly, "Why are you disrupting morale?" Do you know the consequences of doing this? Ming Lang wasted no words, grabbed the alien corpse floating on the sea, and held it up in front of Meng Yonggang. Look! Upon seeing the alien corpse, Meng Yonggang's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart tightened. How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. The corpse, which was already as dead as could be, suddenly had a layer of water shield appear on its body. Through the shield, the skin that had just been scorched seemed to undergo a bizarre regeneration. The white phosphorus rounds aren't working? Meng Yonggang hurriedly grabbed the corpse and examined it closely, his heart filled with anxiety. No, the white phosphorus rounds are still effective. It's just that they've understood the properties of the rounds and found a way to counter them, Ming Lang analyzed calmly. He frowned and scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, the battle was not as smooth as before. Many students were injured, retreating to the rear while wailing, and the scene was a complete mess. Watching the alien army approach step by step, Ming Lang's brain worked rapidly, cursing inwardly, damn, I actually forgot that white phosphorus spheres being cut off from air. In the last battle, the aliens were unprepared, and Bai Xian swiftly killed them before they could reform their water shield. But this time, the alien army was clearly prepared, and their side lacked any top-tier experts. Meng Yonggang, have you called for reinforcements? Ming Lang asked desperately. The expert from the 12th floor won't arrive for another half hour. Meng Yonggang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Ming Lang glanced at the battlefield situation. The number of alien forces was increasing, and relying solely on the border warriors and a group of freshmen was far from enough to hold out for so long. Captain, give me 5 minutes, ask your warriors to hold on a little longer. Ming Lang shouted, then sprinted off into the distance. Meng Yonggang nodded woodenly, not knowing why he felt compelled to listen to Ming Lang. However, given the circumstances, he could only place his hopes on this genius youth, widely rumored in the military. After some searching, Ming Lang finally spotted Ling Bai and immediately pulled him out of the battle. Second brother, how about I take you to show off a bit? Ming Lang said mysteriously. Looking at Ming Lang's smiling face, Ling Bai felt annoyed. Who the heck is the second brother? Why aren't you fighting and dragging me along? Hey, damn it, stop pulling. Ming Lang gave Ling Bai no chance to argue, dragging him straight toward his own class. Ling Bai, a second-tier ice ability user, was helplessly carried off like a chick, feeling both frustrated and angry. I'm telling you, it's no use threatening me now. I'm already first on the leaderboard, you've got no chance. Ming Lang glanced at him sideways, shook his head helplessly, but didn't slow down a bit. Stop yapping, in a moment, bro will make you a god. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at Ming Lang's class. The students from the academic department stared at Ling Bai and Ming Lang's hands, all dumbfounded. Ling Bai was a famous high school student across the entire Dragon Nation. His family had generations of ice element ability inheritance. Even at the prestigious Imperial Capital University, where talents were abundant, he was a top-tier presence. Now, however, he was being held by Ming Lang like a little chick, and everyone's admiration for Ming Lang deepened even further. Enough! Ling Bai finally couldn't bear it anymore, broke free from Ming Lang's grip, and roared angrily, "You academic department cowards, don't drag me into being a turtle hiding in its shell. I'm not like you bunch of trash." With one sentence, the entire academic department showed expressions of anger, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Ming Lang raised his hand to stop his classmates' agitation and said with a smile, "Do you think you alone can change the tide of battle? If you keep persisting like this, don't you think you'll end up dying here just like us trash?" Ling Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. He also understood that the teachers from the school did not participate in this trial, and without rescue, defeat was only a matter of time. Seeing Ling Bai remain silent, Ming Lang threw an arm around his shoulder and said cheekily, "There's still half an hour until rescue arrives. During this half hour, I plan to have you cooperate with us losers and make you the most dazzling presence among this year's freshmen." Ling Bai cast a doubtful glance at him. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Ming Lang nodded firmly. Ling Bai was still somewhat skeptical. "What are you planning to do?" Ming Lang organized his thoughts and laid out his plan with ease. After listening, the entire academic department's students erupted in an uproar. A month into the trial, their own class hadn't earned a single point, and now they were supposed to help someone else, someone who even had a misunderstanding with them. Ming Lang forced a bitter smile, feeling helpless, and explained, "In this situation, if we can't hold out until rescue arrives, we'll all die here." "Is that what you want?" The classmates immediately fell silent, starting to ponder. Ling Bai thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. But I won't take all the credit for myself, I'll share it equally with you all when the time comes." Ming Lang looked at him in surprise, thinking to himself that this fool wasn't so annoying after all.
On the battlefield, all the students had lost their previous arrogance. Watching the increasing number of alien races, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. But seeing the border warriors standing at the forefront, the pride in their hearts drove them not to retreat. They continued to launch attacks against the alien races, with flames of determination igniting in their eyes. Suddenly, everyone present felt the surrounding air grow much colder. The howling night wind swept through, seemingly mixed with shards of ice. Ice Age! A voice seemingly emanating from the depths of extreme cold instantly drew the attention of everyone present. As the crowd looked up, they saw a solitary figure, standing in mid-air. Surrounded by a bluish-white halo, if not for the comical little pinwheel atop his head, he would truly resemble a god of ice and war. It's Ling Bai. Among the students, someone immediately recognized the owner of the voice and shouted his name loudly. Ling Bai smiled proudly as ice element energy poured forth. The moment it touched the surface of the sea, the water instantly froze into ice, rapidly spreading toward the alien army. The ice surface bypassed the warriors at the front, surging toward the aliens. Upon contact, the lower-tier aliens were instantly frozen in place, turning into ice sculptures. On the coastline, Ming Lang gazed up at the invincible Ling Bai above, his eyes filled with envy. Why is their superpower so cool, but mine can't materialize? Ming Lang secretly felt jealous in his heart, his eyes shimmering with a longing glow. Hey, I say, that little windmill on his head, was that intentional? Ming Lang curled his lips and turned to ask a classmate. The classmate chuckled. Yeah, who told him to be so cocky? Actually, I could directly use my superpower on him to make him fly. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. It turned out that Ming Lang's earlier plan was to have this classmate, who could grant others the ability to fly, send Ling Bai into the sky, and then have Yuan Ju's Buddha superpower continuously amplify Ling Bai. And most importantly, the girl in the class named Xiaolan. Ling Bai is currently only at Tier 2 and cannot freeze a large area of the sea surface. Xiaolan's ability happens to be catalysis. She can greatly enhance others' abilities, making their powers even stronger. In short, the ultimate goal of doing this is to make the alien race believe that Ling Bai is a master, thereby intimidating them. Xiaolan, can you still hold on? Ming Lang looked at the sweat dripping from Xiaolan's forehead and asked worriedly. Xiaolan's face was somewhat pale, and she weakly replied, I've consumed too much, my energy is almost depleted. At this moment, a male classmate stepped forward and said firmly, let me do it. My ability is transmission, you can gather your energy and I'll transfer it to Xiaolan. Everyone stopped hesitating after hearing this and began channeling energy into the boy's body. His body instantly swelled up like a balloon, and he quickly placed one hand on Xiaolan's back. With the replenishment of energy, Xiaolan's complexion improved slightly, and the energy halo on her hands radiated once more, shining like the stars. The alien army watched as the ice rapidly surged toward them, freezing their companions into sculptures. Their eyes were filled with panic as they temporarily retreated from the area touched by the ice. After a while, they noticed that the humans seemed unwilling to press their advantage, so they tentatively launched another counterattack. Snap! With the first sound of the ice breaking, Ling Bai exhausted all his energy and suddenly plummeted from the sky, falling like a shooting star. Fake! Someone among the aliens let out the first angry roar, and immediately all the aliens rushed back in, furious and ferocious. Ming Lang pulled the limp Ling Bai out of the sea. Watching the alien army regroup and surge forward, he shook his head with a bitter smile. On the shore, Xiaolan panted heavily, her expression gloomy as she gazed at the sea and murmured, Did we lose? Ming Lang glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes left before the half-hour mark. But in these few minutes, could everyone hold off the tide-like onslaught of the alien forces? The anxiety in his heart surged like a raging storm, impossible to calm. Tragedy, heroism, anger, an array of indescribable emotions surged in the hearts of all the students. Under Meng Yonggang's leadership, thousands of border warriors held the front line with all their might. Blood and shattered ice intertwined, forming a shocking red barrier on the sea surface. Second brother, take a good rest. If I die, the title of the capital's #1 will be yours. Ming Lang patted Ling Bai's shoulder, stood up, and walked toward the alien forces. I won't use it. Even if I have to bite them with my teeth, I'll bite them to death. Ling Bai trembled as he stood up, took 2 steps, and then heavily fell to the ground again. Idiot! Ming Lang shook his head with a smile, then looked up, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. His muscles tensed all over his body as he roared, Bastards! It's time to settle the score. Ming Lang targeted a sea yaksha, his body shooting out like a cannonball and slamming fiercely into the opponent. Bang! The immense force punched the sea yaksha into the seabed. Without caring whether it lived or died, Ming Lang continued searching for his next opponent. Pushing his physical limits, Ming Lang relied on his formidable physique, landing every punch squarely on the faces of the alien creatures. One after another, Ming Lang fought with fervor, leaving low-level high-level aliens in his wake, all falling at his hands. Finally, the blood-soaked young man caught the attention of high-level alien creatures, and 7 or 8 sixth-tier aliens surrounded him from all directions. Just as Ming Lang prepared himself and got ready to break through, an aged voice sounded from behind the aliens. "Watch your back." Poof! As soon as the voice fell, the head of one alien flew off instantly. Through the gap, Ming Lang saw Old Song hunched over, holding a short sword, and smiling warmly at him. "Kid, don't get distracted." Old Song swung his sword again, killing another alien beside him, then leapt past Ming Lang and stabbed an alien attempting to ambush him straight through. Ming Lang snapped out of his shock. Although he had long realized Old Song was strong, he hadn't expected him to be so powerful that killing 6th-tier aliens was as effortless as slicing vegetables. The old man and the young man moved like the wind, weaving through the battlefield, leaving blood splatters wherever they passed. Ugh! Cough! Finally, Ming Lang, exhausted and drained of energy, could no longer hold on. He was struck in the chest by an alien's blow and sent flying backward. "Can't hold on anymore?" A cold voice caught him, then immediately flung him away from the battlefield. Wang Huazai, the woman who had been watching Ming Lang closely from the beginning, finally revealed her fangs. If Old Song was the ghost of the battlefield, then Wang Huazai was a heavy artillery cannon. Brutal! Ming Lang watched Wang Huazai's unpretentious punch directly obliterate a 6th-tier alien, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In just a few minutes, it felt like years had passed for everyone. Except for Old Song and Wang Huazai, exhaustion was evident on everyone's faces. Even the battle-hardened border warriors were suffocated by the relentless attacks of the aliens. Has the rescue not arrived yet? Ming Lang could no longer stand, watching the aliens approach step by step. The breath in his chest transformed into a shout, a skyward roar. "Damn rescue! Still not here!" Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark red halos. The halos exploded, and fireballs rained down rapidly. The fireballs seemed to have a mind of their own, striking the alien beings with pinpoint accuracy. Invade the borders of the Dragon Nation, and die. A long roar pierced through the night sky as a figure engulfed in flames charged into the battlefield. The violent fire energy instantly ignited the entire battleground. "Flame path!" The figure shouted loudly, and a fiery ribbon hundreds of meters wide shot out, spreading rapidly like a rainbow. The entire alien army was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Wherever the flames passed, the stench of charred flesh rose to the heavens. Ugh! With the first sound of retching, the students began vomiting one after another. It wasn't just the smell, the scene before them was far too horrifying. Charred alien corpses lay scattered in disarray, and fresh blood faintly seeped through their blackened, brown skin. "It's the Flame Emperor! Retreat!" The alien army no longer had the courage to continue fighting. Staring at the figure within the flames, they all showed expressions of terror and quickly retreated. Did we win? Those present looked at the rapidly retreating alien army, their faces filled with disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, they thought they were about to sacrifice their lives for the nation. Unexpectedly, the arrival of that flaming figure instantly drove the enemy away. Is this what it means to be powerful? The joy of victory did not come from anyone's mouth. The students simply and silently helped their classmates and soldiers nearby to their feet and headed toward the shore. Perhaps it was only at this moment that they truly understood the battlefield was nothing like they had imagined. Those self-proclaimed prides might just be a mere flick of the fingers for the strong. The flaming figure stood quietly on the surface of the sea, only turning to leave the battlefield after seeing the last alien disappear beyond the horizon. Upon seeing Ming Lang sitting dazed on the ground, the figure smiled faintly and walked toward him step by step. Ming Lang was just feeling gratified that his classmates had finally come to their senses, nodding in satisfaction, when he suddenly noticed the temperature around him rising. He looked up abruptly, only to see the fiery figure standing right in front of him. What the heck? Did I curse too early just now, and he heard it? Feeling uneasy, Ming Lang slowly stood up, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Senior, sorry about that, I didn't mean it." The figure waved his hand, causing the flames around him to dissipate, revealing a face full of roguish charm. Smack! The figure slapped Ming Lang on the head and laughed, scolding, "Senior, my foot, I'm your uncle." Uncle? Ming Lang was a bit confused. I only see my mom once a year, and now you're telling me you're my uncle? Dianzai saw Ming Lang's disbelief and slapped him on the head again. You brat, didn't your mom ever mention me? As he spoke, Dianzai took out his phone and opened a photo. It was a picture of Dianzai and Ming Lang's mother, Bianzhu, together. Ming Lang took a closer look. The two people in the photo did indeed resemble each other somewhat, and judging by their intimate posture, they were likely siblings. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ming Lang plopped back down on the ground and complained, "Uncle, you sure took your time getting here. If you'd been any later, we'd already be having the banquet." Dianzai chuckled and cursed,
sitting down next to Ming Lang.
I came as soon as I got the message, rushed as fast as I could, and luckily didn't miss a beat. I'll be staying here for the next few days until your big competition is over.
Competition? Oh, shoot. A month of night watch had made Ming Lang completely forget about the trial competition. Without caring
about Bianzai's attempt to strengthen the bond between uncle and nephew, he lifted his rear and dashed toward the lighthouse.
Watching Ming Lang's hurried figure, Bianzai smiled and shook his head. After all, we haven't met before, so the familial bond isn't that strong. It'll take time.
Ha, wait, that kid didn't curse at me just now, did he? At this moment, Ming Lang was completely unaware of Bianzai's inner grievance. During the recent battle, he had already felt that the container holding his energy was full. Forced by the fight, he didn't dare to break through directly,
fearing any unexpected mishaps.
Now that the battle was over, he felt his energy was about to overflow and needed to advance immediately. Moreover, Ming Lang was particularly interested in the reward for first place in the competition.
Returning to the lighthouse, Ming Lang began to sense his energy.
So, energy can also be gained during battles.
Second tier, 100%. Ming Lang muttered to himself, filled with anticipation, and began advancing. Unlike the last time, this time he didn't hear a popping sound.
Instead, as he successfully advanced, the container holding his energy suddenly disappeared. Without support, all the energy poured out, slowly merging into his bloodstream. Ming Lang exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, clearly feeling that his body had become much lighter and his perception of the surrounding energies had grown sharper.
Stretching his limbs, Ming Lang tried to mobilize the energy, excitedly studying his newfound abilities. Tier 3 now, he wondered what changes his powers would undergo.
A resolute gleam flickered in his eyes as he silently vowed, "This time, I will surpass everyone." 7-colored energy emerged, and Ming Lang once again saw that book of abilities. This time, he wasn't as rushed as before, carefully examining the book. The brownish-yellow leather-bound book faintly glimmered, and the gears on the cover slowly turned as energy flowed into it, as if waiting for his call. The book opened once again, skipping the first chapter and flipping directly to the second chapter.
Chapter 2, The Core of Power.
Just as Ming Lang was wondering what this chapter was about, the Book of Abilities suddenly radiated a brilliant light, with a stream of 7-colored rays shooting straight into his right arm. The light lasted for a while, and as the Book of Abilities disappeared, the radiance gradually faded, leaving behind only a thrilling sense of anticipation. Ming Lang reached out to take a look and discovered a bracer as thin as a cicada's wing tightly fitted to his right arm. Several grooves with a highly technological design were engraved on the wrist area of the bracer, emitting a faint glow.
What is this?
Ming Lang moved his arm around and felt as though the bracer had become one with him, to the point where he could hardly sense its presence. "Sir, this is the core of power. You can absorb energy from various attribute ability crystals and infuse it into this, granting your weapon corresponding attribute capabilities," Steel Egg's voice echoed in his mind. Ming Lang took a closer look and indeed found different colored scales on each groove. His heart trembled.
Attribute power?
No wonder I can absorb 7 different types of energy. So that's how it works. Having figured out the problem that had troubled him for days, Ming Lang put away the armguard, stretched lazily, and his joints made cracking sounds, feeling incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, he felt that the power within his body seemed even more abundant than before.
Could it be that as my rank increases, my physique also strengthens? With doubt, Ming Lang punched the wall. Boom!
Dust rose everywhere, and the wall of the lighthouse was immediately blasted into a large hole by him.
Whoa, this strong?
Just as Ming Lang was excited about his transformation, Old Song, who had returned from the battlefield, walked in with his hands behind his back. Glancing at the wall that had been broken by Ming Lang, Old Song's face twitched, and he cursed, "You brat, are you planning to tear down my house before you leave?" Ming Lang gave an apologetic smile and scratched his head awkwardly.
Old Song gave Ming Lang a strange look and asked, "Third tier already?" Ming Lang nodded.
"Not bad, advancing to tier 3 in just a month, that's frighteningly fast." Old Song gave a thumbs up, but before Ming Liang could feel happy, Old Song continued, "That still doesn't give you a reason to tear down my house. Fix it before you leave, or I'll kick you to death."
After saying that, Old Song turned to leave. Ming Liang quickly called out to him and asked, "Uncle Song, have you been ambushing us all these days to train our vigilance?"
Old Song chuckled, "Train my ass." With that, he left the room directly.
Ming Liang stared blankly at the doorway, realizing in his heart that Old Song was definitely not ordinary.
A regular person could never easily slay a tier 6 exotic beast. Shaking his head, Ming Liang gave an awkward smile, thinking that it no longer mattered who it was, as he would be leaving after the big competition the day after tomorrow anyway. While Ming Lang was adjusting to his third-tier body, in a dark corner, two furtive figures gathered together.
Will this work? One figure asked hesitantly, sounding doubtful. No problem. I've read ancient texts at home.
Doing this will definitely ruin him completely, and he might even be directly eliminated by Dragon Nation, the other figure said confidently.
Alright then, let's see how arrogant he can be this time. After insulting me so many times, doing this is letting him off easy.
That night, the leaders of various departments at Imperial Capital University received the news and rushed over immediately.
Although they were a
step late, upon seeing that no students had lost their lives, Wei Jingjin ordered the trial to end and the competition to be brought forward. Since the students had already understood the essence of the trial, there was no need to risk staying here any longer. Moreover, most of these freshmen, who hadn't even reached the second tier, would only be a hindrance if they remained.
Upon receiving the notice, all the students were naturally delighted.
After a night of rest and recovery under the care of the medical department's director the next day, they prepared to begin the final competition. Early on the third day, all the students gathered neatly at the training ground. Looking around, the initial naivety they had upon arrival was gone, and every face seemed to have matured somewhat. On the podium, Wei Jingjin and several department directors observed the students' transformation and nodded with satisfaction. With the referee teacher's command, the competition officially began. All students participated voluntarily, believing they had the ability to stand on the podium. Wei Jingjin glanced over and, as expected, most of the students were from the combat ability department, followed by the command department, with only a handful from the medical department. On the far right of the podium, Ming Lang stood there alone, making him particularly conspicuous. It wasn't that there were no students from the academic department, but rather that the abilities of these classmates were simply not suited for direct combat. Rather than embarrassing oneself on stage, it's better to stand below and cheer for Ming Lang wholeheartedly. As for Wang Huazai, she didn't say a single word from start to finish, seemingly focused on observing the battle about to unfold. The matchups were decided by drawing lots, with a total of 40 participants from the 4 departments. Ming Lang held his number in hand, looking around and pondering silently about who his opponent would be today. He was number 40, and according to the rules, the first and last numbers would face off, meaning his opponent was number 1, scheduled for the first match. Finding the arena, Ming Lang leapt onto the stage, landing steadily, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at the student from the ability combat department across from him. Seeing that his opponent was Ming Lang, the student's eyelid twitched, and his face instantly turned pale. He had witnessed the match between Ming Lang and Ling Bai the day before the trial. Ming Lang's fierce punch had left a deep impression on him, and coupled with Ming Lang's final frenzy last night, he was so frightened that he immediately raised his hand to surrender. Ming Lang slightly curled his lips and thought to himself, I originally wanted to test my strength after reaching the 3rd tier, but I didn't expect the opponent to forfeit so easily. Jumping off the arena, Ling Bai quickly finished his match. With a glance, he spotted Ming Lang and strode over with firm steps, his face full of anger. Your only opponent can be me, so I won't allow you to lose before facing me, Ling Bai said furiously. Ming Lang stared blankly at the spirited young man, full of questions in his mind. Is this kid pretending to be a god or playing dumb? Did the beating from the aliens not make him stray from his path of teenage delusion? Ling Bai gave Ming Lang no chance to explain, raising his chin as if ready to charge toward the next arena. In the second match, Ming Lang faced a vine-based ability user from the command category. With just one move, Ming Lang shattered the vine cage the opponent had constructed, winning the match effortlessly and without suspense. After 2 matches, only 10 people remained on the field, yet Ming Lang felt as though he hadn't really fought, as if he had merely taken a casual stroll on stage. In the 3rd elimination match, Ming Lang finally encountered a true opponent, Zhang Hao from the combat-oriented ability department. Watching Ming Lang lazily climb onto the ring, a trace of disdain flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As a member of a defensive ability family with an S-level diamond skin ability, Zhang Hao had always harbored hostility toward the entire academic department. He thought to himself, only those who dare to shed blood on the battlefield deserve to live in this world. Meanwhile, the academic research department of Imperial University had long been criticized by various prominent families in Dragon Country as a graveyard for prodigies. Most of the students who graduated from there ended up as support personnel on the battlefield. A piece of trash from the academic department, making it this far. You're really lucky, aren't you? As soon as he stepped onto the ring, Ming Lang heard Zhang Hao's sarcastic voice. Looking up, he saw the other man with his arms crossed, nostrils flaring at him, and an arrogance on his face that surpassed even Ling Bai's. Does everyone in this world have a case of chunibyo? Or is it that my simplicity is completely out of place among them? Ming Liang was deeply puzzled. Zhang Hao continued his rude mockery. Running into me is your bad luck.
But it's to be expected, your academic department shouldn't even exist.
A bunch of people dreaming of taking shortcuts to reach the top are absolutely unworthy of being my opponents.
Zhang Hao's words made Ming Liang laugh in anger. Pointing at Zhang Hao, he fought back without hesitation. Shortcuts? Didn't your mom ever tell you that with your build, you'd get stuck in the city gate and rip your pants? Zhang Hao was instantly enraged upon hearing this.
His entire life, he had been most sensitive about comments on his physique. As the heir of a defensive ability family, he had grown up immersed in the belief that a massive physique is the strongest
defense. So, he ate relentlessly and trained tirelessly, finally achieving a corpulent figure that left people speechless by the time he entered university at 18.
Yet, to this day, not a single girl had ever voluntarily spoken a word to him.
Ha ha ha, well said.
Ming Lang, beat this fat pig to death. The students from the academic department below the stage, furious at Zhang Hao's
remarks, were immediately ignited by Ming Lang's mockery, bursting into laughter. Xiaolan even led a group of girls in cheering wildly for Ming Lang. Ming Lang, hit him. If you win, I'll be your girlfriend. That's right, we'll all be your girlfriends. Ugly and so arrogant, you're not even worthy of Ming Lang's heel.
Zhang Hao's face instantly turned red with anger.
He gritted his teeth, glaring at Ming Lang, and said viciously, "You actually have so many girlfriends. You're not pure." Hearing this, Ming Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. His mischievous gaze swept toward Zhang Hao's legs, and he mocked, "You can't? Still a virgin, huh?" Zhang Hao could no longer hold back.
With a furious roar, he activated his ability and charged at Ming Lang. A flash of white light appeared, and Zhang Hao's body gradually became
crystalline, covered in dazzling diamonds, resembling a moving fortress.
Ming Lang's heart tightened as he quickly sidestepped to dodge, then turned and kicked at Zhang Hao.
Boom!
The deafening sound echoed, and Ming Lang stared in shock at the translucent, crystalline fat man, utterly astonished.
That kick just now felt like hitting an indestructible mountain. It hadn't hurt him in the slightest.
Zhang Hao slowly turned around and provocatively curled his finger. "Come on, kick me. If you can hurt me even a little today, I'll take back what I just said." Ming Lang, unwilling to accept defeat, leapt forward again, his fists raining down on Zhang Hao. Yet Zhang Hao neither dodged nor avoided, allowing Ming Lang to attack as he pleased, his face full of smugness.
"Put some effort into it. Are all you academic department guys just weaklings? What's the point of having so many girlfriends?"
The female classmates, hearing this, blushed with embarrassment and angrily cursed, "You fat jerk, if you've got the guts, fight Ming Lang one-on-one." Exactly, standing there like a coward is no skill at all. Zhang Hao's body trembled as he turned his head with difficulty, secretly thinking to himself that the first time in his life a girl approached him, it turned out to be to scold him.
"I won't. If you have the guts, just kill me."
He gritted his teeth and persisted. Ming Lang looked at Zhang Hao's stubborn expression, his heart filled with doubt. After reaching the third tier, his physique had greatly strengthened, and his power was enough to reach the peak of the fourth tier. Yet this chubby guy seemed completely uninjured. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Zhang Hao's feet, noticing that the fat man's feet seemed much larger than before. Recalling earlier, Zhang Hao had only charged at him at the beginning, and afterward was entirely on the receiving end, without making any counterattacks.
Could it be he doesn't have any offensive abilities?
Thinking of this, Ming Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he slowly walked toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao suddenly realized that Ming Lang had stopped attacking.
Retracting his gaze from Xiaolan and the others, he shouted in terror, "What are you doing?"
Ming Lang, however, gave him no chance, rushing forward in a single stride and grabbing him.
"Sending you down, chubby," Ming Lang roared, full of dominance.
Zhang Hao's panic completely confirmed Ming Lang's suspicion. This guy's ability turned out to be absolute defense, which rendered him immobile when activated. Holding Zhang Hao, Ming Lang slowly moved to the edge of the arena. With a loosened grip, Zhang Hao was directly thrown off.
It wasn't until he hit the ground that Zhang Hao, as if snapping out of a daze, remembered to retract his ability.
Looking up at Ming Lang on the stage, his expression changed, filled with grievance. "You've discovered my biggest weakness, so you have to take responsibility," he complained. Ming Lang shivered, and upon seeing Zhang Hao's aggrieved little face, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly fled the scene in panic. The chubby boy looked at Ming Lang's embarrassed figure and cursed inwardly. "Bah, even if I can't beat you, I'll disgust you to death." On the podium, Bai Xian saw Ming Lang win, glanced at Professor Hu beside her, and said with a charming smile, "My little rascal is really amazing, even managed to take down someone's prized student." Professor Hu snorted coldly, somewhat surprised at Zhang Hao's clumsy combat skills, thinking to himself, if he had deactivated his ability before Ming Lang got close, how could he have lost so miserably?
What's there to be proud of? The ones left on the field now are all top-tier second-level fighters.
With Ming Lang's shattered ability, he'll only make it this far. Bai Xian glared at him, then turned her gaze to the stage below, her heart full of anticipation. Sure enough, only 4 figures remained on the stage. During the intense battle just now, 2 classmates had fought so desperately that they both suffered serious injuries and withdrew from the competition. Ming Lang, Ling Bai, Lu Mian, and surprisingly, the last one was a young girl from the medical department. Ming Lang glanced at the 3 of them. As expected, Ling Bai still had that arrogant demeanor, staring at him proudly and saying, "I'll be waiting for you at the top." Ming Lang rolled his eyes, feeling helpless. Looking at Lu Mian again, his face carried an expression as if he wanted to kill him, and the hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. Finally, the young girl named Chi Yiru was smiling sweetly at him, the warmth in her eyes evoking a sense of comfort. Ming Lang felt puzzled. He seemed to have never met this young girl before, but why could he sense some strange emotions in her gaze? Shaking his head, Ming Lang shook off the chaotic thoughts and stepped forward to start drawing lots. The semifinals, the draw was complete. The first match, Ming Lang versus Lu Mian. Enemies meet on a narrow path. Lu Mian stared intently at Ming Lang, the hatred in his eyes burning like flames.
"What are you looking at? Get on stage. Planning to kill me with your gaze?"
Ming Lang sneered disdainfully and slowly climbed onto the ring. Lu Mian let out a cold snort, and a column of water rose beneath his feet, steadily lifting him onto the ring.
"Pa, showing off for what? You'll still get kicked off by me in a moment."
A trace of jealousy arose in Ming Lang's heart, and he once again despised Lu Mian inwardly. The two stood on the left and right, the air filled with a tense atmosphere. Blue energy flowed around Lu Mian, who coldly looked at Ming Lang and said, "Today, I'll show you the gap between a loser and a prodigy." Ming Lang casually dug his ear, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward Lu Mian's crotch. Lu Mian instantly sensed Ming Lang's malice, his legs tightening immediately as he shouted angrily, "If you're a man, fight me fair and square.
Stop using such underhanded tricks."
Ming Lang also realized that his quirks were becoming increasingly strange. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry about that, it's just that your defense is too lax.
I was helping you train a bit." Lu Mian was completely enraged.
The long-suppressed anger erupted instantly, and over a dozen water swords shot up in an instant, whizzing toward Ming Lang.
Ming Lang remained calm and composed, lifting his leg to dodge.
Suddenly, he noticed that his feet seemed to be sinking into a swamp. Looking down, he saw that the entire arena had been completely infiltrated by Lu Mian's water-based energy.
Thud! The water sword arrived in an instant.
Despite Ming Lang's desperate attempts to dodge, he was still struck by 2 water swords.
"Ha ha ha, my water domain can even restrict the speed of 3rd-tier agility ability users.
As for you, a useless piece of trash with a shattered ability, just accept your death."
As he spoke, Lu Mian gathered an enormous water blade once again and slashed it toward Ming Lang in an instant.
Ming Lang looked at the water blade about to fall on him, spat on the ground, and a trace of fierceness flashed across his face.
3rd tier?
My speed is comparable to the 4th tier. Ming Lang forcefully pushed off with his legs, leaping up abruptly and charging straight toward the water blade.
No, he can't exert any force in midair.
Ling Bai saw Ming Lang's move and immediately jumped up from his seat.
The onlookers gasped in unison. Ming Lang's actions were undoubtedly courting death.
However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. Ming Lang swung a punch in midair, only to find that the water beneath his feet seemed to possess infinite gravity, restricting his strength. Seeing that Ming Lang was unable to resist, Lu Mian let out a wild laugh and frantically increased the energy infused into the water blade.
In an instant, the immense impact of the water blade roared forth.
Ming Lang quickly shifted from offense to defense, crossing his arms in front of him to block.
Boom!
Ming Lang was struck and slammed heavily onto the ground. The impact of the water blade still did not weaken, instantly stirring up a water curtain several meters high over the surface of the water.
Ming Lang!
The students from the academic department in the audience exclaimed in shock and stood up one after another. Since the start of the competition, this was undoubtedly the only match that caused such a huge sensation. Even the teachers on the podium were nervously on edge. Only Bai Xian remained calm, sitting quietly in her chair, her eyes filled with indifference.
"You have a lot of confidence in him."
Suddenly, a voice interrupted Bai Xian's thoughts. She turned around and saw Lei Zhan and Bian Zai walking toward her.
"What are you doing here?"
Bai Xian did not answer Lei Zhan's question but instead cast a suspicious glance at Bian Zai. Dianzai casually found a spot to sit down, rested one leg on the table, and pointed at the arena, saying, "Nonsense, I was the one who came to the rescue the night before last."
The one getting beaten up is your student?
Bai Xian glared at him. Although both were members of the 12th floor, she had always had a poor impression of this spoiled playboy.
Adjusting her glasses, Bai Xian retorted irritably, "Getting beaten up? Look again carefully."
Following her finger, Dianzai looked over and saw the water curtain on the field still rising. Lu Mian, whose energy was completely depleted, was panting heavily as he stared at the spot where Ming Lang had landed. Suddenly, Lu Mian's pupils contracted sharply as he saw a figure slowly emerge from the water curtain.
You're actually unharmed."
Lu Mian's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. That last strike had exhausted all his trump cards, even using the family's gravity water to its fullest extent.
Ming Lang glanced at his right arm and secretly felt fortunate.
If it weren't for the protection of the arm guard, that strike just now would have cost him dearly. Shaking off the water droplets from his hair, Ming Lang sneered and said to Lu Mian, "You bastard, quite the player, huh?
My turn now."
As the last word fell, Ming Lang's entire body surged with energy, having long since cast Bai Xian's advice to the back of his mind. A fist radiance mixed with seven-colored energy instantly shot toward Lu Mian's chest.
Lu Mian hurriedly used his remaining energy to release a wave of water, attempting to counter Ming Lang's momentum. But how could he easily block this punch, which contained boundless fury?
Thud! The fist light pierced through the ripples, delivering a fierce blow that sent Lu Mian flying, blood spurting wildly. Ming Lang did not stop, relentlessly chasing after Lu Mian.
Looking at the imposing Ming Lang, a trace of malice flashed across Lu Mian's face. "Since I can't beat you, I'll destroy you."
He pulled something out of his pocket, without hesitation, directly charging at Ming Lang's body and firmly colliding into his embrace. Ming Lang was slightly stunned, then immediately delivered an elbow strike, fiercely smashing into Lu Mian's back.
Another mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and Lu Mian instantly fell onto the arena.
However, at the moment he fell, Ming Lang seemed to catch a glimpse of a strange smile flashing across his face. This fierce battle happened in an instant. Even the referee was stunned for a moment before reacting.
Lu Mian has fainted. Ming Lang advances to the finals.
The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Ming Lang glanced suspiciously at Lu Mian on the ground, feeling that something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Shaking his head, Ming Lang slowly stepped down from the arena. This battle had consumed most of his strength. Although the arm guards provided protection, his body still suffered significant injuries. Surrounded by classmates from the academic department, Ming Lang returned to his seat in the classroom. Just as he sat down, Lin Hua excitedly came over with a bottle of water.
"Ming Lang, you're amazing. From now on, you're the boss of our dorm.
Hurry up and drink some water, aim to get first place later." Ming Lang glanced at Lin Hua, whose face was brimming with smiles, and unceremoniously took the bottle and drank it all in one go. Buzz! Suddenly, Ming Lang felt a jolt in his body, then quickly returned to normal. Clicking his tongue, Ming Lang let out a satisfied burp and gave Lin Hua a deep look.
"Thank you."
Watching Ming Lang drink the water with ease, Lin Hua suppressed the excitement in his heart, smiled and said, "You're welcome," before quickly stepping out of the crowd.
Just as Ming Lang was staring blankly in the direction Lin Hua had left, a towel suddenly covered his eyes.
What the heck? Ming Lang grabbed the towel off, and what came into view was a girl named Chi Yiru, smiling gently at him.
"You just got drenched. Hurry and dry off, or you'll catch a cold." Chi Yiru took the towel from Ming Lang's hand and quickly started rubbing his head.
Her care was as warm as motherly love, yet Ming Lang looked completely dumbfounded, sitting stiffly in his seat, not daring to move.
"Wow, so Ming Lang, you have a girlfriend.
She's so pretty, like the girl next door type. Why don't I have such a gentle girlfriend?"
The classmates' teasing voices continued, and Chi Yiru's face instantly flushed red.
She quickly dried the water off Ming Lang, stepped back, held the towel in both hands, and said with a cheerful
smile, "In the next match, I'll be up against Ling Bai. If I lose, you have to avenge me, okay?"
After saying this, she walked straight to the arena without caring about Ming Lang's reaction.
What was this? Forced buying and selling? And selling motherly love at that?
At this moment, Ming Lang had already pushed Lin Hua out of his mind, trying hard to recall what connection he had with this girl. The second match of the semifinals, Ling Bai vs Chi Yiru, begin.
With the referee's announcement, the two on the stage instantly erupted with intense energy.
Ling Bai smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in his gaze.
"You should just admit defeat. I don't want to lay a hand on a girl."
Chi Yiru waved her small hand, and a ball of black energy instantly appeared in her palm, responding to Ling Bai's arrogance with action. "Very well, in that case, I will show some mercy," Ling Bai said with a cold smile, his fighting spirit surging even higher.
White and black clashed in an instant.
The two stood facing each other from a distance, their abilities colliding continuously, and the air was thick with tension.
Below the arena, some female classmates couldn't help but scream upon witnessing Chihiru's ability.
With every wave of her black energy, a sinister ghostly figure would appear.
Behind her,
the stark contrast between Chihiru's gentle and virtuous demeanor and the dark, menacing ghostly figure behind her was like a battle between an angel and a demon.
Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, the medical personnel who had just taken Lumion away hurriedly ran to the podium, their faces grave as they said, "Someone has reported that Ming Lang is a traitor from a foreign race." This news was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar among those present. What?
The people on the podium were all shocked, and Bianzai even fell off his chair, his face turning pale. Bai Xian, burning with rage, suddenly grabbed the messenger by the collar, a chilling aura emanating from her beautiful face.
Rubbish! How could my student possibly be a spy? Who told you that? The person was startled by Bai Xian's imposing manner and stammered, "It was that student who fainted just now."
He said that during the fight with Ming Lang, he discovered that his energy was extremely similar to that of the alien race, and also
what?
Bai Xian's eyes widened, her tone sharp as a blade. The person, showing some temper, broke free from her grip, turned to Wei Jingjian, and shouted loudly, and that student also sensed
the presence of the alien race on Ming Lang.
"I suggest immediately stopping the competition and arresting Ming Lang for interrogation." Wei Jingjian pondered for a moment.
Based solely on Lumion's words, it was impossible to confirm the authenticity of this matter.
However, since it involved a foreign spy, he had to treat it with caution.
"Let's not make this public for now. First go to..."
Before he could finish speaking, Hu Fei, unwilling to listen, directly leaped over the podium and flew to the academic department's position.
"Ming Liang, come with me." Hu Fei looked down at Ming Liang sitting on the bench, and a massive energy instantly enveloped him.
Ming Liang lifted his eyelids and glanced at Hu Fei, then closed his eyes indifferently, continuing to recover the energy he had just expended. Seeing Ming Liang's attitude, Hu Fei was not annoyed. This was exactly the reaction he wanted.
"Are you sure you won't come with me?" Ming Lang, a bit impatient, glared at him and said, "I don't have time." Boom!
Hu Fei's oppressive aura erupted instantly, and the energy surrounding Ming Lang transformed into several barriers, firmly encircling him. The iron spikes on the barriers glimmered faintly, subtly pointing toward Ming Lang at the center. Ming Lang frowned, just about to question Hu Fei's actions, when Hu Fei clasped his hands together, causing the barriers to slowly close in toward the center.
"Since you refuse to cooperate, I won't bother saving your dignity. Someone has reported you as a traitor from another race, and I must apprehend and interrogate you." The oppressive force of an 8th-tier ability user rendered Ming Lang momentarily immobile. Only then did he realize that Bai Xian's earlier remarks about Professor Hu's formidable strength were indeed true. Just as the fence was about to lock Ming Lang in, two battle knives flew over from behind Hu Fei with a swoosh, firmly wedging themselves on both sides of the fence. Ming Lang looked up and saw Bai Xian rushing over without regard for her image, the hem of her cheongsam fluttering in the wind, exuding an imposing aura. A few people from the podium followed behind her, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "Hu Fei, my students don't need you to interrogate them."
Bai Xian landed gracefully, directly standing in front of Ming Lang like a towering mountain. Hu Fei saw that everyone had arrived and deliberately said loudly, "Alien spies deserve to be killed by everyone.
Why bother distinguishing between you and me?"
The students watching were instantly in an uproar upon hearing Hu Fei's words. The two people on the stage also stopped fighting and looked over at Ming Lang together.
"What? Ming Lang is a spy? How is that possible? Just the day before yesterday, he was fighting alongside us to repel the aliens."
Humph, who knows if that was just a trick he played.
Listening to the classmates' discussions, Wei Jingjian's face darkened, and he secretly cursed Hu Fei as an idiot. "All students, whether this matter is true or not still requires further investigation. Please remain calm and follow your respective instructors back to the barracks. The competition will be postponed."
Wei Jingjian's words did not pacify the students. Having just fought a fierce battle with the alien race, everyone was particularly sensitive to the term alien spy.
"No, we need an explanation." "That's right, we won't allow any filthy outsiders among our comrades. We demand an immediate interrogation."
Ming Lang seemed to understand something, reached out to nudge Bai Xian's back, and said calmly, "Sister Bai, let's do the interrogation here.
I have a clear conscience."
Bai Xian nodded, without the slightest doubt about Ming Lang's innocence, and stepped aside to let Ming Lang out.
Freed from Hu Fei's oppressive energy, Ming Lang regained his mobility, slowly stood up, and looked Hu Fei straight in the eye, calmly saying, "You accuse me of being a spy? Where's the evidence?" Hu Fei sneered, "Bring Lumion over." Not long after, with the support of medical personnel,
Lumion arrived at the scene, his face pale, and the atmosphere around instantly grew tense. Lumion, go ahead, tell us everything you discovered. Seeing Hu Fei's encouraging gaze, Lumion took a deep breath and said in a low voice, during the battle just now, I noticed that Ming Lang's energy is different from ours. Moreover, he had previously stated clearly that his ability had shattered, so how could he still have energy? Also, when I clashed with him at the end, I distinctly felt the aura of the alien race on him, the same as the aura of those aliens on the battlefield 2 days ago. After speaking, Lumion lowered his head and gave Lin Hua and the crowd a meaningful look, hinting at something. Lin Hua immediately understood, pretending to have just remembered something, and said loudly, that's right, I heard that the northern border lighthouse
had never been invaded by the alien race before. How come they appeared as soon as we arrived? Could it have something to do with Ming Lang? Lin Hua's slander didn't surprise Ming Lang at all.
Just based on the bottle of water he had just given him, Ming Lang was well aware that this was a conspiracy plotted
by him and Lumion to frame him.
After listening to the testimonies of the two, Hu Fei sneered coldly at Ming Lang, as if their words alone could condemn him to death.
Ming Lang, do you have anything else to say?
Hu Fei pressed. Ming Lang rolled his eyes and glanced at Hu Fei with disdain.
Just based on their words? I'll say it again, where's the evidence? Seeing Ming Lang refuse to admit it, Hu Fei, furious, shouted, I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. Search him. He must have some device connecting him to the alien race. Enough. Bai Xian shouted, you're purely throwing dirt.
Hu Fei did not argue, merely stared coldly at Bai Xian. Wei Jingzhen, having heard Lumion and Lin Hua's words, also felt that there seemed to be some clues
to this matter. He cleared his throat lightly and said, Bai Xian, why don't you search yourself? This way, you can also prove Ming Lang's innocence.
Bai Xian looked at him in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. Principal,
you don't even trust my people?
You. Before she could finish speaking, Ming Lang spread his arms and said with a smile, it's okay, Sister Bai, go ahead and search. I still stand by my words, I have a clear conscience. Looking at Ming Lang's sunny smile, Bai Xian felt slightly better. Without further ado, she directly reached for the buttons on Ming Lang's shirt.
Snap! Just as Bai Xian unfastened the last button, a dark green card fell directly to the ground. The card emitted a faint and repulsive aura, and the alien eye drawn on it stared fixedly at everyone present.
This? Bai Xian was immediately stunned.
How could she not recognize this card? Wasn't this the tracking card used by the alien race to find their companions? Ming Lang was equally dumbfounded. When did this card end up on him?
Suddenly, Ming Lang recalled the last moment when he knocked Lumion unconscious. The other party had lunged into his arms. It must have been slipped in at that time. The card was so small, and after just finishing a battle, his energy was severely depleted, making it impossible to detect the aura on the card. Seeing the card appear, everyone present was shocked. Hu Fei, in particular, looked smug and immediately reached out to grab Ming Lang.
Wait a minute.
Ming Lang dodged Hu Fei's hand.
This card isn't mine at all. Someone planted it on me.
Hu Fei sneered, you still want to frame someone else?
Are you saying this card could be fake?
Bai Xian snapped out of her shock and pulled Ming Lang behind her.
No matter what, she refused to believe Ming Lang was a traitor. I don't know if it's fake or not,
but I absolutely believe in Ming Lang's loyalty to the Dragon Nation.
There must be something fishy about this. Seeing Bai Xian still defending Ming Lang, Hu Fei became even more agitated.
If Ming Lang really was a traitor, then this woman's protection would surely not escape punishment either.
You? Who else besides you would believe this guy? As soon as the words fell, the students from the academic department all stepped forward and shouted loudly, I believe.
Ling Baiqi on the stage also slowly stepped down and stood beside Ming Lang. I believe too. Lei Zhan pondered for a moment, then slowly walked to the center. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Ming Lang and grinned. I also think Ming is not that kind of person. Hu Fei, seeing so many people siding with Ming Lang, turned livid and pointed at them, saying, are you all crazy?
The evidence is
irrefutable, both witnesses and material proof are present.
Are you suggesting there's something fishy about this alien tracking card?
At that moment, Hu Fei's head was smacked from behind. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw Bianzai, with his roguish face, cheerfully walk up to Ming Lang, pat him on the head, then turn to Hu Fei and say, old fool, if you've never seen the world, just admit it.
And who the hell told you this tracking card can't have something fishy about it? Hu Fei's heart tightened.
He had witnessed the terror of this troublemaker before him.
Among the 12 floors, the one person you absolutely couldn't provoke was this lawless Super Saiyan.
Although Bianzai wasn't the strongest psychic in the Dragon Nation, he was undoubtedly the most adept at stirring up trouble.
Then why don't you explain how this tracking card could be suspicious?
Hu Fei couldn't help but ask in a low voice, a faint unease creeping into his heart. Bianzai's wild red hair shimmered under the sunlight as he spoke proudly. Back in the day, I single-handedly took down 5 cities of the alien race. I've seen plenty of these things.
A tracking card must match the bloodline of its
holder. Destroy the tracking card, and the holder will die.
You university professors don't even know this? Read more books when you have time.
Since you claim this kid is an alien spy, then destroy the card and see what happens. Hu Fei was stunned, thinking to himself that he had only been to the alien battlefield a few times and had no idea that tracking cards had such an effect. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward Lumion. Lumion was uncertain in his heart, but after seeing Lin Hua nod slightly, he gave Hu Fei a resolute look.
Alright, then let's show everyone.
Hu Fei gritted his teeth and said, with a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. Dian Zai scanned the crowd, noticing that everyone was looking at him expectantly. He sneered, flicked his fingers, and sent out a fireball. The fireball instantly enveloped the tracking card, emitting black smoke before burning fiercely. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Ming Lang and the card, only to be surprised to find that Ming Lang remained unfazed, his expression
growing even colder.
As the flames gradually died down, the card was burned to nothing but a pile of black ash, which scattered with the wind. Hu Fei was instantly dumbfounded. The card had already burned, yet Ming Lang remained unscathed.
Doesn't this prove he wrongly accused him?
Lin Hua was also stunned. He had clearly seen Ming Lang drink the bottle of water mixed with foreign blood, and Lumion had assured him that once contaminated with foreign blood, it would definitely bind to the tracking card.
How could there be no reaction at all?
What he didn't know was that at the moment Ming Lang drank the water, the physical changes brought by the Book of Abilities had already absorbed all the foreign blood and stored it in the arm guard.
Old fool, feeling stupid now, huh? Keep shouting.
Dian Zai sneered coldly, his eyes surging with violent fire energy, instantly pushing the temperature of the entire area to its peak. Hu Fei did not relent, pressing on under Dian Zai's fury, and said confidently, "This only proves he isn't an alien, but it doesn't prove he isn't a traitor to the Dragon Nation.
Recently, there have been quite a few humans defecting to join the aliens."
Dian Zai burned with rage and erupted instantly. "I say, you old geezer, are you done yet or what?" Ming Lang stepped forward to block Dian Zai, staring directly into Hu Fei's eyes, his voice icy cold. "Then how should I prove it?" Hu Fei was startled by the cold glint in Ming Lang's eyes and took a step back, then explained first why Lumion feels your energy is different from others, and how, despite your abilities being shattered, you still have energy. Ming Lang snorted coldly, and 7-colored energy instantly enveloped his entire body, dazzling and radiant. "That's because I am a 7-attribute ability user." The crowd erupted in shock. 7 attributes, this was a hypothetical existence found only in books, never before discovered in the entire world. Wei Jingzhen looked at the 7-colored glow surrounding Ming Lang and was filled with regret, inwardly cursing Hu Fei for being such an idiot.
How could someone as gifted as Ming Lang possibly join the alien race?
Bai Xian noticed Wei Jingzhen's dejection and sneered coldly, "As for the shattered ability, that was my idea to help him conceal it."
If an ordinary person with a shattered ability could still be falsely accused of being an alien spy, then if he continued to carry the title of an SSS-level ability user, wouldn't he end up dead in the streets the very next day?
Bai Xian's words were firm and powerful, causing several directors of Imperial Capital University to lower their heads in shame.
Seeing the situation change so quickly, Lei Zhan secretly rejoiced and laughed heartily, saying, "Ming Lang, I told you before, if you're not happy staying in the Imperial Capital, the military's doors are always open for you." What a joke, an SSS level 7 attribute ability user, and a genius capable of creating aerial drones. If you don't seize the opportunity now, what are you waiting for?
Hearing Lei Zhan's words, Wei Jingzhen suddenly raised his head. He absolutely didn't want to miss out on such a promising talent, but he couldn't bring himself to speak, as his earlier attitude had been truly disheartening. Bai Xian instinctively wanted to refute, but upon seeing Ming Lang's frost-covered face, she had no choice but to swallow her words. If it were her suffering such humiliation, she would have resigned long ago. Ming Lang noticed Bai Xian's unusual expression and turned his head to give her a radiant smile.
"Sister Bai, aren't you going to try to keep me here?"
This sentence was like a gentle breeze, instantly sweeping away all the gloom in Bai Xian's heart. She glared at Ming Lang playfully and said in a coquettish tone, "You brat, if you dare leave my side, you'll never get to eat my cooking again." Ming Lang smiled faintly and nodded at her, but as he turned his face away, the smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and grim expression. He spoke icily, "Tell me, why did you falsely accuse me?" This casual question startled Lumion, causing his heart to skip a beat and cold sweat to pour instantly.
"Who wronged you?"
"I was merely reporting what I discovered."
"A traitor from another race must not be tolerated,"
he argued guiltily, attempting to seek the protection of the school leadership under the guise of justice. Ming Lang had no intention of listening to his nonsense. He suddenly stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he grabbed Lumian's neck, his gaze sharp as a blade, and demanded, "Why did you wrong me?" The rapid shift in the situation made the students present feel as if they were on a roller coaster. One moment, Ming Lang was a human traitor condemned by everyone, and the next, he had cleared his name and taken the upper hand.
Although Ming Lang's actions at this moment seemed somewhat reckless, the 7 attribute SSS-level aura above his head had already instilled fear in everyone.
However, there was still one person unwilling to give up easily, and that was Hu Fei. Lumian was a scion of a prominent family. Though he didn't possess Ming Lang's extraordinary talent, he
absolutely didn't want any trouble here. With this in mind, Hu Fei hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Ming Lang, the school is not a place for you to settle personal grudges. You better." He had just taken 2 steps when a large foot suddenly stretched out and kicked him to the ground. Dianzai bent down and said coldly, "Stay down here and behave." Hu Fei roared, "This is a matter for our imperial capital university. What right do you have to interfere?" Dianzai sneered disdainfully, his gaze full of contempt. "Ming Lang is my nephew. Based on what you just did to him, I damn well should skin you alive." Hu Fei was instantly dumbfounded, not expecting Ming Lang and Dianzai to have such a connection. Yet he couldn't leave Lumian unrescued, so he immediately looked helplessly toward Wei Xingzhen.
Wei Xingzhen was also taken aback.
As a member of the 12 floors, Dianzai's identity was extremely confidential.
That fool Hu Fei was unaware, but as the principal of Dragon Nation's top university, he naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Coupled with Ming Lang's heaven-defying talent, Wei Xingzhen simply turned his head away, deciding not to intervene further. Seeing that Wei Xingzhen no longer intended to step in, Hu Fei panicked and quickly brought up Lumian's family, attempting to intimidate Dianzai. "Let me tell you, Lumian is from the Taizhou Lu family.
The wrath of Old Master Lu, a 10th-tier water element war god, is not something you can withstand." Dianzai dug at his ear, the disdain in his eyes growing even stronger. "Taizhou Lu family? Let him come and try. My Bian family doesn't care if Dragon Nation loses one less family." Bian family? The Northeast Bian family?
Hu Fei's voice trembled, his heart already in turmoil, but he still wanted to confirm.
"Nonsense, is there a second Bian family in the Dragon Kingdom?"
Dianzai's affirmation was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar.
"What is the Bian family?"
The people present immediately had countless labels flash through their minds. The first level 10 war god of Dragon Country. One of the only 3 level 11 superhumans in Dragon Country. The elder of the Bian family, Bian Rongtian, is someone who has personally slain dozens of alien leaders. At this moment, everyone exchanged excited glances, and the aura of the Lu family instantly dimmed. "I heard the Bian family has guarded the Northeast for 70 years, and no alien has ever dared to set foot there."
"Yes, with Old Master Bian here, who would dare act recklessly. Old Master Bian has only 1 son and 1 daughter, so this person in front of us must be the future head of the Bian family? It seems Lu Mian is going to face a tragedy." Hearing the crowd's discussion, Ming Lang looked completely baffled. "Dad is the richest man, and Mom is the eldest daughter of a prestigious family? Did I pick the perfect script or what?"
Thinking of this, Ming Lang's grip tightened slightly, almost choking Lumian.
The smug Bianzai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Bai Xian, asking, "Am I not allowed to reveal my identity?"
Equally shocked, Bai Xian was overjoyed in her heart. This time, she had truly struck gold. She cast a good luck glance at Bianzai, covered her mouth, and laughed as she said, "The identity of the 12th floor members must remain confidential.
Violators will be demoted by 2 ranks.
Dianzai scoffed disdainfully. Although he had already been demoted as far as possible, he still pointed at Hu Fei, who was already scared stiff, and said, "I didn't say anything just now, and you didn't hear anything, got it?" He then turned to Ming Lang and said, "During the holiday, I'll take you back to meet your grandfather.
He'll definitely like you."
Ming Lang nodded cheerfully, then slowly lifted Lumian.
"Still don't want to talk?"
Lumian, who was equally terrified, kept kicking his legs, his eyes full of fear, and struggled to squeeze out a few words. I'll talk." Ming Lang loosened his grip, and Lumian fell directly to the ground, gasping for air and hurriedly shouting, "Ming Lang, I was wrong.
Please spare me this time.
I shouldn't have framed you. That card was something I found on the corpse of an alien and placed on you."
He then pointed at Lin Hua in the crowd and continued shouting, "And him. The water you drank contained alien blood. He was the one who gave it to you." Lin Hua's face immediately turned pale, and he raised his hands, shouting, "Don't drag me into this. Ming Lang, we're good roommates. How could I do something like this to frame you?" Ming Lang looked at Lin Hua's panicked expression, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "A good roommate, huh? Are you wondering why I drank the water but nothing happened to me?" Lin Hua froze for a moment, forcing a smile. Ming Lang, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Ming Lang extended his right arm, and a protective armguard slowly emerged.
A few drops of foul-smelling alien blood seeped out from the armguard. Surprised, aren't you? My ability can actually block any substance harmful to me. All these days, you've deliberately approached me, shown me kindness, all for this moment, right?
Seeing that the matter was exposed, Linhua sat on the ground, unable to say a word. Finally, Ming Lang turned his gaze to Hu Fei on the ground.
He wasn't sure whether this matter had anything to do with Hu Fei, so he could only say to Principal Wei Jingzhen, Principal Wei, are you satisfied with the results of this search?
Wei Jingzhen had no face to say anything more, a descendant of a prominent family and a student with top-tier talent. Out of fear of persecution, he had no choice but to hide his strength.
Isn't this a sign of distrust in the school?
What's even more outrageous is that someone actually tried to kill him, and that person turned out to be his own student and teacher. And from beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word in his defense, even allowing them to search Ming Lang. Thinking of this, Wei Jingzhen said with an embarrassed expression, Student Ming, rest assured, the school will definitely give you an explanation for this matter.
How will you explain?
Ming Lang didn't give him any face at all and asked bluntly.
This.
Wei Jingzhen was momentarily at a loss for words. The official explanation didn't seem to satisfy Ming Lang, but since it was a serious matter, he couldn't think of a solution right away.
Seeing Wei Jingzhen's embarrassed expression, Ming Lang felt secretly pleased. This is the feeling. I am justified. I have backing.
Any pretending to be weak to defeat the strong tactic is nonsense.
If not now, when should I feel satisfied? How about I give you a suggestion?
Though the words sounded polite, the bright tone carried no hint of seeking approval. I know you're troubled by how to deal with these two people, probably due to the pressure from the Bien family. Alright, swap the resources between the Combat Abilities Department and the Academic Research Department, and allocate 1/3 of the resources from other departments to the Academic Department.
If you do this, I won't pursue the matter further. Ming Lang finished speaking and playfully winked at Bianzai. Uncle, what do you think?
Bianzai, looking like he enjoyed stirring things up, joined in the commotion. I think it's doable. Although Bai Xian was touched by Ming Lang's idea, she also faintly felt he was asking for too much. She smiled warmly, waiting to see how Wei Jingzhen would handle the matter. Wei Jingzhen smiled awkwardly, but he felt very uneasy inside. Student Ming, your request is indeed a bit unrealistic. The resource allocation among the major departments of the school has been established for a long time.
How about you propose another condition?
Ming Lang didn't really want so much, he just wanted to vent his grievances. With a quick turn of his eyes, he said to Lei Zhan, since you don't agree, then I'll choose another option.
General Lei, if I join you, what kind of treatment will I get? Lei Zhan knew that Ming Lang was using him to create leverage.
Smiling, he replied nonchalantly, if you come, all military resources will be at your disposal. At this moment, Wei Jingzhen had completely lost his usual composure and calmness. Frustrated and exasperated, he yelled at Lei Zhan, get lost. You're everywhere. Immediately, he whispered softly to Ming Lang, Ming, your idea is indeed quite unrealistic. Besides, your academic department only has a few students, so you wouldn't be able to utilize so many resources. Ming Lang pursed his lips, raised his hand, and gestured toward the air. In an instant, a book of supernatural abilities formed from multicolored energy in the air.
Principal Wei, do you think my ability can handle this many resources? Tech Pioneer.
Everyone present instantly recognized Ming Lang's ability, exclaiming in surprise, followed by a burst of laughter.
Turns out it's a technology pioneer. No wonder it needs so many resources. Still wants to take over the resources of our departments? What use is a high-level talent with a useless ability? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Isn't this just a eunuch surrounded by beauties? Useless. Technology? Ha ha ha, what can technology do?
The students were already somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing Ming Lang's request, but after seeing his ability, they all burst into unrestrained laughter. Ming Lang glanced around and noticed even Bianzai's gaze carried a hint of surprise.
He couldn't help but feel deeply helpless about the people of this world. Abilities, was that really their sole source of pride? Did they truly hold technology in such contempt?
Shaking his head, Ming Lang's face turned as calm as still water.
He spoke in a low, deliberate voice, laugh.
Heh, the tragedy of a world obsessed with abilities.
Do you believe me when I say I can take you all down with just technology?
Ming Lang's words were like a heavy bomb, instantly sparking an intense reaction among the students.
Too arrogant. Do you really think nothing of us?
Don't think that just because you have extraordinary talent you can spout nonsense.
He's nothing but a tech-dependent waste from his family. So what if it's the Bien family? Can they really eliminate us one by one? Everyone who gets into Imperial Capital University is a dragon among men. Faced with Ming Lang's provocation, the students instantly became furious and prepared to rush forward. Boom! A pillar of fire shot up from Bianzai's body, and he roared, "Who dares to come forward?" The powerful aura instantly extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Though filled with fear, they still glared angrily at Minglang. Bianzai understood in his heart that his actions were indeed somewhat bullying the weak, but if he didn't intimidate these students, there was no telling what crazy actions they might take. After all, even he couldn't help but frown at Minglang's arrogant words. Looking at the angry students, Minglang smiled calmly, standing proudly among the crowd. "You discriminate against technology and look down on ordinary warriors. But let me ask you, even after experiencing a great war, which of you dares to stand up and say that the battle the day before yesterday wasn't won thanks to technological weapons and those border warriors with low-level abilities? Without them, would you still be here flaunting your superior talents?" These words made everyone lower their heads. The truth was indeed as he said. What the students gained on the battlefield was only the harshness of war and admiration for the strong. No one paid attention to the cannons that broke through the enemy lines or the warriors who fought to the death to hold the defense. But if it weren't for Ling Bai's ice abilities in the end, wouldn't we have already lost? Someone in the crowd quietly brought this up, sparking a wave of agreement. Ling Bai heard his name, shook his head with a bitter smile, and stepped forward, saying, "It was with the help of the academic department classmates that I was able to temporarily stabilize the situation." All the plans were proposed by Ming Lang. Immediately, Ling Bai detailed how he managed to freeze 1,000 miles. The students present were once again shocked. The freshman ice god, whom they regarded as the one to turn the tide of the battle, had actually relied on a group of abilities they had labeled as trash to create the illusion, while the true mastermind behind it all was Ming Lang. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Although Ming Lang is arrogant, he has the capital to be so. Apart from the much criticized technological abilities, he shines with countless qualities, talent, background, and now, the wisdom to control everything. Just as everyone remained silent, a polite voice came from behind Wei Jingzhen. "Student Ming, nice to meet you. I am Chen Bin, the Dean of the Command Department at Imperial University." As he spoke, Chen Bin stepped through the crowd and extended his hand toward Ming Lang. Ming Lang looked at the offered hand and hesitated for a moment. At this point, Bai Xian suddenly stepped in front of Ming Lang. "Chen Bin, are you trying to poach him?" Chen Bin smiled politely and shook his head, saying, "No, I just want to get to know student Ming. From Ling Bai's description earlier, it's clear that student Ming has a strong sense of the bigger picture, which aligns perfectly with the teaching philosophy of our command department." Noticing Bai Xian's increasingly unpleasant expression, Chen Bin continued, "Of course, I won't compete with you for students. I just want to ask if student Ming could spend a few days in the command department during his spare time. Naturally, I will provide him with the necessary cultivation resources. Does this not count as poaching?" Bai Xian was furious inside, but Chen Bin's words were logical and well-founded, leaving her no room to refute. Seeing the situation gradually develop as he had anticipated, Wei Jingzhen no longer hesitated and directly said, "Student Ming, the school's resources can be redistributed, but the academic department must prove it has the strength to match those resources. The academy exchange competition is coming up soon. If the academic department achieves a good ranking, the school will consider implementing your proposal." Chen Bin wanted to say more, but Wei Jingzhen gave him a look that signaled him to stay calm, then continued, "Of course, the price is that if you lose the exchange match, you will be forced to leave the academic department and transfer to another department for your studies." Ming Lang was furious inside. Did this principal not know that the matter of him being falsely accused had yet to be resolved, and now he was already trying to manipulate his freedom? Noticing Ming Lang's dissatisfaction, Wei Jingzhen waved his hand, and Lu Mianlin and Hua were immediately enveloped in a ball of energy and brought before Ming Lang. Matters still need to be resolved. Here, these two are at your disposal. Ming Lang secretly cursed the old fox in his heart, fully aware that in front of so many classmates, it was impossible for him to personally take action against the two. This was clearly an attempt to use him to deal with his own enemies. Looking at Wei Jingzhen's cunning expression, Ming Lang immediately lost his favorable impression of him and turned to Bianzai, saying, "Are you ready to counterattack? Uncle, seal their abilities for me." Bianzai was momentarily stunned, then a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "All right." With a push of his hands, two fire nets instantly encircled Lu Mian and Wei Jingzhen tightly. Zzz. The fire net descended, and Lu Mian and Wei Jingzhen did not feel any pain. Instead, it was as if they were tightly bound by invisible shackles. When they tried to use their abilities again, they found they couldn't release even a trace of power. Wei Jingzhen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He hadn't expected Ming Lang to actually dare to make a move against these two. Sealing supernatural abilities, this move is undoubtedly ruthless.
Ming Lang did not take their lives, but the sealed Lu Mian and Wei Jingjian had now almost become useless. To unseal them, Dian Zai must personally take action, or they would need to find someone stronger than him to forcibly break the seal.
But Dian Zai is a 10th tier ability user. How many people in this world could achieve that?
Flawless. Wei Jingjian looked at Ming Lang, his gaze gradually turning serious.
At this moment, to make such a cruel decision, could it really have been conceived by an 18-year-old child?
Ming Lang glanced at Lu Mian and the other person, who were collapsed on the ground, then turned his gaze to Hu Fei. With a faint smile, Ming Lang crouched in front of Hu Fei, his tone relaxed yet carrying a hint of pressure. Professor Hu, you are truly righteous and upright.
Do you really wish to see me dead?
Hu Fei remained silent, only looking helplessly toward Wei Jingjian. Sighing, Wei Jingjian stepped forward and said in a conciliatory tone, Ming Lang, let those two students go. Professor Hu is a school leader, he was merely misled.
Don't go too far. Ming Lang sneered coldly. Excessive? If my uncle weren't here today, and I hadn't noticed the blood in the water cup, what would have been my fate?
Wei Jingjian was rendered speechless.
Indeed, the outcome would likely have been execution on the spot, without a doubt. Then what do you want to do?
Ming Lang slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Wei Jingjian, and said softly, Uncle, someone wants to kill your nephew.
What should we do? Dian Zai stopped wasting words.
Violent fire energy swept through his body once again as he coldly said, anyone who dares to touch the Bian family disciples, kill. At this moment, the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Ming Lang's gaze was firm and fearless, as if foretelling the impending storm.
Principal, you have to save me, Principal.
Hu Fei, upon hearing the word kill, was so terrified that he tumbled to the ground, clutching Wei Jingjian's leg end,
crying for mercy.
Wei Jingjian was also a bit puzzled.
Lu Mian and Ming Lang had spared them, so why had Hu Fei suddenly become the target of such murderous intent?
Ming Lang looked at the disheveled Hu Fei on the ground and couldn't help but grin, his tone relaxed. Just kidding. Dian Zai's face darkened completely. The atmosphere he had painstakingly built up was utterly wasted.
Principal Wei.
Just as Wei Jingjian let out a long breath, thinking everything had finally settled, Ming Lang's clear voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable
firmness in its tone.
I won't lay a hand on Professor Hu because I still need to stay at this school, but the humiliation he inflicted on me is an undeniable fact. Wei Jingjian sighed, knowing full well that Ming Lang would never let this go easily.
Speak, what do you want? It's very simple. Don't you like making bets? Fine, let's add one more condition to the previous bet.
If I lose, the school can deal with me however it sees fit. Even if you expel me, I won't mind. But if I win, not only must the academic department's resources be redistributed, but Professor Hu must also bow and apologize to me in front of the entire school and shout 3 times, technology is awesome. How about it?
Not too much to ask, right?
Compared to the situation of Lu Mian and the others, Hu Fei was already in a much better position.
How could a freshman like Ming Lang possibly stand a chance against upperclassmen several years ahead of him? Without hesitation, Hu Fei nodded vigorously and quickly agreed.
Seeing that Hu Fei had no objections, Wei Jingjian naturally hoped the matter would end quickly.
He really didn't want to be driven to distraction by this kid any longer. Alright, we'll do as you said. This matter ends here.
I'll notify the parents of these 2 students, and we'll decide how to handle it once we're back at school. Just as several school teachers were preparing to leave, Chihiro raised her small hand and said, Principal, it seems the competition hasn't ended yet. Wei Jingjian slapped his forehead. After all the commotion, he had almost forgotten about the trial competition.
No more competing. Isn't the chaos already bad enough?
Ming Lang immediately protested, his tone filled with defiance. Why not compete? I'm just 1 match away from earning the reward. Wei Jingjian was rendered helpless by his unreasonable insistence.
She glared at him and said irritably, Fine, let's compete. Hurry up and finish so we can go back to school.
After speaking, she didn't bother returning to the podium. Instead, she crossed her arms and plopped down on the ground, her puffed-up expression resembling a child who had been wronged. Looking at Wei Jingjian's demeanor, Ming Lang smiled faintly. This was exactly the effect he wanted.
You clearly want to teach me a lesson, but you don't dare to. Isn't that mindset fascinating?
The referee teacher had no choice but to return to the ring and call out to Ling Bai and Ming Lang. Then, would the 2 who haven't finished their match please return to the stage and continue the second round of the semifinals? Ling Bai's gaze burned as he stared directly at Ming Lang. I'll be waiting for you on the stage. Let me see just how strong a genius with 7 attributes really is. Ming Lang kicked him on the butt and sneered disdainfully, get lost quickly.
Your opponent isn't me, it's the young lady.
As soon as the words fell, Chihiro clasped her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and smiled at Ming Lang. I forfeit.
Why? Ming Lang asked in confusion. Because I want to give you and him a fair fight.
I believe in my man, he definitely won't need me to drain the opponent's energy.
What do you mean by your man? I really need it, okay? Who wouldn't want to save some effort? Ming Lang was once again dumbfounded.
From the very beginning, this girl had been saying all sorts of inexplicable things to him. But before he could figure out the meaning of her words, Wei Jingjian kicked him on the butt and shouted, "The other side has already forfeited, and you're still dawdling. Hurry up and fight. Finish it and go home." Rubbing his butt, Ming Lang shot him a glare and muttered as he walked toward the stage, "Shiyiru has conceded." The final match of the trial competition, Ming Lang vs Ling Bai. As the referee teacher gave the signal, Ming Lang suddenly turned his head toward Shiyiru. Before Ling Bai and Shiyiru's match, he had been focused
on recovering his energy and hadn't paid attention to Shiyiru's name.
Now, hearing it, his jaw dropped in shock.
Shiyiru? Ro? No way.
Under the stage, Shiyiru saw Ming Lang looking at her and gently blinked at him with a smile. "Ming Lang,
you're still distracted while fighting me. Are you not even taking me seriously?"
Hearing Ling Bai's resentful question, Ming Lang glared at him angrily. "I've got someone chasing me across 1,000 miles to find her husband.
Where do I have the time to deal with you?"
Seeing that Ming Lang still ignored him, Ling Bai let out a furious roar.
In an instant, an ice spear appeared in his hand, thrusting straight toward Ming Lang.
Startled by the roar, Ming Lang decided to stop worrying about his marital issues.
Mimicking Wei Jingjian's tone, he cursed, "Shout for what? Hurry up and fight. Finish it and go home."
As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Bai's ice spear suddenly came hurtling toward him. Ming Lang reached out and grabbed, but the piercing cold instantly made him hurriedly push the ice spear away. How could this be? I'm already a tier 3, while Ling Bai is only a tier 2.
Could it be that his ability's attribute can actually affect me?
With this question in mind, Ming Lang increased his speed to the limit, running around Ling Bai like lightning.
Ling Bai, however, remained calm.
Having undergone family training, his combat skills were far superior to those of Zhang Hao, that little chubby guy. The long spear in hand, Ling Bai thrust the spear tip into the ground, instantly transforming it into scattered ice shards, completely enveloping the surrounding space. Ming Lang tried several times, only to find that his fists couldn't break through the barrier created by the ice shards. The chill even turned his fists bright red from the cold. The people below the stage saw the two exchanging blows evenly and nodded in approval. These two are probably the strongest freshmen in their year. That's right, Ling Bai is the prodigy of the Ling family. I didn't expect Ming Lang's strength to be so formidable, able to fight Ling Bai to a standstill with just his physique. But what good is that? If he can't break through Ling Bai's ice barrier, he'll still end up losing. Just as everyone was discussing, the battle on the field had already shifted. After several unsuccessful attempts, Ming Lang's speed gradually slowed down and finally came to a halt.
Can't do it anymore? In the face of my ultimate attribute, it seems your 7 attributes are useless. Radiating frost, Ling Bai laughed recklessly, as if victory was within his grasp. Ultimate attribute? Ming Lang suddenly recalled Zhang Hao from the previous battle. That chubby guy was also at the 2nd tier and could actually withstand all his attacks. Could he also possess the ultimate attribute? Thinking of this, Ming Lang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ultimate attributes? Then I'll use ultimate attacks to break it. Suddenly opening his eyes, Ming Lang gathered all his strength into one point and threw a punch, leaving a tearing sensation in the air. Break for me. The fist struck solidly against the ice barrier. Ling Bai was just about to sneer when he suddenly noticed that his barrier's energy had been cracked. Not good. Ling Bai quickly withdrew the barrier, gathering all his energy in front of him, instantly forming an ice shield. Ming Lang did not back down. His right fist continued to exert force as he roared, "Break it again for me." The arm guard on the arm seemed to sense something, causing the entire arm to slightly retract backward, and then steam instantly sprayed out from the elbow guard. The force of the inch punch combined with the impact of the elbow guard, merging into one. At the moment the fist made contact with the ice shield, immense energy swept across the entire arena, stirring up a mist of ice. Who won? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the arena. The icy mist slowly dissipated, revealing a figure standing tall in the center of the arena. Seeing the figure's appearance clearly, students from the other departments immediately cheered. Bai Xian looked at the person on the stage with an expression of disbelief. Ming Lang, lost? The last bit of icy mist dissipated, and the figure on the stage became clearly visible. Ling Bai won. Ling Bai is amazing. Amid the cheers of all the students, Ling Bai, who was standing, turned his head toward the audience with a peculiar expression. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner of the arena. "Stop holding on, just lie down if you need to." Ming Lang slowly stood up, brushing off the ice shards on his body as he walked to Ling Bai's side. Ling Bai withdrew his gaze and stared intently at Ming Lang. "Why? You didn't have to hold back your strength, that way you wouldn't have been thrown backward by the backlash." Ming Lang grinned, patted Ling Bai's shoulder, and said, "Hey, buddy, even if we're not friends, we don't have any major grudges, right? I don't want to kill you, so just lie down obediently." After hearing Ming Lang's words, Ling Bai gave a bitter smile. "You're very strong, but I will surpass you." After saying this, he fell to the ground with a thud and passed out. Seeing Ling Bai collapse, the previously cheering students immediately fell silent. What happened? Didn't Ling Bai win? Yeah, just now Ling Bai was clearly standing on the stage. Why did he fall as soon as Ming Lang touched him? Unlike the students' doubts, the experts present all looked at Ming Lang and revealed gratified smiles. This kid isn't so unscrupulous as to achieve his goals by any means necessary. If he hadn't pulled back that last punch, Ling Bai's internal organs might have been shattered. Wei Xingzhen looked at Ming Lang, who was beaming with pride on the stage, and nodded as he spoke to the other teachers around him. Indeed, while he hasn't yet mastered complete control, being able to come up with such a brilliant attack method in such a short time shows he's teachable. Chen Bin's gaze toward Ming Lang grew even more eager. "Humph." Bai Xian raised her chin in dissatisfaction. "No matter how outstanding he is, he's still my student and has nothing to do with you." Wei Xingzhen and the other person were speechless, smiling as they shook their heads at her. Seeing that the duel had completely ended, Wei Xingzhen's body transformed into a ball of yellow light, and in the next second, he appeared directly beside Ming Lang. Casting a meaningful glance at Ming Lang, he waved his hand and threw an energy orb toward Ling Bai. Shortly after, under the healing effect of the orb, Ling Bai slowly regained consciousness. Ming Lang watched Wei Xingzhen's move and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, there isn't a single weak teacher at Imperial Capital University. But that didn't stop him from reaching out to Wei Xingzhen for something. "Hand it over, the first place reward." Wei Xingzhen rolled his eyes at him and simply ignored him. "All students, the trial is over. Pack up your things and return to school this afternoon." After speaking, he disappeared from the scene without caring about how Ming Lang was throwing a tantrum behind him. "Old geezer, you've got guts. We'll settle this back at school." Cursing under his breath, Ming Lang glanced at the still dispirited Ling Bai and casually asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Feeling the energy in his body gradually recovering, Ling Bai mumbled that he was fine, jumped off the ring, and returned to his class's position. Did my punch cure this kid's delusions of grandeur? Not hearing Ling Bai's signature harsh words, Ming Lang felt a bit unaccustomed. But what he didn't know was that his punch had almost shattered Ling Bai's pride. That punch, filled with the aura of death, still made Ling Bai shudder with fear whenever he thought about it. Shaking his head, Ming Lang also jumped off the ring. As soon as he landed, he saw Chi Yiro standing gracefully in front of him. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. What am I afraid of? Thinking of this, Ming Lang asked, "Are you Ro-Ro?" Chi Yiru's face was full of joy. "You finally remembered me? Remember you?" Ming Lang was a bit puzzled. "Have we met before?" The sparkle in Chi Yiru's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by deep disappointment. "You will remember me." Throwing out a random, nonsensical remark, Chi Yiru turned and left, giving Ming Lang a hard shoulder bump as she passed. "Ridiculous," Ming Lang muttered under his breath, only to see Bian Zai approaching him with a mischievous grin, followed by Bai Xian, whose expression seemed a bit odd. "Well done, nephew. Quite charming, huh? The little girl is nice, I approve." Looking at Bian Zai's carefree demeanor, Ming Lang was on the verge of breaking down and replied listlessly, "That's Ro-Ro, the childhood engagement my dad arranged for me." Bian Zai looked bewildered. "You have a betrothal? You didn't know?" Ming Lang was even more surprised. "How would I know? After your mom married your dad, she basically lost contact with the family. How could I know about something like this? Even when you came to the capital to study, it was your mom who suddenly told me." Listening to Bian Zai's explanation, Ming Lang couldn't help but feel suspicious. "It seems that my relationship with the Bian family is a bit shady, otherwise, we wouldn't have lost contact." "Alright, these two things are for you." Bian Zai took out 2 crystals from his pocket. "This one is a power crystal I made myself. It contains fire energy, which should be useful for your 7 attributes." Ming Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. This ability crystal was exactly what he needed most at the moment. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the rhombus-shaped crystal was entirely red, emitting a faint scorching aura from within, as if it contained boundless power. As for this one, Bian Zai's face revealed a proud expression. "It is the energy core of my 10th tier fire-type war god, containing 5 of my attacks. Although it doesn't reach the level of my personal strike, it's more than enough to deal with ability users below the 6th tier." Double the joy. Ming Lang looked at the other square-shaped energy core and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly how useful it was. With this, wouldn't the Academy Exchange battle be a guaranteed victory?
As he was calculating how to utilize these powers, Bai Xian's voice suddenly interrupted his wishful thinking. The Academy Exchange battle prohibits the use of energy cores. Ming Lang looked up at Bianzai, who shrugged helplessly, seemingly also resigned to this rule. You can also use the power of this crystal core to break the seals on those two bastards.
Alright, I'm leaving. Don't forget to go home with your mom during the holidays to visit your grandpa.
The old man hasn't been in good health these past few years. After saying that, Bianzai shot into the sky like a fire dragon, disappearing instantly into the horizon, leaving behind a scene of astonishment.
He treats you pretty well. Bai Xian's voice rang out again, interrupting Ming Lang's thoughts. Ming Lang held up the two crystal cores in his hand and asked in confusion, "Are these things worth a lot?"
Bai Xian pointed at the square energy crystal core. Only ability users above the 9th rank can condense energy crystal cores, so you can imagine their value.
As for the 10th rank crystal core in your hand, that's even more priceless.
Ming Lang couldn't help but marvel, feeling that this generous uncle really seemed to treat him quite well. He secretly rejoiced in his heart.
And what about this one?
Ming Lang raised another ability crystal, eager to know its value.
You'll learn about this in class after you go back.
Ability crystals are very basic things, Bai Xian said indifferently.
Ming Lang asked directly, I mean, how much is this thing worth?
Bai Xian thought for a moment and then said, the price of ability crystals varies depending on their attributes, and they are also divided into natural and artificial ones.
Powerful ability users can create ability crystals themselves, like the one in your hand. Its price is decent, ranging from a few million to tens of millions.
As for natural ones, they are rare and hard to come by, so they are much more expensive.
Hearing this price, Ming Lang's eyelid twitched uncontrollably.
Damn, it turns out the real money-burning aspect of abilities isn't in making technological weapons but in crazily investing ability crystals into arm guards. The 30 million his dad gave him is practically useless.
Seeing Ming Lang's constipated expression, Bai Xian asked curiously, why are you asking about this? You're only at tier 3, you can't even use ability crystals yet. Ming Lang was on the verge of tears. Sister Bai, is this thing easy to get? I want to buy some to study. Study? Do rich people always act so capriciously?
Although Bai Xian was very curious about why Ming Lang was so eager to get his hands on the ability crystal, after thinking it over, she didn't ask further and simply said, there really are some for sale, and if you want them, you can get them very quickly.
Ming Lang's eyes sparkled with anticipation, thinking to himself, since there's a chance, I absolutely can't miss it.
Where? Ming Lang's hope reignited in his heart.
Auction.
Bai Xian lit a cigarette and said softly, in the second month of the new semester, the school will organize a large-scale auction. Every year, various levels of ability crystals appear there.
If you want one, you can go and buy it. Auction?
Upon hearing this name, Ming Liang immediately pictured scenes of large sums of money being thrown around like paper. But what could he do? Without ability crystals, his third-tier level was basically a wasted upgrade.
Let's do it. At worst, I'll just get more money from Dad.
After greeting Bai Xian, Ming Lang thought about how to fool his dad while heading back to pack his things. Sitting on the return flight, Ming Lang looked around but couldn't find any trace of Wang Huazai. He suddenly realized that ever since the trial competition began, the aloof girl hadn't appeared again. She said she'd protect me and help build some rapport. Now who knows where she's off having fun.
Bah!
A woman's mouth, a deceitful ghost.
Muttering resentfully, Ming Lang continued pondering how to get more money from his dad.
An hour later, when Ming Lang stood in the dormitory again and saw the 3D duo looking at him with hesitation, he immediately felt a headache.
Without Lin Hua, these two would probably become his nightmare in the future.
Before the duo could speak, Ming Lang jumped straight onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and shouted good night before falling into meditation.
Why does he like sleeping so much? Probably because he's tired.
The chatter of the 3D duo was no longer something Ming Liang could pay attention to, as he had already started studying his own superpower.
Steel Egg, how do I use this ability crystal? The wooden voice sounded again.
Sir, please extract the energy from the crystal. The arm guard will automatically convert it into the required attribute. Understanding the operation process, Ming Lang began to sense the energy within the crystal in his arms.
Scorching, fiery red.
If the energy he usually sees during cultivation is like a cherry, then the energy on this ability crystal is like a watermelon. It's ridiculously huge. Amazed by the ability crystal given to him by Bianzai, Ming Liang tried extracting the energy from it. Without any resistance, as soon as the red energy was extracted, the arm guard's traction force absorbed it. On the arm guard, the red scale rapidly increased, and with just 1/3 of the crystal extracted, the glowing red groove was completely filled.
That's it?
Ming Liang was a bit puzzled. Sir, you can try activating the attribute energy on the arm guard, Steeleg's voice sounded at the right moment. Ming Lang chuckled to himself, this artificial intelligence didn't seem as dumb as before.
The next second, when he saw his blanket blazing in flames, he immediately dismissed that thought. This stupid AI.
If you had a physical form, I'd tear you apart. Damn it, he just had a thought, and flames actually shot out from the armguard. A basin of cold water splashed directly onto him, instantly extinguishing Ming Lang's anger. Seeing the duo looking at him in confusion, Ming Lang could only force an awkward smile and say, "I'll go sleep in the lab." After saying that, he left the dormitory dejectedly. Just as he was about to step out, he seemed to hear the two of them bantering in sync.
"Does he think we're in cahoots with Lin Hua?" Chang Tianlong asked in confusion. "Maybe he wants to burn us to death," Monk Yuanjue replied. "Then why would he burn his own quilt?" "Ming Lang, that's so damn socially dead." "No, I mean self-sacrificing."
After spending the whole night in the lab, the school delivered the first place prize for the competition early the next morning. What surprised Ming Lang was that, in addition to the spatial ring promised by Wei Jingzhen, there was also one crystal of each of the 7 elemental abilities. With the experience from yesterday, Ming Lang quickly extracted the energy from the various crystals. However, to his disappointment, each type of crystal could only fill a groove a little more than 2/3 full. Compared to the one Bian Zai gave him, this was far inferior. It seemed that these ability crystals also had storage limits. After discarding a few crystals that had been completely drained, Ming Lang picked up the spatial ring and began studying it. The entire ring was particularly simple, resembling a white silver strip bent into a circle, with no other distinguishing features.
Ming Lang tried channeling his energy into it.
Suddenly, he discovered that a new space had appeared in his mind. The entire space was about 10 square meters, just enough for the size of a small room. Exiting the space, Ming Lang focused his thoughts and pointed at the water cup on the table.
Swoosh! The water cup instantly disappeared from the table.
Ming Lang quickly checked and saw that there was indeed a cup inside the space. Amazed by the bracelet's magic, Ming Liang put it on his right hand. But who would have thought that as soon as the bracelet touched the armguard, the two would merge together?
Whoa! Steeleg, stop it quickly!
As soon as the words were spoken, the bracelet was completely absorbed into the armguard.
Just as Ming Liang was about to lose his mind, Steeleg's voice finally sounded.
"Sir, please check the space." Ming Lang hurriedly checked and found that the space he had just seen seemed to have expanded. "Sir, the space wristband can also undergo technological modifications.
Its principle is merely ordinary space refraction.
The technological armguard will expand the space range as your level increases." Letting out a long breath, Ming Lang patted his fragile little heart.
"Say it earlier next time, you scared me to death."
"All right, sir." With the spatial ring, the ability crystal cores delivered to him were also completely absorbed. Ming Lang planned to do something righteous next.
"Give me money."
Judging from the level of energy absorbed from the crystals earlier, the crystal cores given by his uncle should be of very high value, while the ordinary crystal cores provided by the school were probably worth only 1/3 of what his uncle gave. Based on Bai Xian's quoted price, Ming Lang had already come up with a number.
Next, it was time to righteously ask for money. "Son, what made you think of calling me?"
On the other end of the line, Dad was clearly busy dealing with something, his tone slightly hurried.
"Dad, I need money. A lot of money."
The person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, and their voice suddenly lowered.
"Son, did you mess with something you shouldn't have?"
"Listen to your dad, we don't mess with those kinds of things."
Ming Lang rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking?" "There's an auction at school, and I plan to buy something." Ming Zilin's voice suddenly became suggestive. "That won't do.
We've already agreed if you want money, you have to come back and get married." Ming Lang curled his lips. He had long anticipated that his father would bring up marriage, so he quickly pulled out the countermeasure he had prepared.
"I saw Ro. This news was undoubtedly what Ming Zilin cared about the most. He hurriedly dismissed his subordinates and anxiously pressed for details. "How does it feel? Isn't Ro very beautiful? Do you like her? Do you want to come back and get married?" Ming Zilin's usual barrage of questions made Ming Lang shudder. Just how obsessed was his dad with the idea of him getting married? Clearing his throat, Ming Lang began to play smart. "She said I'm her man and even dried my hair for me. So, do you get it now?" Got it. Ming Zilin grinned so wide his mouth was almost reaching his ears. This young man, progressing too fast. He's already drying her hair now, won't I be a grandpa in a few months? Thinking of this, Ming Zilin chuckled and said, "Planning to buy a gift for Ro at the auction, huh? Don't worry, your old man fully supports this. I'll have someone send you an unlimited card later, spend as much as you like." Dad's generosity caught Ming Lang off guard. He hadn't expected the power of that gentle move to be so immense. "Forget it, I'll tell Dad the truth after buying the crystal. This misunderstanding is a bit too big." Feeling guilty, he hung up the phone and began pondering the next issue.
From the battles with Ling Bai and Zhang Hao, he discovered his biggest weakness. Originally, he thought that his formidable physique was enough to handle many situations, but after witnessing the ultimate abilities of those two, he realized that relying solely on his physique was still not enough to dominate Imperial Capital University. Therefore, before the Academy Exchange battle, he needed to craft a weapon tailored specifically for himself. A technological weapon capable of sweeping through the Imperial capital. What should I make? After coming into contact with supernatural abilities, Ming Lang finally realized the undeniable importance of supernatural weapons. He had seen Bai Xian's battle blade, Ling Bai's ice sword, and Meng Yanggong's innate spear, and deeply understood how powerful the combination of weapons and supernatural abilities could be. At this thought, an idea flashed through his mind. He couldn't possibly carry a cannon around for every battle, could he? Besides, it wouldn't even fit in his spatial wristband. While Ming Lang was racking his brains, a peculiar sledgehammer in the corner of the laboratory caught his eye. The hammer had an unusual shape, with a gun tip protruding from the hammerhead, resembling a combination of an axe and a plate extremely unique. Ming Lang stepped forward to examine it closely. The moment his hand touched it, an unusual sensation sent a shiver through his entire body. No way? Ming Lang was startled and quickly placed the sledgehammer on the operating table to study it carefully. After a thorough investigation, his face displayed a look of utter shock, and he couldn't help but curse aloud. Who the hell said this world's technology is in decline? What is this? His loss of composure was entirely due to the astonishing data he uncovered. This sledgehammer was entirely constructed from nanometer particles. Such a massive nano-weapon was something Ming Lang had never seen in his previous life, yet here it was, appearing in a world where everyone regarded technology as insignificant as ants. Was this created by the original owner of this laboratory? Ming Lang grew even more curious about the strange person Bai Xian had mentioned. Ever since he entered this laboratory, a question had lingered in his mind. This laboratory was too perfect, so perfect that even the labs from his previous life couldn't compare. It contained almost all the equipment he needed, as if it had been tailor-made for him. In this world where technology had declined, how could such a genius exist? Ming Lang immediately began searching through the laboratory, hoping to find some clues left by the previous owner. After rummaging through everything for an hour, he finally discovered a yellow diary, but nothing else of use. Opening the diary, the crooked handwriting inside made him frown. This handwriting is really ugly, he complained as he turned to the first page. July 27th, someone pick me up, so I won't starve to death. Happy. August 1st, that old man seemed pretty nice. I didn't expect to have a superpower too, which made me even happier. October 5th, the people here are surprisingly dismissive of technology. If the teacher found out, they'd probably be furious. March 12th, it seems my ability is still insufficient. If the teacher were here, they would probably solve it easily. November 17th, I actually managed to create a nano-weapon. Amazing, giving myself a thumbs up. May 11th, since coexistence is impossible, then let it be destruction. The diary ends abruptly here. From it, it is not difficult to see that the owner of the diary seems to have had experiences similar to Ming Lang's, both facing the predicament of being discriminated against. Moreover, based on the records, the person who created the nano-weapon appears to have an even more powerful mentor. Besides me, is there really someone else in this world so dedicated to technology? Ming Lang's curiosity grew stronger, and he decided to find a time to thoroughly ask Bai Xian about it. Setting aside the matter of the original owner for now, Ming Lang continued to study the nano-warhammer. Although it was nano-manufactured, it was still just an ordinary hammer. To use it in combat, it would require further modifications. He stored the hammer in his space and began repeatedly constructing improvement plans for the warhammer on the holographic projection. A phone ringing suddenly woke him from his research. Ming Lang, you've got some nerve. Skipping an entire day of class on your first day. Bai Xian's voice startled Ming Lang. He pushed open the door and realized that night had unknowingly fallen. He had spent the entire day in the lab immersed in his research. Miss Bai, Ming Lang was about to explain, but Bai Xian didn't give him the chance. What I? Get yourself to Teacher Yin's office right now. Good luck. With that, she hung up the phone. Helpless, Ming Lang could only shake his head and sigh. It seemed his habit of neglecting everything for the sake of research had struck again. Stretching lazily, he recalled Wang Huazai's evaluation of that teacher, a lunatic, and felt a headache coming on. He then saved the data he had worked on and left the lab. In the teacher's office, Ming Lang stood until his legs were sore, but Yin Wuxiu seemed oblivious, still staring at the document in his hands without saying a word. Finally, Ming Lang couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. I'm sorry, teacher, I was wrong. Cloud Hidden and Red Cliff, each island has its own unique charm, leaving one dazzled. The islands are connected by earth temples, surrounded by either ethereal mist or secluded valleys.
Intertwined with forests, lakes, and streams, the towering peaks seem to pierce the heavens. The summits
are often encircled by violet lightning, appearing to be a place where heavenly thunder refines the body.
Waterfalls cascade down the mountains, their thunderous roar and majestic presence inspiring awe.
The scorching sun hangs high overhead, while mist swirls all around, mysterious and beautiful.
Selena stared intently, her mouth agape in shock, her face full of amazement. So beautiful.
At this moment, all her anticipation and excitement erupted in her heart, as if her new life was beginning right here.
Selena was full of confidence, believing she had seen much of the world.
As a vampire with infinite lifespan, she had traveled to islands and forests, climbed mountains, and crossed rivers. However, this time, she was utterly stunned by the breathtaking scenery before her.
It was a magnificent scene unlike anything she had ever witnessed, as if it embodied the ultimate beauty of the universe's principles. Every frame exuded an endless charm.
Sun Tao noticed her expression and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, let this masterpiece of heaven and earth bring a visual shock of Eastern aesthetics to this vampire from the secret realm. This masterpiece of heaven and earth truly exceeds my expectations, he marveled. It's already so vast at the start, and if spiritual essence is used, the island's area can be expanded.
Could it even evolve into a small world later on? Sun Tao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. These ideas were still too far-fetched for him. Just upgrading the painting into a
wishful scroll required 100,000 points of spiritual essence.
How much spiritual essence would it take to upgrade it into a small world? He waved at the still-shocked Selena and said with a smile, welcome to my world. Come on, let's take a stroll around our new home.
Sun Tao's words made Selena's eyes widen as she pointed at the island beneath their feet and exclaimed, you mean this is your world?
Selena was almost losing her mind. Did Sun Tao even realize what he was saying?
This was a subspace, and not just any subspace, it was a stable, independent one, with fragments of laws attached. It was practically the perfect foundation for a divine kingdom. Such a flawless subspace, she had only ever seen in alchemy books. Sun Tao smiled faintly, reached out his hand, and summoned a white cloud that descended from the sky, landing in front of the two of them. After mastering the scroll of heaven and earth, he automatically acquired a skill called cloud riding. Although it could only be used within the scroll and its speed was not high, it was still a convenient means of transportation. Beside the still-shocked Selena, Sun Tao rode the white cloud and slowly flew toward the island. The island beneath us is called Ethereal Island, shrouded year-round in mist as light as gauze.
It is the largest of the 6 islands.
Besides Ethereal Island, there are Xianling, Yaoqi, Qinghuan, Yunin, and Danya Islands, each with its own unique features.
I'll gradually introduce them to you in the future.
Riding the cloud, Sun Tao took Selena to overlook the island, where ancient trees towered, strange rocks stood ruggedly, streams meandered through the forest, and the scenery was picturesque and breathtaking. A few minutes later, they flew over a mountain range and saw a clearing halfway up the mountain in the distance. On it stood a simple brick and stone temple, with the words Temple of 5 Organs inscribed in large characters. Sun Tao couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily after seeing it. Interesting, interesting. Descending from the clouds, there stood a large green stone in front of the clearing, with the 3 characters Immortal Mansion engraved on it. Sun Tao placed his hand on the stone, and as a faint glow flickered in his palm, his magical power poured forth. A flash of white light appeared on the stone, and a palace-dressed beauty emerged from the white mist, bowing respectfully to Sun Tao and saying, "The spirit of the scroll greets the keeper of the scroll." Sun Tao nodded and pointed to the nearby 5 Organs temple, signaling, "Introduce this place." The spirit of the scroll respectfully said, "This place is the 5 Organs temple, the core of the universe scroll and the source of spiritual energy. The keeper of the scroll can invest spiritual essence here to upgrade the scroll's spiritual veins, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy on various islands. Additionally, the keeper of the scroll can consume spiritual essence through me to summon yellow turban warriors to construct immortal abodes. Cultivating in the immortal abodes provides a spirit-gathering effect." As Wan Ling introduced, Sun Tao gradually grasped the characteristics of each island. Misty Island focuses on cultivation, enhancing spiritual energy acquisition. Xianling Island specializes in body refinement, with Thunder Tribulation Peak aiding in physical training. Yaoqi Island excels in herb cultivation, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs. Qinghuan Island masters beast taming, refining bloodlines. Yunin Island specializes in artifact crafting, improving success rates, and Danya Island focuses on pill refining, enhancing the quality of elixirs. After listening to Zhuanling's introduction, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. This Qiankuan scroll was practically a portable farming artifact. However, at present, only Misty Island was accessible to him.
Unlocking the other islands would require investing spiritual essence.
Looking at the jade slip handed over with a smile by Wanling, Sun Tao's emotions became complicated. Xianling Island required 30,000 spiritual essence, Yaoqi Island 60,000, Qinghuan Island 50,000, Yunnan Island 70,000, and Danya Island 50,000, a total of 260,000 spiritual essence points to unlock them all.
So it's all about the spiritual essence value. Wanling nodded with a gentle smile. Everything in the painting is formed by spiritual energy, so it naturally requires spiritual essence for nourishment.
And every month, the scroll needs 1,000 points of spiritual essence, otherwise, the spiritual energy in the painting will decline, greatly reducing its power. Sun Tao sighed, not expecting to carry a mortgage after arriving in this world. He thought to himself, this time, heaven has truly given me a massive challenge. Placing his hand on the large green stone, it showed that building even the lowest level grade 1 immortal residence required 5,000 points of spiritual essence. This made the cash-strapped Sun Tao frown deeply, sighing inwardly, I thought I had some assets, but it turns out I'm still a pauper. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed, I absolutely cannot sink into despair like this. Sun Tao sighed, waved his hand to let Wanling leave first, then turned to Selena and said, for now, stay here and find a place to rebuild the Evernight Castle. Let me know what you need, and I'll prepare it for you. His tone carried a hint of determination. I will make sure you live better. By the way, do you have any specific requirements for blood slaves? Sun Tao asked, pondering how he could establish himself in this complex world. The Qinkuan scroll was simply too vast for Sun Tao to manage alone. He simply didn't have the time. After much thought, Sun Tao decided to leave Selena inside to manage it for him. After all, they had already signed a sole master-servant contract, and Selena's life and death were entirely under his control, so there was no fear of betrayal. Sensing Sun Tao's intentions, Selena panicked. The reason she was willing to acknowledge Sun Tao as her master was precisely because she didn't want to stay in that small secret realm. Now that Sun Tao planned to confine her in this subspace, wouldn't she be at a huge loss for accepting him as her master? She absolutely refused to agree. Moreover, inside the Qiankuan scroll, due to its recent activation, there were no living creatures. If she stayed inside, Selena would die of boredom. In the end, Sun Tao agreed to let her go out and have fun for 10 days each month, and only then was she willing to take on the role of Sun Tao's housekeeper. Selena curled her lips into a smile, secretly feeling pleased. This guy does have a bit of humanity in him. Technically, blood slaves don't have many requirements, as long as their level is lower than mine. Sun Tao continued to ask, so, what kind of blood slave do you think would be better? But I see that there will be tasks like growing herbs, raising pets, and mining in the future. It's best to have humanoid blood slaves for those. Selena analyzed seriously. Personally, I recommend humanoid monsters like orcs, ogres, winged beings, and elves. After being turned into blood slaves, they can retain a certain level of consciousness, which makes it easier for me to command them. If it's an ordinary human, they might turn into an idiot after becoming a blood slave. Her analysis made Sun Tao nod in agreement, as he calculated in his mind. Orcs, ogres, and the like are definitely out of the question. This scroll of heaven and earth is so beautiful, letting those things in would just be an eyesore. Elves and winged beings are the best, but I haven't heard of any such creatures around here yet. I'll have to keep an eye out in the future and seize the opportunity to capture them. He secretly made up his mind to turn this world into his own paradise. Actually, if you don't mind, skeleton monsters make excellent laborers. They don't eat or drink, work tirelessly, and are practically perfect workers. Selena's words made Sun Tao's eyes light up, and his heart suddenly jolted. Skeleton monsters. What a coincidence. Li Shuiyao seemed to have arranged for him to go to the Silver Secret Realm Skeleton Cave today. There are tons of skeletons there. Sun Tao felt a surge of excitement, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. What a great opportunity. I must subdue all those skeletons. Li Shuiyao leaned lazily against a sports car, wearing an exaggerated pair of toad-shaped sunglasses. She chewed gum, completely indifferent to the curious gazes around her, which only made her appear even more confident. Whose young lady is this, daring to park her car in our neighborhood? I don't know either. Is she waiting for someone? Damn, if I could date her, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in a villa. You really have no idea what hardship is. A dozen minutes later, Sun Tao slowly walked down from upstairs. Sun Tao
Sun Tao, I'm here. Li Shuao stood on tiptoe, shouting at him excitedly and waving. The surrounding residents were all shocked. Whoa, it's actually Sun Tao. This guy really has no backbone, living off a woman. Damn it, he's really living the good life. I'm so jealous. It's not true. Quickly tell me it's not true. Ignoring the neighbor's whispers, Sun Tao walked straight to the passenger seat of the sports car, opened the door, and got in. As soon as Li Shuao got in the car, she took off her sunglasses and gave him a slight smile. This place is really hard to find. It doesn't even have a proper entrance. Sun Tao shrugged. Resettlement communities, they're all like this.
Do you want to move out?
You have money anyway, and I happen to have a few vacant houses. You can move in with just your bags. Sun Tao thought for a moment but still shook his head. Forget it, the Battle Soul entrance exam is coming up soon. Who knows where I'll be studying afterward. If I go to Kyoto Academy, I'm planning to directly buy a house in Kyoto. Li Shuao thought of Sun Tao's abilities and felt that what he said made sense. With his abilities, even if he doesn't become the national top scorer, getting into Kyoto Academy would be a piece of cake. That works too. Anyway, I already have a house in Kyoto. If you want it, let me know in advance, and I'll give you a discount. Letting Sun Tao live in her house would be akin to cohabitation, wouldn't it? Li Shuao's heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed slightly. Sun Tao was completely unaware of this, but he was already calculating the money in his hands. After clearing the hidden dungeon last time, he had accumulated quite a bit of equipment. Adding Zhao Tianming's share and handing it over to Li Shuao to handle, it was estimated to sell for 30 to 40 million. However, Sun Tao was worried about the authorities investigating Zhao Tianming and feared that selling now might attract the attention of the security bureau. So, he hadn't contacted Li Shuao yet, planning to wait until he reached Kyoto to discuss it. As for the money on hand now, just keep a few million as living expenses, and use the remaining 10 million to buy some ordinary animals, saplings, and plants to enrich the ecosystem of the Qiankuan Scroll. If there are no animals inside, it would be far too monotonous. The remaining 30 million, Sun Tao plans to use to purchase soul power potions. Soul power potions are specially designed to enhance the soul power of soul warriors, and are known alongside gene potions and cultivation elixirs as the three fundamental potions. Sun Tao now possesses the Great Sage Staff technique and Furious Ape Force, so there's no need to worry about his physical body. Recently, he also acquired a batch of top-grade spiritual liquid from Zhao Tianming, so he isn't lacking in cultivation resources. However, his biggest weakness is his mana limit. Furious Ape Force focuses on close combat, and the mana limit increase with each upgrade is far too minimal. Currently, Sun Tao can barely perform a few instances of form condensation and chi dispersion, and even hair clone has become a luxury. Using it once completely drains his mana. Therefore, to enhance his combat power, the most critical factor is to increase his mana limit. Soul Power Potion is precisely the key to boosting the soul power limit. However, because the raw materials for this potion are rare, it has always been in short supply on the market. With Sun Tao's current means, he wouldn't be able to buy it even if he had money. Soul Power Potion? Li Shuao held the steering wheel and thought for a moment. That stuff isn't easy to get, but our family has some connections. How many do you need? I can sell them to you for 3 million each. 3 million isn't expensive. Sun Tao knew the market price of soul power potions. Even the lowest grade inferior ones could sell for over 4.2 million. 3 million was probably just the cost price for Li Shuao's family. Thank you, I currently have about 30 million on hand. Please help me buy 10 soul power potions. Li Shuao thought for a moment and said to him, the effects of low-level soul power potions are relatively weak, and drinking too many can lead to drug resistance. Instead of that, why not try to get a top-grade soul power potion? At the end of next month, there will be an auction in Kyoto, and there will happen to be 5 top-grade soul power potions available. You can try to compete for them. Top-grade soul power potions. These are excellent remedies for increasing the upper limit of soul power. Combined with the Nether Moon Resurrection Flower obtained earlier, it's practically a perfect match tailored for acquiring a second soul skill. Would Li Shuao be so kind as to give the top-grade soul power potion to him? No, she also has the Nether Moon Other Shore Flower. It definitely couldn't be that simple. Seeing the doubt and anticipation on Sun Tao's face, Li Shuao smiled faintly, but she understood what he was thinking. Don't worry, I've already taken 3 top-grade soul power potions after my awakening, and my body has developed resistance to them. At most, I can only take 1 more, so I won't compete with you. On the contrary, I'll even help you. As long as you win the potion, just give me 1 dose. Sun Tao frowned and asked in confusion, why not ask your family for help? Li Shuai gave a bitter smile. Every family's resources are limited, even the Li family is no exception. Although we, the children of these families, may seem glamorous, we actually have to fight for everything ourselves. If this batch of potions were bought by the family, there wouldn't be any left for me.
Her words carried a hint of helplessness. Sun Tao listened but still couldn't understand. That's impossible.
You're an A-level battle soul. Wouldn't your family prioritize resources for you? Li Shuao shook her head helplessly. An A-level battle soul? Haha, among us family children, who isn't fed all kinds of potions from birth? Even the worst can awaken a B-level battle soul.
Grade A battle soul doesn't even qualify to be included in the family genealogy, let alone the fact that our family is just a branch of the Li family in Kyoto. The real authority still lies in the hands of the family head.
This was the first time Sun Tao heard Li Shuao mention her family's situation, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy.
However, she only said a few words before shaking her head and saying no more. Anyway, keep some money on hand during this period. The last auction price for a top-grade soul power potion was about 80 million per vial, and this time it will probably be even more expensive.
When the time comes, I'll bring some money too.
The two of us can cooperate, and afterward, I only need one vial of top-grade soul power
potion.
There will be plenty of good items at the auction. Even if you can't get the soul power potion, you can bid on other things.
80 million for one, 400 million for 5.
Sun Tao silently calculated in his mind.
Adding Zhao Tianming's equipment, it still seemed insufficient.
Fortunately, the auction is at the end of next month.
He still has time and should be able to grind it out.
The sports car sped along, quickly exiting the west gate of the city and arriving at a vast open area in the suburbs. The place was packed with vehicles, with buses and RVs occasionally coming and going. Li Shuao parked the car and unfastened her seatbelt.
Let's go.
This is the public parking area closest to the skeleton cave. We'll meet up with the others first, then take a unified ride to the cave entrance. Sun Tao nodded, opened the car door, got out, and walked to the front of the car to meet Li Shuao. Suddenly, Li Shuao reached out and held onto Sun Tao's arm. Even through the thick red lotus armor, Sun Tao could still feel the astonishing softness, his heart fluttering as he couldn't help but twist his arm slightly.
Li Shuao's face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
She fiercely pinched a soft spot on Sun Tao's arm through the gap in the armor.
Behave yourself. Remember what I just told you in the car. Sun Tao muttered under his breath. Starting already? I thought we'd wait until everyone was here first. Not long after, the two arrived at the entrance of a large square.
This was a marketplace spontaneously organized by the Soul Warriors, bustling and lively, with all kinds of equipment and items available to prepare for adventures in
the Skeleton Cavern.
Those Soul Warriors who had just returned from the cavern were busy dealing with surplus magical materials here, making for a booming business. At the entrance, a group of 6 student-like Soul Warriors was looking around, seemingly waiting for something. Their equipment and the high-end clothing beneath it revealed their extraordinary status, clearly not ordinary people.
As Li Shuao and Sun Tao approached, one of the girls excitedly waved and shouted, "Shuao, over here! We're here!" This girl is named Su Tiantian, a childhood best friend of Li Shuao, and also a top second-generation rich in Liuzhou City. When Li Shuao saw her, she immediately let go of Sun Tao's arm, ran up excitedly, and held her hand. "Tiantian, what level have you reached?" "Oh, don't even mention it. A few days ago, I went to the Blood Forest to level up, but before I could kill a few monsters, the security bureau showed up and drove us all away. I'm still half a bar of experience away from level 3. You have to protect me later." After Su Tiantian finished speaking, her gaze shifted to Sun Tao, her face full of curiosity. "Who is this?" This adventure to the Skull Cave was organized by her cousin Su Wei, with the purpose of pursuing Li Shuao. Therefore, everyone was quite tactful, and the people they brought along were mostly bodyguards, giving young Master Su plenty of space to showcase himself. However, Su Tiantian, Li Shuao's bodyguard, was familiar with most of the other bodyguards but had never seen Sun Tao before. Looking at Sun Tao's handsome face, Su Tiantian couldn't help but blush and feel her heart race, secretly thinking, should I try to win him over? After all, Li Shuao is about to be with my cousin, and leaving such a great resource with her would be a waste. At that moment, Li Shuao's introduction left everyone stunned. "He's my boyfriend, Sun Tao." "Ah," Su Tiantian exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she pointed at Sun Tao and stammered, "He's your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" Li Shuao smiled gently, ran to Sun Tao's side, and held his arm. Just a few days ago, I didn't get a chance to tell you all." Don't be fooled by his seemingly ordinary appearance, his strength is actually quite impressive. Ordinary appearance? Everyone looked at Sun Tao's handsome face and secretly thought to themselves, with such a handsome face, you actually call him ordinary? Sun Tao remembered Li Shuao's advice in the car, smiled, and said to everyone, "Hello, everyone, I'm Sun Tao, a level 10 battle soul master." Level 10. Everyone was shocked once again. This guy looked about their age and should have just awakened
awakened not long ago, yet he was already level 10. Could it be that he was really cheating? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Sun Tao couldn't help but secretly chuckle to himself. If he told them he was already level 23, wouldn't they be scared to death? Who's level 10? Is there really such a talented genius in Liuzhou City? Suddenly, a flippant voice rang out, and everyone's expressions instantly changed. Li Shuao and Sun Tao turned to look, seeing a handsome young man in silver armor walking slowly out of the market, his face full of joy as he gazed at Li Shuao. However, Sun Tao noticed that when the young man's gaze swept over him, a faint trace of disdain flickered deep within his pupils. Behind him followed a middle-aged mage wearing glasses, dressed in a white robe, exuding waves of radiant magical energy. Sun Tao glanced at Li Shuao beside him, using his eyes to ask, "Is it this guy?" Li Shuao nodded slightly, smiling as she greeted him, "Long time no see, Brother Su."
Li Shuao had mentioned in the car to Sun Tao that Su Wei was the son of the mayor of Liuzhou City and had been pursuing her recently.
Due to her family's business ties, she couldn't afford to fall out with him and could only rely on Sun Tao to make Su Wei back off.
Sun Tao understood immediately.
Without waiting for Su Wei to approach, he stepped forward 2 paces, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Ah, you must be Su Wei, young Master Su, right? My Shuao has told me that you usually take good care of her. I am truly grateful. My little one is usually a bit headstrong, doesn't listen to anyone, only listens to me. If she said anything inappropriate, please don't take it to heart. How about this? Since Snow Yao and I confirmed our relationship, I haven't treated everyone to a meal yet. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a feast. How does that sound?" Sun Tao's greeting was extremely polite, but when these words reached Su Wei's ears, they made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. However, Sun Tao didn't care about Su Wei's feelings at all. He had taken the money, and he would do as much as he was paid for.
Su Wei feeling uncomfortable? Perfect. That's exactly what we want.
Listening to Sun Tao calling out Shui Yao and baby, Su Wei's anger was almost about to erupt.
He had never seen someone so shameless. Have you registered your marriage? Calling her like that, do you really not care about other people's feelings?
With Li Shuao present, Su Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his voice, saying, "Forget about eating together.
Not everyone is qualified to dine with us. Since everyone is here, let's set off quickly."
After saying this, Su Wei walked straight past the group and headed toward the entrance of the skull cave. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone except Sun Tao.
Interesting, planning to kill me? Let's see if your methods are strong enough.
Sun Tao's lips curled into a smile, filled with anticipation for what was about to happen. Instead of scheming against Su Wei, he thought it would be better to strike him down directly and decisively. After all, the dead wouldn't bother him anymore. Paying the entrance fee, everyone stepped into the entrance of the skull cave. In a daze, they were swallowed by the darkness.
Deep, entering hidden realm, skull cave, first level.
Detecting team combat power. Combat power detection complete. Matching realm difficulty.
Difficulty, hell. Level requirement, 0-100.
Player requirement, 10 players. Clear conditions: kill skeleton warriors 0/300, kill skeleton mages 0/3, kill death knight 0-1. Introduction: in ancient times, the Grim Reaper Monger granted mages the power to control death in order to gain followers, causing the empire to collapse overnight. The once prosperous capital turned into a bottomless and terrifying cavern. Hearing the system prompt, everyone's expressions instantly turned tense. Except for Sun Tao, the others seemed at a loss.
Damn it! How could it be the hell-level skeleton cavern? It's over, we can't beat this now. Damn, hell difficulty. We probably can't even beat the small monsters. Brother Su, how about we back out?
Before Su Wei could speak, the other boys had already started to waver. They were all second-generation rich kids, just beginning to enjoy life, and there was no reason to risk themselves just to help Su Wei chase a girl.
Even Li Shuao's eyes flashed with shock as she looked at Sun Tao in confusion. Hell difficulty again? It was clearly normal difficulty during the scouting. How did it turn into hell difficulty this time? Could it be because of Sun Tao? Young Master Su, what do you say? Should we continue?
In the team, a man dressed in leather armor had a gleam of anticipation in his eyes as he asked Su Wei.
Su Wei was filled with inner conflict. Although he wanted to appear carefree and confident in front of Li Shuao, the horrors of the hell-level dungeon made him uneasy.
He had invited a level 39 Holy Light Soul warrior in advance, but still couldn't guarantee a safe retreat.
The moment he saw Li Shuao leaning against Sun Tao's chest, a surge of anger ignited within him.
Damn it, isn't it just the hell difficulty skeleton cave? What's there to be afraid of? Su Wei shouted loudly, his voice carrying an unyielding determination.
I've already done my research before. The content of the Skeleton Cave's secret realm is always the same. As long as we follow the strategy, even if the monsters are a bit stronger, we still have a chance.
Please trust me, as long as we proceed steadily and cooperate with each other, we will definitely clear the level successfully. As soon as the words were spoken, the team members responded one after another.
Well said, young Master Su. Whatever you say, we'll do.
That's right, if we back down from a hell difficulty secret realm, how can we survive in the future?
Exactly, the secret realm has already calculated that our combat power can clear the hell difficulty. We absolutely have no problem. Seeing everyone's support, Su Wei felt smug and secretly delighted.
He turned to look at Li Shueyo, only to find her whispering with Sun Tao, not even glancing at him.
Damn it, do you guys even take me seriously anymore? Anger spread in Su Wei's heart.
He suppressed his fury, trying hard to stay calm, and said, let's first report our levels and battle souls to facilitate tactical arrangements.
I'll go first. I'm a level 5 battle soul master, with an A-level battle soul, Thundercloud Spear.
Level 39 battle soul master, with a C-level battle soul, Holy Light Staff. A bespectacled white-robed mage responded succinctly. The others reported their levels and battle spirits one after another. Most of the second-generation individuals had level 5 or 6 B-grade battle spirits, while their bodyguards were mostly level 29 or 30 C-grade battle spirit masters.
The weakest, Li Tian, was not even level 3, with almost no combat ability.
After listening to everyone's introductions, Su Wei turned his gaze to Sun Tao and asked gravely, I know Shui Yao is a level 6 battle spirit.
Master, with an A-grade Jade Lotus battle spirit that can heal. I wonder what battle spirit this brother has. What abilities does it possess? Everyone curiously looked at Sun Tao. Although most of them were from first high school, they usually disdained talking to ordinary students like Sun Tao. Sun Tao silently touched his cheek.
Oh, Brother Wei, I'm a level 10 battle soul master, with a D-rank battle soul, the Golden Silk Monkey.
D-rank Golden Silk Monkey? Are you that Sun Tao from class 3? Whoa, you're the special effects master Sun Tao, the one whose awakening caused a heaven-shaking phenomenon, only to turn out to have a D-rank battle soul?
As soon as Sun Tao revealed his battle soul, the scene fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, a hint of mockery appearing on their faces, as if saying,
this is the boyfriend you found? Really?
Li Shueyo wanted to defend Sun Tao, but he held her hand tightly.
I am indeed a D-level battle soul, so what?
Sun Tao's face showed no trace of emotion.
What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask what's wrong.
You're a useless nobody, and you dare to leech off our experience.
Exactly, a D-level battle soul is completely useless. It's over, now we really can't win.
Before Su Wei could speak, the others started blaming him one after another, their disdainful gazes all focused on Sun Tao. In their eyes, a grade D battle soul is nothing but trash.
Even if Sun Tao is at level 10, so what? What kind of combat power could a grade D battle soul possibly have? Moreover, it's a golden monkey battle soul, which sounds completely useless in battle. Are you planning to feed bananas to skeletons? Brother, that's where you're wrong.
We came to the skeleton cave to enhance our combat power, not to mess around or flirt. A grade D battle soul like yours is better suited for fighting slimes on the green plains. Don't cause trouble here, Su Wei said coldly.
Li Shueyo could no longer hold back, burning with anger. No matter what, Sun Tao was the teammate she had brought along.
At this moment, these words were practically a slap in her face.
She grabbed Sun Tao and angrily questioned, Su Wei, what do you mean by this?
Su Wei sneered disdainfully and shrugged. Just the literal meaning. I'm telling you, Su Wei, don't think you're so amazing. Sun Tao's strength is beyond what you can imagine. Without him, we wouldn't be able to get through this secret realm at all.
Hearing Li Shueyo's words, Su Wei sneered disdainfully, pointing at Sun Tao and saying, him? A war spirit master with a D-level war spirit? Shueyo, did he trick you or something? So what if he's level 10? How much combat power can a D-level war spirit have? 30 points or 50 points? I think exceeding 80 would already be the limit. It's unimaginable. Or should I say unimaginably trash?
Su Wei looked at Sun Tao with disdain, his face full of contempt, as if he were watching a clown. However, considering your face, we can take him alone. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of sinister calculation flickered in his eyes.
But after clearing the secret realm, all rewards must be distributed according to team contributions. More work, more gain, less work, less gain. No work, no gain.
Su Wei stared at Sun Tao, the last sentence carrying a hint of provocation, as if warning him not to think about taking advantage. Sun Tao, however, was completely indifferent, giving a faint smile. I don't care. Li Shueyo, standing nearby, sneered and whispered to Sun Tao, let him see what real strength is later. Sun Tao made an okay gesture, feeling secretly pleased with himself.
Don't worry, I've got this.
He was full of confidence, as if he could already see the moment of victory.
Su-Wei's voice made everyone restrain their laughter.
The dark, eerie skeleton cave exuded a sinister aura.
Everyone began pulling out their gear from their spatial pockets, gearing up and preparing for the adventure. Seeing that Sun Tao hadn't made a move, Su-Wei sneered disdainfully, secretly delighted. "Brother, you don't happen to be without equipment, do you? I have a spare set of armor here, why don't you use it for now? Anyway, you don't deal much damage later, so you might as well draw more firepower."
His words were full of sarcasm, as if he was anticipating Sun Tao's failure. Su-Wei's seemingly well-intentioned advice actually concealed his hope that Sun Tao would perish in the secret realm.
"Whoa, buddy, you're pretty cocky."
Someone nearby couldn't help but speak up, their gaze filled with mockery.
"Do you even know that in Hell difficulty secret realms, the small monsters are equivalent to mini-bosses outside?
With your scrawny frame, the small monsters inside could send you packing with a single strike."
The crowd burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became lively.
Su-Wei raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, a smug smile on his face. "It seems, brother, that you're quite confident in your abilities." "Perfect, there are a few lone skeletons inside.
Why don't you go lure them over? That way, you can make some contribution too."
Hearing Su-Wei's words, Sun Tao's eyes immediately lit up, secretly pondering. Great, he was just worrying about not having an excuse to act alone. With so many little skeletons in the skeleton cave, they were all precious laborers. If he could collect them all into the Qinkuan scroll, he'd never have to worry about lacking workers again. Sun Tao's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he thought to himself, "This time in the secret realm adventure, I will make them witness true strength." He advanced along the dark cave until there were no traces of torches ahead. Only then did Sun Tao summon the copper cloud staff, his eyes emitting golden light, instantly illuminating the dark cave as bright as day. Crack, crack, crack. After just a few steps, the sound of bones colliding suddenly came from ahead. 5 or 6 skeleton warriors crawled out of the ground, holding broken knives and shattered swords in their hands. They opened their mouths as if trying to speak to Sun Tao, seemingly roaring something.
Skeleton Warrior, Level 13, Combat Power 275, Skill, Crippling Strike. Looking at the skeleton warrior's attributes, Sun Tao curled his lips. Trash! The copper cloud staff in his hand swung up, and with a sudden strike, 6 skeleton warriors instantly shattered into pieces on the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior, gaining EXP *10 and spirit value *2. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior, gaining EXP *10 and spirit value *2. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior, gaining EXP *10 and spirit value *2. The continuous system notifications ringing in his ears made Sun Tao frown involuntarily. This experience and spiritual essence are way too low. Could it be that leveling up caused the drops from these low-level monsters to shrink? Sun Tao felt annoyed, thinking it was a waste of time dealing with this trash. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and saw that Su-Wei and the others hadn't caught up yet. He flipped his palm, took out the Qiankuan scroll, and gently waved his hand to summon Selena. "Master." Selena held her skirt hem and respectfully bowed to Sun Tao.
Sun Tao waved his hand and said, "There are many skeletons in this cave. See which ones can be useful, and we'll collect them into the Qiankuan scroll.
If not, just destroy them all."
Selena nodded, her gaze directed toward the depths of the cave, a blood-red pentagram magic array flashing in her pupils. "They're just the lowest-level skeleton warriors, completely worthless. But it seems there are 3 skeleton mages deeper in the passage. They might be somewhat useful. We could consider bringing them in." Sun Tao raised his eyebrows slightly, resting the bronze cloud staff on his shoulder.
"What are we waiting for? Let's go."
"I'll take care of those skeleton minions, you deal with those 3 skeleton mages." With that, Sun Tao stomped his foot, transforming into a streak of light and rushing toward the depths of the skeleton cave.
Countless skeleton warriors sleeping in the passage were instantly awakened.
They howled as they crawled out from all directions, but before they could launch an attack, a streak of blood-red light pierced through their chests, instantly annihilating numerous skeletons. Selena withdrew her palm, looked at Sun Tao's disappearing figure, and smiled faintly as her entire being slowly faded into the darkness. Actually, the first layer of the skeleton cave isn't very large, it's just that the monsters are quite dense.
Often, those skeleton
warriors hide in the soil beneath your feet or in the cracks of the walls, and you never know when you'll be suddenly ambushed. At the entrance of the cave, Su-Wei was giving everyone the final explanation of the secret realm. He held a notebook full of strategies and precautions in his hand, waving to the white-robed mage behind him to cast a layer of light shield on everyone. This light shield can protect you from one sneak attack by the skeleton monsters. Everyone, try to act cautiously and avoid wasting the shield unnecessarily. After Su-Wei finished speaking, the others burst into laughter.
"Don't worry, young Master Su. We're not trash who awaken D-level battle souls. These garbage skeletons can't possibly hurt us. Exactly, let that kid lure the monsters. He hasn't made a move for so long, probably hiding somewhere. Haha, maybe he hasn't gone far at all. When we go in later, we'll probably see him lying on the ground trembling in fear. Listening to the crowd's mockery, Li Shuiao felt displeased, but she remembered Sun Tao's words, "Don't argue with these people, he has a way to shut them up." Su Wei, upon hearing this, laughed and scolded, "Better to be cautious. The small monsters in the skeleton cave aren't very threatening. The main issue is the high monster density. You often encounter a dozen skeletons at once. When the fight starts, remember to use area attacks to clear them quickly and avoid getting entangled with them. Additionally, as you go deeper, there will be 3 forks in the path. Only the leftmost path leads to the final boss, the Death Knight. The other 2 paths are dead ends. One leads to 100 skeleton warriors, and the other to 3 skeleton mages, both of which are quite troublesome. Everyone, be careful." Su Wei finished speaking, and another boy nodded in agreement. Brother Su is right, we only have one life, so it's better to be cautious. Even a fully equipped level 15 adventure team would struggle with this skeleton cave. Our strength isn't great, and this is hell level difficulty. It's better to proceed steadily. Just as the boy finished speaking, Su Tian suddenly screamed, "Look! Everyone, quickly look at the mission panel." Everyone was startled, thinking something had changed with the Secret Realm mission. They quickly opened the mission panel to check. Clearance conditions: kill skeleton warriors 13/300, kill skeleton mages 0/3, kill Death Knight 0-1. On the mission panel, the number of skeleton warriors killed was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it jumped from 13 to 18, then to 25, all in less than a second. Watching the numbers jump, everyone was momentarily stunned. What just happened? Is the system malfunctioning? Damn it, the system malfunctioned? This is the embodiment of rules, can it even malfunction? We're all here, right? Who's killing the monsters? Could it be? Everyone was stunned, almost unable to believe their own guess. All 9 of them were still preparing at the cave entrance, except for one person who had entered the cave. Meanwhile, the number of skeleton monsters killed on the mission panel was skyrocketing. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and a bold guess arose in their minds: had they entered the wrong secret realm? Or had they misheard the difficulty of the secret realm? Could this really be the easy difficulty skeleton cave? Holy crap, seriously? A level 10 D-rank soul warrior has this kind of strength? Could this be a fake hell difficulty secret realm? Killed 7 more, could it be that all the skeleton monsters he encounters are instantly defeated? Why not follow him and see for yourself? The group immediately rushed forward, the path littered with the remains of skeleton warriors. The shattered bones made everyone gasp in shock. Is this guy really a D-level soul warrior? His attacks are so terrifying that the bones are crushed into powder? Before everyone could figure it out, they saw the number of skeleton warriors killed on the mission panel suddenly jump by 100, and the number of skeleton mages also skyrocketed from 0 to 3. Everyone was instantly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Wei even screamed directly, "This is impossible." Just now, Sun Tao instantly wiped out 100 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton mages. Those monsters weren't even in the same place. This is absolutely impossible. Even if he's so powerful, does traveling and killing monsters not take time? How could he possibly instantly kill so many monsters at once? Su Wei's mind was in turmoil. Thinking for a long time, he could only come up with one possibility. Did he cheat? The group jogged all the way to the end of the central fork. All they saw were skeleton remains scattered across the ground, but there was no sign of Sun Tao. "Boss! He must be at the boss!" Su Wei shouted loudly, his heart as anxious as ants on a hot pan. He knew that if they didn't catch up with Sun Tao quickly, all the monsters in the secret realm would be killed by him. This was no time for jokes. Su Wei had just used a fairness scroll to change the team's distribution mode to output-based. If they didn't step up their efforts, even the final experience points and equipment would be monopolized by Sun Tao. Damn it, why didn't he say he had this kind of strength earlier? Su Wei cursed inwardly, not daring to pause for even a moment, leading the group swiftly toward the other side of the boss area. Just as they reached the cave entrance, they saw Sun Tao calmly swinging the bronze cloud staff, sweeping it horizontally. Bang! In an instant, he sent over a dozen skeleton warriors summoned by the Death Knight flying in half, unable to even let out a scream before shattering into countless bone fragments in midair. After instantly killing over a dozen skeleton warriors with one strike, Sun Tao did not stop at all. Instead, he took a heavy step forward, his entire body transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the nearby Death Knight. Roar! The Death Knight let out a thunderous roar, gripping its massive sword and slashing down fiercely. Under its terrifying strength, the ground beneath it instantly caved in, with countless cracks spreading wildly outward from its center. The razor-sharp sword energy slashed toward Sun Tao like a streak of light.
Facing the incoming sword energy, Sun Tao's figure nimbly flickered, leaving behind an afterimage at his original position, effortlessly dodging the Death Knight's attack and charging toward it at an even faster speed. Approaching the Death Knight, Sun Tao lightly tapped his toes on a large rock in the cave for leverage, leaping into the air as the iron rod in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light.
Die for me! With a swing of the rod, a golden ape's phantom appeared behind Sun Tao, its wide-open mouth emitting a silent roar. Powerful magic surged into the copper cloud rod, carrying the whistling force of the rod's wind as it smashed fiercely onto the Death Knight's head. The violent force of the rod descended, instantly extinguishing the soul fire within the Death Knight's skull. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, cracks spread continuously from the top of the Death Knight's head, gradually covering its entire body. Even the skeletal warhorse beneath it turned into scattered fragments on the ground. Beep! You have slain the level 15 boss Death Knight, gaining EXP *82 and spirit value *21. No! Seeing the Death Knight instantly killed, Su Wei let out a sorrowful cry, feeling deeply regretful. He hadn't expected that despite their desperate rush, they still missed out on the boss's experience points. It was a complete waste of effort, even costing them the entrance fee to the skeleton cavern. As for the others, they were all stunned by the scene, staring in disbelief and frantically rubbing their eyes, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. Sun Tao put away his staff and stood up, turning his head to look at the crowd at the cave entrance, raising his eyebrows slightly. Well, you guys ran pretty fast, arrived earlier than I expected. The crowd looked at each other, their faces filled with intense shock. What terrifying power! What terrifying combat power! He took out a level 15 Death Knight with just one strike. Is he really a D-rank battle soul? They would believe it if someone said he was a god-level battle soul. Looking at Sun Tao in front of them, everyone's expressions froze, each staring at him as if they had seen a monster. Especially Su Wei, who had been looking for an opportunity to kill Sun Tao. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was deeply worried that Sun Tao might suddenly lash out and take him down. Behind him, the white-robed mage holding the scepter slightly lowered his head, a glint flashing in his eyes as he muttered softly, "An interesting fellow. How are you so powerful? Just how much combat strength do you have?" After a long silence, a chubby man in the team finally couldn't hold back and asked in a trembling voice. The others also stared intently at Sun Tao, their hearts filled with confusion. Isn't he a D-level battle soul? Even a level 10 D-level battle soul shouldn't have much combat power. How could he be this strong? The key point is, this guy didn't seem to use any special skills the whole time. He just swung a stick around and instantly wiped out a bunch of skeleton warriors and Death Knights. You have to know that these monsters, even with over level 30 battle soul masters protecting them, would take half an hour to defeat. But Sun Tao finished the fight in just 3 seconds. If this were told to others, no one would believe it. Facing the chubby man's inquiry, Sun Tao shrugged, "Don't worry about that, anyway, I won't hold you back." This sentence dragged everyone down, like a resounding slap harshly landing on their faces. Except for Li Shuya, everyone's faces turned red, and their gazes involuntarily shifted toward Su Wei. Why did you provoke him? Su Wei thought to himself, his expression instantly turning grim, a wave of irritation surging in his heart. Yet he dared not retort. Sun Tao's strength was so formidable, and his reliance on Uncle Qin made him hesitant to act rashly. Li Shuya, however, was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars as she secretly felt proud. Damn Sun Tao, so strong and yet he didn't tell me. Now Su Wei can completely give up. She coughed lightly twice and said with a bright smile, "Now everyone has seen Brother Sun's strength, right? I think with our combat power, we can totally try the second level." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of anticipation, but her next words made Su Wei's heart tighten. However, the prerequisite is that everyone must follow Brother Sun's commands. Su Wei felt helpless and was about to argue, but he realized he had no grounds to refute. Generally speaking, during adventures in secret realms, the strongest person naturally becomes the leader of the team. The strength Sun Tao had displayed completely overshadowed everyone, even surpassing their bodyguards. No problem, it doesn't matter to me anyway, Sun Tao thought to himself. Whether it was the first level or the second, he could solve everything with a single strike, so it made no difference to him. By the way, if I were to be the commander, the allocation principle would remain unchanged. More work, more rewards. Less work, fewer rewards. No work, no rewards. Sun Tao's words made everyone instinctively lower their heads to check the output panel. 1. Sun Tao, output 100%. 2. Li Shun, output 0%. 3. Su Wei, output 0%. For Li Shuiao, output 0%. After a moment of silence, everyone couldn't help but look at Su Wei, secretly thinking, why did you have to provoke him?
At this moment, the white-robed priest behind Su Wei calmly spoke, forget it.
The second level is still too dangerous for you.
Even for us, we have to proceed cautiously. A single mistake
could lead to total annihilation.
I suggest ending this secret realm trial here.
Since there's still plenty of time, we can head to the nearby rocky wasteland to strengthen our abilities.
The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment, and everyone realized that the challenges ahead would remain daunting. Yet, they were ready to face whatever came their way. Whether it was Sun Tao's strength or Li Shuiao's support, a fighting spirit ignited in their hearts as they prepared to confront the next, even stronger enemy.
Hearing Uncle Qin's words, Su Wei's eyes lit up. Exactly. We have no chance here anymore. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well go out to the adventure zone outside to train.
Everyone nodded one after another, secretly feeling fortunate in their hearts.
At least this experience could give them some face.
Although the 2 million ticket fee seemed expensive, in their eyes, the honor and experience gained were still worth it.
Then we should leave.
The members of the team began walking toward the portal.
It wasn't until Su Wei's figure completely disappeared that Li Shuiao turned her head to look at Sun Tao. You're not leaving?
Sun Tao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the entrance that appeared on the wall after the Death Knight turned to ashes.
I'm planning to check out the second level.
He understood in his heart that the true purpose of this trip was to collect some skeletons, as the 3 skeleton mages were far from meeting the needs of the Eternal Night Castle. With my strength, I can absolutely sweep through the monsters on the second floor without any worries.
Even if the difficulty doubles, I have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Li Shuiao's eyes immediately lit up. She had just stepped halfway into the portal but quickly withdrew. You're going to the second floor? Take me with you.
Sun Tao frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Li Shuiao's abilities were too weak, and taking her along would only be a distraction.
Forget it.
I haven't been to the second level, so I'm not familiar with the strength of the monsters.
Taking you along would be inconvenient.
Li Shuiao immediately retorted, I can pay more.
Sun Tao sighed helplessly, money doesn't matter. The main thing is that classmates should help each other.
If you want to go, I'll risk my life to keep you safe.
How much will you add?
Li Shuiao was speechless, not expecting Sun Tao to be so greedy.
100,000. How about that?
Sun Tao thought for a moment, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Alright, but 100,000 will only get you into the second level.
If you want me to guarantee you pass, you'll have to pay more. At least add another 100,000.
Li Shuiao smiled faintly. It's fine, just 100,000.
Just take me inside.
If there's danger, I'll run myself. Sun Tao smiled helplessly. It seemed the conversation had reached this point, and it wouldn't be good to refuse. Alright, I'll take you, but remember to be careful. After speaking, the two of them walked together into the portal to the second level. By the way, did you get a lot of stuff after clearing the first level? Do you need me to help you deal with it?
Guaranteed profit on the price.
Swish! At the entrance of the skeleton cave, as a flash of light appeared, Su Wei and the others were teleported out from the first level of the skeleton cave.
Shui Yao! Shui Yao didn't come out. Su Tian screamed in shock. Everyone was startled and began looking around. Sure enough, there was no sign of Li Shuiao and Sun Tao. It's true, and Sun Tao, neither of them came out. Whoa! They couldn't have gone into the second level, could they? Someone exclaimed. Impossible. The difficulty of entering the second level doesn't reset. That's the hell level skeleton cavern. Even if Sun Tao is strong, there's no way he can defeat the second level boss.
That's a level 40 Death Archer, a nightmare for battle soul masters.
Who knows? Maybe the two of them were just kissing in the secret realm. Newly in love couples, you know how it is.
Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Wei's face grew darker and darker, burning with rage.
Enough! Bang! Su Wei roared, thrusting his spear into the ground.
Lightning crackled everywhere, startling all the battle soul masters around him. Seeing Su Wei furious, the crowd dared not say much, but the look of amusement on their faces was impossible to hide. Su Wei was filled with resentment, wishing he could immediately charge into the secret realm, capture Sun Tao, and kill him.
Unfortunately, his strength simply couldn't achieve that.
Staring intently at the blue teleportation portal, he waited for a long time but saw no sign of Sun Tao and Li Shuiao.
Su Wei understood in his heart that they must have gone to the second level.
At the thought of the two being intimate, only one thought remained in his mind.
Damn Sun Tao, I won't let you off. Beep, entering hidden secret realm, skeleton cave, second layer, dot. Completion conditions, kill death vines 0/50, kill obsidian statues 0/3, kill death archers 0 to 1. Description, in ancient times, the god of death, Munger, granted mages the power to control death in order to expand his followers, causing the empire to collapse overnight. The once prosperous capital turned into a bottomless, terrifying cavern. A dazzling light flashed, and Sun Tao and Li Shuya instantly appeared at the entrance of the second level. Compared to the narrow passageway of the first level, the second level appeared incredibly spacious, resembling a mysterious underground world. Countless crystal-clear minerals hung high above, emitting a dim glow, while the surroundings were a vast jungle. Wildly growing vines twisted and coiled like giant dragons, forming natural obstacles one after another. Sun Tao's eyes sparkled with golden light as his gaze locked onto the jungle not far away. Excitedly, he said, "This is the second level of the skeleton cave, the death jungle." The two continued forward, with Li Shuya holding a staff behind them, barely illuminating the path ahead. The staff was mainly for her own use, as Sun Tao had dark vision and didn't need any light source. As they stepped into the jungle, dense humidity surged like a tide, and the air was filled with the scent of soil, decaying vegetation, and some unknown creature, blending into a strange and unsettling odor. Not good. There's something wrong with this smell. Sun Tao caught the scent, his face suddenly changed drastically. He activated the Furious Ape Force to expel the strange odor from his body, quickly sealed his mouth and nose, and controlled his inner breath. He turned around to warn Li Shuya to be careful, but realized it was already too late. Li Shuya had been bewitched by the strange smell, her face flushed red, and she wore a silly smile. "Brother Sun, love me." The staff fell to the ground, and the radiance at its tip gradually dimmed. Li Shuya's face was flushed red as she leaned against Sun Tao's chest, her small hands constantly fumbling over the red lotus armor, trying to find its buttons to undo. At that moment, a sudden, urgent rustling sound came from nearby. Sun Tao immediately turned around alertly, only to see a dark shadow rushing toward them at an astonishing speed. It was a thick vine, twisting its body like a living creature, hurtling toward them with a howling wind. "Freeze!" Without time to think, Sun Tao decisively pointed a finger and shouted loudly. Golden light flickered, instantly freezing the vine in mid-air. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, and Sun Tao's heartbeat quickened accordingly. This is just the beginning of the challenge. Taking advantage of the vines being immobilized by the binding spell, Sun Tao quickly retreated while holding Li Shuya, feeling tense yet remaining composed. Golden light flickered in Sun Tao's eyes, instantly revealing the attributes of these vines. Death vines. Level, 22. Combat power, 643. Skills, hallucinogenic gas, death coil. His gaze sharpened as he realized that the vines could emit hallucinogenic demonic energy. No wonder Li Shuya had fallen for it without even noticing. Holding Li Shuya, Sun Tao flicked his right hand, and the copper cloud staff instantly appeared in his palm, channeling the power. Gathering technique, his mana surged into the copper cloud staff like a tide, causing the staff to radiate a dazzling golden light. At that moment, the immobilization spell on the vine was lifted. The massive vine twisted its body in midair, as if it had eyes, firmly locking onto Sun Tao's figure. Swish! The death vine swung its body, aiming at Sun Tao's chest, and shot forward at high speed like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Facing the death vine's attack, Sun Tao remained unfazed. With a thrust of the copper cloud staff in his hand, it instantly extended, delivering a fully charged piercing strike that struck the death vine fiercely. Bang! The long staff approached, and the death vine seemed to sense a powerful force. Its supple body coiled around the copper cloud staff, attempting to bind it. Seeing this, Sun Tao let out a cold smile and thought to himself, "Let's see whose strength is greater. Die for me." With a low shout, Sun Tao swung his long arm, and the copper cloud staff swept out like a raging storm. Boom! The sturdy staff smashed fiercely against the nearby stone wall, and the terrifying force shattered the death vine coiled around the copper cloud staff into several pieces. "Ha! Not dead?" Without the expected system prompt, Sun Tao immediately activated his magical vision. In the state of discernment, the energy circuits inside the death vine were instantly revealed. A green magical energy pathway on the vine was gradually dissipating as the vine shattered. Following the energy pathway, Sun Tao discovered a massive green light sphere buried dozens of meters underground. At the same time, 4 or 5 emerald green vines burst out from the ground, whipping towards Sun Tao like long whips to launch an attack. This is probably the true form of the death vine. Sun Tao continuously dodged the lashes of the vines, found an opening, and knocked Li Shuya unconscious with a palm strike before setting her down. "Did you think hiding underground would leave me helpless?" Sun Tao gripped the copper cloud staff tightly with both hands, his gaze fixed intently on the main body of the deadly vine below. His muscles tensed as he thrust the long staff forward.
The copper cloud staff instantly extended, carrying immense magical power as it pierced through the fragile ground, shooting straight toward the green light cluster underground. The death vine seemed to sense Sun Tao's threat, manipulating the vines on the ground in an attempt to block his path and resist his attack. But Sun Tao's strength was overwhelming, and those vines only lasted a moment before being instantly pierced through by the copper cloud staff. With a terrifying momentum, the copper cloud staff shattered soil and stone as it drove straight into the center of the green light cluster. In an instant, a horrifying surge of magical power erupted, exploding directly from within the light cluster. Sun Tao felt a muffled sound emanating from underground, and the vines that had been wildly flailing on the surface suddenly ceased their movements, collapsing heavily to the ground. They gradually withered and curled up, turning into a pile of gray, lifeless branches. Beep! You have slain a level 22 death vine, gaining EXP *132 and spirit value *86. Obtain death vine seeds *3, magic fibers *10. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Sun Tao felt a surge of joy. This little monster actually drops seeds? He had been worrying about where to find some magical plant seeds, and unexpectedly encountered them here. After all, the Qiankuan scroll is rich in spiritual energy. Even placing ordinary plants inside could cultivate them into spiritual herbs. If magical plants were placed inside, they might bring Sun Tao an unexpected surprise. Death Vine Seed, premium grade item, a death vine from the purgatory world, capable of absorbing the blood of living beings to condense blood spirit flowers. The vine, refined by magical energy, serves as excellent equipment material. Magical fiber, premium grade material, fiber material from the death vine, highly capable of carrying magical energy, especially suitable for weaving magical robes. It's actually premium grade material. Looking at the descriptions of these two items, Sun Tao was startled. It truly lives up to the reputation of being a hell-level dungeon. Even the small monsters drop high-quality seeds and equipment materials. This left Sun Tao astonished, as the quality of crafted equipment is closely tied to the grade of the materials. With high-quality magic fibers like these, a master tailor could potentially create a perfect grade robe. Not to mention the high-quality vine seeds. If cultivated properly, they could even provide a continuous supply of high-quality materials in the future. As the death vines withered, Li Shuiao slowly woke up from her coma. Holding her head, she sat up, and the first thing she saw was Sun Tao's faintly smiling expression. Instantly, the vivid scenes from the illusion came rushing back to her, and her face flushed red as if scorched by the blazing sun. What are you laughing at? She put her hands on her hips, pretending to be fierce, trying to hide her inner embarrassment. No one is allowed to talk about what just happened. Or else. Li Shuiao was so angry that she didn't know what to do, unable to say anything coherent for a long time. Sun Tao smiled faintly, reached out to ruffle her hair, and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I have many virtues, and being tight-lipped happens to be one of them. As long as you pay enough hush money, I promise to keep my mouth shut." Now this is infuriating. Li Shuiao clenched her fists tightly, thinking to herself, if I could beat him, I would definitely let Sun Tao experience the iron fist of justice. Speak, how much? She gritted her teeth, clearly unwilling to back down. Sun Tao tilted his head and, seeing her angry expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do. Spinning the bronze cloud staff in his hand, Sun Tao prepared to move forward. Wait, Sun Tao. Just as he turned around, Li Shuiao suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, a trace of unease flashing in her eyes. Are we really going to continue? Her face was full of lingering fear. The recent encounter had left her shaken, and she was worried that something even more embarrassing might happen next. Although her life wasn't in great danger with Sun Tao's protection, she absolutely couldn't tolerate the humiliation. Hearing her question, Sun Tao nodded matter-of-factly. Of course we have to continue. We've come all this way, we can't leave empty-handed. He saw through Li Shuiao's worries, his heart stirred, and he suddenly said, "Hold out your hand." Li Shuiao was completely puzzled, but she obediently extended her hand. Sun Tao slapped her palm, and instantly a golden light flashed and entered, transmitting a warm energy throughout her body, isolating the external air and establishing an internal energy circulation within her. This spell can help you enter a state of inner breath. As long as you don't suffer fatal injuries, it can last for at least 3 hours, Sun Tao said calmly, preparing to move forward. I'm going ahead anyway. If you're scared, you can leave first. Li Shuiao looked at the golden light in her palm, her gaze gradually firming up, as if a fire had been ignited in her heart. No, I'm going with you. I can run away once, but I can't run away for a lifetime. If I choose to avoid difficulties, I'll never grow. Her voice carried fearless determination. Seeing her so resolute, Sun Tao was full of doubt. This secret realm isn't even that hard,
why all the passion? But he knew that if Li Shuiao's potential could be unleashed, this adventure would become even more thrilling. Although he didn't understand why Li Shuiao suddenly became so passionate, Sun Tao didn't say much. It was all about not understanding but respecting.
The two moved forward along the way, encountering quite a few death vines. Sun Tao dealt with them effortlessly. As long as one was cautious, these vines were relatively easy to handle. After all, they mainly relied on hallucinogenic toxins for ambushes, and once the toxins were blocked, their threat was halved. The remaining task was to deal with their underground bodies.
Sun Tao's bronze cloud staff could extend, whereas other adventure teams would probably take ages to force the death vine's bodies out. Passing through a patch of forest, Sun Tao and Li Shuiao arrived at the entrance of the temple ruins.
The entire temple was constructed from piled stones, with dense green vines entwined around the crumbling walls, as if time had left endless marks here. The faint blue light overhead spilled onto the vines, adding an extra layer of eeriness and mystery. The moment Li Shuiao saw this terrifying scene, her delicate face turned pale. She hid tightly behind Sun Tao, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. The bold words she had spoken earlier seemed to vanish without a trace.
Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. "Sun Tao, are you sure we didn't take the wrong path? This place is so scary."
Sun Tao appeared unusually calm, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he looked up at the sky. He could clearly see a strange,
magical element in the air continuously emanating from a triangular area of the temple, spreading outward like invisible threads. "Don't worry, it's definitely correct,"
Sun Tao said firmly, then stepped into the ruins of the temple. Following the guidance of the magical elements in the sky, the two cautiously navigated through the broken stone pillars and collapsed walls,
eventually arriving at the westernmost part of the temple.
Before them stood an ancient altar, marked by the traces of time yet still exuding a
sense of former sanctity and solemnity.
At the center of the altar stood a black statue over 3 meters tall. It had a robust figure, wings on its back, and resembled an ancient war god, holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, radiating an aura of antiquity and mystery. In Sun Tao's eyes, it was this statue that was continuously spreading mysterious magical waves to the surroundings.
Obsidian statue, elite, level 28. Combat power, 936. Skills, Death Aura, Obsidian Orb, Magic Immunity, Demon Bane.
One of the magical nodes of the Death Formation, its entire body is sculpted from hard obsidian, capable of resisting most magical attacks. It possesses unparalleled strength and serves as the guardian of the Infernal Temple.
Gulp!
Li Shuiao looked at the terrifying combat power of the obsidian statue and secretly swallowed hard. She had never seen a monster immune to magical damage, and this wasn't even the final boss of the
second level, just an elite monster before the boss.
Yet even so, it had an astonishing combat power of 900 points and a magic immunity skill. It could practically be called the nemesis of mages.
"Sun Tao, what should we do now?"
Li Shuiao asked nervously, her heart filled with unease as she stared at the towering statue over 3 meters tall. All the way, she had come to completely trust Sun Tao. Whatever Sun Tao said about how to fight, she would follow it exactly. "I'll go up and fight later, you stay far away.
As for skills, use whatever you have, though they won't be of much use anyway."
Sun Tao glanced at the obsidian statue not far away, then took out the copper cloud staff and said calmly,
"Ha!" Li Shuiao was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Watching again? Isn't this just like the situation in the dark forest? Could it be that in Sun Tao's eyes, she was this useless?
Li Shuiao felt a bit indignant.
"Don't underestimate me. I'm useful too."
Sun Tao glanced at her helplessly. "Suit yourself, just be careful." Sun Tao carried the copper cloud staff and walked forward, carefully observing the obsidian statue before him. Generally speaking, monsters like these statue types often possess immense strength and high
health, making direct confrontation absolutely inadvisable.
The best approach is to blast it to death with ranged magic or find some terrain to trap it and slowly wear it down with ranged attacks.
But
Sun Tao looked at the wings behind the obsidian statue and shook his head slightly.
Judging by the wings on its back, it was clear that trapping it with terrain wouldn't work this time.
Moreover, it had a magic immunity skill, so using magic to blast it was likely unrealistic. "Looks like I'll have to rely on agility to fight it," Sun Tao thought to himself, as he began channeling the chi gathering technique within his body. The copper cloud staff in his hand
continuously gathered momentum.
As Sun Tao approached, the obsidian statue in the distance suddenly opened its eyes.
Its sapphire-embedded eye sockets locked onto Sun Tao with a piercing gaze.
Sun Tao strode forward, the copper cloud staff in his hand already charged with 3 layers of staff momentum, ready to face the imminent battle. He planned to test the waters by giving the obsidian statue a heavy blow to the head first. Before he could approach, the obsidian statue's eyes suddenly flashed with a ghostly light, and 2 black beams instantly shot out, aiming straight for Sun Tao's vital points.
"What the heck?" 0 frame startup?
Ignoring the momentum of his stick, Sun Tao quickly shifted his figure, leaving behind a shadow at his original position, skillfully dodging the statue's attack. Boom! A streak of black light grazed Sun Tao's body and landed on the ground not far away, instantly blasting a fist-sized crater into the surface.
Taking
advantage of the opportunity, Sun Tao advanced swiftly, his long stick darting forward like a nimble snake, striking fiercely at the statue's chest.
Bang!
A loud noise echoed as the statue was forced back several steps, but it quickly regained its balance.
Its eyes glimmered with even greater fury, clearly enraged by Sun Tao's attack. Raising the giant sword in its hand, it roared and charged at Sun Tao.
The statue, over 3 meters tall, resembled a heavily armored tank, thundering forward with an unstoppable momentum toward Sun Tao. In just half a second, the obsidian statue charged straight at Sun Tao.
Watch out!
Li Shuiao exclaimed from behind, clutching her staff, ready at any moment to cast her jade light to heal Sun Tao.
But facing the rampaging obsidian statue, Sun Tao neither dodged nor retreated.
Instead, his figure flickered, evading the charge while swiftly striking a full combo on it with his light staff. After building up momentum, he leapt into the air, channeling power into a heavy strike that slammed fiercely into the statue's knee.
Boom!
The immense force directly caused the obsidian statue to lose control of its balance, forcing it to crash to the ground with a loud bang, landing on its back. Seeing the obsidian statue fall, Sun Tao pressed his advantage relentlessly. After finishing the cleaving staff move, he used the staff to propel himself into the air, delivering another powerful and heavy slash staff strike.
Bang!
The slash staff strike, carrying the momentum of 2 consecutive moves, slammed fiercely onto the head of the obsidian statue. Even though it was carved from incredibly hard obsidian, it could not withstand such a terrifying blow. A heavy strike with a combat power of 3,000 points landed squarely on its forehead. Even with its damage reduction attribute, the obsidian statue's health bar was instantly emptied.
Bang!
Accompanied by a loud noise, cracks appeared on the obsidian statue lying on the ground, shattering into a pile of black rubble scattered across the floor.
Ding!
You have slain a level 28 elite obsidian statue, gaining EXP *219, Spirit Essence *103.
Obtained Magic Core *3, Obsidian Shard *10.
As the obsidian statue perished, Li Shuiao, who had been watching the entire scene from the side, opened her mouth wide in utter disbelief.
Obsidian shards?
Li Shuiao looked at the fragments in Sun Tao's hand with surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Obsidian, this special forging material, is produced in silver-level secret realms around level 80. It is hard and sharp, making it an ideal choice for
weapon crafting.
More importantly, it has the property of absorbing magical energy. Adding just a little can grant equipment the ability to break magic, making it a treasure that warriors and assassins dream of.
Its market price is outrageously high.
As the young lady of the Huarong group, Li Shuiao was naturally familiar with obsidian. After all, the Huarong group's star product last year, the demon-breaking chain, was made of obsidian.
Is this stuff really valuable? Sun Tao asked indifferently.
He didn't understand much about these things and just felt that if one monster could drop 10 pieces, it didn't seem like anything rare.
The corner of Li Shuiao's mouth twitched slightly as she thought to herself, this guy is just too naive.
It's usually only at the final boss of an 80-level silver secret realm that you might get 2 or 3 pieces.
Do you think it's valuable? She responded disdainfully.
Upon hearing this, Sun Tao's eyes lit up instantly, and he thought to himself, this is a real treasure. He weighed the obsidian in his hand for a moment, then turned to look at Li Shuiao, a sly glint appearing in his eyes.
I'll give you these pieces of obsidian. How about you do me a favor? Li Shuiao was stunned.
10 pieces of obsidian might just be materials, but they could sell for 20 to 30 million on the market.
Sun Tao was actually giving them to her just like that? This didn't match his usual miserly personality. What kind of help? Li Shuiao looked at Sun Tao suspiciously, unsure of what he was up to. Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Shuiao's pretty face instantly turned red. She thought to herself, could this guy want to be with me?
Suddenly giving such an expensive gift, her heart was in turmoil, wondering how she should respond if Sun Tao confessed.
It's a very simple matter. Can you help me find a forging master to teach me how to craft equipment?
Sun Tao said honestly, his eyes shining with determination. The reason he said this was partly to complete the system's side quest and learn a secondary skill. On the other hand, the copper cloud staff in his hand was already becoming insufficient, and he wanted to unlock more powerful equipment.
Do you want to be a blacksmith?
Li Shuiao asked expressionlessly, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. Sun Tao nodded confidently, raising his arm to show off his muscular biceps. Of course.
Look at these muscles, they're practically made for forging.
Not using them for smithing would be such a waste.
Li Shuiao helplessly pushed Sun Tao's arm away.
Just as she was about to get angry, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind, and a figure appeared in her thoughts. With an idea forming in her heart, she turned around and gave Sun Tao a smile. Alright, I happen to know a master blacksmith. I can introduce you to him when the time comes. Just keep in mind, her personality is a bit eccentric, so you'd better be prepared. Sun Tao nodded expectantly. Don't worry, I've seen all kinds of people. Just introduce them to me, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Li Shuiao smiled and nodded, then turned to continue heading deeper into the temple, muttering softly under her breath, wait until you're in Sister Wu's hands. Let's see if I don't make your life miserable. Sun Tao looked up at the magical elements in the sky, thinking to himself, after destroying one obsidian statue, the strange magical energy in the sky has indeed dissipated quite a bit. I wonder what will happen after all 3 obsidian statues are destroyed. With this thought, he followed the guidance of the magical elements in the sky and continued deeper into the temple. As Sun Tao and Li Shuiao continued searching for the other obsidian statues, the blood-red forest welcomed 2 unexpected visitors. 2 mysterious figures dressed in black robes moved swiftly through the blood-red forest. The security bureau personnel searching nearby failed to notice their presence, as if the 2 were invisible. Before long, the 2 arrived at the grassy field where Zhao Tianming had met his end. The entrance to the Silver Moon Empire, having been cleared by Sun Tao, had long since turned into a dilapidated bronze gate, devoid of any mystical aura. This is the place. Mad Wolf's presence was last detected here. The 2 black-robed figures came to a halt. Their broad robes obscured their forms, and through the dark hoods, only faint glimpses of half-masks covering their faces could be seen. One of them, whose mask bore a crescent moon emblem, crouched down, gently pinched a bit of soil from the ground, and revealed a sinister smile. In addition to Mad Wolf's presence, there's another unfamiliar trace. Another person stood to the side, his voice hoarse and deep. It seems that the thing in Mad Wolf's hands hasn't reached the Dragon Squad yet. A trace of tension flashed in his eyes, as if he had anticipated something ominous. It's been almost a day, and they still haven't made any moves. Moon Soul stood up, turned her head to look at the bronze iron door not far away, her expression grave. It's hard to say for sure now. The people in the Dragon Squad are very cunning. They might just be putting on an act for us. It's best to remain cautious. Her voice carried a tone of determination. Moon Soul pointed at the abandoned bronze iron door and said, Mad Wolf is probably dead. That place is likely the entrance to a hidden secret realm. His aura disappeared right after passing through that door. She twitched her nose, her brows slightly furrowed. However, there seems to be a faint trace of his aura lingering in the air. It should be his spatial ring, taken by someone else. As long as we find them, we should be able to uncover clues. Alright, then there's no time to lose, let's act quickly. Blood Shadow nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The 2 figures flickered and vanished into the air once more, as if they had never been there. Just less than half a minute after they left, 3 security bureau soldiers dressed in special combat uniforms emerged from the woods, holding sophisticated scanning devices. Their expressions were tense as they continuously scanned the ground, seemingly searching for some crucial clues. Beep beep beep. As they passed the bronze iron gate, the device suddenly emitted a violent alarm, deafeningly loud. One of the soldiers perked up, excitedly looking at the device in his hand. Captain, the breath detector is responding. Zhao Tianming was here before. His voice was filled with excitement. The captain quickly ran over, staring intently at the data on the device. His face lit up with joy. Quickly notify the Dragon Fong Squad, we might have found a clue. He secretly felt relieved, finally seeing a chance for a breakthrough. Boom! As the final obsidian statue shattered into fragments scattered across the ground, Sun Tao and Li Shuiao suddenly felt a series of deep rumbles emanating from the depths of the temple, as if some powerful entity was gradually awakening. The air was thick with an oppressive aura. Beep! You have slain a level 28 elite obsidian statue, gaining EXP *219, Spirit Essence *103. Obtained Magic Core *3, Obsidian Shards *10. Unlocked Death Formation, obtained Obsidian Statue Blueprint *1. Obsidian Statue Blueprint, Premium Grade Item, a blueprint for crafting obsidian statues. 3 obsidian statues can form a death formation. Requirements, Magic Core *5, Master Level Mechanism Crafting. Mechanism Crafting. Sun Tao gasped as he stared at the blueprint in his hand, his heart surging with excitement. It's actually the blueprint for the hidden subclass Mechanist. He knew this could be the opportunity to change their fate. In this world full of adventure and opportunity, subclass scrolls allow people to learn various general subclass skills, including alchemy, pharmacy, farming, tailoring, cooking, fishing, and forging.
Beyond
these 7, there are hidden subclasses such as Mechanist, Formation Master, and Sculptor, which not only possess production capabilities but can also significantly enhance the combat power of soul warriors. However, the difficulty of changing to this type of secondary profession is extremely high. Not only does it require a specialized transfer scroll, but it also demands a wealth of knowledge. For example, becoming a mechanist requires at least advanced levels in both alchemy and forging, which deters many people. It seems this can only be handed over to Li Shuiyao to handle. Sun Tao couldn't help but sigh. Although there are no restrictions on
learning secondary professions, as long as one has the energy to study, human resources are ultimately limited and cannot cover everything. Master, wait. Just as he was about to hand over the obsidian statue blueprint to Li Shuiyao, Selena's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Please take a closer look at this blueprint. Sun Tao was puzzled but still opened the blueprint. Selena carefully examined the blueprint through his perspective and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The Reaper statue, it's the Reaper statue." What is the Reaper statue? Sun Tao asked curiously. This is a legendary golem created by the infernal Reaper Samuel. Besides being able to guard territories, it can also form a death array in groups of 3. If 9 groups of statues are gathered, the death array can be upgraded to an infernal array. Within the array, all undead creatures will receive attribute enhancements, and the consumed necromantic energy will recover rapidly. Other living beings entering the array's range will also be suppressed by the necromantic energy. If they are killed within the array, they will turn into undead under the array's control. The most crucial thing is that this item is movable. If you want to set up a magic array somewhere, just summon the statue directly. Sun Tao's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, this is a great thing. It's practically a combination of the necromancer's version of the 9 provinces barrier and the emperor's banner. But immediately, his heart sank. But this thing requires master-level mechanics to create. Where am I supposed to find a master-level mechanic? Mechanics, I know it, Selena said excitedly. Before I went into slumber, I had nothing better to do, so I learned alchemy and mechanics, and I mastered both to the master level. I can make this statue. However, I'll need some obsidian and bloodstone. Sun Tao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Selena, you truly are my lucky star. He quickly put away the blueprint of the obsidian statue. Now that he knew its value, he naturally couldn't hand it over to Li Shuiyao. After collecting the last materials dropped by the obsidian statue, Sun Tao discovered a hidden golden treasure chest behind it. Pushing it open, he found a blue skill book lying inside. Phantomization, premium grade skill book, upon use, grants the skill Phantomization, transforming the target into a void creature, immune to all physical damage. However, magic attacks deal double damage. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. It's actually a premium grade skill book. Li Shuiyao's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming aloud. After seeing the skill's effects, she was even more shocked. This is a divine skill, a god-tier skill for magic users. This skill has 2 uses. One is to use it on oneself to become immune to physical damage. If used skillfully, it can completely turn the tide of battle and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Magic-type battle soul masters generally have magic shield skills that can effectively block ranged magical attacks. For warrior-type or assassin-type battle soul masters, this skill is their absolute nemesis. With this skill, it's practically a life-saving divine ability. The second use is to cast the skill on an enemy, causing them to take double the magic damage, then use high explosive magic to instantly kill them. Both uses are incredibly powerful. Although it's just a high-quality skill book, Li Shuiyao understood that in the hands of certain mages, its power is absolutely no less than that of an ordinary perfect-grade skill. As the princess of the Huarong group, she hadn't seen many skill books stronger than this one. Sun Tao, do you want this skill book? I can pay for it, Li Shuiyao said softly. Honestly, premium skill books on the market are about 8 million each. The effect of this skill is excellent and suits me very well. I'm willing to pay 13 million to buy it. Li Shuiyao knew in her heart that this skill book was indeed impressive and incredibly powerful. However, she understood that she wasn't qualified to compete for it. The difficulty of the second level of the skeleton cave far exceeded her combat capabilities. Throughout the battle, it was Sun Tao who fought desperately, while she only occasionally cast minor skills on the side, practically a decorative vase. Therefore, she never intended to ask Sun Tao for the skill book but instead proactively offered to purchase it. Sun Tao looked at the skill book in his hand, secretly surprised at how valuable it was. After thinking for a moment, he decisively tossed the skill book to Li Shuiyao. Forget about the money. It's just a skill book, nothing rare. Just take it. If there's another secret realm in the future, just remember to call me.
Sun Tao said this entirely because dealing with the skill book was too troublesome.
He had no use for it himself and would eventually have to sell it anyway. Rather than selling it to a stranger, he might as well give it to Li Shuiyao and build a connection.
After all, the Li family's Huarong group had considerable influence in Liuzhou City, and before Sun Tao had fully grown, maintaining a good relationship with them could only be beneficial.
Moreover, after spending time together, Sun Tao discovered that Li Shuiyao was different from other second-generation rich kids. She didn't have that arrogant and domineering attitude,
nor the spoiled temperament of a privileged young lady. Instead, she was someone trustworthy.
Teaming up with her for future expeditions would definitely be a great choice.
After all, many secret realms require multiple people to unlock, and teaming up with someone reliable is always better than partnering with strangers. Besides, 13 million is nothing to him. He could easily earn it back by clearing a few secret realms.
Li Shuiyao held the skill book, a wave of emotion surging in her heart.
This money grubber actually gave up 13 million and gifted me this book. Such a contrast made her almost unable to believe her eyes. She secretly decided, forget it, when Sister Wu torments him, I should help him a few more times. The two continued forward, passing through the temple ruins, and in the distance, an inverted bluish glow dome suddenly appeared on the open ground.
I remember this place was completely empty before?
Li Shuiyao shielded her eyes with her hand, gazing at the glow dome in the distance, feeling a faint unease in her heart.
The aura emanating from the dome made her uncomfortable.
This is probably the obsidian statue we just killed, which unlocked the seal of the boss area, Sun Tao casually said, carrying the copper cloud staff, and took the lead heading toward the light barrier.
Li Shuiyao hurriedly jogged to catch up.
Passing through the light barrier, the two had barely taken a few steps when sharp arrows suddenly whizzed past their ears.
Whoosh, 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 watch out! Sun Tao shouted loudly, quickly shielding Li Shuiyao behind him.
The stick in his hand spun like the wind, effortlessly sweeping away all the arrows around them. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 7 or 8 skeleton archers standing in the darkness.
Skeleton Archer. Level, 26. Combat Power, 723. Skills, Rapid Shot, Stealth. Crack, crack, crack.
Seeing Sun Tao's staff flourish blocking the arrows, one of the skeleton archers moved up and down, commanding the other archers to launch an attack. The skeletons' frames flickered with red light, their hands drawing bows as swiftly as the wind, instantly shooting over a dozen arrows at Sun Tao.
Damn, you sneaky bastards!
Watching the rain of arrows filling the sky, Sun Tao cursed under his breath, reached out to hold Li Shuiyao, and leaped to the left, easily dodging the arrows.
Held in Sun Tao's arms, Li Shuiyao felt a surge of warmth and safety.
She couldn't help but rest her head on his shoulder, gently taking in his scent.
It tickles. Stop it. Sun Tao frowned and gave a low shout.
With a light tap of his toes, his body moved swiftly like a leopard among the rocks, quickly closing in on the skeleton archer.
Ka ka ka. Seeing Sun Tao approaching, the skeleton archers panicked, desperately raising their bows and arrows to prepare for a counterattack. But Sun Tao swept his staff horizontally, instantly killing them. Beep.
You have killed 26 skeleton archers, gaining experience *32 and spiritual essence *13.
Ding.
You have killed 26 skeleton archers, gained experience *32, and spirit value *13.
Ding.
You have killed 26 skeleton archers, gained experience *32, and spirit value *13. After clearing out these skeleton archers in a few moves, Li Shuiyao let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a dark arrow shot swiftly from the woods, and before she could react, the arrow was already right in front of her.
Ah!
Li Shuiyao screamed, wanting to dodge but her limbs went weak. She could only freeze in place, watching helplessly as the cold arrow flew straight toward her.
Done. I'm going to die here. Woo woo woo, I'm so unwilling. Someone save me.
Despair filled her heart. Just as she was about to close her eyes and await death, a large hand suddenly reached out and forcefully grabbed the swiftly incoming arrow.
Crack!
Sun Tao clenched the arrow with one hand, and it snapped with a crisp sound.
What terrifying reflexes! Seemingly stunned by this scene, the hidden assailant in the dense forest fell silent after shooting the arrow. Will you come out on your own, or do I need to invite you out?
Sun Tao coldly swung his long staff, his voice echoing through the tranquil forest. After a moment of silence, faint rustling sounds emerged. 3 slender, exquisitely featured beings slowly stepped out of the shadows, resembling legendary elves. They are dressed in emerald green leather armor, their deep blue skin covered with red spots, brows slightly furrowed, and their eyes revealing vigilance.
Night Elf, under necromantic transformation. Level, 27. Combat Power, 783. Skills, Rapid Shooting, Concealment.
Sun Tao sized up the 3 elves, narrowing his eyes slightly.
Night elves?
He didn't act immediately because Selena reminded him in his mind that these elves were excellent blood slave material and must not be damaged. If they could be subdued, that would be best. One of the elves stepped forward, gritting their teeth and saying, "Lackeys of Auric, give up. We will never become lowly undead archers." Sun Tao frowned and turned the bronze cloud staff in his hand.
Auric? Who's that? We are not its subordinates.
The elf in the middle furrowed their brows tightly and said in a deep voice, "If you are not Auric's subordinates, then why are you here in this death magic array?" Sun Tao shrugged and began to explain. "We are adventurers from another world, specifically here to track down the Death Archer." As soon as Sun Tao finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. "We just shattered 3 obsidian statues and discovered this new area.
Do you know where the Death Archer is?"
His gaze was sharp, directly fixed on the 3 elves in front of him.
"The death statues are broken?"
The 3 elves exchanged glances, a hint of disbelief flashing in their eyes. The elf on the far left hurriedly lifted her wrist guard, and sure enough, the red spots on her arm had faded significantly. The 3 of them immediately cheered with joy, as if seeing the light of day again.
"It's true, Alia, the necrotic energy is dissipating, the death array has really been undone."
The elf in the middle was overjoyed, closing her eyes as the silver
crescent moon pattern on her forehead instantly glowed.
With a gentle wave of her hand, she summoned a pale blue magical owl, which flew out of the light barrier. Shortly after, she opened her eyes in astonishment and excitedly announced, "The death array outside has truly disappeared."
Alia's emotions surged, and tears welled up in her eyes.
She turned around and respectfully pounded her chest towards Sun Tao, her voice trembling. "I apologize, brave human warrior from another realm. We have been tormented by Auric for too long. It's inevitable that our emotions are out of control." Her voice carried a trace of sorrow.
"Auric is the skeletal emperor who slumbers beneath the earth.
He is a follower of the Death Godmonger, possessing immense power, and attempting to turn all of us night elves into skeletal archers," Elia explained, her eyes flashing with anger and helplessness.
"As for the Death Archer you mentioned, that is our night elf guardian, the former general, Windrunner Sylvanus."
Li Shuao listened quietly, her fear gradually replaced by curiosity. She had never seen such a beautiful and communicative mystical creature. The legend of the night elves stirred up a storm in her heart.
"So, you're trying to stop me, huh?"
Sun Tao's gaze was as sharp as a blade.
Sensing the deathly aura emanating from the elves, a surge of vigilance rose in his heart.
Their aura was identical to that of the obsidian statues outside, not to mention they had admitted that the Death Archer was their general.
The meaning couldn't be clearer, these elves were enemies. It seems the chances of subduing them are slim.
"When the fight starts, I need to conserve some strength to ensure Selena can still turn them into blood slaves."
He pondered silently. Seeing Sun Tao's face darken and his killing intent overflow, the 3 elves immediately grew tense.
His earlier display of catching an arrow barehanded had made them realize that this warrior's strength far exceeded theirs, and even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be his match. Now they are far from the World Tree, their ability to reproduce has vanished, and their people are dwindling with each loss. The current situation forces them to be cautious, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Just as Sun Tao was about to take action, Alia hurriedly stepped forward, her tone earnest. "You misunderstood. We won't stop you, instead, we will help you deal with the Death Archer." Sun Tao was stunned, and the image of the undead Night Haska he had encountered in the Dark Night Forest flashed through his mind, sending a shock
through him. Could this be the secret mechanism of the 2nd level of the Skeleton Cave? Can soul warriors gain the help of the Dark Elves?
"Why?" he asked directly. Arya slightly opened her mouth, finally sighed, and shook her head, saying, "I can't explain it clearly right now."
"You'd better follow me and see for yourself." Following Arya into the depths of the dense forest, the atmosphere was tense yet exhilarating. Along the way, they encountered many skeleton archers, all pitiful souls transformed from her clansmen.
However, the other 2 night elves gritted their teeth and mercilessly shot them down. Arya sighed and explained to Sun Tao, "These skeleton archers were once our clansmen, but they couldn't withstand the transformation of necromantic energy and ended up like this." She began to tell Sun Tao the tragic story of Auric and her night elves. Hundreds of years ago, Auric was deceived by the Death Godmonger, sacrificing his own nation and
subjects to become a skeletal emperor.
At that time, the Ranger General of the Elven Empire, Sylvanus Windrunner, was visiting the Auric Empire, and tensions were high.
To invade the Elven Empire of Quel'Thalas, Auric personally took action, attempting to force Sylvanus to surrender and lead him into the Eversong Forest. However, as the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas, Sylvanus vowed to resist to the death.
Auric was helpless in the face of this, as no one knew the way to enter the Eversong forest. To make the elves bow their heads, Auric established a death magic array, severing the elves' connection to the Tree of Life and continuously releasing necromantic energy to corrode them. Without the protection of the Tree of Life, apart from Sylvanas, the other elven rangers were completely unable to resist this corrosion, and even their daily lives became a struggle. To save her people, Sylvanas used her own soul as a bridge, absorbing the power of death and converting it into energy that the elven rangers could absorb. But her body fell under Auric's control, becoming a death archer wandering within the death magic array. Alia's voice was low, tinged with helplessness. As time passed, Sylvanas' soul grew increasingly weak, and more elven rangers succumbed to the corruption, transforming into skeletal archers. Now, the entire elven ranger group has dwindled to fewer than 300, struggling on the brink of extinction. If Auric finds the general's soul, he will undoubtedly gain access to Eversong Woods, and Quel'Thalas along with the elves will be completely doomed. Elia finished speaking with a heavy sigh, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Fortunately, you shattered the 3 obsidian statues in time, halting the spread of necromantic energy. Only then did we have the chance to regain our freedom. She smiled at Sun Tao, her eyes filled with hope. Li Shuia's eyes lit up, and she quickly tugged on Sun Tao's sleeve, whispering, "This must be a hidden quest. Hurry and ask her what we can do." Although this isn't mentioned in the guide, as long as we complete this task, we are bound to gain significant benefits, Li Shuia said excitedly. I suspect that so-called Eversong Forest is actually a secret realm entrance, and Quel'Thalas might be the clue. Sun Tao also felt it made sense and immediately turned to ask Elia, "So what can we do?" Elia led the two to a canyon and turned to say, "Now that the death array has been dispelled, if we can retrieve Sylvanas' body, we can open the portal to Eversong Forest." Ding! Hidden secret realm quest triggered. Save the elves. Mission requirement: defeat the Death Archer Sylvanas and bring back her corpse. Mission reward: Sylvanas' blade, perfect grade bow forging blueprint. Upon hearing the system prompt, Sun Tao and Li Shuio exchanged glances, their faces brimming with excitement. Li Shuio quickly stepped forward to ask, "So how do we find the Death Archer's location?" The strategy for the second level of the Skull Cavern only mentions that the Death Archer will randomly appear after defeating 3 obsidian statues, with the exact range unknown. Elia glanced at her and said softly, "Don't worry, we have a way." Before the words had even faded, she took the lead and stepped into the canyon. Sun Tao and Li Shuio followed closely behind. As the group entered the canyon, night elves clad in emerald green leather armor stood up one after another on the mountain walls on both sides, their sharp, hostile gazes like blades fixed on the two below. Sun Tao thought to himself that if Elia hadn't been leading the way, they would have already been turned into pincushions. Slowly walking into the depths of the canyon, a black mire resembling oil suddenly appeared before their eyes. In the center of the mire stood a divine bow, its body sleek and exquisitely designed, with mysterious runes carved onto its limbs, continuously absorbing the death energy from the night sky. Sharp blades adorned both sides of the bow, enabling it to be highly effective in close combat. That is where our general's soul resides, the legendary divine bow of Quel'Thalas, Sylvanas Razor. Alia's voice was filled with excitement, as if she had glimpsed the dawn of hope. "Unfortunately, the general's soul is too weak right now and cannot come out to meet you," Elia said softly, her tone tinged with urgency. She reached into her quiver, drew out an arrow, and gently stirred it in the black mire at her feet. As the arrow became coated with the black mud, it instantly emitted an eerie glow. Elia stood up and handed it to Sun Tao. "This arrow has been imbued with the general's soul essence, making it irresistibly attractive to the Death Archer. As long as you take it out outside, she will come to you on her own. However, you must be careful. Although the Death Shooter has no soul, she still retains the combat instincts of the general she once was. Don't underestimate her. If you let your guard down, you might find yourselves in big trouble," warned Elia, her voice filled with caution. Sun Tao took the arrow, activated his fiery eyes, and carefully examined it. Sure enough, he sensed an unusual trace of soul energy on the arrow. This energy was both icy and scorching, like the intersection of life and death, contradictory, yet powerful, causing Sun Tao's heart to tremble. He thought to himself, "Sylvanas' strength is astonishing. Even in such a weakened state, she is still so formidable. If she were at her peak, I can hardly imagine her power. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her back." Sun Tao's eyes gleamed with determination as he put away the black arrow and walked out of the canyon with Li Shuia. The canyon was protected by the magic array of the night elves, which could block the Death Shooter's perception. To lure her out, they had to find the right location. "Come forth, Shadow Phantom Wolf." Sun Tao stepped out of the canyon, found an open space, and pulled out a bone flute to summon the Shadow Phantom Wolf. The magnificent figure appeared instantly, nearly staring Li Shuio into fainting. "Holy crap, you even have a mount." She widened her eyes, full of disbelief. Sun Tao swung himself onto the wolf, raised an eyebrow, and patted the wolf's head.
How about it? Cool, right? Li Shuiao pouted, secretly feeling jealous.
Mounts are not comparable to industrial products like cars, they are truly rare and hard to come by.
Many soul warriors go their entire lives without owning one, or even seeing one.
Even as the young lady of the Huarong group, Li Shuiao had only seen a few ordinary horses at her father's place, which were nothing compared to the shadow demon wolf.
Sun Tao rode the demon wolf at full speed, eventually stopping at a grassland. Surveying the surroundings, the flat terrain made him nod slightly.
When dealing with long-range units like archers, flat terrain without cover is ideal.
We can't let them create space to maneuver against us.
In the center of the grassland, Sun Tao took a lighter out of his ring and set fire to create a large open space. Arrows were neatly planted in the center of the clearing. Sun Tao stood silently to the side, waiting. No one knew how much time had passed. Li Shuiao finally couldn't hold back and was about to ask when Sun Tao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the right front, and said in a low voice, "It's here." As soon as Sun Tao finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept across the flat ground, shaking heaven and earth. A figure appeared faintly in the wind, approaching swiftly like a phantom. Sun Tao slightly narrowed his eyes, golden light flickering, his gaze piercing through the darkness and landing on the face of the approaching figure. She was dressed in black leather armor, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood, revealing only a pair of eyes glinting with a cold light. Noticing Sylvanus' gaze, Li Shuiao suddenly shivered. The icy, bloodthirsty stare seemed like that of a god of death emerging from hell.
The overwhelming killing intent, even from hundreds of meters away, still made Li Shuiao's legs tremble uncontrollably.
Elf, soul. Sylvanus' voice was low and hoarse, her eyes fixed intently on the black arrow at Sun Tao's feet, carrying a trace of frenzied killing intent.
Death Archer Sylvanus, Hero, Level, 30, Combat Power, 2750.
Skills, Wind Walk, Shooting Aura, Chain of Command, Dark Summon, Lament, Wind of Silence, Hiss.
Seeing Sylvanus' terrifying combat power, Li Shuiao gasped in shock.
This combat power is just too ridiculous. Level 30 with nearly 3,000 combat power, this is already a boss that only second-tier soul warriors can handle.
And 6 skills too. We can't possibly take it on right now.
Li Shuiao tugged at Sun Tao's sleeve, her voice trembling. Sun Tao, how about we just give up?
We can't possibly beat it with just the two of us.
Sun Tao shook his head, drew out the copper cloud staff, and said to her firmly in a low voice, "Step back and protect yourself."
Sun Tao, don't be reckless. The Battle Soul entrance exam is coming up soon. Getting injured now isn't worth it. Watch out.
Before Li Shuiao could finish her sentence, Sun Tao suddenly let out a low shout, grabbed her waist with his left hand, and flung her backward. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same moment, a sharp arrow whizzed past the spot where they had just been standing, deeply embedding itself into the ground behind them. The arrow's tail was still trembling slightly, emitting a faint blue glow. Li Shuiao was thrown by Sun Tao, rolling awkwardly on the ground several times before barely coming to a stop. Getting up and looking at the arrow not far away, she was still shaken, her face pale, and her eyes filled with terror. If it weren't for Sun Tao's timely reaction just now, she might have already lost her life under the arrow. Shaking off Li Shuiao, Sun Tao pushed off with both feet, his figure suddenly soaring like a phantom as he charged towards Sylvanus. Sylvanus curled her lips into a cold smile, swiftly drawing her bowstring. An arrow shimmering with a ghostly light shot through the air, aiming straight for Sun Tao's heart. Sun Tao reacted with incredible speed, twisting his body and executing a perfect dodge. The arrow grazed the edge of his clothes, narrowly avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth. Sylvanus staggered, surrounded by black winds, her entire body almost merging with the air as she swiftly retreated. Windrunner. As the skill activated, her figure resembled a ghost, blending into the wind and drifting freely. While retreating, she drew her bow once more, this time firing 7 or 8 arrows in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, several sharp arrows were released, forming a deadly crossfire that enveloped Sun Tao on both sides.
Damn it, these sneaky bastards are really ordinary people.
Sun Tao cursed under his breath, steadied his stance, and swung his stick through the air, transforming it into a dense curtain of stick shadows that deflected the incoming arrows.
Bang, bang, bang.
The arrows collided with the stick shadows, producing crisp metallic clashing sounds as sparks flew everywhere. Seeing her rain of arrows blocked, Sylvanus' eyes flashed with a cold light.
She raised her longbow and roared, "Awaken!"
The earth trembled, and over 30 skeleton archers awakened from the darkness, struggling to crawl out from the ground.
You think you're the only one with clones? Seeing Sylvanus play dirty, Sun Tao was also enraged.
He directly plucked a tuft of hair and blew on it gently. 5 of Sun Tao's clones emerged from the smoke, wielding sticks as they charged toward the skeleton archers. Each clone exuded the same imposing aura as the original, throwing the skeleton archers into chaos. Arrows flew wildly, but they struggled to lock onto the real target. Seeing Sun Tao also create clones, Sylvanas was slightly taken aback, not expecting Sun Tao to possess such a skill. With a wave of her hand, a fierce wind howled to life, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever the wind passed, magical elements dispersed, and the clones formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth shattered like fleeting illusions. The Wind of Silence, a special magic of the elven race, a sweeping gale that can push enemies away and disperse magical elements in the area, rendering magic skills ineffective. Seeing Sun Tao's clones shatter one after another, Sylvanas coldly smiled. Before she could start feeling triumphant, a whistling sound of a staff wind came from behind her head. Sylvanas was shocked and tried to dodge Sun Tao's strike, but it was already too late. Gathering energy, dispersing form, a strike to break concealment. Sun Tao's figure suddenly appeared beside Sylvanas like lightning, the long staff in his hand dancing like a furious dragon, carrying an overwhelming force as it struck fiercely at her back. Ah! Sylvanas let out a heart-wrenching scream, her entire body sent flying by Sun Tao's staff, instantly turning into a black shadow that rolled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to stand up, when suddenly she heard Sun Tao's loud shout not far away. Freeze! Binding spell! Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, golden runes instantly wrapped around Sylvanas, immobilizing her in place, unable to move. Immediately after, Sun Tao charged forward like a beast, unleashing a series of swift staff strikes on Sylvanas, her health bar plummeting rapidly, as if mercilessly devouring her life. Li Shuao, who was watching from the sidelines, was utterly stunned. Is this really the way to fight a boss? A boss with nearly 3,000 combat power is completely powerless in Sun Tao's hands, which means Sun Tao's actual combat power is at least over 3,000. She couldn't help but recall the boss she and Uncle Wang encountered in the simple difficulty dungeon. They had to carefully assign tasks, devise strategies, and consider various situations to defeat the opponent. Even when giving it their all, it still took 20 minutes to take down the boss. But in front of Sun Tao, it was nothing more than a one-sided crush. This isn't a simple difficulty boss, but the second level of the Skeleton Cave in Hell difficulty, comparable to a level 50 silver dungeon. Sun Tao's true strength was beyond Li Shuao's imagination. She had only one thought in her mind: Sun Tao's future was limitless, and she absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. Before he rose to prominence, she had to cling tightly to this golden chance. Bang! A loud explosion sounded from not far away, snapping Li Shuao back to reality. She looked up and saw Sun Tao leaping high into the air, wielding an iron rod. The rod shimmered with golden light as its overwhelming force crashed down, striking Sylvanas squarely on the head. Great Sage Staff Technique, severing staff style. Boom! The immense power created a crater several meters in diameter on the ground. Dust erupted instantly, and the shockwave swept outward, almost blowing away the watching Li Shuao. As the smoke and dust cleared, Sylvanas collapsed limply in the center of the pit, with only a thin sliver of health left above her head. Sun Tao stood at the edge of the pit, holding his staff, his silhouette resembling a divine presence, leaving Li Shuao utterly stunned. The Hell difficulty dungeon boss had actually been instantly defeated by Sun Tao. A tingling current instantly surged from the top of Li Shuao's head down to her tailbone, making her tremble as if electrified. Following Sun Tao was undoubtedly the best decision she had ever made in her life. Sun Tao paid no attention to Li Shuao's astonishment. After dealing with Sylvanas, he summoned the shadow demon wolf to his side and said indifferently, "It's done. Let's go." Li Shuao suddenly came to her senses and quickly followed, her heart filled with awe and anticipation. "Is this how you usually fight bosses?" Pretty much," Sun Tao replied with a calm expression, as if this battle was just routine for him. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Li Shuao would never have believed that someone could solo the second level of the Hell difficulty Skeleton Cave. The final boss of this level was clearly designed for a team of second-tier soul warriors, yet who would have thought that a first-tier soul warrior under level 40 could handle it with ease? It was truly unprecedented. "What level are you now, exactly?" Li Shuao asked Sun Tao curiously, her eyes full of shock. Sun Tao scratched his head, looked at his attribute panel, and felt secretly pleased. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level, 24. Combat Power, 14464. Battle Soul, Divine Grade Great Sage equal to Heaven, 10%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 5. Basic Meditation Technique, Furious Ape Strength, 5. Copperhead Iron Arms, 3. Hair Clone Technique, 2. Immobilization Technique, 2. Chi Gathering Technique, 5. Form Gathering and Chi Dispersion, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Staff,
Bolian Medicine Pot, Crimson Tide, Fire Shield, Red Lotus Armor. Spirit Points, 2032. After clearing the first and second layers of the skeleton cave, Sun Tao's experience bar was just a sliver away from reaching level 25, and he had accumulated over 2,000 spirit points. He estimated that if he cleared Black Wind Mountain again tonight, he would definitely level up. Level 24, I guess, Sun Tao replied casually. Li Shuiao widened her eyes, utterly unable to believe her ears. Duo Xiao, did you say what level you are? Level 24. Sun Tao looked puzzled. Did he say something wrong? The shock in Li Shuiao's heart was indescribable. The awakening ceremony had only ended 5 days ago, and he was already at level 24. This was just too insane. Even with experts leading the way into high-level secret realms, one could at most level up by 5 levels a day. The higher the level, the more experience required for upgrading. Among the students who awakened in the same batch as her, the highest level was only 13, and that was a rich second-generation kid from the capital who awakened an S-level battle soul to achieve such rapid leveling. Then what's your combat power now? Li Shuiao continued to ask, secretly wondering if Sun Tao was really cheating. Sun Tao hesitated slightly but ultimately decided to say a smaller number, about over 4,000. What the heck? How can a normal person have 4,000 combat power at level 24? Li Shuiao was in turmoil. The gap was just too big. Uncle Wang, the captain of their family's bodyguard team, was level 35 and had only a little over 600, not even 700 combat power. Yet Sun Tao claimed to have over 4,000 combat power at level 24, which was simply unbelievable. It looks like you'll definitely be the national top scorer in this year's Battle Soul College entrance exam, Li Shuiao remarked with emotion, while Sun Tao felt a bit embarrassed. Just doing my best. There are so many geniuses nationwide, who knows if someone might be cheating, he muttered to himself. How could Li Shuiao possibly know that his combat power had already exceeded 14,000? Rushing all the way to the canyon where the night elves resided, Alia was shocked to see Sun Tao and Li Shuiao bringing Sylvanus' body so fast. Her heart trembled. Could they have defeated Sylvanus in just 20 minutes? The sky in the distance seemed to indicate that less than an hour had passed. Sylvanus was the strongest among their elf clan, and even she was no match for Sun Tao and Li Shuiao. If Sun Tao and his companions harbored any ill intentions, then these elves. Thinking of this, Alia couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted and could only silently pray that Sun Tao and his companions were good people. Sylvanus' body was placed by the edge of the mire, and the atmosphere around instantly grew heavy. A silver moonlight poured down from the sky, enveloping Sylvanus' blade at the center of the mire, as if the gods of heaven and earth were watching over everything. As the moonlight descended, the entire mire began to tremble violently, the mud coating the divine bow gradually cracked open, and Sylvanus' blade shimmered with dazzling brilliance in the moonlight, like a divine weapon reborn. This is Elun's blessing. Alia's voice trembled, filled with joy and excitement. Her gaze was fixed firmly on that radiant light, and a flame of hope ignited in her heart. Sun Tao turned his head and realized that a circle of night elves had already gathered around. They knelt on the ground in unison, hands clasped, heads bowed in reverence, as if performing a sacred ritual. The moonlight fell gently like water, draping them in a layer of silver gauze, as though merging them with heaven and earth. As the moonlight descended, the necromantic energy on their bodies quietly dissipated. At this moment, a warm force surged from the divine bow. Sun Tao looked up, his eyes filled with anticipation. A faint, ethereal soul gradually emerged from the divine bow. It was Sylvanus. Sylvanus, he called out, his heartbeat quickening. She nodded and smiled at Sun Tao, then slowly floated above her body, gracefully merging with it. As her soul returned, her body gradually regained vitality. Those emerald green eyes opened once more, radiating boundless strength and courage. I'm back. Sylvanus stood up resolutely, the divine bow flying into her hand automatically, as if a deity had descended. General! The night elves raised their heads, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement. After more than 100 years, they had finally awaited the general's return, reigniting the hope in their hearts. Sisters! Sylvanus' voice was loud and powerful, shaking every soul. We once fought side by side on this land, witnessing countless lives and deaths, enduring countless hardships. The comrades we lost were not just our friends, they were our family. I know your hearts are filled with exhaustion, but remember, we are not fighting alone. Elun is with us. Her voice was like a trumpet, awakening every soul.
Auric still covets Quel'Thala's. We cannot stop, we must quickly deliver this message to the Sun Council. Sylvanas' gaze was resolute as she led her sisters toward a brighter future. Watching Sylvanas boost the morale of the elves, Sun Tao heard the familiar system notification sound in his ear. Ding! Hidden dungeon quest completed. Save the elves. Quest reward obtained. Experience *4000. Sylvanas Blade Blueprint *1. Sylvanas Blade, perfect grade bow. Combat power, 635. A divine weapon of the Night Elf race, personally designed by Ranger General Sylvanas. It possesses powerful magical attack and melee capabilities, and only the most courageous archers are worthy of wielding it. Feature, Gale Arrow, capable of shooting magical arrows without requiring physical arrows. Activating Gale Mode increases attack speed by 300% and boosts dodge by 50%. Required level, level 40. Forging materials, Wind Feather Leaf, Ancient Wood Heart, Wind Whisper Vine, Wind Swirl Stone, Wind Whisper Stone, Wood Spirit Resin. Forging requirement, Advanced Blacksmith. Looking at the blueprint in her hand, Li Shuiyao's eyes sparkled with little gold coin-shaped stars, and she almost started drooling. How about selling me this blueprint? I'll offer 30 million. Her eyes were filled with longing. Sun Tao's luck was truly extraordinary. Following him not only made it easy to clear secret realms but also brought various precious items. What a windfall! Some rare items might not appear even after dozens of attempts by others, let alone be available for purchase in the market. 30 million? Sun Tao looked at the blueprint in his hand, feeling delighted. This thing was of no use to him, so it was better to let Li Shuiyao handle it. Alright, I'll sell it to you, just make one for me when you're done. Throwing the blueprint to Li Shuiyao and casually scoring a perfect grade bow, Sun Tao felt this was a profitable move. Li Shuiyao was overjoyed. A level 40 perfect grade bow, suitable for most battle soul masters, completely eliminates the need to carry extra arrows. This will undoubtedly become a must-have for every adventure team. A mere 30 million will be earned back in no time. They all felt they had hit the jackpot. This was a win-win situation. The moment the blueprint was handed to Li Shuiyao, the hidden tasks experience also poured into Sun Tao's body. Invisible experience surged in, filling up the last bit of his experience bar, and a golden light instantly flashed over him. He leveled up. Seeing the glow on Sun Tao, Li Shuiyao exclaimed, "You leveled up again? Level 25? Sun Tao nodded, unexpectedly gaining extra experience after completing the task. Li Shuiyao was somewhat speechless. She was still more than half a bar of experience away from reaching level 16, and catching up to Sun Tao wouldn't be something that could be done in a short time. At this moment, Sylvanas' speech reached its climax. She took a deep breath, her tone firm and powerful. We have risen countless times from desperate situations, using our wisdom and courage to write our own legends. Today is no exception. She raised the divine bow in her hand high, and under the moonlight, the bow radiated a dazzling brilliance. For Elune. Listening to Sylvanas' impassioned words, all the elves present responded, raising their longbows and shouting in unison. For Elune! For Elune! Sylvanas turned to look at Sun Tao, her right hand striking her chest as she saluted him. Thank you, warrior from a foreign land. Next, we will return to the Singing Forest to protect our homeland. If the opportunity arises, you are welcome to visit Quel'Thala's. We will surely offer you the sweetest elven wine. Her right hand swept across her chest, and a green light gathered in her palm. This emerald badge is the key to the Singing Forest. I will be waiting for your arrival in Quel'Thala's. Emerald badge, premium pendant, combat power, 324. A magical pendant from the Singing Forest, engraved with a mysterious elven magic array. It enhances life recovery abilities and serves as the key to unlocking the Singing Forest. Trait, Fountain of Life, rapidly restores the user's health when not taking damage. Health recovery is interrupted upon taking damage. The ultimate endurance artifact. Seeing the attributes of this pendant, Sun Tao's eyes lit up instantly. What's the most dreaded thing during monster grinding? Isn't it just running out of endurance? While fighting through small monsters, no one can guarantee they won't get hurt or lose health. Imagine fighting for half a day, only to suddenly encounter a boss when you're already out of health. No one can bear that kind of despair. That's why most battle soul masters carry a few large health potions during their wilderness adventures, just in case. But Sun Tao is different. He has a gourd. Whenever he's low on health, he just takes a sip, and he's instantly replenished. It's practically a little treasure. However, the gourd does have a usage limit. But this pendant, as long as you're out of combat, it automatically restores health. It's simply the ultimate endurance artifact for wilderness adventures. If he sold it to some adventure groups, it could probably fetch millions, with people scrambling to buy it. More importantly, this might even be a secret realm key, capable of unlocking the entrance to the Forest of Hymns, making its value immeasurable. Li Shuiyao clearly realized the preciousness of this pendant, but she remained silent. After all, she had already
asked Sun Tao for the blueprint of Sylvanas's blade, and asking for more would seem impolite.
At most, she could request Sun Tao to take her along when he ventured into the Forest of Hymns, as she was deeply curious about the world of the Night Elves. After handing the emerald badge to Sun Tao, Sylvanas raised her longbow and began chanting ancient incantations.
Green elven runes emerged on the bow's surface, and the surrounding elves watched Sylvanas's divine bow with faces full of joy. It was their hope for returning home.
In just a moment, these runes would transform into a portal leading to the Forest of Hymns, allowing them to finally go home. However, as time passed, the portal did not open as everyone had anticipated.
Sylvanas's incantation was nearing its end, her brows furrowed deeper, and beads of sweat densely
covered her forehead.
What's going on? Why can't I locate the coordinates of the Forest of Hymns?
She grew increasingly anxious, desperately trying to open the portal.
What on earth has happened to Quel'Thalas?
Sylvanas was on the verge of despair.
If we can't connect to Quel'Thalas, we're truly doomed.
She exerted all her strength, yet, the echo of her incantation brought no change. The runes on the bow continued to glow with emerald light, but no matter how hard she tried, the portal remained unresponsive.
Why? Why? Sylvanas's voice carried endless despair. She couldn't understand why she couldn't open the portal to Songwood Forest.
This was clearly the simplest teleportation magic. There was no way she could fail. The surrounding night elves gathered around her. They didn't speak, merely stood silently, their eyes filled with confusion and helplessness.
The portal wouldn't open, and they couldn't go back.
Seeing the elves' worried expressions, Sun Tao felt a pang in his heart.
Could this mission be far more complicated than he had imagined?
He thought that after completing the hidden quest, he would just need to wait for them to open the portal to Songwood Forest, and he could conveniently teleport out as well. But unexpectedly, an unforeseen twist had occurred.
Could this be another hidden quest? Sun Tao turned to Li Shueyo to inquire.
Li Shueyo looked puzzled.
I don't know either. The guide didn't mention this situation. Selena, do you know what happened?
Sun Tao called out to her in his heart. Elves are actually the guardians of the World Tree. Their lives are closely connected to the World Tree, and if that connection is severed, they face a life-threatening crisis. Selena's voice echoed in Sun Tao's mind, clear and calm.
The fact that they can't open the portal now could be due to two reasons. One, they've
lost the magical coordinates of the Song Forest, which can be restored by finding the coordinates. The second possibility is far more serious.
If something has
happened to the Song Forest, they would lose their link to the World Tree, cutting off their supply of life energy, and ultimately leading to their demise. Also, 1,000 years ago, there were high elves who attempted to replace life energy with magical energy, which resulted in an even greater catastrophe, known as
magic addiction. Then do you have a solution?
Sun Tao asked urgently, a faint glimmer of hope rising in his heart.
Yes, Selena replied, we can transform them into bloodkin or blood slaves.
Once they become bloodkin, they can independently draw life energy from blood, freeing themselves from dependence
on the World Tree. As for blood slaves, it's even simpler.
I can directly implant my blood into their bodies, transferring life energy to them at any time and keeping them in a dormant state. Hearing this, Sun Tao was shaken. So it was just about finding a new source of life for the elves. He knew that bloodkin had greater freedom, but would these elves accept it? But these elves revere nature and cherish life. If they find out I want to turn them into vampires, they'll definitely shoot me to death with a barrage of arrows. Sun Tao was deeply conflicted. After some thought, he decided to test the waters with one elf first. Eventually, his gaze fell on Elia. He quietly approached her and asked in a low voice, Elia, what happened? Why haven't you opened the portal, and why is everyone so sad? Arya wiped her tears, turned her head, her eyes full of helplessness and despair. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself in front of you. I'll help you leave here right away. She prepared to cast a teleportation spell to send Sun Tao out of the secret realm. Wait! Sun Tao quickly grabbed her hand. What exactly happened? Maybe I can help. Arya sighed, trying to calm her emotions. As you can see, we are now unable to open the portal to the Forest of Songs and are completely trapped here. Then can't we just leave first? Sun Tao pretended to be puzzled. Arya shook her head. The teleportation magic I possess can only send foreign individuals away, with a maximum of 10 people at a time. It's impossible for all of us to escape. Moreover, her voice lowered, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. We've lost our connection with the Tree of Life. If we can't find a new source of life in time, all of us will perish. Before she could finish her words, Sun Tao already understood her meaning. Arya shook her head helplessly. This is something you can't help with. Let me send you all out first. A glimmer of hope ignited in Sun Tao's heart, and he quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, maybe I really have a way. On the other side, Sue and his team emerged from the skeleton cave. After an entire day of struggle, they barely managed to kill a dozen monsters, level up once, and exhaust all their supplies.
The inefficiency was disheartening, a stark contrast to the experience in the secret realm. Back in the car, everyone remained silent, each heading home on their own.
They all understood that today's gains fell far short of expectations. As soon as he entered his house, Sue recalled the encounters in the skeleton cave, and the anger in his heart burned even stronger. He downed several glasses of alcohol, but his mood still couldn't settle. He pulled out his phone and decisively dialed the number of his adventure group's leader, Zhang Tiancheng.
Young master.
Zhang Tiancheng rushed over, a flattering smile on his face, completely devoid of the dignity expected of a third-tier battle soul master.
I want to kill someone.
Find me a powerful expert. Money is no object.
The key is reliability.
Sue's eyes flashed with a murderous glint.
Thinking of Li Shuiao's attitude toward him and today's ordeal, his heart burned with rage.
He would never allow Sun Tao to continue living freely in this world.
He recounted Sun Tao's various actions to Zhang Tiancheng in detail.
Zhang Tiancheng pondered carefully and then said, "The combat strength of the Hell-level skeleton cave is estimated to be over 600.
He can easily kill them in seconds, which means his combat power is at least above 800 points.
To kill him, you'd need to deploy at least a second-tier battle soul master of level 70 or higher. However, logically speaking, he shouldn't have such strong abilities at his age."
Zhang Tiancheng was utterly puzzled.
Sue also fell into deep thought. Clearly, it was just a D-level battle soul, the golden silk monkey. How could it suddenly become so powerful?
None of that matters.
What matters is, I want him dead. Find me an expert, preferably a third-tier battle soul master.
I want absolute certainty.
Sue's voice carried determination and resolve. Zhang Tiancheng pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of someone who definitely has the strength to kill Sun Tao.
Meanwhile, on the second level of the skeleton cave, an intense argument was unfolding in the dense forest.
I disagree. Even if I die, I refuse to become a filthy vampire.
Exactly, even if I have to die, I want to die as an elf.
That's right, darkness cannot defeat us, and death even less so, several night elves said indignantly. The other elves nodded in agreement, unable to accept becoming a race that feeds on blood, which would undoubtedly be a betrayal of nature any loon.
Alaya's face was full of conflict.
On one hand, she felt her sisters were right. As an elf, she could not betray her faith and willingly fall into darkness, becoming a blood race. On the other hand, they had already lost their connection to the Tree of Life and could not stand by and watch her sisters perish.
Now there is a solution right in front of us. Could it be that we won't even try?
Sisters, I know what you're thinking, but we've already lost too many lives.
We can't let more lives be lost.
Auric is still watching us like a hawk. The entrance to the singing forest remains unopened, and we know nothing about what has happened in Quel'Thalas.
For the revival of Quel'Thalas, we must survive, no matter the means. As long as we endure, the elven race will not perish.
Although Alia's voice was soft, it resonated like thunder, shaking the heart of every elf.
The surrounding elves fell into deep contemplation. I agree with Alia's proposal. After a long silence, Sylvanas finally spoke.
But I also understand everyone's concerns, so I have decided to select 100 volunteers for the transformation.
The bloodline of the Night Elves must not be severed, and Quel'Thalas shall rise again.
Sylvanas's words echoed in the air, and the elves below murmured among themselves, hesitant and uncertain. I know making such a decision is difficult, but some things always require someone to rise to the challenge. If we stay here, Auric's minions will eventually catch up to us.
Becoming bloodkin and leaving at least offers a chance for new hope.
Even if your appearance changes, your hearts remain the same. You are still the great Night Elves. Hearing Sylvanas's resolute tone, Elia was the first to raise her hand. I am willing. Immediately, several elves exchanged glances and raised their arms one after another. I do.
I do.
As time went on, more and more elves raised their hands, instantly surpassing 100. Sitting by the campfire, Li Shuiao stared intently at the slowly rotating roast duck above. Hesitating for quite a while, she finally couldn't resist asking the question lingering in her mind. Sun Tao, why did you tell them you have a solution? Are you planning to take these spirits out? Previously, many people had tried to bring magical beasts from the secret realm to the outside world, but without exception, all attempts ended in failure. Those creatures remained harmless within the secret realm, but once they entered the outside world, they would go berserk and attack everything in sight, ultimately being eliminated by the Security Bureau. Later, the Security Bureau established a rule: only certain special soul warriors with contract or beast taming abilities could ensure complete control over the magical creatures. Others were entirely incapable of taking them out of the secret realm. Now, however, Sun Tao claimed he had a way to help these spirits, which made Li Shuiao feel uneasy. Humph, men are indeed big pig trotters, unable to move when they see a beauty. The moment someone is in trouble, they immediately rush over, claiming they have a solution.
She had to admit, these elves were truly breathtakingly beautiful.
Each one looked like a supermodel, with exquisite features. Apart from their slightly bluish skin, everything else was flawless, perfectly fulfilling all her fantasies about elves.
Sun Tao didn't answer Li Shuiyao's question.
He simply noticed that the roast duck was almost ready, tore off a small piece, and tasted it. This is the flavor.
Come and try it.
This roast duck was something he had bought from the deli section of the supermarket. After purchasing it, he placed it in his spatial ring, thinking it would be ready to eat when taken out. Unexpectedly, what he bought was cold and still needed to be reheated. So he roasted it over the campfire, unexpectedly making it taste even better. Tearing off half a duck and handing it to Li Shuiao, Sun Tao smiled faintly. Don't worry about the elf matter, I have my own way. Seeing that Sun Tao was unwilling to say more, Li Shuiao pouted, grabbed the roast duck, and took a fierce bite, as if treating it like Sun Tao himself. Unexpectedly, the freshly roasted duck was scaldingly hot, instantly burning her tongue.
Ah, hot, hot, hot.
Li Shuiao stuck out her tongue from the heat, fanning her small hand vigorously to cool it down. Her playful expression made Sun Tao burst into hearty laughter. Li Shuiya glared at Sun Tao angrily, her cheeks puffed up. Half an hour later, Sun Tao stood in a dimly lit cave. In front lies a crimson pool of blood. Dozens of night elves are soaking naked in the blood pool, with only their heads exposed.
Ghostly white flames burn around, and anyone unaware who enters might think this is the entrance to hell.
A few minutes later, the blood pool surged, and a blood figure slowly emerged, walking to Sun Tao's side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Selena. At this moment, she looked pale and weak due to excessive use of vital blood.
Sun Tao quickly handed her the gourd in his hand. You've worked hard. How's the situation? Selena took several gulps before gradually regaining her strength. The ritual went very smoothly.
They have already absorbed the blood of the vampires and are now merging with the bloodline of the elves.
In a few more minutes, she should wake up. The remaining elves can complete the transformation on their own using their abilities.
As she spoke, Selena rolled her eyes at Sun Tao. I originally just wanted you to knock out a few elves and capture them as blood slaves. I didn't expect you to bring in over 100 elves at once and insist on transforming all of them into bloodkin. If I weren't a second-generation vampire, there's no way I could embrace so many people at once. So, how do you plan to arrange this group of elves? Sun Tao smiled brightly. Anyway, the space in the universe scroll is big enough. Putting some elves inside is just perfect to help me manage things. I plan to have them plant herbs in the jungle and tidy up the environment along the way.
That's a good idea.
The elves are also quite skilled in alchemy, so they can further develop in that area, Selena said as she handed the gourd back to Sun Tao, signaling him to take out the universe scroll so she could go back and rest. Sun Tao took out the universe scroll, and Selena instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light, merging into the scroll. On the ethereal island, Selena had already used magic to temporarily create a small house, where she usually stayed when she had nothing to do. Ever since coming to Sun Tao's world, Selena had completely let herself go. She would clamor every day about wanting to go shopping, to buy clothes and shoes, driving Sun Tao to the brink of collapse.
In the end, after much persuasion, Sun Tao finally agreed to go shopping with her after the Battle Soul entrance exam. Retracting Selena, Sun Tao turned his gaze back to the blood pool.
Dozens of elves had their eyes closed, their faces delicate, with long hair as black as the night, gently swaying with the ripples of the pool water. Their pale blue skin gradually lost its former color under the immersion of the blood pool, turning an extremely ghastly white. Blood vessels became visible beneath the skin, and the blood throughout their bodies was no longer emerald green but transformed into a deep crimson. As the blood in their bodies fully transformed, they suddenly opened their eyes, with blood-colored light flickering in their pupils.
Blood Elf, Alia, Level 27, Combat Power 1205, Skills, Life Drain, Blood Magic, Rapid Shot, Stealth. As the transformation was completed, dozens of blood elves slowly rose from the blood pool, the blood water sliding down their flawless, delicate bodies and dripping back into the pool, creating ripples. Their perfect figures made the inexperienced Sun Tao involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. They walked naked to Sun Tao, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison. The Blood Elf clan pays homage to the Demon Lord. Listening to their ridiculous nicknames, Sun Tao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Selena, what are you up to again? Inside the Qiankuan scroll, Selena was lazily lying in a small cabin, happily scrolling through her phone.
On the screen, a cached web drama titled Oh My Demon King, The Queen Has Run Away Again and Again, was playing. Achoo! Selena sneezed, rubbed her nose, grabbed a nearby cola, took a sip, and muttered, Ugh, who's cursing me now? After transforming Elia into a blood elf, Sun Tao placed her, along with the other elves who had not yet been transformed, into the Qin Kuan scroll, and instructed them to help manage the forests of Misty Island, planting trees and herbs. They would be released once news of Song Forest arrived. When Elia and the other elves stepped onto Misty Island, the dreamlike forest instantly left them stunned. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows, while the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Everything seemed vibrant and full of life. If not for the absence of the World Tree's aura, they might have thought they had arrived at Song Forest. It was simply breathtaking. After storing the elves, Sun Tao stepped out of the cave, where Sylvanas was waiting with the other elves. Li Shuao stood nearby, her face full of frustration. Seeing Sun Tao emerge, Sylvanas approached him with a smile and said, "Thank you for your help. The elves will forever remember your kindness." Sun Tao waved his hand modestly and said, "It's nothing, just a small effort." Li Shuao muttered from the side, "You're working for someone else, what's there to be thankful for?" Sun Tao's smile froze instantly, and he quickly changed the subject by asking, "What are you planning to do next?" Sylvanas smiled faintly, not taking Li Shuao's words to heart. "There aren't many people left. The life force within me can probably sustain everyone for about 5 years. The second level of the skeleton cavern is likely no longer safe. Oryx minions will probably find us soon. I know some dwarves. They are hiding in the Blackrock Mountain on the 5th level of the skeleton cavern. I plan to take my sisters to find them." As she spoke, Sylvanas pointed to the pendant on Sun Tao's chest. "I'll leave the matter of Songwood Forest to you. This emerald badge carries my essence. Give it to Elia, she knows how to contact me." Sun Tao nodded, indicating that he would help her inquire after going out. Once the matter was explained, Sylvanas called Li Shuao over to activate the teleportation magic left by Area. With a flash of light, Sun Tao and Li Shuao instantly disappeared from their original spot. After sending the two away, Sylvanas slowly let out a breath and turned to look at the night elves still standing there. A smile curved at the corner of her mouth. "Sisters, it's time to start the hunt." The night elves raised their longbows, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Kill all those skeletons." Swish! With a flash of light, Sun Tao and Li Shuao instantly appeared on the teleportation array at the exit of the skeleton cave. Nearby, the staff responsible for managing the teleportation array impatiently urged, "Hurry up and get off, don't block the next batch of teleporters." Before the two could react, they were pushed off the teleportation array. As they stepped down, a group of merchants collecting materials from the secret realm surrounded them, buying skeleton tibia at a high price, quoting based on quality, starting at a minimum of 30,000. "Brother, have you obtained any skeleton tibia? I'm buying at a high price. Buying soul fragments at the absolute highest price." "Brother, do you have any soul fragments?" "Buying skeleton bone powder." "Buying soul stones." Li Shuao, overwhelmed and exasperated, finally lost her patience and shouted, "Shut up!" Her lion's roar immediately silenced the crowd around her, and quite a few people even cast sympathetic glances at Sun Tao. Once the crowd quieted down, Li Shuao spoke up, "We are part of the Huazhong Group's adventure team, and the items on us need to be submitted." As she spoke, she pulled out an ID from her pocket, which was her work badge from Huazhong Group. Upon realizing the two were from Huazhong Group, the surrounding merchants instantly lost interest and began mocking them sarcastically. "Ha, if you're from an adventure team, why didn't you say so earlier? What a waste of effort." "Exactly, just two people from an adventure team? They're probably just here to buy tickets and take a look around. There's definitely nothing good on them." "Hard to say, these two are quite young. Maybe they just went in there to date." "Are they crazy? Dating in a secret realm? Aren't they afraid a monster might pop out while they're kissing? Young people really know how to have fun." Hearing those absurd remarks, Li Shuao was so furious she wanted to bite them. If it weren't for Sun Tao holding her back with all his might, a conflict might have broken out on the spot. By the time they reached the parking lot, it was already dark. After grabbing a quick bite on the way, Li Shuao dropped Sun Tao off at his home. "What are your plans next?" she asked before he got out of the car. Sun Tao thought for a moment and replied, "There are still 2 days left until the Battle Soul entrance exam. I plan to head to the Scarlet Forest to train some more and see if I can level up a bit." Li Shuao looked at him with an expression as if she were staring at an idiot. "Are you stupid? 2 days before the Battle Soul entrance exam, the official Battle Soul Masters are coming to Liuzhou City to inscribe the formation for the Canyuan Tower. There will be spatial fluctuations then. To prevent triggering a beast tide, all adventure zones will be closed. Where do you think you're going to train?" Li Shuao's tone was urgent, her eyes glimmering with concern. Sun Tao scratched his head, feeling a bit out of sorts from the recent busyness, to the point of forgetting such an important matter. Li Shuao took out her phone, quickly sent a few messages, then put it away with a determined look in her eyes.
No problem, I've signed you up for the beginner forging class. It's tomorrow morning at 9. I've sent you the address, so don't be late. Sun Tao nodded.
Since he couldn't go out adventuring, he might as well take this opportunity to work on a side profession and head to Black Wind Mountain to gather some spiritual essence. Watching Li Shuiao's sports car disappear around the corner, Sun Tao shook his head and thought to himself, this girl really has a warm heart. Then he turned and headed home. In the evening, Sun Tao did not rest at home but entered the scroll of heaven and earth. The scroll was filled with rich spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivating the Furious Ape technique. By accident, he took over Selena's bed, forcing her to the side while he sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated all night. Selena, on the other hand, sat on the ground, glaring at him angrily, her heart full of discontent. The next day, Sun Tao woke up from his cultivation feeling completely refreshed. He sensed a slight increase in his internal strength, and the use of his magical power had become even smoother. As he got up, he noticed Selena was still sitting on the ground, pouting with a face full of displeasure.
What are you doing? Staring at me like that early in the morning, who are you trying to scare?
Selena crossed her arms and said angrily, you took my bed. Sun Tao raised an eyebrow, so what if I took your bed?
Tell me, what's with this Demon King? What kind of strange ideas have you been feeding those blood elves?
The moment Selena heard Demon King, she immediately felt guilty, shrank her neck, and didn't dare to bring up the bed issue anymore. She awkwardly said, I was just trying to come up with a title for you.
They need something to call you, don't they? Demon King sounds so cool.
It's both imposing and majestic, she said, her face full of longing.
Sun Tao was exasperated and scolded sharply. What's so great about it? You go and make them change it today.
Selena lowered her head timidly, but it needs a name.
We can't just keep calling you Sun Tao all the time.
Sun Tao thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the misty island not far away, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Let's call it the Great Sage Equal to Heaven.
The Great Sage Equal to Heaven?
Selena tilted her head, muttering the name, and unexpectedly felt a surge of passion in her heart.
At 9 in the morning, following the address given by Li Shuiao, Sun Tao arrived at Huarong Industrial Park. Looking at the building in front of him, Sun Tao checked his phone several times, thinking to himself, is there really a blacksmithing beginner's training class here? Just as he was feeling doubtful, a rough voice called out from not far away, hey, you over there, kid. Sun Tao turned his head and saw a towering figure over 2 meters tall, like a steel tower, waving at him. Bro, no, sis. Who are you?
You must be Sun Tao, the one Nis mentioned. I am Wu Runan, a senior forging master from Huarong Group, and I will be your forging instructor for the next few days. She stared directly at Sun Tao, her gaze sharp as a blade. Sun Tao blinked and scrutinized the warrior's face several times, secretly thinking to himself, you shouldn't be called Runan, you should be called Weak Man instead. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Faced with this terrifyingly muscular physique, unease surged in Sun Tao's heart. For an introduction to forging, there's no need to trouble a master, right? Could I perhaps start with a lesson from an apprentice to learn some basic knowledge first, and then consult you later? Leading Sun Tao toward her forging room, Wu Runan's smile carried an air of confidence and authority. Each of her steps seemed to proclaim her strength and status. Sun Tao followed closely behind, encountering many blacksmiths from the Huarong group along the way. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, their gazes unanimously falling on them, with discussions rising and falling.
Is this Master Wu's new apprentice? TSK, this is already the 8th one this month. Master Wu is really ruthless.
I heard this guy is a friend of the young lady.
Will Master Wu go easy on him? Damn, did this guy offend the young lady?
He's actually been sent to Master Wu for training.
Tragic, absolutely tragic.
Everyone looked at Sun Tao with a gaze of amusement, speculating how long he could endure under Wu Runan's clutches. Some said 3 days, others said a week, and the most exaggerated even claimed he'd flee within half a day.
Hearing this, Sun Tao broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, what kind of terrifying beast is this Master Wu?
He had just searched online for information about Wu Runan and discovered that she had forged numerous perfect-grade pieces of equipment and was highly renowned in Liuzhou City. Master Wu is quite good after all. A strict teacher produces outstanding students, Sun Tao consoled himself inwardly. These people also said that Master Wu was strict, causing many apprentices to leave. Clearly, the apprentices couldn't endure the hardship,
and had no choice but to quit.
It's really thanks to Li Shuiao that he was able to find such a master. He must properly thank her later. Just as Sun Tao was thinking this, Wu Runan in front of him suddenly spoke, don't listen to others' nonsense.
I'm usually quite kind and won't scold people for no reason.
But let me make it clear up front, although forging is a basic secondary profession that anyone can do, creating a top-tier piece of equipment is absolutely no easy task. Sun Tao smiled faintly and replied firmly, I know, Master Wu.
I will definitely see it through to the end.
Wu Runin nodded. My last apprentice said the same thing, but ended up quitting after 3 days.
Sun Tao.
Material selection, forging, shaping, engraving, spirit infusion, quenching, every step must be meticulous. If any mistake is made, it will be impossible to forge perfect equipment. So, no matter who you are or what your status is, if you mess up in forging, don't blame me for scolding you.
Sun Tao responded with a smile, It's fine, Master Wu. Go ahead and scold me. I can handle it.
Wu Runin's smile carried a hint of slyness. My apprentice before last said the same thing, but ended up running away in 2 days.
Sun Tao
silently thought to himself, this Master Wu is probably a formidable character.
The two walked in silence for over 10 minutes and finally arrived in front of a forging room.
Wu Runin pushed open the door and excitedly introduced to Sun Tao, This is my forging room. The overwhelming heat stunned Sun Tao, almost making him reach for a fireproof shield.
He secretly activated the furious ape force within to resist the heat wave.
Don't use soul power to resist the high temperature, it's your best partner during forging, Wu Runin said with a smile, leading Sun Tao into the forging room. At the center of the forging room stood a massive forging platform, connected to a mechanical power hammer, making it convenient for the blacksmith to hammer hard materials.
To the
left were dozens of large barrels filled with various types of magical creature blood, which could imbue forged equipment with corresponding magical attributes during quenching. Nearby was the materials area, piled high with various stones and iron blocks, including many magical materials. To the right was a large furnace, with a control panel not far away for real-time temperature adjustments. Finally, in one corner of the forging room was a collection of gemstones and powders, used for carving runes and infusing spirits. Wu Runin flipped the ignition switch of the furnace, and intense flames instantly roared to life, faintly tinged with a bluish glow.
Lesson 1 of Forging. Every blacksmith should have their own hammer.
From somewhere, Wu Runin pulled out a large hammer, effortlessly playing with it as if it were a toy. Then, she selected several large green stones from the materials area.
Qingyang stone. Heavy enough, hard enough, strong enough.
It even comes with fire attribute damage, making it the perfect choice for crafting forging hammers. Placing these stones on the forging table, Wu Runin smashed them into pieces with a hammer, then crushed some stone and iron blocks into powder as well. Forging is the process of fusing metals together in specific proportions, melting them into shape, and ultimately crafting them into magical equipment. Now, I'll teach you the simplest method of material selection. Wu Runin pointed at the stones in front of her, her gaze resolute as she said to Sun Tao, Material selection is about choosing forging materials based on the characteristics of the equipment you want to craft, and then fusing them together. Qingyang stone is hard but lacks ductility, so I added copper cloud steel to increase toughness, star iron to add weight, blazing flamestone to enhance fire attribute reactions, and earth serpent scales to improve stability. Finally, I added a piece of thunder dragon bone, allowing your forging hammer to release a brief electric shock upon impact, easily removing impurities from the metal surface. As she spoke, she tossed these materials into the forging furnace, watching intently as they slowly melted, her heart brimming with endless anticipation. These materials have similar melting points and can be placed together, but you must pay attention to the melting point of each material during forging, she said in a low, firm voice. The melting points of different ores vary greatly, and putting them in incorrectly could cause an explosion. As time passed, the metal in the furnace gradually became red-hot, shimmering with a brilliant luster, as if narrating the powerful force about to be born. Wu Runin held a pair of long tongs, carefully pouring the molten metal into a pre-prepared mold. The mold was shaped like a square forging hammer, and the molten metal was slowly filling it. Once the molten metal had cooled and solidified, Wu Runin picked up the forging hammer again and began meticulously hammering and carving the mold. Each strike seemed to echo like the beat of a war drum, igniting the passion within her.
The most challenging part of forging is the refining hammering.
Although there are power hammers to assist, a qualified blacksmith must learn to hammer with their own hands. Her
voice rang out like a warrior's battle cry.
Every strike tempers the impurities out of the iron block. Only when there is nothing left to refine can it be considered perfect.
Dong dong dong, dong dong dong.
Wu Runin held the metal block, with the iron hammer falling like raindrops, occasionally scattering a handful of iron powder. The entire metal block flipped and turned under her hammering, continuing to be forged, as if engaged in an intense battle. The most important thing in forging is to do it in one go. You must never give up halfway, she said firmly. Seeing the iron block glowing red, she continued to swing the heavy hammer. Each strike of her hammer carried a force no less than that of some mechanical forging hammers. Sun Tao couldn't help but admire her in his heart. No wonder she chose to do it herself rather than rely on machinery.
An hour later, the entire iron block had shrunk to its original size. After cooling, the hammer turned a silvery white, with black and blue interwoven patterns on its surface, as if narrating the veins of the hammer. Skilled blacksmiths can forge magic arrays by hammering them into shape, but that's far too difficult for you, Wu Runan said as she walked to the workbench, skillfully applied a layer of special solution, and then took out a carving knife to inscribe magical runes on it. Once the runes were completed, she unhesitatingly tossed the hammer into the quenching pool. With a burst of flames shooting skyward, the quenching process was finished. Finally, a gleaming forging hammer was born in her hands. Thunderfire Hammer, Premium Grade Warhammer, Combat Power, 354. The forging hammer personally crafted by blacksmith Wu Runan can be used as a one-handed warhammer. It possesses fire and lightning attribute damage and can enhance the blacksmith's forging success rate. Feature, Thunderfire Forging, with a chance to add Thunderfire attributes to equipment during forging. Wu Runan lifted the hammer, inspected it thoroughly, and after confirming it was flawless, handed it to Sun Tao. Here, take it. Consider it your apprenticeship gift. The moment Sun Tao received the hammer, a system notification sounded in his mind. Beep, Wu Runan imparts forging experience to you, gaining a secondary profession skill, forging. Completed side quest 4, the Great Tao of 3000. Received quest reward, secondary profession skill scroll *1, secondary profession skill detected, armor system activated. The system prompt in his ear sounded like heavenly music, and Sun Tao was overjoyed. Finally, the armor system. On the first day of learning forging with Wu Runan, Sun Tao was pushed to the brink of exhaustion. The entire day was spent either moving materials, or on the way to move materials. Whenever his movements slowed slightly, he would be scolded harshly by Wu Runan, as if he were a useless waste. Back home, Sun Tao collapsed onto the bed, completely drained, and thought to himself, this forging initiation is basically tricking me into being free labor, isn't it? He couldn't help but suspect that Li Shuiyao might be deliberately making him suffer. Sighing, Sun Tao took out the Thunderfire hammer from his ring and examined it closely. Forging really is fascinating. Filled with anticipation for the armor system he unlocked today, he quickly got up and opened the system panel. After searching several times, he still couldn't find the entrance to the armor system. Suddenly, he remembered the game settings, and immediately opened the scroll of heaven and earth. Sure enough, he saw the words Armor Crafting in the Temple of Earth. Excitedly clicking to enter, the system displayed 4 pieces of equipment available for collection: 100 drama mask, 100 drama coin robe, 100 drama gloves, 100 drama leg wraps. Sun Tao took out these 4 pieces of equipment, and his eyes instantly lit up. 100 drama mask, ordinary soul artifact, slightly increases soul power of the battle soul, slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience points gained when defeating monsters. 100 performances money robe, common soul artifact, slightly increases the soul defense of the battle soul and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience gained when defeating monsters. 100 performances gauntlets, common soul artifact, slightly increases the soul defense of the battle soul and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience gained when defeating monsters. 100 performances leg pendant, common soul artifact, slightly increases the recovery speed of the battle soul's soul power and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience gained when defeating monsters. They're all soul artifacts. Although they are common grade, for Sun Tao, this is practically a windfall from the heavens. He immediately refined them, instantly. Feeling a surge of immense soul power erupting within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, and finally pouring into the battle soul at the back of his head. The wrathful ape battle soul within him instantly surged with momentum, as if transforming into a mighty armored ape wielding a fiery blade, draped in a red flame cloak, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He was overjoyed. This is just the complimentary 100 tricks set. If I could wear the Divine Treasure Mighty set or the Divine Treasure Great Sage set, how powerful would I become? A vision of the future flashed in his mind. By then, I might truly be invincible. Even the Great Sage would be no more than this. However, for now, the armor system only allowed the crafting of the Traveler set, Brocade Scale set, Bronze set, and Black Gold set. Traveler set, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact. Set effect, allows drinking while sprinting, slightly increasing sprint speed. While sprinting, a small amount of attack damage is added per second. This effect naturally dissipates after stopping the sprint. Gains a slight amount of staff momentum per second while sprinting. Brocade Scale set, Common Grade Soul Artifact. When health is low, slowly restores a small amount of health. If in water, the effect is enhanced. Significantly reduces stamina consumption in water. Bronze set, Common Grade Soul Artifact. When the talent exhibition of feat is triggered, following up with a light staff will execute a light staff finisher. Breaking the opponent's immobilization technique deals extra damage and reduces the cooldown of the immobilization technique.
Woojin set, common grade soul artifact.
After using form dissipation, the damage of hidden strike is increased.
While in stealth, both the user and their decoy are shrouded in black wind, dealing continuous damage to nearby opponents. Although they are all common grade soul artifacts, Sun Tao is not in a hurry because he knows that once Lulu Village is unlocked, he can finding who to upgrade his armor, which can be upgraded to the highest level of divine treasure.
This way, it will definitely last a long time.
Keep scrolling down. Sun Tao saw a scroll at the very bottom of the equipment crafting section.
Een Tiger Challenge Scroll, used to challenge Een Tiger. Upon victory, unlock the rare items section. First time victory rewards the spell, Wu Chuan, Spiritual Essence, 6,000. So it's Lord Een Tiger. Sun Tao's heart skipped a beat.
Although he had never fought Een Tiger, he had watched plenty of videos online, and every single one showed players being thoroughly crushed. As a rookie who couldn't even defeat Tiger Vanguard, he decided not to court disaster and wisely skipped it. After checking the equipment crafting system, Sun Tao discovered that crafting these sets mostly required materials like cotton yarn, cloud brocade, and wolf demon
hide, which were more abundant than in the game.
Fortunately, all these materials could be farmed in Black Cloud Mountain, and Sun Tao felt secretly relieved. However, before that, I remember I seemed to have obtained a secondary profession skill scroll.
I wonder what it's for, he muttered to himself.
During the day, he was busy transporting materials and hadn't had time to carefully examine the scroll's details. Extracting the scroll from the system, Sun Tao took a look, and his eyes instantly lit up. Secondary Profession Skill Scroll. After use, it can increase the level of a secondary profession skill by 1.
Applicable to all secondary professions. Able to directly increase a secondary profession skill level by 1.
This is truly a great treasure. Sun Tao was ecstatic. In this world, it was
undoubtedly a rare gem.
You must know, every level increase in a secondary profession requires an enormous amount of resources and experience.
Every 10 levels in a secondary profession is a major hurdle.
Not only does one need to grind skill proficiency, but the talent and
comprehension of the battle soul master must also be exceptional to advance.
Based on the level of secondary profession skills, the world categorizes secondary professionals into 8 ranks: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, legendary, and
divine. Legendary level secondary professionals are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 appearing over the past 300 years.
Imagine if a secondary profession master's skill was stuck at level 49. This scroll could directly help them break through the bottleneck and advance to grandmaster.
Unfortunately, using it on Sun Tao now would only
raise his forging skill from level 1 to level 2, which would be a huge waste. His eyes gleamed with determination as he decided to put the scroll away and use it later when his secondary profession skills had improved. It's a pity I can't see Selena and the others' secondary profession levels, otherwise, I could use it on them and directly create a secondary
profession grandmaster.
Sun Tao sighed, shook his head, and refocused his thoughts, preparing to enter Black Wind Mountain to grind monsters.
Open the trial panel and select Black Wind Mountain.
In an instant, he felt the smoke swirling around the Earth Temple before him, the world spinning.
When he regained his senses, he was already inside a pagoda tower.
Under the dim light, a mural slowly emerged before his eyes. It was the Destiny mural connected to Black Wind Mountain. Fire illuminates
black clouds. Sun Tao's heart tightened as he thought to himself, I wonder if the boss has been strengthened in the second playthrough?
He silently recited in his heart, his palms slowly reaching into the mural.
As a burst of light flickered, he once again entered the realm of Black Wind Mountain. At this moment, Sun Tao's heart ignited with boundless determination.
He was ready to write his own legend in this unknown domain. Entering Black Wind Mountain in the second playthrough, Sun Tao felt completely different. He is no longer the Sun Tao he used to be. Now, he has obtained the foundation of the Great Sage, sees joy at a glance, upgraded various equipment, and mastered numerous divine powers. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. This time entering Black Wind Mountain, there is none of the previous sense of nervousness. On the contrary, I feel the mountains are clear, the waters are beautiful, and my mind is at ease. Even the little wolf demons along the roadside seem much more amiable. TSK, revisiting an old place. I wonder if Guangji and the others have respawned yet.
I must show them my skills.
Looking at the familiar mountain path ahead, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Previously, in his rush to speedrun Black Wind Mountain, there were many places he hadn't properly explored. This time, as he returned as a king, he was determined to claim everything Black Wind Mountain had to offer.
Just as Sun Tao was lost in thought, the figures of two wolf demons slowly approached from afar. Walk, 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 roam, roam, roam. Hearing this familiar voice, Sun Tao burst into laughter. Ha, my first kill is here.
Sun Tao watched as the two wolf demons casually carried their weapons and walked over lazily, feeling a bit amused.
Simple and foolish, you deserve to be killed.
Before the wolf demons could pick up their weapons, Sun Tao voluntarily reverted his transformation, instantly taking on the appearance of the Destiny Monkey dressed in a theatrical costume.
Big brother, we're in for a treat. Ha ha ha, another monkey. It's been a while since I had monkey brains.
Perfect for a drink. Seeing Sun Tao, the two wolf demons grinned wickedly, picked up their weapons, and advanced toward him. Sun Tao casually struck them on the head twice, instantly depleting their health bars and sending them away.
Ding!
You have killed a level 10 Wolf Scout, gaining EXP *12 and Spirit Value *8.
Ding!
You have killed a level 11 Wolf Warrior, gaining EXP *13 and Spirit Value *8. Listening to the system notifications echoing in his mind, a trace of peculiar emotion flashed in Sun Tao's eyes.
The level has increased from 3 to 10. The difficulty has indeed gone up. If I grind a few more times, won't these little wolf demons end up being higher level than me? Sun Tao's heart sank.
In other words, if his strength doesn't improve quickly, he might not even be able to handle Black Wind Mountain after a while.
But what does this have to do with his second playthrough? As long as it's fun now.
Sun Tao's lips curled slightly as he carried the stick and walked into Black Wind Mountain.
What are you daydreaming about?
Pluck a hair. Before the Black Wind Mountain Earth God could finish speaking, he saw the destined monkey pluck a hair and transform it into sandalwood, placing it on the Earth Temple. Without waiting for him to appear, he ran off into the distance.
No, why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to listen to the background story?
Sun Tao couldn't care less about him. He was solely focused on quickly finding Guangji to offer him some comfort. You should know that the first time he entered Black Wind Mountain, Guangji had pinned him to the ground and rubbed him several times. That sentence, "I overthought it, you just happened to look like him," almost gave him PTSD. This time in the second playthrough, he must show Guangji what it truly means for the great sage to return.
On the way, kill wolves when encountering wolves, slay demons when encountering demons. Wolf demon, kill. Guardian, kill. Phantom, kill.
Sun Tao jogged all the way to the small courtyard of the Buddhist hall where Guangji was.
Guangji, your grandpa is here. Another monkey.
The wolf demon wielding a fiery blade had just turned around when he saw a ferocious-looking monkey pointing at him and shouting loudly. Freeze! Buzz! A beam of celestial light burst forth, surging with powerful magic, and golden characters instantly appeared above his head. Guangji felt an overwhelming and unmatched magical power descend upon him, instantly suppressing all his cultivation. He couldn't even move a single inch, with only a few thoughts still able to circulate. Sun Tao sneered viciously, plucking a tuft of hair and blowing on it lightly. 4 or 5 clones immediately materialized from the smoke, wielding sticks as they rushed forward and began beating Guangji relentlessly. Sun Tao stood still, watching Guangji's health bar plummet, silently channeling the chi gathering technique in his heart. The momentum of the staff surged, and the bronze cloud staff in his hand radiated a golden glow.
Ha! Take this from old Sun. Bang!
The overwhelming force of the staff directly struck Guangji's head, unleashing over 10,000 combat power in an instant. The terrifying force instantly obliterated Guangji's physical body on the spot. Didn't even manage to say the final words, turning into countless points of light absorbed by the crimson tide on the ground.
Ding! You have slain the level 24 boss blazing firewolf demon Guangji, gaining EXP *321 and Spirit Value *122. Awesome!
With one strike, Guangji was instantly killed, and Sun Tao shouted in exhilaration.
The second playthrough is truly satisfying. The Demon King who had bullied him before, he would settle the score one by one. Picking up the Crimson Tide, he thought he could obtain a new soul weapon. Unexpectedly, as soon as his finger touched the fiery blade, it transformed into specks of spiritual essence, continuously merging into Sun Tao's body. Weapon Crimson Tide acquired, converted to spiritual essence, 3,000 points. Ah! Why did it turn into spiritual essence?
Sun Tao pouted and thought to himself, I was hoping to get another Crimson Tide weapon.
Selling it would bring in quite a bit of money. Soul artifacts aren't cheap, even casually selling one would fetch billions.
If I could get a few more, I'd never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. But, unexpectedly, the second playthrough directly turned into spiritual essence, instantly shattering Sun Tao's plans and leaving him feeling a wave of disappointment.
Forget it, having spiritual essence is fine too. It's better than having nothing at all.
Sun Tao shook his head helplessly, rang the great bell, and continued exploring ahead. Beep, you have slain the level 26 demon king Ling Shuzi, gaining EXP *352, spiritual essence value *158. After slaying Ling Shuzi, Sun Tao was about to continue forward when he suddenly heard the voice of the Black Wind Mountain Earth deity behind him. Hey, little monkey, don't rush. This demon still has the golden pill bestowed by the Black Bear spirit. That's a treasure you absolutely can't miss. Hearing this, Sun Tao hurriedly searched the courtyard and eventually discovered a golden treasure box inside the main hall. The box was surrounded by swirling white mist, exuding a mysterious aura that made it clear it was no ordinary item. Damn, how did I not notice there was a treasure chest here before? Sun Tao cursed under his breath, stepping forward to open the chest. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, instantly putting him in a state of bliss. Inside the box, golden light shimmered, and an infinite spiritual energy spread out in an instant. Jade Lotus Golden Elixir. Jade Lotus Golden Elixir, spiritual grade potion, significantly increases the user's maximum health. Can be consumed up to 9 times. Consumed 0/9. It's actually an elixir that can increase maximum health. Seeing the effects of the Jade Lotus Golden Elixir, Sun Tao felt like slapping himself twice, deeply regretting, why did I rush so much during the first playthrough? I even missed out on such a divine elixir. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. He could only be more vigilant during future dungeon runs to avoid missing anything again. After consuming the elixir and feeling the surge of vitality within him, Sun Tao set off once more. He walked along the cliff, heading deep into the forest. This time, he moved extremely slowly, leisurely and carefree, occasionally picking flowers and pulling grass, as if he were on a sightseeing tour. With his current strength, killing a mere Ling Shuzi was no challenge at all. Even retrieving the Eye of Joy from the Black Bear spirit would be as simple as eating or drinking. If he wished, these minor demons wouldn't even be able to detect his presence. But he wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he began to carefully explore Black Wind Mountain. Before long, he indeed discovered a clue, and a wave of excitement surged in his heart. Following the mountain path downward, Sun Tao casually killed 2 small wolf demons and suddenly noticed a dark cave. From within the cave came intermittent sighs, as if something unusual was happening. He cautiously stepped into the cave, and before him appeared a creature that was half human, half horse. This monster had a burly figure, exuding a powerful aura, and was sitting on a large rock, waving a long whip in its hand, its face full of sorrow. Oh dear, what should I do? What should I do? The horse monster sighed as it muttered to itself. Golden light flickered in Sun Tao's eyes as system information emerged. Ma Tianba, boss, level 86, combat power 24368, skills, chain lightning, dazzling light, thunder boost, hidden sting, 5 consecutive lightning whips, 10,000 thunder sky prison summon. Looking at the terrifying combat power of the horse demon, Sun Tao couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, there was no health bar above its head, so it seemed not to be an enemy. You don't seem to be a monster from around here. Could it be that you've come to pay respects to the Black Wind King? Ma Badian seemed to sense something different in Sun Tao's demeanor and asked, Listen to me, this black bear monster is all show and no substance, unreliable. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible, Ma Badian urgently advised. Sun Tao was anxious, blaming himself for being a mute as a destiny-bound monkey, unable to ask more questions and forced to listen silently. Brother Ma clearly had a sense of justice. He shook his head, and continued, Gold and silver treasures are all deceitful. Those little monsters were all tricked by the Black Wind Monster. He speaks of cultivating truth and virtue, but his heart is full of greed. I dare not entrust my matters here. Though I don't know why you've come, you must be cautious. My heart is burning with urgency, and I must set off immediately. Farewell. With that, Brother Ma packed his belongings and disappeared before Sun Tao's eyes. Beep, side quest 1 completed, Loyal and Righteous, unlocking the Loyal and Righteous side quest. Quest reward obtained, spell Dark Thunder. Dark Thunder, SS-level passive, attacks can inflict thunder sting damage, stacking up to 5 layers. When fully stacked, it explodes, dealing magic damage and causing a paralysis effect. Damn, this is actually an SS-level passive skill. Sun Tao never expected that just casually exploring a cave would grant him such a powerful skill. It seems Black Wind Mountain hides many secrets unknown to him, and it's worth a thorough exploration. With Ma Ji's departure, Sun Tao set off on the road again, heading deeper to uncover more secrets. Along the way, he slew many wolf demons and snake monsters, gaining a considerable amount of spiritual essence. Stepping into a bamboo forest, just as he ascended the steps, a clear and bright voice suddenly reached his ears. Long trapped in the cage of the mundane, I returned to nature at last. He walked forward and saw an elderly Taoist in a green robe, with white hair and beard, sitting at a table with paper, brush, and ink. The dark green gourd on his back was particularly striking. The old man turned around and looked at Sun Tao with a cheerful smile. "Did you happen to see those masterless wandering souls on your way here?" the Taoist asked, a mysterious smile on his face.
"The spiritual essence lingers, floating in the air," Sun Tao replied.
"Too bad, your gourd is useless, and my gourd has already chosen its master."
The Taoist shook his head, seemingly unimpressed with Sun Tao's gourd.
Sun Tao immediately activated his fiery eyes to scrutinize the Taoist.
Yuan Shoucheng, half immortal. Level, combat power, skills? Yuan Shoucheng's attribute panel left Sun Tao utterly shocked. It was entirely filled with question marks.
This was the first time he had ever seen such a panel. However, the name of this person sounded quite familiar to him.
Yuan Shoucheng? It's him!
Sun Tao was startled. This person was a key figure in Journey to the West, the one who opened the door to the Journey to the West. He once made a bet with the Jinghe Dragon King in Chang'an City, which led the Dragon King to violate the heavenly rules and seek help from Li Shimin.
However, in the end, he was caught in the web of destiny and could not escape the fate of the dragon execution platform.
After the Jinghe Dragon King's death, his resentment lingered, and his vengeful spirit sought out Li Shimin, thus setting the stage for the Journey to the West.
Based on the timeline, this person should have died long ago. How could he be painting in the demon-infested Black Wind Mountain? Could it be that he was waiting for me?
Sun Tao was filled with doubts, his gaze fixed on Yuan Shoucheng. Yuan Shoucheng seemed to suddenly think of something, reached out, and with emotion, drew the gourd from Sun Tao's waist into his hand. "I have a method to transcend the souls of the deceased, restore them to their true essence, and it will surely aid you." As he spoke, he quickly began drawing runes on the gourd. The golden runes shimmered in the air, and the gourd emitted a faint white glow in response.
"All done."
Yuan Shoucheng finished drawing, laughed heartily, and tossed the gourd back into Sun Tao's hands. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he took 2 steps closer to Sun Tao.
"Ha! How strange! How strange!"
He seemed to have discovered something, his eyes widened, and his fingers moved rapidly as if calculating. No matter how he calculated, this time he could only see a blur of chaos.
Yuan Shoucheng's expression of surprise grew even stronger, and he finally couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily. "Good, good. I can't believe I can't see through your destiny.
Perhaps this time you can truly shatter fate." Before the words had finished, Yuan Shoucheng transformed into a ball of spiritual energy and instantly vanished into the air. Sun Tao gently weighed the gourd in his hand, feeling that it was completely different from before, as if it contained endless possibilities. Ding! The gourd has been imbued with semi-immortal enlightenment, activating the Spirit Essence system. Spirit Essence. After battles, you can collect the Spirit Essence of monsters to acquire their ultimate skills, slightly increasing the spiritual energy gained post-battle. Sun Tao's eyes widened in shock, his heart filled with astonishment. This old man really had some tricks up his sleeve.
Not only could it
enhance his spiritual energy, but it also allowed him to master the ultimate skills of monsters, instantly enriching his combat techniques.
That's right, the essence of the phantom. Sun Tao suddenly remembered that after killing the phantom, a cluster of essence was left floating in
the air, unable to be collected. It seemed he would have to wait for Yuan Shoucheng to enchant the gourd before he could retrieve the essence. He quickly used the shrinking earth talisman and headed straight for the forest where the phantom had appeared. Finding the cluster of essence, he instantly stored it in the gourd.
The scene before him immediately became dazzling as the phantom's ultimate skill, Zen Strike, surged into his mind.
Sun Tao transformed into a big-headed doll, kowtowed loudly to the ground, instantly losing health. Even if he missed his target, he could still pay his respects, a perfect balance of form and function. What excited him even more was that after absorption, his defense had also improved, making it incredibly cost-effective. According to the system prompt, the gourd could only hold 1 essence at a time, and any
additional ones had to be stored in the Earth Temple for later use.
Moreover, by using spiritual energy and special materials, the essence could be upgraded, with the highest level being the special grade.
I wonder if the monsters outside have essences. If they can be absorbed too, that would be amazing.
Sun Tao thought to himself, put away the gourd, and continued on his way.
Walking further ahead, there were no more wolf demons on the road. Instead, snake demons appeared one after another. Sun Tao naturally showed no mercy, wielding his stick and
sending these creatures to reincarnation without hesitation. Even the monsters formed from the corpses of snake demons were smashed to pieces by his stick, without any suspense. In the sky, Yuan Shoucheng lay on the clouds, quietly observing Sun Tao's performance. His gaze was distant as he sighed, the course of Heaven has changed, destiny remains unknown, and even I cannot see your path clearly.
Perhaps this time, you truly can break the cycle.
Yuan Shoucheng pondered silently, yearning to witness whether this man of destiny could truly defy fate and forcibly tear apart the cage of this world. Perhaps our true destiny lies with you. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he gazed toward the distant horizon.
Ah!
A soft sigh seemed to echo from the edge
of the sky.
Yet no figure appeared, only a single leaf drifted down, its fragrance subtle and lingering, its tip slender and long, as if heralding the impending upheaval. Sun Tao, who was in Black Wind Mountain, was completely unaware that due to Yuan Shoucheng, he had already attracted the attention of certain big shots. Advancing deep into Black Wind Mountain, he took down Guang Mao, dealt with the white-clothed scholar, and rang the 3 great bells within the mountain.
With a wave of dizziness, Sun Tao once again returned to the old Guanyin Zen temple. Then what happened after I fell unconscious? Did anything strange occur?
Seeing Ming Lang change the subject, Qi Yiru finally felt relieved. After all, this was a secret of the Ming family that was never shared, and it was better that he didn't press further.
After you fell unconscious?
Oh, there were plenty of strange things. Qi Yiru chuckled softly, as if recalling something amusing.
Could it be that his hallucinations and the space of supernatural abilities manifested after he fell unconscious? Thinking of this, Ming Lang hurriedly asked, "What happened?"
Qi Yiru glanced at him and said resentfully, "First you laughed foolishly, then your body trembled, and finally you had a mournful expression on your face.
I wonder if you've gone mad or dreamed of something indescribable. Is it just that the body feels a bit strange?" Ming Lang felt greatly disappointed.
He had thought that the matter of his hallucinations being discovered could be seen by others.
"Are you hiding something from me?"
Qi Yiru said sharply, her eyes piercing, as she noticed Ming Lang's silence.
"Let me tell you, even
though you don't want to marry me, you can't go around doing shameless things. Be careful, or I'll tell my father to teach you a lesson."
Shameless? A big question mark popped up in Ming Lang's mind. So Qi Yiru thought the abnormality in his body meant he had some dirty dream while unconscious. What kind of logic is that?
Rolled his eyes, Ming Lang simply tilted his head, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep, saying nothing more. After driving for an unknown amount of time, Ming Lang suddenly felt the car come to a stop. Opening his eyes, the main gate of Imperial Capital University's main campus came into view.
"We're here."
Yawned, Ming Lang mumbled something. He found that ever since he fell unconscious, he seemed particularly prone to feeling sleepy.
"We've arrived, and trouble has arrived too."
Hearing Qi Yiru's voice, Ming Lang was first stunned, then immediately looked up to see a group of students with unfriendly expressions standing at the school gate.
What a hassle.
Complaining, Ming Lang pushed the door open and got out of the car, as he had spotted an annoying figure among the crowd.
Zhang Yong.
Seeing Ming Lang step out of the car, the group of people swarmed around him.
This kid can actually withstand the attack of an 11th tier pillar without dying?
In the crowd, a student who was clearly the leader glanced at him suspiciously, his eyes full of disbelief.
Brother Lai, you better believe it. Many people witnessed the scene that day. This kid indeed endured a strike from Lu Honglu.
He's got some skills, Zhang Yong replied.
Brother Lai still didn't believe it.
On the day of the battle, he was in seclusion, trying to break through to the 6th tier. After coming out, he heard the news and was greatly shocked, immediately wanting to challenge Ming Lang.
After waiting for several days, I finally ran into the person everyone had been talking about. But upon meeting them, I was greatly disappointed.
An ordinary appearance, an ordinary build, aside from a pair of somewhat unique eyes, there was nothing about them that resembled a master.
Shaking his head, Brother Lai directly said to Ming Lang, "Kid, let's have a fight." Ming Lang looked completely baffled, thinking to himself, is this guy really the second generation of Ling Bai, and he's already picking a fight?
He scratched his head, leaned close to Qi Yiru's ear, and whispered, "This guy's nuts, let's just avoid him."
Unexpectedly, Qi Yiru didn't agree. Instead, she stepped forward and said firmly and powerfully,
"Anyone who wants to challenge Ming Lang, from this moment on, officially issue your challenge.
Within 7 days, we will meet every battle head-on." At this command, everyone was stunned, even Ming Lang was dumbfounded.
Filled with confusion, he gently tugged at Qi Yiru's sleeve and asked softly,
"Father even forced Lu Honglu away. What other faction would dare provoke us?"
Qi Yiru turned her head, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, her eyes glinting with cunning.
"Battles among peers must not be interfered with by families. This is the rule in Longhua." Ming Lang was stunned.
He had thought he could rely on his father's reputation to stay safe for a while, but he hadn't expected such regulations to exist in Longhua. Looking at the group of students eyeing him like predators, Minglang felt utterly miserable.
Even if I don't get married, you can't just set me up like this. But was Chihiro really just trying to mess with him? Of course not.
This was all part of Chihiro's second phase of her plan. While the first phase had already quietly begun, the news of Bien
Rongtian's severe illness had exploded like a bomb, shaking the entire circle. And this second phase was all about building momentum.
Chihiro's goal was to showcase Minglang's ability to stand on his own, even without the protection of the Bien family or interference from the Ming family.
In reality, she was using Minglang as bait to lure out as many hidden enemies as possible. Minglang's strength naturally put Chihiro at ease.
If it weren't for his battle with Lu Mian, Chihiro might have even made herself the bait, as she and Ming Zilin had been preparing for this for years. But now things were different. Minglang, the eldest son of the Ming family who could withstand an 11th-tier pillar without dying, and the grandson of Bien Rongtian, was clearly more enticing than her, an adopted daughter who merely managed the Ming family's economic network. Looking at Chihiro's playful yet encouraging gaze, Minglang steeled his resolve inside.
The words had already been spoken. Could he take them back now?
Besides, he needed to quickly advance his rank, and combat was one of the best ways to do so. He resolutely stepped forward, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his lips.
Who's coming first? The classmates surrounding Minglang never expected that this guy would actually dare to accept the challenge, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Some students who had witnessed the battle between Minglang and Lu Mianji quietly withdrew, knowing in their hearts that if they were to fight Minglang, they simply didn't have the strength. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, as if time had frozen.
No one? Then why are you crowding around me? If you don't dare to step up, get lost.
Minglang sneered coldly, the intense provocation in his eyes making him appear extremely arrogant. His confidence was no coincidence.
Relying solely on absorbing energy to level up was too slow.
Even though he had the innate advantage of 7 attributes,
it still couldn't meet his standards.
He craved advancement, craved rapid advancement, and was even more eager to uncover the truth behind his transmigration. There was a commotion in the crowd, and even Brother Lai did not speak up to challenge.
Minglang's actions seemed unusually strange, and everyone was secretly speculating.
Suddenly, someone shouted, "Your family is rich, with so many energy crystal cores, who could possibly beat you?"
This remark instantly ignited everyone's emotions.
Minglang let out a cold laugh, swung his chromium warhammer, and smashed it heavily into the ground, shaking the surrounding air.
"I don't rely on crystal cores, nor on external aids, just this hammer in my hand. Who dares to try?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the onlooking students immediately became lively.
No crystal cores? Then what's there to be afraid of? Just a mere third-tier ability user, how dare he be so arrogant? I'll do it.
They completely ignored the power of the warhammer in Minglang's hand and instead regarded him as a stepping stone to make a name for themselves, eagerly issuing challenges one after another.
Minglang looked at this group of enthusiastic classmates, secretly pleased in his heart.
Just as he was pondering which unlucky soul to pick on first, a familiar voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. "Let me be the one to defeat you first." Minglang looked up, and sure enough, it was Ling Bai, that blockhead, pushing through the crowd to stand in front of him, his face full of determination.
"I told you, the next time we meet, I will defeat you." Minglang chuckled at him and quietly pointed at Brother Lai, asking, "Do you know that guy?"
Ling Bai turned back to look at Lai Go in confusion and shook his head.
"Then you should get to know him.
You two could open a brain hospital together. Your hot-bloodedness is practically scalding your heels."
Hearing Minglang still teasing him, Ling Bai flew into a rage. "Have you never considered me a rival?"
Minglang quickly waved his hand.
He actually admired Ling Bai a lot.
Although a bit silly, the other's character was particularly
to his liking. How could that be?
"So far, you're the strongest opponent I've ever encountered. Even Lu Mian can't compare to you." Ling Bai snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Don't compare that trash to me."
Minglang rolled his eyes. This guy not only had a Chunibyu syndrome but was also quite tsundere.
Seeing the first opponent had already appeared, Chihiro didn't give Minglang any time to catch his breath. She directly pulled him along and headed toward the martial arts arena.
"Let's go, the school's martial arts arena."
The students watching weren't about to miss out and swarmed around Ling Bai, heading toward the martial arts arena. Walking at the back of the crowd, Brother Lai frowned slightly, watching the group moving away. He softly said to Zhang Yong beside him, "Is that guy really only at the 3rd tier?"
Zhang Yong also began to hesitate, suddenly doubting Minglang's strength.
"He should be, right?
4 days ago during that battle, he was still at the 3rd tier. Even if his talent is monstrous, he shouldn't have improved much, right? Brother Lai, are you saying you're not confident in your own strength? This provocation indeed worked, and an infinite fighting spirit instantly surged from Lai Gu. Defeating him is as easy as crushing an ant. Just as Zhang Yang was secretly pleased that his words had provoked Lai Gu, the latter's next sentence reached his ears. After he finishes with you, go test his strength first. Know yourself and know your enemy, right? With that, Lai Gu strode forward to join the crowd, leaving Zhang Yang frozen in place, cursing inwardly. Still claiming to be 6th tier. What a coward. Academic Research Institute, Bai Xian's office. Are you sure about this? Bai Xian sat in the chair, her legs dangling over the desk, blowing smoke rings with her head tilted back, her expression desolate. From the shadows in the corner, a small figure spoke softly. Yes, ever since Lu Honlu returned home, he has been secretly transferring family assets, but where exactly they are being transferred remains a mystery. And Lu Mian hasn't appeared since that day. Bai Xian casually took off her glasses and threw them heavily onto the desk, pinching the bridge of her nose, looking somewhat irritated. Lu Honlu was no ordinary person. Back then, the 12 floors tried to recruit him, but he refused. Ever since he broke through the 10th tier, the Dragon Nation has placed increasing importance on him. With the current situation being so complex, we dare not speak recklessly without solid evidence. The figure in the shadows paused slightly, then spoke firmly. I will continue to follow up and notify you immediately if there is any concrete news. All right, Bai Xian responded indifferently, retracting her legs as the expression on her face began to grow serious. Anything else? The figure hesitated for a moment, his voice icy. How is Minglang? Hearing this name, Bai Xian irritably scratched her head. I don't know. That day he was taken away by Ming Zilin, and he hasn't come back since. Oh, the figure seemed to sense something, paused slightly, and turned to look toward the corner. You care about others too? Bai Xian smiled, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. The figure did not respond, its ethereal silhouette flickering slightly under the light. A jingling sound broke the silence between them. Bai Xian picked up her phone and smiled. Relax and go back. That kid is fine, just got himself into trouble again. The figure nodded, effortlessly dissipating like a wisp of smoke. Inside the Imperial Capital University's martial arts arena, students who had received the news had already gathered. The entire arena was packed, with everyone eagerly anticipating who would finally defeat the prodigy claiming to fight for 7 consecutive days. In various corners of the arena, several skilled upperclassmen from the 3rd and even 4th year were also watching the two figures in the center. For a moment, nearly the entire campus's attention was focused on Ming Lang, this freshman. Is that Ming Lang? He looks pretty ordinary. A girl with a long ponytail, a lollipop in her mouth, gazed at Ming Lang in the arena with a curious expression. Don't underestimate him. He ranked first in this year's freshman trial competition, a genius with 7 attributes. I even heard he blocked a strike from Lu Honlu. Honestly, can't you pay more attention to what's happening at school instead of just eating all the time? A well-dressed male student adjusted his glasses and glanced at her disdainfully. Why should I care about them? They're not as delicious as the snacks in my hand. The ponytailed girl's dismissive tone made the glasses-wearing boy scoff. In the southeast corner of the martial arts arena, young Master Ho furiously shouted at Yu Yi, are you crazy? Why do you follow me everywhere I go? Are you freaking in love with me or something? Yu Yi glanced at him indifferently and snorted lightly, I'm here to watch the drama. What's wrong with that? Who knew we'd end up coming out of the same passage? Young Master Ho seemed a bit skeptical. You're joining in on this excitement too? Do you think I'll believe that? Yu Yi pointed to the northern side of the martial arts arena and said softly, what's so hard to believe? Even he's here. Following his gesture, young Master Ho looked over and saw a man standing tall on the northern wall, arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if invincible. Why is he here too? Isn't he about to graduate? Young Master Ho frowned and said. Yi glanced around and chuckled softly. I wonder how many pairs of eyes are watching this right now. It seems that in these 7 days, Imperial Capital University is about to witness an earth-shattering miracle. At this moment, Ming Lang, who was raring to go, had no idea he had already become the center of everyone's attention. He only knew that for the next 7 days, he had just one mission, to fight. Through continuous battles, he would rapidly elevate his rank. Ling Bai stared intently at Ming Lang, his anticipation for this battle having built up for a long time. Ever since the grand trial competition, he had been training relentlessly every day, all for the chance to defeat Ming Lang fair and square. When he heard about what Ming Lang had done that day, the blood in his veins boiled even more. As expected of my rival, this battle will be exhilarating. Ling Bai flicked his hair and coolly delivered what he thought was a dashing line. But he didn't know that Ming Lang hadn't heard what he said at all at that moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When did my attributes become 8?
Ming Lang felt the surging energy within his body, his mind full of confusion. Since waking up, he hadn't used his abilities, nor had he noticed any changes in his energy. But just now, as he stepped onto the martial stage to prepare for battle, he discovered that the energy colors within his body had changed from 7 to 8. A stream of gray energy was slowly flowing through his blood. Even more astonishing was that, despite not having trained in recent days, his rank had somehow risen from Tier 3 at 1% to Tier 3 at 93%. Before he could figure it out, Ling Bai, who had been ignored on the side, turned livid and unleashed his abilities with a furious roar. A massive ice mirror instantly floated behind Ling Bai, making his entire figure appear towering and imposing.
Daring to be distracted while fighting me, you really don't take me seriously. Ling Bai's furious roar pulled Ming Lang back to reality from his thoughts.
Seeing the enormous mirror, Ming Lang dared not underestimate him and immediately conjured his warhammer.
The battle between the two was about to erupt. Ling Bai leapt backward and instantly disappeared into the ice mirror.
When he reappeared, his figure had grown significantly larger, and he charged at Ming Lang with an ice sword in hand. Looking at the towering Ling Bai, now several meters tall, Ming Lang couldn't help but marvel at the power of his opponent's abilities. This was clearly a massive,
magnifying mirror. He dared not directly confront Ling Bai's enormous ice sword and quickly dragged his warhammer to dodge away from his original position. Bang!
At the moment Ming Lang dodged, the ice sword heavily struck the ground, carving out a trench several meters deep.
Damn! If that sword had hit me, would I still be alive?
Ming Lang cursed under his breath, his internal energy surging rapidly as he pushed his speed to the limit.
Perhaps due to his enlarged body, Ling Bai's agility was greatly reduced. Ming Lang seized this weakness, stepping forward and aiming straight for Ling Bai's chest along his leg. Ugh!
The warhammer in his hand swung in a full arc, red light flashing on the arm guard. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn and the fire-powered force, the warhammer instantly slammed into Ling Bai's chest.
Snap!
A crisp cracking sound echoed, and Ming Lang felt a tremor under his feet, immediately leaping backward. As soon as he landed, he saw Ling Bai's entire body shatter.
Me? Did I kill him?
Ming Lang stared blankly at the scene before him, momentarily unsure of how to react. Seeing Ling Bai shatter, all the students in the martial arts arena cried out in shock.
Holy crap! Someone's been killed. Why is that ice guy so fragile? He shattered with just one hit? No, wait, look. Just as Ming Lang was contemplating whether to flee, the last piece of shattered ice had already fallen. Immediately after, ripples appeared on the ice mirror, and another gigantic Ling Bai emerged from it. Infinite replication?
Ming Lang exclaimed, raising his warhammer again.
That's right, the gigantic Ling Bai smiled arrogantly. As long as I wish, I can infinitely replicate massive ice clones from the ice mirror.
Prepare yourself. The ice sword struck again, but this time Ming Lang did not dodge. Instead, he smashed it directly with a hammer.
With a loud boom, the
ice sword shattered instantly. Ming Lang felt the intense impact and immediately realized that things were not as simple as they seemed.
You really know how to brag. You claim infinite replication, but do you have that much energy? Ming Lang exposed the truth with one sentence, and Ling Bai's face instantly fell. So you figured it out so quickly? Ling Bai was secretly shocked, not expecting Ming Lang to be so perceptive. Ming Lang chuckled, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Admit defeat. Before others discover your weakness, go back and study it further.
Ling Bai remained silent for a while before finally stepping out of the ice mirror slowly. He stared at Ming Lang for a moment, opened his mouth to retort, but Ming Lang cut him off. I will definitely defeat you. It's always the same line over and over again. Can't you come up with something new? Ling Bai's face instantly turned red, and in a fit of anger, he let out a loud roar, then jumped off the arena and left the martial arts field directly. Seeing the battle end so abruptly, the classmates were momentarily incredulous and began to discuss. That's it? They didn't even last 3 rounds. That ice-type guy just gave up like that? How ridiculous. Humph, what kind of spectacular scene were you expecting from a fight between 2 third-tier opponents? One classmate said coldly, though secretly admiring Ming Lang's strength. Ignoring the discussions in the audience, Ming Lang was currently feeling the surge in his rank, his heart filled with excitement. Tier 3, 94%. With just those 2 hammer strikes, his rank had increased by 1%, making him eagerly anticipate the battles ahead. Who else? Ming Lang shouted loudly, raising his hammer and sweeping his gaze across the crowd, his eyes revealing an arrogant expression. Too arrogant. Does he really think he's invincible? The students of Imperial Capital University, all proud elites, were unwilling to back down. For a moment, the students in the audience were fervently discussing, their faces flushed, scrambling to step forward and challenge him. Finally, a boy with a face full of freckles rushed onto the stage ahead of everyone, laughing loudly. "I got here first, this kid is mine." With that, he dashed toward Ming Lang in a flash, shouting as he ran, "Lu Lian, 4th tier earth element." But before he could finish introducing himself, Ming Lang charged straight at him and knocked him out of the ring with a single blow, leaving the crowd in an uproar. "This is way too fast." The students were completely stunned for a moment, only realizing that the freckled boy had shouted once before the fight was already over. "No need to give your name, just get up here and fight." Ming Lang's clear voice echoed across the arena, brimming with unstoppable momentum. As his rank advanced, Ming Lang's physique underwent a tremendous transformation, faintly displaying the strength of a 5th-tier warrior. Facing the earlier 4th-tier beginner opponent was hardly worth mentioning. Watching Ming Lang's arrogant display in the arena, Chihiro smiled gently from the audience, took out her phone, and sent a message. "Phase 2 of the plan has begun. Phase 3 will launch in 7 days. Having learned from the earlier example, the subsequent challengers approached cautiously, fearing they might be the next to be knocked off the stage. However, without exception, they were all overpowered by Ming Lang. Occasionally, one or two managed to withstand his attacks, only to have their defenses shattered by the power boost from his arm guard. After several rounds of battles, the voices of challengers gradually faded, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ming Lang adjusted his breathing, his gaze gradually turning icy, because his next opponent was none other than Zhang Yong, who had arrogantly mocked him earlier. Zhang Yong forced himself onto the stage. Although he was brimming with confidence due to his 5th-tier strength, the repeated scenes of Ming Lang using his hammer to knock opponents off the stage still left him deeply unsettled. He glanced back at Brother Lai, who only gave him an encouraging look. Resolving himself inwardly, Zhang Yong stepped in front of Ming Lang. "I remember, it was you who called me a cowardly turtle, wasn't it?" He sneered coldly, with a hint of provocation. Ming Lang leaned on his war hammer, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, don't think defeating a few 4th-tier fighters makes you invincible. Today, I'll show you what a true master looks like." Amidst the roar, Zhang Yong's entire body underwent a dramatic transformation. Gray-black fur emerged from his skin, and his head morphed into the appearance of a ferocious beast, a wolf. Ming Lang was slightly startled. This was the first time he had encountered a beast-type superpower. Zhang Yong shook his wolf head and couldn't help but glance at Chihiro, only to find that her gaze remained fixed on Ming Lang. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Turning his anger into strength, Zhang Yong pounded his chest a few times and charged at Ming Lang with a roar. At first, Ming Lang didn't take it seriously, but when Zhang Yong's sharp claws struck his war hammer, his expression changed instantly. As expected, beast-type superpowers were extraordinary. From that strike, Ming Lang clearly felt that Zhang Yong's speed and strength far surpassed those of ordinary superpower users of the same level. Not daring to be careless, Ming Lang quickly countered with a hammer strike and then swiftly dodged out of the combat zone. "Already scared? I haven't even used my real skills yet." Zhang Yong laughed triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with a cunning green light. "Wow, I've long heard that Zhang Yong's strength is extraordinary, and seeing it today, it's truly impressive." The audience below the stage marveled one after another. Of course, beast abilities enhance everything across the board. Everyone chimed in agreement. Listening to the cheers from the audience, Zhang Yong grew even more smug. With a loud roar, he extended his claws toward Ming Lang again. "Full enhancement?" Ming Lang chuckled softly as the nanomolecules on his warhammer quickly transformed, and a pair of gauntlets suddenly appeared in his hands. Immediately, Ming Lang charged straight at Zhang Yong. "Want to go head-to-head?" Seeing Ming Lang advance instead of retreating, Zhang Yong let out a cold snort and accelerated his movements again. In an instant, the two collided, exchanging several punches, but neither managed to gain the upper hand. Zhang Yong's claws gleamed with a chilling light. He licked the blood flowing from Ming Lang's wound and revealed a twisted smile. "Not bad, you can withstand a few punches from me. Let's see if you can block this move." With that, he suddenly leapt up, his massive claws striking down like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming fiercely at Ming Lang's head. Ming Lang didn't dodge. Instead, he extended both hands and firmly grasped Zhang Yong's claws. "Competing in strength with a beast-type ability user? Are you crazy?" Zhang Yong roared furiously, his claws suddenly exerting force as he reversed his grip to lock Ming Lang's gauntlet. Both were at 5th-tier strength, instantly falling into a stalemate where neither could overpower the other.
Soon you'll run out of stamina. Just admit defeat. Zhang Yong's hands gradually exerted more force, glaring viciously at Ming Lang.
Ming Lang, however, remained calm. The golden light on his armguard flowed, and metallic energy instantly surged into his gauntlet.
Stamina?
Only fools rely on that. Before the words had even finished, Ming Lang's gauntlet underwent a sudden transformation. The nanomolecules became active once again, unexpectedly enveloping both of their hands.
Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Zhang Yong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
He was horrified to discover that the black substance wrapping his hands had extended into a pitch-black cannon barrel.
The muzzle glowed with a golden light,
aimed directly at his forehead, as if it could shatter his head at any moment. Although he scoffed at the power of technology, with a gun pointed at his forehead, even his arrogance had to be restrained.
Let's talk this out. No need to resort to knives and guns, right?
Zhang Yong caved, his tone softening. His supernatural abilities vanished instantly, and he reverted to his human form. Seeing Zhang Yong lose his fighting spirit, Ming Lang withdrew the nanomolecules enveloping the two of them, but the hand cannon remained pointed at him.
Not acting tough anymore?
Ming Lang aimed the cannon at Zhang Yong's head, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Unbelievable.
Zhang Yong shook his head like a rattledrum, his eyes filled with terror.
Am I not a coward anymore?
He worried silently in his heart.
No.
Ming Lang shook his head even more vigorously, as if trying to wake someone up. Ming Lang slowly lowered his hand cannon, tilted his head, and asked, "So, are we still fighting?"
What the hell?
Zhang Yong felt a wave of helplessness. Ming Liang's close combat superpower was too strong, and he was no match at all.
Not fighting, I admit defeat.
Zhang Yong hurriedly raised his hand to signal. Hearing this, Ming Liang sneered, a sly glint flashing in his eyes.
Then let's follow the procedure, shall we? Ha! Before Zhang Yong could react, Ming Liang's hand cannon instantly transformed into a warhammer, whistling as it smashed down.
He didn't even have time to react, his whole body had already been thrown out of the arena, looking utterly disheveled.
That's so unfair, bringing a cannon into the fight. The audience below started discussing.
Ming Liang's ability is being a tech pioneer, so using technological weapons is perfectly normal. Zhang Yong was just too stupid to let himself get countered.
Someone analyzed.
Listening to these discussions, Ming Liang shook his head disdainfully and thought to himself, "Ha, a hand cannon is nothing, I even have a starship." Just as he was about to continue facing the next challenge, Chihiro waved at him, her tone gentle yet firm.
"Today's battles end here.
Please come early tomorrow, there are still 6 days left." Chihiro shouted loudly, then grabbed Ming Lang and led him away from the martial arts arena.
Only a few matches? I haven't had enough yet.
Ming Lang broke free from Chihiro's hand, his face full of reluctance. Chihiro chuckled softly and playfully tapped his face.
Alright, you've been fighting all day. Did you gain anything?
Ming Lang thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Weak, too weak."
Aren't the students from Imperial Capital University supposed to be very strong? Why haven't I encountered a single one today? Ming Lang's disappointment was not surprising.
After all, today's battles yielded little gain. Apart from Ling Bai, who was somewhat impressive at the beginning, the others were nothing but mediocre.
That's because the ones you faced today were all ordinary contestants.
The real experts haven't shown up yet, Chihiro explained. Ming Lang responded indifferently with an "oh," then turned to ask, "By the way, why didn't you tell me about accepting challenges?"
It caught me completely off guard.
Before Chihiro could answer, a graceful figure suddenly blocked their way, her eyes bright and piercing.
Ming Lang.
The voice was crisp, as if it could directly penetrate the soul.
Blocked from moving forward, Ming Lang looked up, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. Bai Jia.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Ming Lang immediately regretted it and quickly put on a cool expression. The barrier between the two had not yet been broken, and an awkward atmosphere lingered around the three of them. Chihiro noticed that neither of them was speaking, tactfully stepped aside, greeted them, and prepared to leave. "I'll head back to the department first. I'll be waiting for you at the martial arts arena tomorrow morning." After speaking, she threw Ming Lang a meaningful glance and disappeared from his sight without looking back. Watching Chihiro's figure fade away, a series of questions floated through Ming Lang's mind. Just left like that? What about me? Should I go back with Sister Bai? That would be so embarrassing. After some thought, Ming Lang decided to break the awkward atmosphere first. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Xian interrupted, "Still mad at me?" Ming Lang nodded, then shook his head. "Then are you mad or not?" Bai Xian looked at him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously.
I'm not angry.
Ming Lang remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, his voice calm yet firm.
Oh, I know, I shouldn't have been so harsh on you. I was just too impatient that day.
At this moment, Bai Xian no longer had the demeanor of a regal lady, her playful appearance was like that of a mischievous young girl. Bai Xian's behavior made Ming Lang's hair stand on end. He had never encountered such a scene before and stammered as he asked, "Sister Bai, what got you so worked up?" This little episode eased the tension between the two quite a bit. Bai Xian grabbed Ming Lang by the neck and gave him a few hard knocks on the head with her fist.
"You brat, how dare you throw a tantrum at me? Do you know how worried I've been about you these past few days?"
Ming Lang chuckled sheepishly and didn't resist. After he woke up, recalling Bai Xian's frantic behavior after he was seriously injured by Lu Honlu, the resentment in his heart had long been cast aside. If there is anyone in this world who still holds hope for his technological abilities, it must be Bai Xian. Since the day he awakened, this woman had shown him immense care and affection. If it weren't for his rank not improving at all, she probably wouldn't have reacted so strongly that day.
"Sister Bai, I know I was wrong. From now on, I will definitely train diligently and strive to advance my rank."
Breaking free from Bai Xian's hand, Ming Lang obediently apologized, like a schoolchild who had made a mistake.
Seeing Ming Lang's attitude, Bai Xian also smiled slightly and said softly,
"I know you want to prove yourself to everyone, but without the support of supernatural abilities, technological weapons will ultimately only serve as auxiliary tools on the battlefield. Just like in that final battle, if it weren't for the energy you possessed that rivaled Zhang Yong's, how could you have restrained him and scared him off with your hand cannon?" Ming Lang nodded, deeply agreeing with Bai Xian's words. From the very beginning, he believed that technology could change everything, but that was his understanding in his previous life. After witnessing Lu Honlio's methods, which were powerful enough to shake heaven and earth, he realized that technology alone was no longer sufficient. He needed energy, a force capable of elevating technology to a divine level, and it was from that moment that his mindset began to change. This world needs balance, a balance between technology and supernatural abilities.
"Alright, let's go home." Bai Xian's call pulled Ming Lang out of his thoughts. Following Bai Xian back to the academic department, the two went straight to Ming Lang's laboratory.
As soon as they entered, Bai Xian took off her coat and whispered to him mysteriously,
"Come, let me show you something good." After saying that, she ignored Ming Lang's surprised look, sat on the bed, and started searching on herself. Lying down? What's she doing? Ming Lang was dumbfounded and quickly turned his body away. "Sis, didn't I just apologize? We don't have to be like this. I've always treated you like my real sister."
Bai Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then a blush flashed across her face as she cursed.
"Get lost. I wouldn't stoop to liking a little rookie like you. Look at this."
Ming Lang sneaked a glance back and saw Bai Xian holding a CD in her hand, glaring at him furiously.
"What is this?" Realizing he had misunderstood, Ming Lang's face flushed with embarrassment as he asked in confusion.
Bai Xian shot him a glare, inserted the disc into the computer, and opened a document inside, saying, "This is the result of Hu Fei's research over the past decade, but no one has ever chosen to let him test it. Now that I brought it here, it's perfect for you to use." Cheerfully and casually, he uttered an "oh" and muttered, "What good stuff could that guy possibly have?" But as soon as he saw the first line of text in the document, his eyes couldn't look away. Attribute fusion. The entire document detailed how to merge the energies of two attributes to produce an even stronger chain reaction. Ming Lang was somewhat engrossed, his body unconsciously sitting beside Bai Xian. As his gaze shifted, he realized he had completely immersed himself in the allure of the research findings, secretly anticipating the boundless possibilities of the future. When he finished reading the last sentence of the document, a sense of shock surged over him like a tidal wave. If Hu Fei's research findings were accurate, his future would be unimaginably brilliant. The research only described the results of the fusion of two attributes, but what about 3 attributes? 4 attributes? Or even the fusion of all 8 of his attributes? What kind of earth-shattering scenario would that create?
Countless possibilities began to emerge in Ming Lang's mind, and he couldn't help but feel excited.
He immediately turned to Bai Xian and asked urgently, "Sister Bai,
can this really come true?"
However, the moment he turned, a pair of bright eyes came into his view. Ming Lang suddenly realized that Bai Xian's face was only a few centimeters away from his. His heart skipped a beat, and he instantly felt a surge of warmth. "When did I get this close?" he thought to himself, his breathing unconsciously becoming rapid. The two of them simultaneously moved back a little, and the atmosphere instantly turned subtle.
"I don't know either. You can only find out by trying,"
Bai Xian hurriedly explained, stood up, grabbed her clothes, and quickly walked out.
"You should study it more."
I'll head back first. With that, she fled the laboratory like a startled fawn. Watching Mai Xian's departing figure, Ming Lang's heart raced wildly, and an audacious thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind: if I had kissed her just now, would I have been beaten to death? The moment the thought emerged, he immediately dismissed it, silently warning himself, I would definitely be beaten to death. Shaking his head, Ming Lang decided to focus on his research. He began channeling energy, attempting to study attribute fusion. As he circulated his energy, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly reached the state of 100% at the third tier. After a day of continuous battles, Ming Lang's rank had advanced rapidly, with the cheat-like existence of his 8 attributes providing significant boosts in every fight. Should I fuse first or advance first? He pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to advance to the 4th tier first. After all, in tomorrow's battle, he still didn't know what kind of opponent he would face. Just as Chihiro had said, the true masters had yet to appear. Moreover, whether attribute fusion was feasible remained an unknown, and advancing in tier was currently his top priority. His heart was filled with anticipation for the 4th door, wondering what kind of challenge awaited him. Resolute in his decision, Ming Lang began to slowly channel his abilities, preparing to fully break through the barrier of the 4th tier. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already see the brilliance of the future. Based on his previous experience, Ming Lang prepared to mobilize all his energy to open up the energy vessel. However, when he truly began the process, he found that things were completely different from what he had anticipated. All the energy was indeed activated, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't gather all the energy into one place to achieve the condensation goal of the 4th tier. Why is that? Ming Lang murmured to himself, attempting once again to gather the energy. At that moment, he noticed that the energy he had painstakingly condensed once again scattered like a tide, flowing freely within his body. Closing his eyes, Ming Lang carefully sensed the flow of each strand of energy. Although the 7 types of elemental energy were still wandering, they could still be traced. Only the newly added gray energy stood out, firmly entrenched at his heart, which was precisely the critical point for gathering energy to break through. Could it be because of it? Feeling the aura emitted by the gray energy, Ming Lang decided to find a new focal point to gather energy. Previously, he chose the heart as the storage location for energy to facilitate easy access. Besides the heart, the second most suitable place for gathering energy was the brain. Sure enough, after changing the gathering location, the 7 attribute energy quickly condensed together, faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. This won't work, there's still one that hasn't fused yet. Ming Lang thought to himself as he tried to mobilize the gray energy, but this energy seemed not to belong to him at all and refused to obey his command. The energy gathered in the brain was already showing signs of becoming uncontrollable, while the gray energy remained completely motionless. Helplessly, Ming Lang had no choice but to temporarily ignore the gray energy in his chest and focus all his efforts on breaking through using the energy in his brain. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of comfort swept through Ming Lang's entire body. He felt countless streams of energy flowing through every part of his being, surpassing anything he had experienced before. His entire physique underwent a qualitative leap with the advancement in rank, comparable to the upper middle level of the 5th tier. With his rank elevated, it was time to take a look at what was behind the 4th door. Relishing the changes in his body, Ming Lang softly called out, "Steel Egg, I've reached the 4th tier." "Understood, sir." As soon as Steel Egg's voice fell, Ming Lang felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. When he opened them again, he was already in that white room. Quickly stepping up to the glass table, Ming Lang eagerly opened the Book of Abilities and saw Chapter 3, The Electromagnetic Path. Looking at the content on the page, Ming Lang immediately thought of the room where electric snakes danced wildly and rushed straight toward it. But before he reached the door, Gangden's voice came from inside the room. "Sir, you're going the wrong way. It's the 4th room on the right, not this one?" Ming Lang stopped in his tracks, scratching his head awkwardly. "You're right, electric current and electromagnetism aren't the same." With an embarrassed laugh, Ming Lang turned and walked toward the room Gangdan had indicated. As soon as he opened the door, he found the room narrow and cramped, with only a pair of gloves quietly placed on a table. Ming Lang stepped forward, picked up the glove, and examined it closely. He found nothing unusual about the glove. Apart from being exceptionally thin and light, it was no different from an ordinary glove. Could it be integrated with the arm guard? He speculated inwardly and decided to put the glove directly on his right hand. Sure enough, the moment he put it on, the glove seamlessly connected with the arm guard, and several grooves for storing attribute energy instantly appeared on the back of his hand. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary glove underwent a transformation. The glove, originally as thin as paper, and the armguard fused together in an instant, transforming into a complete mechanical arm exoskeleton. The base point for storing the nano warhammer also tightly attached itself to the exoskeleton as it appeared. Looking at the entire high-tech right arm, Ming Lang couldn't help but marvel in his heart. That saying is true. What man could resist becoming a Gundam? He moved his hand a bit, and the expected heaviness did not appear. The entire exoskeletal right arm felt just like his own, completely effortless. With a thought, the weapon modified from the nano warhammer rotated and appeared on the exoskeleton. Although Ming Lang was very satisfied with the glove's performance, he still had some doubts in his heart. What does all this have to do with electromagnetism? With doubt, Ming Lang walked out of the room, raised his right arm, and asked, "Gang Dan, this doesn't seem to have much to do with electromagnetism, does it?" "Sir, please use your ability." Gangdan's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Half believing, Ming Lang activated his ability and raised his arm. Suddenly, the book of abilities on the glass table slowly floated up, and a rainbow beam once again descended, directly illuminating his entire right arm. Zzz. An arc of electricity flashed, and the entire exoskeleton seemed to come alive. Two currents swirled up and down its surface, radiating dazzling light. Suddenly, a massive suction force pulled the iron stool by the glass table violently toward it, producing a piercing screech. Under the kneading of the electric currents, the iron stool gradually transformed into a shiny iron ball, firmly attached to Ming Lang's right hand. Ming Lang's heart trembled. Could this be the weapon he had imagined? With a hint of uncertainty, he tried to launch the iron ball. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the iron ball shot out at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track, slamming into the room's wall. With tremendous force, the wall shook, and dust flew everywhere. Ming Lang was ecstatic. This was practically an electromagnetic cannon. Feeling the immense power contained within the iron ball, Ming Lang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a priceless treasure, filled with longing. Although the room's wall remained unscathed, the speed and force of the launch made him supremely confident this was undoubtedly a top-secret weapon capable of killing without a trace. He excitedly raised his right arm, carefully examining the power of the fourth tier, and his fondness for it deepened even further. However, in stark contrast to his elation, Chihiro's face was filled with worry. "Father, is Grandpa's condition really that serious?" she asked anxiously. The bad news from the other end of the phone made her heart sink. "Yes." Ming Zilin's voice was heavy, as if weighed down by a massive stone. "The current situation is not optimistic, and it may not be enough to support our upcoming plans." Chihiro took a deep breath, calculating silently in her mind. According to the plan, Bien Rongtian was a critical link. If something truly went wrong, the entire plan would face the risk of collapse. What did Uncle say about it? Ming Zilin sighed, his voice growing more serious. "Bien Zai is missing, and we can't get in touch with the 12th floor either." "Missing?" Chihiro's heart tightened abruptly, repeating the word in disbelief. "Yes, the 12th floor said that he received a mission and set off on the night of the auction, and there's been no news since. I've been trying to contact him for several days, but still no response." Chihiro clenched her fists, anger surging within her. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on top of disaster. Now the second phase of the plan had encountered problems as well. She knew she had to quickly come up with a new strategy. After pondering for a moment, Chihiro calmly said, "Father, release the news that the Ming family's treasury key is in my hands. Since the plan cannot proceed smoothly, we absolutely cannot let Ming Lang attract anyone's attention again." "No!" Ming Zilin's voice was thunderous as he resolutely rejected Chihiro's proposal. "This is too dangerous for you." Chihiro felt a warmth in her heart and softly responded, "Father, we've done so much, isn't it all for today? Now that person has shown up, if we don't seize this opportunity, seeking revenge will be much harder." Although Ming Zilin understood that Chihiro was speaking the truth, he knew in his heart that doing so would undoubtedly push her into the eye of the storm. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Chihiro smiled faintly and said firmly, "Father, are you worried about me? Don't forget, I've never lost before." Ming Zilin was infected by her confidence and had no choice but to compromise. "Ro, no matter what, you must ensure your safety. If it doesn't work out this time, there will be another chance. Don't be impatient, understand?" "Got it." Her obedient response made Ming Zilin breathe a sigh of relief. However, after hanging up the phone, Chihiro's mood grew increasingly heavy. "How can I not be anxious?" She agreed with her father verbally, but the hatred accumulated over more than a decade surged like a tide in her mind, impossible to suppress. "Ro, go stay at Uncle Ming's house for a few days. Once Dad finishes his work, I'll come back to pick you up." This was the last thing her father said to her, and after that, he disappeared for 3 whole years. 3 years later, when she faced her father's body covered by a white cloth, the pillar of her heart collapsed completely.
From then on, she shut herself off, immersing in endless darkness, until one day, a little boy entered her life. He was not handsome, even somewhat timid, but it was this little boy who clumsily tried to get close to her every day, forcibly pulling her out of loneliness. From then on, there was a ray of light in her heart. With this light, she and Uncle Ming thoroughly uncovered the truth about her father's death. It turned out that the foreign tribe had insidiously deceived her father, forcing him to steal the key to the Ming family's treasury. But her father did not yield. Instead, he defended his brotherly bond with Uncle Ming with his life. After uncovering the truth, Chihiro no longer concealed her sharpness. This girl, only a few years old, relied on her extraordinary intelligence and Ming Zillian's decisive methods to swiftly eliminate all the foreign spies lurking around her. Only the enemy who killed his father, after a fierce battle, fled back to the alien tribe with serious injuries. In that battle, Ming Zillian was severely injured, and his supernatural abilities collapsed. At that moment, Chihiro executed a grand plan she had been plotting for over a decade, solely to lure the enemy to reappear. Half a year ago, her painstaking efforts finally paid off, and that person showed up again. But this time, his goal was not only the key to the Ming family's treasury but also to destroy the pillar of Long Nation, Bian Rongtian. Chihiro went with the flow and began a plan that spanned over a decade. Looking at the photo of the little boy with a runny nose on her phone, Chihiro's pain seemed to ease a little. "Dear enemy, after this matter is over, if you truly don't like me, then I'll set you free." Early the next morning, Ming Lang was picked up by Bai Xian and headed straight to the main campus. "How could you come up with such a brainless challenge? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Xian questioned, and Ming Lang gave a wry smile. "It wasn't my idea. Chihiro decided it for me, and I had no choice." "Chihiro?" Bai Xian pictured the gentle girl in her mind and chuckled. "Already being managed by your wife?" Ming Lang rolled his eyes. "Didn't we agree not to bring this up?" All right, I won't mention it." Bai Xian agreed with a smile, then continued, "That girl is really great. I heard from the dean of the medical department that she's particularly outstanding and treats you so well. Why don't you agree?" Ming Lang recalled the moments he had spent with Chihiro over the past few days, and his heart couldn't help but waver. Although he had rejected her due to his resistance to arranged marriages, this girl was indeed extraordinary. Could it be because I don't like people who are too proactive? Thinking of this, Ming Lang secretly glanced at Bai Xian and recalled that fleeting moment of ambiguity yesterday. "No way. I'm not some sister-obsessed maniac." Seeing Ming Lang's conflicted expression, Bai Xian thought it was her own issue driving him crazy and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Arranged marriages are truly disastrous. Arriving at the main campus martial arts field, Chihiro was already waiting there. Also waiting were quite a few students who came to watch the excitement and today's challengers. Seeing Ming Lang and Bai Xian appear together, Chihiro felt a pang in her heart and immediately stepped forward to hold Ming Lang's arm. "Dean Bai, thank you for bringing Ming Lang here." Looking at Chihiro's protective demeanor like a little cat guarding its food, Bai Xian smiled gently, her eyes twinkling as she said, "Nothing, he's my brother after all." "Ming Lang, you should change your bedsheet, it's starting to smell." After saying that, she didn't give Ming Lang a chance to argue and directly found a suitable spot to sit down and watch. Hearing Bai Xian's words, Chihiro became extremely jealous, her little face puffing up like two small buns as she angrily said, "Why does she know what your bedsheet smells like?" Ming Lang felt a headache coming on and thought to himself that Bai Xian was really too wicked. Wasn't this sabotaging someone else's marital relationship? Marital relationship? At the thought of these two words, Ming Lang broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn, could it be that I've already accepted this as a fact?" He quickly pushed the thought aside, pulled his arm out of Chihiro's embrace, and said softly, "Don't listen to her nonsense, I am very clean." As he spoke, he carefully touched the arm guard and gloves on his arm, afraid that Chihiro might damage his two new treasures. Hearing that Ming Lang actually explained himself to her, Chihiro was in a great mood and said to him with a cheerful smile, "That's more like it. Most of today's opponents are at the 5th level, so it might be hard to handle. If you feel it's too difficult, we can shorten the challenge time." "No way." Ming Lang immediately refused. He had just managed to advance to the 4th tier, and without even fighting a single battle, he couldn't just keep being a coward. That wouldn't do. Thinking this, Ming Lang deliberately released a trace of his aura and smugly said to Chihiro, "I haven't had enough fun yet. How could I stop now?" Feeling the distinct aura of brightness, Chihiro was also taken aback. "You're at the 4th tier?" Of course. The smugness was even more evident. Chihiro lightly bit her lip, struggling in her mind for a long time before slowly speaking. "Ming Lang, no matter what happens, you must not panic or rush. Stay calm and handle everything with composure, understand?" Ming Lang, puzzled, replied casually, "I know that, don't worry. I'll take every battle seriously. I'm talking about the future. You must do the same in the future, understand?" Looking at Chihiro's serious expression, Ming Lang suddenly felt puzzled. "What's going on?" A life and death farewell?
At that moment, a low rumbling sound suddenly echoed through the air, as if it were the aftermath of a battle coming from ahead.
Ming Lang's heart tightened, instantly realizing the urgency of the situation. What's happening? He immediately looked in the direction of the sound, pondering to himself, could it be that the enemy has arrived?
Chihiro also sensed something unusual, her expression turning serious. We need to prepare to respond, there's not much time left.
Ming Lang nodded, the tension in his heart instantly replaced by the fervor of battle. Their opponents would not easily spare any challenger.
Come on, let me see a real fight, he roared, his aura erupting like a volcano, determined to face the impending challenge.
Did you remember what I said? Seeing Ming Lang remain silent, Chihiro raised her voice, startling Ming Lang into a shiver. All right, I know, I'm going.
Responding with a word, Ming Lang headed straight toward the arena. Looking at Ming Lang's carefree demeanor, Chihiro sighed and could only shake her head and follow.
In the days that followed, Ming Lang would fight with different students every day.
As expected, with his formidable physique and bizarre warhammer, no one could match him.
He didn't even need to use the exoskeleton, let alone the electromagnetic cannon.
This left him frustrated for quite a while, once again lamenting how lonely it is to be invincible. However, he didn't know that the battles over the past few days were merely among a group of ordinary students. As for those truly powerful individuals, they were either in seclusion for training or simply disdained to participate. In the end, those experts who had been observing at the martial arts arena for several days unanimously decided to bring Ming Lang down from his pedestal on the final day. Time reached the 6th day, which was also the second to last day for accepting challenges.
Chihiro, as usual, waited early at the martial arts arena, anticipating Ming Lang's arrival.
The message has been sent, take care. Looking at the brief message on her phone, Chihiro's face showed no expression. She replied with a got it and quickly stuffed the phone into her pocket. Because Ming Lang had already arrived, walking toward her with a radiant smile. After today, there's only one day left. By the way, what exactly did you make me do these 7 days for? Before the person even approached, Ming Lang's voice had already reached her. Ming Lang, Chihiro softly called out.
What?
Chihiro looked at the face she had liked for many years, her eyes filled with unparalleled tenderness.
It's okay. Strange.
Ming Lang scratched his head. He felt that Chihiro was a bit different today compared to usual, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different.
Alright, I've had you fight for these 7 days, and you still don't know why? Look, is there anyone in school now who still calls you a coward?
Listening to Chihiro's explanation, Ming Lang also felt that the people at school indeed no longer harbored such hostility toward him.
This world is like this, as long as you have strength, you will earn others' respect.
And Ming Lang has fought for 5 consecutive days without a single defeat, regardless of who the opponent was.
This has become the biggest news since the founding of Imperial Capital University. Just because of this?
Chihiro saw that Ming Lang still seemed a bit unconvinced, smiled, shook her head, and said, of course not.
Haven't you noticed that? Your strength has improved a lot recently? I'm urging you to get stronger quickly. I don't want my man to be a weakling in the future.
After some time of interaction, Ming Lang had long grown accustomed to Chihiro treating him as her lover and was too lazy to refute it.
However, he also very much agreed with Chihiro's statement.
After 5 days of battle, his strength had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. Although that gray energy remained completely still, the other 7 attributes diligently performed their duties, helping him absorb most of the energy every day. After advancing to the 4th tier on the 2nd day, he managed to increase his rank by more than 60% over the next 4 days.
This cultivation speed is simply unprecedented.
If there are more experts later, breaking through to the 5th tier on the last day wouldn't be impossible.
Thinking of this, Ming Lang felt elated and, for the first time, joked with Chihiro. Then, little lady, just wait for the day your husband becomes a god. Ha ha ha.
After speaking, without caring about Chihiro's expression, he pinched her small face and directly walked onto the stage. Feeling the slight pain on her face, Chihiro's heart raced wildly, and she suddenly had the impulse to abandon all her plans and just let things develop with Ming Lang. But reason ultimately triumphed over her fluttering emotions. She rubbed the pain on her face, while also rubbing away the expectations in her heart.
Hey, get me a car ready. I need to go out.
Made a phone call, Chihiro finally gave Ming Lang a deep look and shouted loudly to him, Ming Lang, I have something to do today, so I'm leaving first. You have to work hard, okay? Seeing Ming Lang wave at her, Chihiro turned around, abandoning all her smiles, and left the martial arts arena with a resolute expression. At this moment, Ming Lang, completely unaware of Chihiro's unusual behavior, was looking at his opponent with full anticipation. He didn't know that this farewell would bring earth-shaking changes to the trajectory of his life. Another day of battle concluded, Ming Lang cheerfully looked at today's progress. Tier 4, 78%. In just one day, the progress increased by as much as 18%, all thanks to the final opponent.
The opponent was a senior in his third year at university, at the peak of Tier 5, wielding a frisbee ability with extraordinary skill. But no matter how strong the opponent was, under Ming Lang's nearly abnormal physique and the enhancement of the dynamic core armguard, he mercilessly blasted the opponent off the arena. The classmates who had been watching the battles for 6 consecutive days no longer held the initial disdain. Staring at Ming Lang on the stage, leaning on his warhammer with a mischievous grin, they couldn't help but express their amazement. Is this really a freshman? It's terrifying. Even the seniors in their third year can't beat him. I heard before that he had monstrous talent, but I didn't believe it. This time, I've truly seen it for myself. Humph, none of the school's top fighters have made a move yet. This kid is just showing off against a bunch of weaklings. He'll definitely fall from his pedestal tomorrow. Really looking forward to tomorrow's final showdown. It's like a mini inter-academy exchange battle. Amid the crowd's envious or jealous discussions, Ming Lang threw a "see you tomorrow" glance at them, jumped off the ring, and walked out. Back in the laboratory, he didn't pause and immediately began the experiment on attribute fusion. Over the past few days, apart from going to the main campus during the day for the matches, he had spent all his remaining time on Hu Fei's research. As the experiment progressed, Ming Lang's impression of Professor Hu underwent a significant change. Previously, he had thought of Hu Fei as a sycophant who swayed with the wind. But, after his first attempt at attribute fusion, he realized that Hu Fei truly deserved the title of professor. This research was not only highly feasible but also incredibly impactful. Yesterday, I successfully fused fire and earth attributes. Let's try something else today, Ming Lang muttered as he began to mobilize 2 types of attribute energy. Excluding the immovable gray attribute energy, the remaining 7 attributes have a total of 21 combinations. Over the past 4 days, despite Ming Lang's efforts, he had only managed to fuse 2 attributes, let alone attempt the hypothetical 3-attribute fusion experiment. After working tirelessly for most of the day, when Ming Lang had completely exhausted the last bit of energy in his body, he finally ended in failure, collapsing weakly onto the bed. Sigh, no wonder Professor Hu, that old geezer, has been researching this for so many years. Turns out this thing isn't so easy to succeed at. Just as Ming Lang was sighing over the difficulty of the experiment, a sudden phone ring broke the silence. Hello, Sister Bai, what's the matter? The voice on the other end was hurried and anxious. Chi Yiru is missing. Missing? Ming Lang suddenly jumped out of bed, a wave of unease surging in his heart. Impossible, I just saw her at the training ground this morning. Bai Xian had already anticipated Ming Lang's reaction and quickly comforted him. Things are a bit complicated. I'm on my way to you now. I'll explain the details when I arrive. After hanging up the phone, Ming Lang's heart was filled with unease and anxiety. How could she have gone missing? How could a living person just disappear? He couldn't believe the news and immediately dialed Chi Yiru's number. Hello, the phone you are trying to reach is currently turned off. Listening to the cold mechanical voice on the phone, Ming Liang felt a surge of ominous foreboding in his heart. Since the day they met, Chi Yiru's phone had never been turned off. Every time he called, it would always be answered within 3 seconds. Is the phone broken? Thinking of this, Ming Lang quickly put on his clothes and prepared to go out. But just as he reached the door, Bai Xian's figure blocked his way. Planning to look for her? Don't bother, I just came from the main campus. Bai Xian spoke casually, walked straight into the room, sat on a chair, and lit a cigarette. What on earth is going on? Ming Lang, seeing Bai Xian still looking calm, hurriedly asked. Bai Xian took a deep drag on the cigarette, her gaze sharp as she stared at Ming Lang. How much money does your Ming family actually have? What? The sudden question left Ming Lang stunned. I don't know. What does this have to do with Chi Yiru's disappearance? Bai Xian looked at Ming Lang with an expression as if she were staring at a fool, as though observing an ignorant child. Are you sure you're Ming Ziling's son? Ming Lang grew anxious, completely unable to understand Bai Xian's reaction, and asked hurriedly, what exactly are you trying to say? Bai Xian sighed and said slowly, according to my intelligence sources, a prominent figure from the alien race has recently been eyeing your family's assets. Their ultimate goal is the key to the Ming Corporation's vault. Rumor has it that the vault contains countless cultivation resources. Are you completely unaware of this? Ming Lang was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that his family actually had something like a vault. But thinking about Chi Yiru's disappearance, he didn't have time to marvel and urgently pressed, I don't know. What exactly happened to Chihiro? Tell me quickly.
Bai Xian flicked the ash from her cigarette, her gaze piercing through the smoke as she stared at Minglang. Recently, a rumor has been circulating among the alien clans that the key to the Ming family's vault is with Chihiro. And, just this morning, Chihiro drove away from school alone. Shortly after, the people your father sent to protect her returned to the school seeking help. It seems Chihiro was attacked by unknown individuals and is now missing.
What? Minglang exclaimed in shock. Are these aliens idiots? How could something so important be entrusted to a little girl like her?
Bai Xian stood up and pointed at Minglang's chest.
Then you should ask yourself.
Ever since your father forced you to marry her, the Ming family has been spreading the word that Chihiro is the future young mistress of the Ming family. Moreover, for all these years, the Ming Corporation has been managed by your mother and Chihiro, and her presence is seen at various major events. Most importantly, at the auction, Chihiro used the Bian family's war god privilege for your sake, further solidifying her position.
Based on all this, do you think outsiders would believe otherwise? Then,
Minglang tried to find a reason to comfort himself but realized he couldn't refute Bai Xian's words.
If he were an outsider, faced with a young mistress of the Ming family who held the economic power of the Ming Corporation and the Bian family's war god token, he might also be tempted. Thinking about the things Chihiro had said to him over the past few days, this matter was almost certainly true. But why is all of this happening?
Minglang still refused to believe it, so he simply dialed Ming Ziling's number. As soon as the call connected, Minglang said bluntly, "Dad, Ro is missing."
Do you know that?
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before a nonchalant reply came. "I know.
I'll handle it. Focus on your studies."
After saying that, Ming Ziling hung up the phone. When Minglang tried calling again, no one answered. Listening to the disconnected tone from the other end, Minglang furiously smashed the phone into pieces.
Damn it! They must be hiding something from me.
Bai Xian watched Minglang's restless and agitated demeanor without offering comfort, instead smoking her cigarette at her own pace.
After a long while, once Minglang's emotions had slightly calmed, Bai Xian finally spoke slowly. Calm down?
Hearing Bai Xian's voice, Minglang suddenly realized he had lost control of his emotions earlier.
Looking at the shattered phone on the ground, he felt a pang of regret.
This was the first phone his dad had specially bought for him after he finished the college entrance exams. Sighing, Minglang realized that ever since the hallucinations began, he had become unusually irritable, completely losing the composure and calmness he had in his previous life. Looking at Bai Xian's faintly smiling gaze, he slowly nodded, his tone regaining some calmness. Calm now. Bai Xian gently patted his shoulder and said in a soft tone, "It's good for young people to have some temper, but don't let anger cloud your judgment, it will only make things worse." Hearing this advice, Minglang's mind flashed back to similar words once spoken to him by Chihiro. No matter what happens, you must never panic, you must face it calmly.
Could it be that Chihiro had foreseen he would be attacked?
Minglang calmly analyzed the entire process, connecting it to recent
events. His gaze gradually became resolute as he looked up at Bai Xian and said, "Sister Bai, I need to make a trip to the northeast."
"Oh?" Bai Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his decision.
"You figured it out so quickly?"
"I don't know if my judgment is correct, but I must verify it." Minglang's resolute tone slightly eased Bai Xian's worries. She began to explain, "Your thoughts should be
correct.
As far as I know, although Bian Rongtian's health is not optimistic, he would never let your father abandon the Ming family's crisis to fulfill filial duties.
Unless what?"
Minglang quickly looked up, his heart tightening. What Bai Xian said coincided with his own speculation. Unless Bian Rongtian's life or death directly affects the safety of the Bian and Ming families.
As for why Chihiro chose to be attacked at this time, I have no idea.
Bai Xian's explanation made Minglang even more certain that his father was definitely hiding something important, and it was very likely a matter of life and death. From his father's behavior on the phone and Chihiro's sudden disappearance after leaving without a word, Minglang realized that everyone in the family seemed intent on keeping him out of this matter. The more this was the case, the stronger his worry grew.
"No, I must go back," he thought to himself.
If what Sister Bai said is true, Chihiro might be used as a bargaining chip to threaten the Bian and Ming families. Resolving himself, Minglang turned to Bai Xian and
said, "Sister Bai, I'm leaving right now. Do you have anything that can help me conceal my identity?"
"I'm planning to go incognito and venture alone into the northeast."
"Conceal your identity?"
Bai Xian frowned slightly, puzzled.
Why don't you just return openly and honorably?
Ming Lang stood up, packing his things as he calmly said, "From my dad's attitude, it's clear that he doesn't want me to know about the family matters. And the fact that Ro has gone missing suggests that they might be going through a calamity to protect me, which could even pose a threat to my safety. To uncover the truth and resolve this trouble, I must first ensure my own safety before investigating secretly." After packing the necessary items into the spatial ring, Ming Lang turned around, walked up to Bai Xian, extended his hand, and said, "So, Sister Bai, do you actually have that thing?" Bai Xian's heart trembled, utterly shocked. The matter of the Bien family in the northeast was something she could only piece together with the help of a powerful intelligence network. Yet Ming Lang, with just a few simple descriptions, was able to quickly deduce the truth of the matter. Truly, he was extraordinarily gifted and exceptionally intelligent. "This kid is a real genius," she thought to herself, marveling inwardly. After a moment of contemplation, she swiped her fingers, and a pair of glasses appeared in her hand. "Here, take this." Ming Lang took the glasses, his gaze curious as he examined them. The glasses appeared ordinary on the surface, yet faintly exuded a trace of mysterious energy. "Will this really work? Just put them on and use them," he muttered as he put the glasses on. In an instant, a strong light burst forth, and the entire frame emitted currents, stimulating every inch of Ming Lang's skin like electricity. He felt a sharp pain, then quickly returned to normal. "That's it?" He touched his face and asked in confusion. Bai Xian took out a mirror from the side, held it up in front of his face, and said with a smile, "Of course. I went to great lengths to get this from old Wang Qi. It's not easy to get anything out of his hands. This was crafted from a whole piece of high-grade crystal, so there's absolutely no problem." At this moment, Ming Lang was stunned by his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, his previously slightly round face now sported glasses, his facial features had completely changed, and even his hairstyle had undergone a dramatic transformation. "Is this really me? Why do I look like I've been struck by lightning? Can't it be a bit more stylish?" He frowned, full of helplessness. Bai Xian couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wang Laoqi never looked good to begin with. Do you really expect him to create something attractive? But the quality is definitely reliable. Before you take off the glasses, no one will recognize your true appearance, not even your grandfather Bien Rongtian." After hearing Bai Xian's explanation, Ming Lang felt frustrated but nodded in agreement. "The most important thing now is to hurry home. Appearance doesn't matter anymore. Then I'll be on my way." He turned and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment," Bai Xian called out to him, her brows furrowed. "Tomorrow is the last day of your consecutive challenges. Aren't you afraid your image will collapse if you leave?" Ming Lang shook his head. "It's fine, my image has never been great anyway. Let them say whatever they want. Take care, Sister Bai." With that, he pushed open the door and disappeared into the night. Listening to the sound of footsteps gradually fading into the darkness, Bai Xian gently closed the door, extinguished the cigarette in her hand, and murmured softly, "Safe travels." Bien family, Fengzhou, Northeast Longhua. Was that Xiao Lang on the phone just now? Bien Zhu saw her husband, Ming Zilin, looking serious and walked up behind him to gently press his shoulders. "Yes." Ming Zilin replied with just one word, his brows tightly furrowed as he closed his eyes in thought. "How is father's condition?" Bien Zhu looked distressed and replied, "Several doctors came to treat my father today, but none of them had much effect. He just took his medicine and has already gone to sleep." As she spoke, she sat down beside Ming Zilin, held his hand, and asked softly, "Is Ro really okay?" Ming Zilin shook his head, his face clouded with worry. "I don't know. I didn't expect those people to act so quickly." As soon as the news was released, someone made a move against her. Bien Zhu nervously tightened her grip on her husband's hand and asked anxiously, Ro won't be in trouble, will she?" Ming Zilin gently patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look. "It's okay, everything is within Ro's plan. It's just..." He paused, and Bien Zhu grew even more nervous. "Just what?" "It's just that what I worry about the most is still our son." The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep concern. If there was anyone in the Bien family who wasn't troubled by this matter involving the Ming clan, it would be Bien Zai, as he was currently on the run. Bien Zai moved through the forest in Haizhou like a raging beast, his entire body fluctuating with energy, blood gushing from his drooping arm. "Damn it! Has the Shao family gone mad? How dare they ambush me within the borders of the Dragon Nation?" He gritted his teeth, his heart burning with fury, yet his steps did not slow in the slightest, fleeing at lightning speed. "Damn it! If it weren't for being ambushed, how could this bunch of small fry possibly keep up with me?" Bien Zai cursed aloud, but inwardly he was anxious. Behind him, more than a dozen men pursued relentlessly like wolves and tigers. Finally, through the dense trees, he vaguely saw the outlines of buildings. "Finally made it out. Now that I'm in Fengzhou, let's see if you dare to keep chasing." Bien Zai felt a wave of relief, but little did he know, danger was about to strike. "Oh, does young Master Bien think he's safe now?" A cold voice came from above, instantly tightening Bianzai's heart. He looked up and saw a stern-faced young man standing at the tip of a tree, holding a cyan-colored bow in his hand, radiating a dazzling glow.
Xiao Qiong, are you crazy? You dare to attack me within the borders of Long Country.
Bianzai gritted his teeth, his anger surging even more, yet he felt an invisible pressure.
Xiao Qiong snorted coldly, energy surging through the bow in his hand. A jade-green arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, aimed directly at Bianzai. You're not entirely correct. This is Hezhou.
Even within Long Country, if I wanted to kill you here, no one would find out.
These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Bianzai's heart to sink. He tried to gather energy to break through, only to find that the
restriction within his body prevented him from exerting his full strength.
Like a trapped tiger, he was furious but had nowhere to vent his anger. You damn bastard, daring to play dirty with me. If you have the guts, let's fight fair and square. What kind of skill is it to scheme behind my back?
Bianzai angrily pointed at Xiao Qiong, his voice thunderous and full of provocation.
Hearing this, Xiao Qiong's lips curled into a cold smile, and the brilliance on his great bow grew even more dazzling. Oh, young Master Bian, where have you been living all these years? How are you still so naive? Yes, I schemed against you. So what? Bianzai's heart burned with raging fury.
Faced with such fearless provocation, his fighting spirit ignited. He would never yield so easily.
Do you still have the strength to shout at me now? If it weren't for your inability to resist women, how could I have so easily forced you into a desperate situation?
Xiao Qiong's mockery was like a sharp blade, cutting through the last shred of pride in Bianzai's heart. Overcome with shame and anger, his face turned ashen. A few days ago, he had successfully taken on a task on the 12th floor, traveled to Hezhou, and completed the objective effortlessly.
But on his way back, Bianzai's notorious playboy tendencies resurfaced when he encountered an incredibly alluring woman.
Knowing that his sister and brother-in-law had already returned home to care for their father, he felt a surge of smugness and decided to stay in Hezhou for a few more days. Just as he was about to have dinner with the woman and enjoy a night of passion, an unexpected incident occurred. His energy seemed to suddenly spiral out of control, completely beyond his grasp.
To his fury, Xiao Qiong appeared at that very moment and intercepted the woman he fancied. Enraged, Bianzai immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Qiong.
However, it didn't take long before his body fell into an unusual chaos, as if his energy had been sealed.
Xiao Qiong's overwhelming aura
made him realize that this was a meticulously designed trap. Without hesitation, he chose to flee, desperately escaping this dire situation.
What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Just waiting obediently for death, huh?
Xiao Qiong looked at the furious Bianzai, seemingly done playing, and slowly raised the large bow in his hand. Since you're not planning to resist, then stay in Hezhou, he shouted sharply, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt, aiming straight for Bianzai's chest. Watching the arrow infused with green energy rapidly approach, Bianzai felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation surge within him.
However, he refused to resign himself to death. He swung his fist to meet it head-on, roaring furiously, Xiao Qiong, damn your grandmother!
On the plain, Ming Lang sat by the window, gazing at the night sky, lost in thought.
Ever since bidding farewell to Bai Xian, he had rushed to the airport. After the plane took off, he had been pondering a crucial question: who exactly are the enemies of the Bian family and the Ming clan?
Such a blatant attack on Qi Yiru and her abduction could not simply be the work of foreign tribes. Although the Dragon Nation is weak and its borders frequently face incursions,
foreign tribes would certainly think twice before committing crimes so brazenly within its territory.
The perpetrator of this act must be a highly skilled foreign expert. However, Ming Lang, the guard who had been by Qi Yiru's side, had sensed that the aura was definitely above the 8th tier, possibly even stronger than Professor Hu.
To abduct Qi Yiru right under the nose of such a master, the foreign tribe's status must be extraordinary.
But upon reflection, a foreign tribe of such status would undoubtedly be a key target of surveillance by the Dragon Nation, and if they appeared, they would surely be eliminated by the 12 Towers. This implies that there are other forces behind the abduction of Qi Yiru, possibly even traitorous forces from Huaxia, the Lu family, the Xiao family, or perhaps the Linhua family that disappeared after he sealed them? Thinking about these clues, Ming Lang felt a headache coming on. After all, he had only transmigrated here less than a year ago and did not yet have a deep understanding of the forces within the Dragon Nation or the foreign tribes. These thoughts were already the limit of his reasoning. Now, the only thing he could do was to use the news of Bian Rongtian seeking medical treatment to approach the Bian family. By leveraging his medical technology, he could cure Bien Rongtian and simultaneously gather information on the progress of Qi Yiru's abduction, because once his relatives discovered that he was Ming Lang, he might be directly protected, and at that point, rescuing Qi Yiru and safeguarding the Bien and Ming families would be nothing but empty talk. Just as Ming Lang was contemplating his action plan and resting with his eyes closed, the plane suddenly jolted violently.
What's going on?
Ming Lang instantly woke up, and through the window, he saw a cyan beam of light piercing through the wing and shooting into the night sky.
Immediately afterward,
the plane shook violently, flames tore through the damaged wing and ripped apart the aircraft's exterior, and the entire plane began to disintegrate in midair.
Boom!
The violent explosion left Ming Lang no time to react, let alone care about the other passengers. The exoskeleton arm quickly appeared, and all the nanomolecules spread along the exoskeleton, covering Ming Lang's entire body to form a sturdy shield.
Damn it! What a bad start. I haven't even reached the destination and I'm already under attack. Could my whereabouts have been discovered? He cursed under his breath, tightly hugging his head, waiting for the fate of the fall. Dianzai gasped heavily. Just now, with all his strength, he barely managed to deflect Xiao Qiong's arrow, but he had almost exhausted all his energy, and his hands, injured by the cyan energy, were bleeding profusely and in excruciating pain. Not bad, you actually managed to block one of my attacks.
As expected of the Flame Emperor of Dragon Country, Xiao Qiong stroked the large bow in his hand while staring mockingly at Bianzai, his expression resembling that of an old cat toying with a cornered mouse. Nearly exhausted, Bianzai had no strength to retort. He hunched over, glaring intently at Xiao Qiong perched in the tree, ready to face
the next attack at any moment.
As the two faced off, the Xiao family members who had been pursuing Bianzai earlier arrived at the scene. Seeing several family servants appear, Xiao Qiong's eyes shifted, and he pointed at Bianzai lying on the ground.
Since you're here, I won't make a move. Bianzai is already finished, I'll leave the rest to you.
Upon hearing their master's orders, the Xiao family members all displayed excited expressions.
After chasing for so long, we can finally vent our anger.
That's right, truly a god of war, able to run. But our Xiao Qiong is still more impressive, easily subduing this kid Bianzai. Hee, as a mere 5th tier, I actually managed to personally kill a 10th tier god of war. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Watching the group approach him with sinister smiles, Bianzai's sense of humiliation grew stronger. He, a dignified 10th tier god of war and flame emperor of the dragon nation, was about to die at the hands of these petty scoundrels. If given another chance, no matter how beautiful that woman was, he would never let his heart waver. Taking a deep breath, Bianzai stood upright, completely ignoring the Xiao family's lackeys slowly closing in. With a fierce tone, he shouted at Xiao Qiong, Xiao Qiong, you and I are both descendants of prestigious families, prodigies of the same generation.
Don't go too far. If you want to kill me, fine, do it yourself. Looking at Bianzai's calm demeanor, Xiao Qiong's face was no longer indifferent. Instead, it showed a twisted excitement. Want to die with dignity? Beg me. If you beg me, I'll personally kill you. Bianzai had never begged anyone in his life and naturally refused to open his mouth. But if he were to be killed by a few 5th or 6th tier lackeys, his lifelong reputation would be utterly ruined, leaving him restless, even in death. Just as Bianzai was caught in an internal struggle, one of the Xiao family's lackeys inadvertently glanced at the sky and shouted in terror, pointing upward, Master, there's something. Xiao Qiong froze for a moment and followed the lackey's gaze upward. As soon as he raised his head, bang! A massive black sphere crashed directly onto him, instantly shattering the tree he was standing on and creating a huge crater upon impact. Staring at the dust-filled pit, Bianzai was utterly dumbfounded, while the Xiao family's lackeys were all visibly terrified. Master, could he have been crushed to death? Just as everyone was staring at the big black sphere with bewildered expressions, the black sphere suddenly disintegrated like a pile of scattered sand, slowly dispersing as if heralding the beginning of an extraordinary adventure. A lackey from the Xiao family was just about to step forward to investigate when a curse erupted from the direction of the black sphere, the voice thunderous and deafening. Damn! If I had known, I would have taken the high-speed train. Damn, planes can still crash, but it seems like this world doesn't even have high-speed trains. As the cursing grew louder, the lackeys of the Xiao family finally saw the appearance of the person speaking. His ordinary round chubby face, paired with a pair of black-framed glasses, looked particularly comical. Especially his hair, which resembled 2 pages of a book placed on top. It was downright hilarious.
However, no matter how funny someone might be, it couldn't lighten the mood of the Xiao family lackeys, as their master was still pinned beneath that person, his condition unknown. "Hey, kid, who are you? How dare you ambush our master?" Upon hearing the question, Ming Lang finally realized there were other people present at the place where he had fallen.
Master? What kind of outdated term is that? Could it be that I fell and somehow traveled through time?
Shaking his dazed head, Ming Lang focused his gaze and saw several terrified-looking people gathered around the edge of the large pit where he had
fallen.
Through these people, he spotted a slightly disheveled figure standing there in a daze, staring at him with a bewildered expression.
Why does this person look so familiar? Ming Lang wiped his glasses and took a closer look.
He was instantly so shocked that he was at a loss for words.
Uncle, why is he here? I didn't time travel. Before Ming Lang could make sense of the situation, a lackey from the Xiao family couldn't hold back any longer. He leapt into the pit and charged at him, roaring furiously, "Kid, how dare you ambush my master? Prepare to die."
With a shout of curses, several attacks were launched directly from the hands of the Xiao family lackeys, heading straight for Ming Lang. Ming Lang's expression turned serious as he retracted the nanomolecules and swiftly darted to Bianzai's side, his face full of confusion and disbelief.
"Are you guys crazy? Coming at me like this, trying to kill me, what's wrong with you?"
But as soon as the words left his mouth, Ming Lang understood why these people wanted to kill him. At the spot where he had just fallen, there lay a person, their life or death uncertain. It turned out he had accidentally landed on that person. No wonder these people were attacking him like madmen. Thinking of this, Ming Lang pursed his lips slightly and asked Bianzai beside him, "Hey, brother, what's going on here?"
Bianzai did not notice Ming Lang's slip of the tongue.
Just recovering from his shock, he grabbed Ming Lang and rushed toward the edge of the forest. "The person you hit is the young master of the Xiao family. We need to run quickly."
"Escape?" Ming Lang asked in confusion. "Why do we need to run? Can't we beat them?"
Although his energy was chaotic, Bianzai still possessed the power of detection. The moment he grabbed Ming Lang's wrist, he already understood Ming Lang's strength.
He was shocked to find that Ming Lang was a mid to upper 4th tier ability user. "No, I've been ambushed and can't exert my full strength right now. We're no match for them."
Running, Bianzai's words grew increasingly filled with hatred.
"Uncle injured?"
Upon hearing Bianzai's explanation, Ming Lang carefully examined his condition. One arm was flailing in the wind, seemingly unusable, drenched in blood, proving his injuries were indeed severe. Even more concerning was the faint energy emanating from Bianzai in his heaving chest, both indicating that he no longer possessed the strength of a 10th tier war god as he once did. Frowning slightly, Ming Lang refrained from saying much and could only follow Bianzai in a mad dash forward. The edge of the forest grew closer, and the buildings in the city became increasingly clear. Just as the two were about to step out of the forest and return to the city, a piercing sound rushed toward them, like the shadow of death. The two had no time to think and immediately rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the attack.
"Run! Why aren't you running anymore?"
Xiao Qiong gripped a large bough, his eyes filled with fervor and anger, though he no longer carried the same imposing aura as before. Dressed in tattered green robes, his face covered in dirt, this once elegant young man now appeared even more disheveled than a border refugee. With a sinister grin, Xiao Qiong exerted force in his hand, releasing another cyan arrow that shot straight toward Ming Lang. Ming Lang reacted swiftly, leaping away from his original spot. The cyan arrow grazed his scalp as it flew past, taking a few strands of hair with it. "Xiao Qiong, your target is me. This young brother has nothing to do with it."
Seeing Ming Lang under attack, Bianzai immediately stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Ming Lang with an imposing aura. "Nothing to do with it?" Xiao Qiong pointed
to his clothes, his face contorted with an even fiercer expression.
"You're telling me he has nothing to do with it? If I don't kill him today, I'm not worthy of the name Xiao."
Watching as Xiao Qiong gathered another ball of energy in his hand, Bianzai did not dodge but remained steadfast in front of Ming Lang, showing no intention of retreating.
"Xiao Qiong, don't go too far. Killing me alone is enough. Do you want to implicate others as well?" Bianzai's fearless demeanor did not change Xiao Qiong's resolve. Instead, it further fueled his resentment.
The flames of battle raged through the forest, and no one could predict the earth-shattering events that were about to unfold.
"Don't even think about playing dumb. Neither of you is getting away today. Daring to ambush me, you must pay the price."
Xiao Qiong, burning with rage, had already knocked an arrow, ready to fire at any moment. Realizing something was wrong, Ming Lang understood in his heart that resistance was completely futile. To have forced Bianzai into such a situation, the opponent's strength must be formidable. After pondering for a moment, Ming Lang poked his head out from behind Bianzai and said, dumbfoundedly, "Hey man, sorry about that. I fell out of a plane crash and accidentally hit you."
"You can't really blame me for this. If anyone's to blame, it's the airline.
Their plane wasn't sturdy enough and disintegrated with just one hit from that green light of yours earlier." Still daring to argue, Xiao Qiong roared, pulling the bowstring in his hand taut, ready to shoot at any moment. At that moment, one of the Xiao family's lackeys suddenly spoke up, "Master, it seems like the kid might be telling the truth. It was probably your earlier strike, deflected by Bianzai, that sent him falling down. It's not really his fault."
What the? A divine assist. Ming Lang was overjoyed, almost bursting into laughter.
Xiao Qiong's eye twitched violently. He had never imagined his subordinates could be so foolish. Seeing that the others remained silent, the lackey assumed his words had gained Xiao Qiong's approval, and continued, "Master, I think our main task now is to deal with Bianzai first. As for this kid, we can interrogate him after killing Bianzai. After all, we shouldn't wrong an innocent person."
As he spoke, the lackey even adopted a stance of impartiality, nodding at Xiao Qiong.
"Did I come here to settle disputes for you?" Xiao Qiong's icy gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced straight at his subordinate.
"What?" The lackey looked utterly bewildered, a chill running down his forehead.
In the next instant, an arrow shot like a rainbow, piercing through his skull, and he collapsed dead on the spot. Seeing his ally killed, Ming Lang's heart tightened, and his original plan shattered instantly. He hadn't expected Xiao Qiong to be so ruthless, killing his subordinate without hesitation. "Brother, I'll hold him off in a moment, you run quickly. Once you reach Fengzhou, he won't dare act so recklessly," Bianzai said, looking at the scene before him, already formulating a plan in his mind. Ming Lang felt frustrated. His mission had gone awry yet again. Not only had the plane crashed, but he also ran into his uncle and got into trouble, ending up injured.
Injured?
Suddenly, Ming Lang had a flash of inspiration. He quickly wiped his arm guard and secretly tugged at Bianzai's sleeve. "Brother, if I can heal your injury, can you defeat him?"
"Heal me?"
Bianzai turned back in confusion, his eyes full of disdain. He didn't believe it, but seeing Ming Lang's serious demeanor, a trace of anticipation flickered in his heart.
"With him?
If I weren't injured, I could crush him with one hand."
He wasn't boasting.
Ming Lang might not seem very serious, but his strength was among the best in Longhua. The fire-based abilities inherited from his family, combined with Bianzai's extraordinary talent,
made him almost invincible within the 10th tier.
This was also why he was called the Flame Emperor of Longhua. Precisely because of this, Xiao Qiong had to resort to despicable means to deal with him. Receiving Bianzai's response, Ming Lang let out a long sigh of relief and handed him a small pink bottle.
"Drink it. It should help alleviate your injuries."
Bianzai looked at the small bottle in his hand, puzzled, and cast a doubtful glance at Ming Lang.
Can this really work? Based on
his own situation, the drug Xiao Qiong had given him was extremely potent, making him skeptical of this 4th-tier little glasses.
"Do you have any other options?" Ming Lang shrugged. "It's better than the two of us just dying here." Bianzai's heart tightened, seemingly realizing there was no other choice.
With a self-deprecating smile, he hadn't expected to end up in such a situation. Resolutely, he poured the potion directly into his mouth.
"What? Planning to commit suicide out of humiliation?
I will never let you have your way." At this moment, Xiao Qiong's face was vicious as he pointed at Bianzai and shouted angrily, "Get him, break his limbs, but don't kill him. I want to torture him bit by bit.
And that little Four Eyes, cripple him too."
Upon hearing their master's command, several henchmen hesitated not a moment and charged toward Bianzai and his companion. Watching his subordinates close in with a surrounding formation, Xiao Qiong's face grew increasingly ferocious. He had waited far too long for this day.
Since childhood, the entire Dragon Nation had constantly compared him to Bianzai.
Bianzai was like a dazzling sun, always the center of attention.
And he
was merely a rule-abiding seeker of the way, diligently cultivating, even adhering to strict propriety when dating.
But what did he get in return?
Only the phrase, "Why don't you learn from Bianzai?" Fortunately, the Xiao family patriarch suddenly announced war against the Bian family, vowing to stop at nothing. Spurred by the impact of those 6 words, Xiao Qiong did something he had never dared to do before ambushing Bianzai, determined to end the nightmare that had haunted him for half his life. Xiao Qiong had already foreseen victory. He closed his eyes to savor the moment, laughing wildly. "Bianzai, you lost. I am the strongest 10th-tier war god in Longhua." However, a familiar voice suddenly pierced his ears. "The strongest in Longhua? You? How dare you?" Xiao Qiong abruptly opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him stunned. His servants had all fallen, leaving only one remaining, who was now being choked by Bianzai, his entire head engulfed in flames.
"No, impossible. How could you break through the shackles? That medicine had triple the dosage."
Xiao Qiong pointed at Bianzai in panic, his face full of disbelief. Bianzai threw the corpse in his hand to the ground, spat in Xiao Qiong's direction, and sneered with a wicked smile. "Quite the tricks you're playing.
Even resorting to drugs. Isn't that despicable?"
Step by step, Bianzai walked toward Xiao Qiong, leaving fiery footprints on the ground with each step.
Xiao Qiong panicked.
Although he was unwilling to admit the gap between himself himself and Bianzai. Deep down he knew this man was not someone he could defeat. He hastily raised his longbow, firing arrows like rain toward Bianzai, but as soon as the arrows approached, they disintegrated into wisps of black ash, scattering in the wind. Rustle, rustle. Each footstep sounded like a death knell pounding on Xiao Qiong's heart, making every hair on his body stand on end. He desperately swung the longbow in his hand, but the arrows still couldn't stop Bianzai's advance. Finally, a scorching hand clamped around Xiao Qiong's throat. He calmed down and stopped struggling. "I am truly ashamed of you." Bianzai sneered at Xiao Qiong, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as flames suddenly rose beneath his feet, instantly engulfing Xiao Qiong's entire body. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Xiao Qiong's mouth. "Bianzai, even as a ghost, I won't let you go." Upon hearing this sinister curse, Ming Lang, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do all villains have lines like this? Glancing at the time, Ming Lang shouted to Bianzai, "Bro, friendly reminder, the drug's effect only lasts 3 minutes. While you were showing off just now, 2.5 minutes have already passed." What? Bianzai hadn't expected the drug to only temporarily neutralize the poison. He hurriedly waved his hand to gather energy again. Suddenly, a familiar sensation spread throughout his body, and Bianzai's energy became chaotic once more. "Sorry, my watch got damaged when it crashed just now." Seeing the flames on Xiao Qiong gradually weaken, Bianzai didn't waste any words. He grabbed Ming Lang and bolted. "Why are we running? Didn't we win?" Ming Lang, nearly stumbling as he was dragged along by Bianzai, asked in confusion. "Nonsense." Bianzai's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Run, of course. Earlier, I was just showing off and didn't go for the kill. If we don't run, he'll come to his senses and kill you." Ming Lang. Without any pursuers intercepting them, Ming Lang and Bianzai quickly made their way back to the city. Beyond the forest lay the Fengzhou territory, and no matter how arrogant the Xiao family might be, they would never dare to cross the line. After finding a hotel to settle in, the two finally felt at ease, collapsing directly onto the floor of the room. Having been dragged along by Bianzai in a frantic escape and just surviving a plane crash, even Ming Lang, with his robust physique, was slightly out of breath. "Ha, are we safe now?" Bianzai grabbed a bottle of water, took a few gulps, and handed it to Ming Lang, saying, "We're safe now. This is Fengzhou, my territory. Those people wouldn't dare to chase us here." Looking at Bianzai's exhausted face, Ming Lang realized that his plan to get closer to the Bian family had taken a significant step forward. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and said directly, "Brother, since we're safe now, I'll be leaving." Seeing Ming Lang about to leave, Bianzai was unwilling to let him go. He grabbed him and pulled him back to the ground, saying, "Brother, I won't say thanks for such a great favor. Leave me your contact information so I can repay you in the future." Having achieved his goal, Ming Lang pretended to decline and said, "No need for thanks. My name is Lin Nan, a medical-type ability user. Let's meet again if fate allows." "Wait a moment." Upon hearing Ming Lang's self-introduction, Bianzai quickly stopped him. "You're a pharmaceutical ability user? So, does that mean the medicine you just gave me was made by you?" Ming Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart and nodded woodenly. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful," Bianzai exclaimed inwardly several times. Judging by the effects of the medicine earlier, this young man named Lin Nan in front of him was definitely a treasure. Moreover, it was highly likely that this young man could cure his father's illness. With that thought, Bianzai directly grabbed Ming Lang's hand. "Brother Lin Nan, come with me." Hearing Bianzai relent, Ming Lang felt a wave of excitement in his heart but still maintained his composure, keeping his expression neutral. "Go with you? Where to?" Ming Lang pretended to be puzzled, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "Brother, to be honest, my father is gravely ill, and I've been searching for a cure. I noticed your abilities are quite unique, so I wanted to ask you to come and give it a try." Bianzai directly stated his purpose, his tone sincere. "Ask me?" Ming Lang deliberately took a step back, looking at him warily. "How do I know you're not a bad guy? You're asking me? We just met, how can I trust you?" Bianzai stylishly flicked his hair. Despite being covered in dirt, he still wanted to show off his charm. "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Bianzai. You've heard of me, right, Bianzai?" Ming Lang exclaimed, "Isn't that the Flame Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom?" Bianzai, seeing that Ming Lang recognized his title, immediately showed a smug expression and said coolly, "Now you can rest assured, right?" Ming Lang shook his head, his face full of disdain. "The Flame Emperor is not someone like you could compare to. Even if you were truly the Flame Emperor, with the strength of the Bian family, why would you need someone like me, a mere fourth tier, to treat an illness?" Ming Lang thought to himself that since he needed to conceal his identity, he had to play the role completely, being too proactive would only expose his cover. In the ensuing conversation, the foolish and arrogant Bianzai was completely led by the nose by Ming Lang. No matter how Bianzai tried to explain, Ming Lang simply wouldn't believe him.
What exactly do you want me to do to prove it to you?
You saw it just now. I'm injured and can't demonstrate my strength, so I can't prove my identity at all. Bianzai was nearly driven mad by Ming Lang's relentless questioning. He clutched his hair and wailed, "From childhood to now, no one has ever doubted me like this." Seeing the timing was right, Ming Lang threw out his final question. "Unless you take me to the Bian family to see for myself, I won't believe you."
But then again, aren't you afraid that I might be in cahoots with those people from earlier?
Bianzai saw that Ming Lang had finally relented and smiled faintly.
Afraid of what? Who am I?
The Flame Emperor of Long Kingdom.
Even if you're with them, what kind of trouble could you possibly stir up once we're at the Bian family?
Ming Lang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this uncle was truly naive to trust others so easily. However, contrary to Ming Lang's thoughts,
Bianzai had indeed doubted Ming Lang's identity at first but suppressed his suspicions during their conversation. Bian Rongtian's condition was already
extremely severe, and without treatment, he might not survive for more than a few months. Rather than letting his father die in disgrace, it was better
to let this boy of unknown origin give it a try.
After all, the family had already hosted countless physicians, and one more wouldn't make a difference. After a night's rest, Ming Lang tidied up his appearance and, under Bianzai's guidance, headed to the Bian family's old residence. In the northeast of Longhua, where the land was vast and sparsely populated, this fertile territory concealed countless dangers. To the north, the border faced the covetous eyes of neighboring barbarians. To the east, it bordered foreign tribes, fraught with peril. Yet, for decades, the entire northeast had remained unscathed, all thanks to Bian Rongtian. As long as this top-tier ability user of Longhua was alive, petty villains dared not act recklessly.
Your family lives here? Don't lie to me. The Bian family is a renowned and noble clan. Ming Lang kept asking as he walked along
the road, for he had never been to the Bian family's old residence, and even the original owner's memories held no trace of it.
The winding and rugged mountain road couldn't even accommodate a single car.
Although the scenery was picturesque, the place exuded a sense of primal forest, even permeating the air.
What's wrong with this place? Does it seem strange?
Bianzai replied gloomily, reminiscing about the days when he could cross the forest in a few breaths to get home, but now he was reduced to walking on foot.
Isn't your home supposed to be one of those luxurious manor villas? Ming Lang asked.
Bianzai scoffed,
those are just for nouveau riche to show off. My family doesn't need that. Ming Lang's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but wonder, could his old man be just a local tycoon?
As he was thinking this, the two had almost passed through the entire forest. After a few more minutes of walking, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a breathtaking scene.
As the sun set in the west, the small village surrounded by mountains was bathed in warm sunlight, resembling a paradise on earth.
Dozens of houses were scattered in an orderly fashion, with wisps of
smoke curling up into the sky.
At the village entrance, a few elderly people sat under a large tree chatting leisurely, while a dozen children played joyfully. The scene was both warm and tranquil.
Everything seemed so ordinary, yet it concealed unknown secrets.
While it brought a sense of peace and joy, it also carried a hint of tension.
Come on, we're home.
Bianzai patted Ming Lang on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he led him toward the village.
Hey, Bian boy, you're back?
A few elderly men sat under the big tree. Seeing Ming Lang and Bianzai, they all looked up to greet them, their faces radiating warm smiles.
Yes, third grandpa, have you eaten?
Bianzai was completely at ease, chatting cheerfully with the elderly, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere.
Who is this?
Third uncle, sharp-eyed, noticed a stranger behind Bianzai and asked while puffing on his tobacco pipe. Oh, this is the doctor I invited, specifically to treat my dad. Bianzai gave a brief introduction and then continued walking deeper into the village with Ming Lang, as if he had long been accustomed to this kind of life. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, the elders began to chatter again, their topic revolving around old Bian's illness.
How many has it been now? Why can't old Bian's illness be cured? Lost count. Judging by the looks of it, this young man won't do either, he's too young.
Ah, what a pity, I was hoping to play with old Bian for a while longer.
It's such a shame.
After bidding farewell to the elderly, Bianzai resolutely led Ming Lang toward a large courtyard at the innermost part of the village.
Along the way, Ming Lang's sharp gaze swept over the surroundings, silently pondering.
He noticed that the villagers seemed to have no energy fluctuations at all.
Regardless of age, they all appeared utterly ordinary.
In this world filled with supernatural abilities, if someone has no energy fluctuations, there are usually only two possibilities. Either they are like the old lady in the small fishing village, completely unable to awaken any abilities and incapable of cultivation. Or these people are far above his level as a detector, to the extent that he cannot sense their energy fluctuations. Otherwise, with just a little attention, one can detect even the slightest trace of energy from the other's breathing.
Ming Lang pondered, remaining vigilant in his heart.
While he was observing his surroundings, the two had already arrived at a large courtyard deep within the village. Although the courtyard was small, it was neat and orderly, giving off a sense of tranquility and steadiness. Two large tile houses stood neatly in the center of the courtyard, as if guarding the secrets of this place. Dianzai had just pushed the door open and entered the courtyard when, coincidentally, the door of the west room also opened simultaneously. A well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out, his gaze sharp and his demeanor extremely serious.
Dianzai, why are you only coming back now?
His voice was deep yet carried a tone of concern, as if concealing some deeper secret. Upon seeing Dianzai, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows and immediately questioned him sternly, his tone filled with anger and dissatisfaction. However, Dianzai seemed not to hear him, cheerfully heading toward the east room without a care.
Didn't you hear what I said?
The middle-aged man's anger grew more intense as he directly blocked their path, questioning them aggressively.
I asked you why you're coming back so late.
Dianzai glanced at the middle-aged man and replied nonchalantly, went out chasing girls.
Got a problem with that?
The middle-aged man immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Dianzai and cursing, you scoundrel. Your elder brother is gravely ill, and instead of staying by his side to care for him, you're out gallivanting.
You've completely disgraced the Bien family.
Listening to the way these two were echoing each other, Ming Lang started to feel suspicious.
He secretly tugged at Bianzai's sleeve and asked softly, why does this person talk like that? Your family's steward?
No, this is my second uncle, Bien Ronggang.
His mind doesn't work well, so he talks like this.
As soon as Bianzai finished speaking, Bien Ronggang's anger had already reached its peak.
He shouted furiously, who is this person? Why are you bringing just anyone into the house? Bianzai rolled his eyes helplessly, reached out to put his arm around Ming Lang's shoulder, and said, this is the miracle doctor I invited to treat my dad. Bien Ronggang clearly didn't believe it, pointing at Ming Lang and questioning, a bunch of disreputable friends is just that. What divine doctor are you talking about? Do you still want to be the head of the Bien family or not? Dianzai's expression froze upon hearing this, and he let out a cold laugh. Me, not do it? Leave it to your useless son instead? The atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Ming Lang quietly slipped away from Bianzai's arm and took a step back.
This Bien family really had some drama.
Thinking of this, Ming Lang carefully observed Bien Ronggang. Dressed impeccably and with that rigid face, he would have been a perfect example of a workplace leader in a past life.
Just as the tension
between Bianzai and Bien Ronggang reached its peak, there was a commotion in the courtyard, and the door of the east room was pushed open.
Bianzai, you're back. What's all the noise about? Dad just went to sleep.
Upon seeing the person who spoke, Ming Lang instinctively lowered his head, as it was his mother, Bianju, who had come out. But then he thought that his current appearance shouldn't be recognized, so he raised his head again.
Second uncle, why are you making such a racket too?
Bianju said with displeasure in her tone, nodding slightly toward Bien Ronggang.
Bianju, ask him.
Bien Ronggang pointed at Bianzai angrily and said, not only does he completely ignore family matters, but now he's even bringing his shady friends into the house.
Following the direction of Bien Ronggang's finger, Bianju saw Ming Lang hiding behind Bianzai.
His ordinary appearance did not
attract much of Bianju's attention. Instead, she turned her head and asked Bianzai, little brother, what's going on here?
In front of Bianju, Bianzai dared not act recklessly. If there was one person in the family he feared, it was his eldest sister. Even their father, Bien Rongtian, had little authority in her presence.
Eldest sister, this is a friend of mine, a healer with a special ability.
I thought of bringing him to see father, Bianzai explained truthfully, his gaze returning to Ming Lang. Bianju frowned slightly, observing Ming Lang with some doubt in her heart. This young man seemed somewhat familiar, but upon closer inspection, that sense of familiarity vanished.
Could it be that she was just too tired these past few days?
Shaking his head, Bianju softly asked Ming Lang, young man, how should I address you? Hearing his mother address him like that, Ming Lang felt a bit strange inside.
Hello, my name is Lin Nan, a 4th-tier medical system ability user.
I was brought here by brother Bien.
Oh, Bianju let out a soft exclamation.
She knew her younger brother all too well, arrogant, self-centered, and conceited. Any derogatory term
would suit him perfectly.
Yet now he had brought a young 4th-tier ability user to treat someone. It seemed this young man must have some skills.
Big sis, this time I'm serious.
He's really amazing. Quick, Lin Nan, take out your little medicine bottle and show it to my big sister, Bianzai urged. Ming Lang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to take out the pink little bottle from yesterday.
It's empty. I made you drink it all yesterday.
Looking at the empty bottle in Ming Lang's hand, Bianzai glanced awkwardly at his eldest sister, only to find that Bianju's expression didn't look very good.
You still claim they're not shady friends. What divine doctor? Just a fraud and a charlatan. Bian Ronggong sneered sarcastically. Ming Lang paid no mind to Bian Ronggong's mockery, but Bianzai couldn't tolerate such ridicule.
He secretly tugged at Ming Lang and muttered softly, "Brother, stop messing around. You're putting me in a tough spot here." Seeing the three people in the courtyard all turn their gaze toward him, Ming Lang sighed helplessly and said, "You drank up the pink potion, but I never said that was the only kind of potion I had." As he spoke, a flash of white light appeared in Ming Lang's hand, and 4 bottles of colorful potions instantly materialized in his grasp, as if by magic, drawing everyone's attention.
This?
Bianzai exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief.
You actually have other potions? What's so surprising about that? I'm a medical type ability user. I carry plenty of potions with me.
Ming Lang smiled faintly, exuding an air of mystery. Bianzai looked at the various potions in Ming Lang's hand, instantly filled with courage, and stared straight at Bian Ronggong, shouting sharply, "What else do you have to say now, second uncle?"
Bian Ronggong snorted coldly, his face dark and gloomy. "Humph, who knows what he's holding? Whether it can cure the illness is still uncertain. How can you be so ignorant?"
Bianzai, still fuming, hadn't finished speaking when Bianju suddenly shouted, "Enough!"
She turned around and said to Ming Lang, "Young man, can your potion really cure my father's illness?" Hearing his mother's doubt, Ming Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. It truly confirmed the old saying, intelligence is mercilessly inherited. Even his own mother doubted him like this. Forcing a smile, Ming Lang shook his head slightly. "I need to see the patient first before I can make a judgment." At this moment, Bianzai suddenly seemed to wake up, realizing that he and Ming Lang had been standing in the courtyard the whole time. Casting a glare at Bian Ronggong, Bianzai hurriedly pulled Ming Lang and rushed toward the east room. "Let's go, sis. Whether the illness can be treated or not, my brother needs to take a look first." Finally, there was no more obstruction, and Ming Lang successfully met his grandfather. Through the simple farmhouse, he saw an elderly man lying quietly on the bed. The old man was over 60, yet his face still carried an imposing aura. The domineering spirit between his brows could be felt even with his eyes closed. Where did Dad go? Didn't he come too? Ming Lang wondered, glancing around. Then, under Bianzai's urging, he walked to the bedside, nodded at Bianzai, and began the examination. A white light flashed, and the glove instantly appeared, then scanned down along Bian Rongtian's body from top to bottom. As the glove moved, Gangden's voice echoed in his mind, and various pieces of information surged like a tide. A few minutes later, Ming Lang put away the glove, frowned slightly, and said to Bianzai, "The old man's illness, my potion doesn't seem to work." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone present tense up. Hearing Ming Lang's words, Bianju and her brother both looked dejected, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Instead, Bian Ronggong sneered coldly and said imperiously, "Humph, if you're incompetent, don't come here to freeload. Bianzai, hurry up and take your so-called friend away." Ming Lang glanced sideways at Bian Ronggong, thinking to himself, he hadn't finished speaking earlier. The potion being ineffective doesn't mean I don't have other solutions. But Bian Rongtian's ambiguous attitude makes Ming Lang want to first understand what exactly is happening with the Bian family. Now that Chi Yiru is missing and Bianzai has been attacked, all of this is certainly no coincidence. Could it be that this whole matter is related to Bian Ronggong? With this thought, Ming Lang decided to remain silent and stood aside to observe Bianzai's reaction. "Brother Lin Nan, is there really no way?" Bianzai asked with a face full of hope. After all, he had already experienced the extraordinary effects of Ming Lang's potion and was naturally unwilling to give up this hard-won glimmer of hope so easily. However, before Ming Lang could speak, Bian Ronggong pointed at him with a sneer. "Didn't he already say it? That potion is completely useless. How long? Are you planning to keep this up? I think you haven't been focusing on the Bian family at all. You don't even care whether Big Brother lives or dies." "Second uncle," Bianju shouted angrily. "Bian Ronggong," Bianzai retorted bluntly without holding back. Bianju was furious that Bian Ronggong attacked his younger brother in such a setting, while Bianzai showed no mercy and spoke directly. "Bian Ronggong, you've gone to great lengths to slander me, all because you want to pull me down from the position of the Bian family head and let your useless son take over." Bianzai's voice grew increasingly agitated, with anger evident in his words. "Just relying on that useless Bian Feng, even if I don't become the head of the Bian family, it won't be his turn. Go outside and take a look. Who among the younger generation in the village isn't better than him? With the family in this state, you still dare to think about." "Silence!" Slap! Bianju interrupted him with a slap, her face furious and pale. Immediately after, Bianju clutched her chest and collapsed onto the chair. "Big sister,
Seeing his sister fall, Bianzai rushed forward to check on her, his face full of worry. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Ming Zilin walked in, covered in dust. Seeing his wife like this, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "What happened?"
I don't know either.
"Just now, I was arguing with second uncle, and then sister slapped me. That's all," Bianzai explained guiltily. Facing Ming Zilin, he dared not act recklessly. If Bianju was the person he feared the most, then Ming Zilin was the one he respected the most. Over the years, every action Ming Zilin took had been a model for Bianzai to emulate. Touching his wife's forehead, a trace of sternness flashed across Ming Zilin's face. He turned to Bian Ronggang and said, "Second uncle, I don't believe what this kid said. What really happened?" Since Bian Rongtian's fall, Ming Zilin has been managing the overall situation.
Despite being an outsider, Ming Zilin's methods have earned the admiration of everyone in the Bian family, including Bian Ronggang. This is how it happened.
Bian Ronggang pointed to Ming Lang beside him and slowly explained what had just occurred.
As Bian Ronggang explained, Ming Zilin's gaze shifted to this stranger.
At the same time, Ming Lang was also observing his parents. His father seemed thinner, and his mother appeared much more frail. While the two were sizing each other up, Bian Ronggang had already finished speaking, recounting the entire incident without embellishment, just as it had happened.
Fed his wife some water, Ming Zilin slowly stood up and walked to Ming Lang, staring into his eyes and said, "Lin Nan?"
"Yes." Ming Lang lowered his head, not daring to meet his father's gaze, feeling somewhat flustered inside.
"Bianzai, kill him." Ming Zilin's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Ming Lang. He thought to himself, "What the heck, my father is totally unpredictable, just asking a name and now he wants to kill me? Wait, brother-in-law, what are you saying? This is someone I invited." Bianzai hurriedly interjected, feeling uneasy as well.
Ming Zilin did not turn around, his eyes still fixed on Ming Lang's expression, and said coldly, "Ro is missing. I suspect someone deliberately approached us, and this person just happened to appear."
"Do you think he should be killed? Ro, Ming Lang's wife, missing?"
Bianzai was first puzzled, then asked, "But you can't just kill someone like that."
"Haven't there been quite a few people coming to our house recently to treat father? Why does it have to be this person who gets killed directly?" Exactly.
Ming Lang secretly agreed with Bianzai's statement in his heart. Listening to Bianzai's question, Ming Zilin slowly pointed at Ming Lang and said, "Because he is not a medical type ability user at all."
"What?" Bianzai widened his eyes, looking at Ming Lang in disbelief.
Ming Lang was also puzzled.
How could my father, a person without any abilities, discover that I was pretending? Healers with abilities always carry a faint medicinal fragrance on their bodies.
If he were real, he wouldn't look at me with such shrewdness.
"Tell me, who are you really?" Ming Lang wiped the sweat from his heart and let out a long breath. As long as his father hadn't seen through his identity, he could still keep up the act. Hearing Ming Zilin's explanation, Bianzai leaned in close to Ming Lang and sniffed.
Indeed, there was no medicinal scent. After fleeing all night yesterday and being restrained at the moment, he hadn't noticed this flaw in Ming Lang at all. Stepping back, Bianzai looked at Ming Lang suspiciously and asked, "Brother Lin Nan, care to explain?" Ming Lang was also somewhat frustrated. Since his transmigration, he hadn't encountered many superhumans and had no idea such a thing was even possible.
But the fact is indeed as Ming Zilin said, the characteristic of the medical department is the scent of medicine on their bodies. There are indeed differences in the traits of different ability users.
Take Bianzai, for example, his body temperature is higher than others. Or Bai Xian, whose aura is like a sharp blade, making people feel pressured. With a wry smile, Ming Lang had no choice but to rearrange a new identity.
"This uncle is right, I am indeed not a medical type ability user.
But if I tell the truth, you must keep it a secret for me."
Upon hearing Ming Lang's confession, Bianzai's expression turned somewhat grim, and his tone became less polite. "You go ahead."
Shaking his head, Ming Lang wiped his armguard, and several streaks of white light flashed consecutively. In an instant, the room was filled with stacks of medical equipment.
"This?"
Several people looked at everything in front of them in astonishment, not only because they had never seen the instrument Ming Lang took out, but also because he casually produced so many items with a wave of his hand.
"Are you a spatial ability user?"
Before Ming Lang could speak, it was Ronggang who first identified him with this title.
"Ah, no wonder you disguise your identity. Turns out you're a spatial ability user. I suppose you're afraid of being captured and used as a backpack, right? Divine assist indeed."
Ming Lang secretly gave Bian Ronggang a thumbs up in his heart.
But before Bian Ronggang's image could last for 3 seconds, his next words made Ming Lang's impression of him revert back again.
But even so, it doesn't change the fact that you incited trouble at the Bien family and infiltrated their home. Ming Lang's heart trembled, instantly feeling a surge of pressure. He knew that he must explain everything clearly next, or the consequences of being misunderstood could be significant. I didn't do it on purpose, I just... At this moment, Bien Ronggang's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, causing Ming Lang's heart to tremble slightly. You must give me a reasonable explanation, or else, bear the consequences. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Ming Lang knew that now was the best time to showcase his strength. Fine, I'll prove it to you all, he calmly said, then waved his hand, and the medical equipment emitted a dazzling light, quickly operating. Look, these are all extracted from space, definitely not something I created. Bien Zai and Bien Ronggang's gazes gradually became serious. They began to realize that the young man before them was no ordinary person. If I were truly an infiltrator, how could I possess such powerful abilities? A clear voice thundered through the air, instantly stunning everyone present. I can help you, and even enable you to gain an absolute advantage in this game. His gaze was resolute, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. So, let me prove my worth. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone looked at each other. Finally, Bien Zai nodded slightly, as if deep in thought. Alright, I'll give you a chance, but you must remain transparent at all times. Any concealment will be severely punished. Ming Lang secretly rejoiced in his heart, finally finding a glimmer of hope. Thank you, I will prove it to you all. He smiled faintly and silently vowed in his heart that he must not lose this battle. Damn, why do I feel this old man is so annoying? Ming Lang cursed inwardly, then turned to Ming Zilin and said firmly, Uncle, the situation is indeed as this old man said. As for the reason I came here, you can ask Bien Zai beside you. After speaking, Ming Lang pointed at Bien Zai, directly shifting the responsibility onto him. What exactly happened? Ming Zilin's gaze was as sharp as a hawk, exuding authority. Bien Zai shrank his neck in fear and quickly recounted everything that had happened the previous night. However, he carefully concealed the part about his own escapades, only mentioning the Shao family's attack on him. The Shao family? Ming Zilin's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already anticipated it. During the 2 days Ming Lang was unconscious, Ming Zilin and Qi Yiru had already discussed all possible scenarios, and the Shao family was the prime suspect in Qi Yiru's suspicions. Things have gotten a bit tricky. He patted his forehead, sighed inwardly, and said apologetically to Ming Lang, Young man, there have been too many complicated matters at home recently. Please don't take it to heart. Since you're here, let Bien Zai accompany you to explore the village. For a couple of days. Don't rush to leave. Ming Zilin's words were flawless. Although Ming Lang's actions confirmed his intention to conceal his identity, this didn't prove he wasn't an enemy. Keeping him at the Bien family's residence was, in fact, a disguised form of house arrest. Hearing his father agree to let him stay, Ming Lang naturally felt delighted. Alright, uncle, I don't have anywhere else to go anyway, so I'll just stay here, he replied with a smile. Ming Zilin couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt in his heart. Could this kid really be harmless? Or is his goal to stay at the Bien family and wait for an opportunity to act? Not daring to let his guard down, Ming Zilin gestured for Bien Zai to take Ming Lang out to rest. As he passed by Bien Zhu, Ming Lang noticed his mother's haggard appearance and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He spoke up, Uncle, I have a potion here that can help alleviate fatigue. Why not let your wife give it a try? Saying this, he took out a bottle of green potion from his space. The liquid inside the bottle was vibrant green, exuding vitality. Ming Zilin glanced at him suspiciously but did not refuse. She casually took the potion, expressed her thanks, and then signaled Bien Zai to quickly take Ming Lang away. Watching the two walk out of the courtyard gate, Ming Zilin swiftly opened the potion, handed it to Bien Ronggang, and said, Second uncle, I don't have any abilities. Can you help me check if there's anything suspicious about this? Bien Ronggang nodded, took the potion, carefully examined it, and then used his abilities to probe it. Shaking his head, he said, I didn't find anything. Should I give it a try? No way. What if it's poisonous? Ming Zilin reached out to stop him, but Bien Ronggang dodged her hand. What are you afraid of? I'll just try a little. Don't you trust my strength? With that, Bien Ronggang laughed heartily and nonchalantly poured 2 drops of the potion into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, a surge of vitality instantly swept through his entire body. Bien Ronggang felt as if his physical functions had been rejuvenated, and a few strands of white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing! He stroked his no longer shriveled skin, gazing intently at the green potion in his hand, and murmured, This is definitely a good thing. After drinking it, I feel at least 5 years younger. It's incredible. Ming Zilin was equally amazed by the potion's magic. Taking advantage of Bien Ronggang's distraction, he snatched the potion away. As he noticed Bien Ronggang licking his lips, seemingly wanting another sip,
That's enough, uncle. This was given for my wife. Seeing Ming Zilin's guarded expression, Bian Ronggang smiled awkwardly and continued savoring the wonderful sensation brought by the potion. Ming Zilin looked at the
potion, now 2 drops short, with a pained expression and gently brought it to his wife's lips. However, Bian Zhu kept her lips tightly closed, refusing to drink. What's wrong? Uncle tried it, and the potion is safe to consume, Ming Zilin asked tentatively. Bian Zhu shook her head, her gaze falling
on Bian Rongtian lying on the bed. She slowly said, if this potion is so miraculous, then why did Lin Nan say it wouldn't work for father? Ming Zilin also showed a puzzled expression and tentatively said, how about we try it on father? I think we should.
The Bian family uncle and nephew agreed in unison.
Gently prying open Bian Rongtian's mouth, Ming Zilin carefully dripped the potion into his mouth.
A miracle occurred once again. Bian Rongtian, who had been listless for days, immediately regained a rosy complexion. After a while, with a light cough, Bian Rongtian slowly opened his eyes.
Father, big brother.
Just as a few people were marveling at the miraculous properties of the potion, Ming Lang had already settled into the room arranged for him by Bian Zai.
Lying on the bed, Ming Lang repeatedly sorted through the events he had witnessed from yesterday to now.
Bian Zai's attack was clearly connected to the Xiao family. After returning home, Bian Rong clashed head-on with his father, making the situation increasingly complex. Moreover, the unpredictable illness of Bian Ronggan left Ming Lang deeply uneasy. He knew in his heart that if he hadn't come back this time, things would undoubtedly spiral in an irreversible direction. No matter how capable his father was, it would be absolutely impossible to save his grandfather. Based on Gangden's analysis just now, Ming Lang could already conclude that Bian Ronggan's illness was incurable in this world. The cause was related to the heart, and Bian Rongtian's heart was already on the verge of collapse. In this world that prioritizes supernatural abilities over technology, ordinary people facing illnesses can only seek out medical ability users at supernatural hospitals. However, even medical ability users can mostly only heal external injuries. When it comes to internal organs, they often can only rely on ability crystals to sustain life. This is also one of the reasons for the sparse population in this world. Ming Lang felt a wave of anxiety. What should I do? Father doesn't trust me at all right now. Should I reveal my identity now? But if I do, I'll be sent straight back to school, and I still haven't figured out Roro's situation. How can I go back like this? Tossing and turning, Ming Lang mumbled on the bed, his heart in turmoil. On one hand, he was eager to cure Bian Ronggang as soon as possible. On the other hand, he wanted to stay at the Bian family to continue investigating the truth behind Shi Yiru's disappearance. Just then, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lin Nan, come out quickly. My dad is awake, and he wants to see you. Hearing Bian Zai's anxious voice outside the door, a hint of a smile flashed across Ming Lang's eyes. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to solve his dilemma? Adjusting his expression, Ming Lang feigned nonchalance and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Bian Zai immediately grabbed him and started running outside, saying as they ran, "What exactly did you give my brother-in-law? My dad woke up right after drinking it, and he's in excellent condition." Ming Lang felt secretly delighted, chuckled softly, and remained silent, letting Bian Zai pull him as they sprinted toward the house they had just left. At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation, waiting for the truth that was about to be revealed. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Bian Zai was initially startled but then broke into a wide smile. "Dad, you can actually walk now?" Ming Lang also looked into the courtyard and saw Bian Rongtian draped in a coat, holding a small spray bottle and watering the flowers in the flower bed, showing no signs of illness. Hearing Bian Zai's voice, Bian Rongtian glanced in their direction. "Bian Zai, go inside. I have something to discuss with this young friend." Bian Zai felt a bit puzzled but didn't dare to go against his father's wishes. He nodded slightly at Ming Lang and walked into the house, with no one else. In the courtyard, Ming Lang and Bian Rongtian stood there quietly, one watering the flowers, the other watching him water the flowers. Neither spoke. Finally, after watering the last flower, Bian Rongtian stretched his back and muttered to himself, "Getting old, even watering flowers feels exhausting." Ming Lang stepped forward, took the watering can from Bian Rongtian's hand, and said with a smile, "Sir, you are the pillar of Longhua. How can you admit to aging?" Bian Rongtian gave Ming Lang a deep look, then smiled and walked over to sit on the stone bench in the courtyard. "Come and sit." Ming Lang responded and sat down opposite Bian Rongtian. Just as he put down the watering can and looked up again, he suddenly noticed that Bian Rongtian was looking at him with a strange expression. "Youth, do you think I'm old?" Ming Lang didn't understand the meaning behind Bian Rongtian's words, so he could only shake his head. "If you don't think I'm old, then why use such little tricks to fool this old man?" Buzz. Ming Lang's mind went numb for a moment, and his gaze toward Bian Rongtian became more cautious. "Old man, what are you talking about? I don't understand."
He, don't be afraid. Dian Rongtian waved his hand at Ming Lang, signaling him to relax, and then continued, the glasses you're wearing were made by old Wang Qi from Imperial University, right?
Ming Lang was once again shocked in his heart, and at the same time, he cursed by Xian inwardly.
That old woman is so unreliable. Didn't she say no one would be able to tell?
Seeing that Ming Lang didn't answer, Dian Rongtian shook his head with a smile and continued, the method of modifying with ability crystals that old Wang Qi used was something I taught him.
Do you think I wouldn't recognize his work? Ming Lang.
Dian Rongtian took out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and displayed a message on the table.
I heard them say that you happened to encounter Bianzai after the crash last night.
There was only one flight to Fengzhou yesterday night, and it came from the
Imperial capital.
However, I didn't find the name Lin Nan on the list of victims from the air crash.
What surprised me, though, is that the name of that girl by Xian is on the list. With her abilities, she shouldn't have died in the crash, don't you think?
Dian Rongtian's gaze was deep, his expression a mix of amusement and insight, as if he had already seen through everything. But Ming Lang still wanted to struggle a bit, tilting his head and feigning
ignorance as he asked, old man, why are you telling me this? My name isn't on the list because I snuck onto the flight. I'm a spatial ability user, so hiding myself is pretty easy, isn't it?
Dian Rongtian chuckled, you sly little fox. After speaking, he took out the green potion Ming Lang had given him earlier and placed it on the table, saying in a faint tone, according
to Zilin, this was given to him by you.
Based on my years of experience, this item should have only been seen by a handful of people in this world.
And as it happens, I am one of them.
Speaking of this, Dian Rongtian raised his eyebrows at Ming Lang, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing even deeper.
At this moment, Ming Lang's heart was already overwhelmed with shock. It wasn't just because Dian Rongtian could deduce
clues about his identity in such a short time after waking up, but also because this potion had actually existed before.
Could it be the one Sister Bai had mentioned earlier, created by someone who had also awakened as a pioneer of technology? Thinking of this, Ming Lang tentatively asked Dian Rongtian, old man, where did you see this potion?
Dian Rongtian stroked his beard, seemingly lost in thought.
That was many years ago.
I had a friend who took in a child, but later. He paused briefly, clearly unwilling to continue, and shifted the
topic instead. This potion was brought out by that child.
As far as I know, that child awakened a superpower. Coincidentally, that girl by Xian recently took in a child with the same superpower. After saying this, Dian Rongtian stopped speaking and instead looked at Ming Lang with a mischievous grin.
Well, there was no point in hiding anymore. Ming Lang's face fell, and he called out helplessly, Grandpa, you little rascal.
Dian Rongtian pointed at Ming Lang, his affection evident.
Grandpa, my parents must know about my identity by now, right? No. Hearing this, Ming Lang suddenly looked up. You didn't tell them? Dian Rongtian took a sip of tea, let out a light snort, and said, why should I tell them? They couldn't even recognize their own son, they deserve to be fooled.
Besides, only I know about your potion and disguise glasses. They won't figure it out so easily. Looking at his grandfather's childlike demeanor, Ming Lang couldn't help but laugh silently. Fortunately, his grandfather hadn't told anyone, otherwise all his previous efforts would have been in vain.
Grandpa, aren't you planning to send me back? Send you back? Dian Rongtian glanced at him and asked with faint anger, I only get to see this grandson once every 10 years, why would I send you back? Don't you think I'll be a bother here?
Ming Lang, though happy inside, still asked with some doubt. Dian Rongtian placed the teacup down, tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table, and said softly, you're here because of Ro Ro, aren't you?
You know about that? Aren't you sick? Ming Lang exclaimed in surprise. Of course I know. I'm sick, not stupid.
You're not here just to visit me, this old man, unless you're here for your wife.
Dian Rongtian raised his eyebrows, pretending to be angry.
But you did well in this regard. A man should protect his own wife. Relying on others doesn't make you a man.
Ming Lang chuckled, scratched his head, and said, she's not my wife yet, we haven't gotten married. Grandpa, do you know where Ro Ro is?
Dian Rongtian took a sip of tea and smiled without saying a word.
Do you know or not?
Dian Rongtian slowly put down the teacup and looked at Ming Lang with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. You just said it yourself, I've been sick and lying down for so long, how would I know? Hearing this, Ming Lang lowered his head in despair. It seemed that clues about Ro Ro's disappearance still had to be found through his father. After a moment of silence, Ming Lang suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and quickly said, Grandpa, your illness can't be delayed any longer.
You must get treatment immediately.
At this moment, Dian Rongtian's expression instantly turned serious, his eyes flashing with a resolute light, as if he had been prepared all along. He slowly stood up, patted Ming Lang's shoulder, and said in a low voice, Child, don't worry, Grandpa will give you an explanation. But Ming Lang wanted to argue, but was silenced by the intimidating look in Dian Rongtian's eyes.
No buts. You have to believe that the truth will always come to light. Dian Rongtian's voice was like thunder, shaking Ming Lang's soul. Ming Lang's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt a strong sense of responsibility. He raised his head, his gaze firm. All right, I will find Ro, and I will never let her get hurt.
Dian Rongtian nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, full of confidence. Then get to it, time waits for no one. Ming Lang felt a surge of hot blood boiling within him, as if the whole world was cheering him on. His heart was unwavering. I will definitely bring her back. In this tense atmosphere, Ming Lang and Dian Rongtian exchanged a knowing glance, as if they had silently agreed on the next course of action. Dian Rongtian felt comforted seeing his grandson so concerned about his illness.
He said slowly, forget it, I know my condition. I'm old, my body can't hold up anymore. It's better to focus your energy on you young people.
However, upon hearing that Grandpa wanted to give up treatment, Ming Lang immediately became anxious. Grandpa, I can cure your illness, and it won't take too much effort, just a period of time and you'll see results.
Dian Rongtian's expression changed upon hearing this.
Even ants cling to life, let alone an old general who had fought on the battlefield for years.
Initially, he had prepared
himself to live out the rest of his days quietly, but seeing Ming Zilin manage the Bian family so well and Bian Zai capable of standing on his own, his resolve grew even stronger. Regarding his illness, Dian Rongtian understood that there was almost no one in this world who could cure him.
However, Ming Lang's words undoubtedly brought him hope. What you said, is it true?
Dian Rongtian's voice trembled slightly, and the teacup in his hand quivered as well.
Ming Lang nodded firmly. It's true, Grandpa. I'm still researching the specific
treatment method, but you can first take this green potion to maintain your condition. Soon, I will definitely find a way to completely resolve your heart's ailment. Looking at Ming Lang's resolute gaze, Dian Rongtian was so moved that he could hardly speak, resorting to drinking tea repeatedly to
calm his emotions.
In the room, Bian Zai paced back and forth on the floor, occasionally trying to peer outside through the window.
Brother-in-law, why did father leave Lin Nan alone? Do you still have doubts about his identity?
Bian Zai appeared extremely anxious. Ming Zilin glanced at his frantic demeanor, then at his phone, which still hadn't received any updates, feeling increasingly irritable.
All right, can you just sit still for a while?
Ming Zilin's tone carried a hint of anger, and Bian Zai immediately sat down obediently.
Brother-in-law, I heard Ro is missing. What happened? Bian Zai asked with concern. Ming Zilin pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. It's hard to explain right now.
I'll tell you when there's some progress.
But what's going on with your abilities? When will they recover?
When Bian Zai heard Ming Zilin mention his situation, his face flushed slightly, and he said awkwardly, I don't know either. It's like the energy in my body has a hole in it. Just as I try to use it, it dissipates, and I can't exert it at all.
Ming Zilin nodded.
Judging by this situation, Bian Zai's abilities hadn't completely shattered, and there was still hope for recovery.
He pondered silently. If Bian Zai couldn't return to normal, the plan would become even more troublesome.
Taking out his phone, Ming Zilin wanted to remind his son that he had been busy with many affairs lately and shouldn't wander around.
However, after
dialing several times, the phone was turned off each time. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. That brat never gives me a moment's peace.
Just as he finished speaking, Dian Rongtian opened the door and walked in with Ming Lang. All right, I've already investigated Lin Nan's identity, and there's no problem.
From now on, Lin Nan will stay at the Bian family to treat me.
If he has any requests, you must comply. Seeing Dian Rongtian's assertive demeanor, Ming Zilin, though surprised, couldn't argue and had to agree.
Meanwhile, Bian Zai, upon hearing that Ming Lang
was fine, immediately showed a smug expression. He hurried over to Ming Lang and said, Brother Lin Nan, does that mean you can also cure my condition?
Ming Lang rolled his eyes and casually handed him a bottle of pink potion.
This is the enhanced version of what you drank before. I don't know if it'll work or not, but you can give it a try.
Before Bian Zai could take it, Dian Rongtian waved his hand grandly. No need to bother, Bian Zai, come here. Bian Zai quickly approached, and Dian Rongtian directly grabbed his neck, pouring a stream of pure fire energy continuously into his body.
Painful,
Bian Zai shouted, but Bian Rongtian glared at him sternly. Endure it, you disgraceful thing. To think you were tricked by the Dao of that Xiao family brat. I see you're getting worse and worse. Although he was scolding him, the energy in Dian Rongtian's hand did not stop. The scorching aura filled the entire room, and Ming Lang felt as if he were inside a
giant furnace.
In contrast, Ming Zilin, who no longer had the protection of his abilities, was almost dehydrated from the heat and was on the verge of fainting. Ming Lang hurriedly stepped forward to support him, dripping 2 drops of green potion into his mouth, which immediately restored his consciousness. Ming Zilin gave Ming Lang a grateful smile, then retreated with a bitter smile, leaving only Ming Lang and Bian Rongtian father and son in the room. After a while, the wailing of Bian Zai gradually diminished. Ming Lang looked at Bian Zai again and suddenly noticed that his demeanor had changed. If Bian Zai had previously resembled a raging lion of fire, he now seemed like a dragon coiled at the bottom of molten lava. At this moment, Bian Zai's abilities were being baptized by Bian Rongtian, and the surrounding air grew scorching due to his transformation, as if even time itself had come to a standstill in his presence. Whoosh! The last bit of energy poured in, causing Bian Rongtian to stagger slightly, but he was firmly supported by Ming Lang, who felt a quiet sense of relief.
However, Bian Zai was not so fortunate. Caught completely off guard by Bian Rongtian's baptism, he fainted on the spot and collapsed to the ground, resembling a soulless shell. Getting old, really a bit useless.
Bian Rongtian was helped to sit down, took the green potion handed over by Ming Lang, and drank
it in one gulp.
A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes.
Is this, you elevated his ability? Ming Lang looked at the changes in Bian Zai on the ground and instinctively asked, wondering what this could possibly mean.
Oh,
Bian Rongtian looked at Ming Lang in surprise, his eyes flashing with admiration. You actually know about ability elevation?
Ming Lang scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, I fought with Lu Honglio's grandson before. That person's ability was transformed into gravity water after being elevated by Lu Honglu.
Lu Honglu.
Bian Rongtian muttered this name, a trace of anger appearing between his brows, as if a raging fire was burning in his heart. I heard from your father that the old scoundrel actually dared to try to kill you in broad daylight.
He must have some backing.
Just relying on the Xiao family, he probably wouldn't dare to act so recklessly.
There must be someone else behind him.
Bian Rongtian's words carried an air of authority, as if they could shake the heavens and earth. The grandfather and grandson fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke simultaneously, foreign race. Bian Rongtian slapped his thigh, and a powerful aura burst forth from him, causing Ming Lang, who was standing nearby, to involuntarily step back half a pace. He secretly marveled in his heart at the sheer intimidation of this presence.
This Lu Honglu is insane.
He actually dared to collude with the foreign race.
Does he not understand the consequences of such actions?
Bian Rongtian roared, his voice thunderous and shaking, making Ming Lang feel the indignation in his heart. Seeing Bian Rongtian so furious, Ming Lang quickly stepped forward to soothe his chest, his tone gentle yet firm. Grandfather, calm down.
Once you're better, you can deal with him yourself. But speaking of which, do you think Rou's disappearance could have anything to do with the Lu family?
Bian Rongtian pondered for a moment, his brows tightly furrowed, his tone heavy. It's hard to say.
In the past, I would have certainly believed Lu Honglu wouldn't do such a thing.
But now, whether it's the Lu family or the Xiao family, both are possible.
Listening to Bian Rongtian's words, Ming Lang's suspicions grew even stronger.
The Xiao family, the Lu family, the foreign race analyzing. From all angles, the ones capable of such an act must be among these three. The anger in his heart quietly began to build.
While the grandfather and grandson were analyzing, Ming Zilin suddenly walked in from outside.
His gaze swept across the room, and when he saw the somewhat intimate behavior of Ming Lang and the other person, his brows furrowed slightly. He slowly said, "There's news about Rou." This sentence was like a bombshell, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone was shocked by the sudden news, wondering in their hearts whether it was good news or bad news. Upon hearing this, the grandfather and grandson immediately stopped their conversation and turned to look at Ming Zilin in unison.
Should I excuse myself?
Ming Lang, noticing Ming Zilin's gaze repeatedly flicking toward him, took the initiative to speak. Ming Zilin glanced at Bian Rongtian and saw him sitting calmly on the chair without saying a word. After a brief moment of thought, Ming Zilin waved his hand at Ming Lang and said,
"It's fine, you don't need to step aside."
With that, he handed the phone to Bian Rongtian. Up until now, even though Bian Rongtian has spoken up to acknowledge Ming Lang, Ming Zilin still harbors some doubts about his identity.
Since there are doubts, why not directly lay out the whole matter? First, to make Bian Rongtian look better, and second, to take the opportunity to test Ming Lang's reaction.
"Father," Ming Zilin said, pointing to a flashing dot on the phone screen.
"This is Rou's current location. She must be in a stable position to send out a signal.
A long time ago, I implanted a piece of ability crystal in her, just in case this day would come.
Now it's finally coming in handy."
Upon hearing that ability crystals could actually be implanted, Ming Liang broke out in a cold sweat.
Could it be that Dad also implanted one in me? No way, I have to check later.
Thinking of this, Ming Liang wanted to lean over to take a look at the phone, but reason told him that doing so would definitely arouse suspicion, so he had no choice but to continue standing in place, squinting hard to try to see more clearly from a distance. Bian Rongtian stared at the bright spot on his phone, pondering for a moment. Then he deliberately held up the phone in front of Ming Lang and said with a smile, "Xiaonan, you've been running around all these years, visiting many places. Can you help me figure out where this is? Greetings to the court. Grandpa is so clever." Ming Lang secretly gave Bian Rongtian a thumbs up in his heart and naturally took the phone. But as soon as he picked up the phone, his expression immediately changed. Where had he ever been anywhere? Since crossing over, including this place, he had only been to 3 cities in total. What kind of experience could he possibly have? But Ming Zilin, who was standing nearby, was watching him, so he couldn't directly admit he didn't know and could only pretend to understand. What the heck is this? It's completely different from the map of the original world. Cursing under his breath, Ming Lang stared at his phone, feeling like his brain was about to explode. "Lin Nan, haven't you been to this place before?" Seeing Ming Lang remain silent for a long time, Ming Zilin asked in confusion. Hearing Ming Zilin's question, Ming Lang was just about to seize the opportunity to evade when suddenly Steel Egg's voice echoed in his mind. "Sir, this is the border between Fengzhou and Hazhou in the northeast of Longhua, near Guokui Mountain." Hearing Steel Egg's voice, Ming Lang was so excited that he was almost brought to tears. Catching his breath, Ming Lang handed the phone back to Ming Zilin and said, "This seems to be near Guokui Mountain." Guokui Mountain? Hearing Ming Lang's words, Ming Zilin and the other person both let out a soft "hmm." As natives of this world, they naturally knew where this place was. Just now, Ming Zilin hadn't stopped Bian Rongtian's actions because he wanted to see what Ming Lang would do. Ming Zilin glanced at Ming Lang and said softly, "These people are quite audacious, daring to send someone right under our noses." Upon hearing Ming Zilin's words, Bian Rongtian flew into a rage and smashed the armrest of the chair with a single palm. Do they really think this old man can't lift a blade anymore? After his outburst, Bian Rongtian let out a sigh and sat down dejectedly. Yes, it seems he really can't lift it anymore. The current Bian Rongtian is nothing more than a decrepit old man nearing the end of his days. He isn't even sure if he'll see the sun tomorrow. Seeing Bian Rongtian's despondent expression, Ming Zilin wanted to offer some comfort but couldn't find the right words. For such a long time, the family had exhausted countless methods trying to cure the old man's illness, but all of it was in vain. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Apart from the snoring of Bian Zai, who had already fallen asleep on the floor, the other 3 people stopped talking. Sensing the overly oppressive atmosphere, Ming Lang finally couldn't help but speak first. "Old Master Bian, would you like to try my method?" "What method?" Ming Zilin blurted out, confused. Bian Rongtian frowned. He was not someone who feared death, but the method Ming Lang proposed was truly shocking. Heart transplant. Seeing Bian Rongtian hesitating, Ming Lang had no choice but to explain his method. Heart transplant? Ming Zilin exclaimed in shock, looking at Bian Rongtian in disbelief. "Father, this is absolutely unacceptable. This no longer involves Ming Lang's identity issue. Even someone as knowledgeable as Ming Zilin is hearing about this medical method for the first time. Such a dangerous idea, he absolutely would not allow it to be used on his family." "Speak, who exactly are you?" Ming Zilin immediately turned his focus toward Ming Lang. Although Ming Lang had already become an ordinary person with shattered abilities, when faced with someone attempting to harm his family, Ming Zilin was determined to resist to the very end. Seeing his father truly enraged, Ming Lang realized that his blunt mention of those 2 words was somewhat rash and quickly began to explain. "Mr. Ming, please allow me to explain. Based on my preliminary examination of the old master, his heart has been overburdened for years. Coupled with the lingering ailments from his years of battle, the situation is truly worrying. The old master's heart is like a wick without oil. If it isn't replaced, even relying on green potions to prolong his life would only make him an ordinary person. Do you think old Master Bian can accept the reality of his abilities shattering?" Ming Lang's words were urgent yet sincere, causing Ming Zilin to fall into deep thought. The term abilities shattering was all too familiar to him. When he had learned that he had lost his abilities, he had once contemplated ending his life. If not for his wife's comforting words and the subsequent twists of fate, the Ming Corporation, this colossal entity, would not exist today. Bian Rongtian spent his life on the battlefield, but as he approached old age, he had to accept an ordinary life, a blow that would be hard for anyone to bear. Yet, the matter of a heart transplant was something he could never fully accept. Watching Ming Zilin caught in a dilemma, Bian Rongtian smiled faintly and spoke slowly. "Enough, Zilin. I've already agreed to this matter, so you don't need to have any concerns. Even if I truly can't make it, the Bian family still has you and Bian Zai.
Dian Rongtian's words made Ming Zilin's mood even heavier. How could two colossal families end up relying on such dangerous measures just to barely sustain themselves? But since Bian Rongtian had already spoken, as the son-in-law, he naturally couldn't refute him and could only nod reluctantly. Father, I have no objections to what you said. But after all, this matter is of great importance, so let's discuss it again after Bianzai wakes up. Moreover, there's also Bianzhu and second uncle to consider. I'll go call them over. Whether or not to proceed with the heart transplant should be a decision made by the family together. Bian Rongtian nodded, signaling Ming Zilin to go and bring Bianzhu and the others over. After Ming Zilin left, Bian Rongtian immediately turned to Ming Lang and said, "Kid, do you have any confidence? This old man's life is in your hands." Ming Lang chuckled, "Grandpa, weren't you just full of confidence earlier? Why are you scared now?" The cheeky expression on Ming Lang's face slightly improved Bian Rongtian's mood. He laughed and scolded, "Would I be afraid? If I were, how would I have earned my position as the pillar of Longhua?" Hearing the ease in Bian Rongtian's tone, Ming Lang let out a sigh of relief. Although he was nervous about the heart transplant, he wasn't entirely confident about it. It was merely the most feasible suggestion given by Gangdan after examining Bian Rongtian. However, he absolutely couldn't reveal his lack of confidence. Just from this brief interaction, Ming Lang could already tell that Bian Rongtian was an extremely proud man. If he were to back out now, it was highly likely that Bian Rongtian would collapse from anger and frustration. As the two chatted and laughed, Ming Zilin had already called over the two Bian siblings. As soon as she entered the room, Bianzhu spoke up, "Dad, I don't agree with this." Disagreeing is not an option. Bian Rongtian also flatly refused. "Second brother, you don't need to stop me on this matter. I've already decided, and no one can change it." Bian Ronggang, who initially wanted to speak up to stop him, immediately fell silent after hearing his elder brother's words. He knew his elder brother's temper well. Once a decision was made, no one could pull him back. Seeing his father's resolute attitude, Bianzhu said coldly to Ming Lang, "How confident are you about this?" Ming Lang frowned. He initially wanted to say only 30%, but now, with everyone in the room staring at him, saying that might get him devoured alive by these few people before he even had a chance to reveal his identity. 50%. Ming Lang extended his palm and waved it in front of the group. "No way. It's too dangerous." "Dad, didn't you say we were here to discuss this?" Bianzhu, upon hearing the number, once again rejected Bian Rongtian's decision. Pointing to Bianzai lying on the ground, she said, "Besides, little brother hasn't woken up yet. He's the future head of the Bian family. He must be involved in this decision." Seeing his daughter angry like a little leopard, Bian Rongtian nodded with satisfaction, then his face turned fervent. "A 50% chance is not small." As he spoke, Bian Rongtian nodded at Ming Lang. Ming Lang immediately understood, took out a bottle of potion, and dropped a single drop into Bianzai's mouth. A few breaths later, Bianzai slowly woke up, looking around at the people in the room in confusion. "What's going on?" Bianzhu immediately recounted what had just happened. "Tell me, do you also disagree with Dad doing this?" Bianzai shook his head, his gaze shifting back and forth between Bian Rongtian and Ming Lang, then said, "I agree. A 50% chance is not small." Bianzhu slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten both father and son of the Bian family are lunatics, addicted to gambling. "Enough. This matter is settled. We'll start the heart transplant immediately, and then we'll go rescue Ro. Bian Rongtian's words left no room for argument, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. The situation had reached this point, and the others had no choice but to leave the room with concern. Without the interference of others, Ming Lang didn't waste any words. He nodded at Bian Rongtian, and with a flash of his arm guard, a beating heart encased in an energy crystal appeared in his hand. "Kid, your ability is pretty interesting," Bian Rongtian praised, taking off his shirt to reveal his scarred upper body. At this moment, Ming Lang had shed his earlier playful demeanor. He looked at Bian Rongtian with a serious expression and said solemnly, "Grandpa, I will temporarily freeze your body in a moment. Do not resist, because my level is lower than yours. If you resist, my ice element energy will shatter instantly, and that would be bad." Bian Rongtian laughed heartily, lying down on the bed as he said cheerfully, "Why all the nagging? You're a grown man, stop being so fussy. I'll just treat it as taking a nap. Do whatever you need to do." After speaking, Bian Rongtian immediately closed his eyes, fully retracting all his fire attribute energy. The situation had developed to this point, and Ming Lang had no way out. He approached Bian Rongtian,
his exoskeleton instantly appearing, and pressed his hand against Bian Rongtian's chest.
Ice attribute energy gradually froze Bian Rongtian entirely.
Minglang carefully used nanomolecules to transform into a surgical knife, relying on the instructions from Steel Egg in his mind to gently make an incision on the chest. In the courtyard, apart from Bian Zai, who was joyfully sensing the changes in his abilities, the other three wore expressions of intense nervousness. Heart replacement, such an unbelievable idea even for these individuals who had weathered countless storms, it inevitably made them feel a bit fearful.
Can it work?
Bian Ronggang stared intently at the window of the east room, muttering under his breath. He thought to himself, "Second uncle, are you afraid that before you're ready, my father will die like this, and I'll directly inherit the position of family head, leaving no chance for your son?" This thought was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Bianzai's heart. Bianzai disdainfully conjured a wisp of flame at his fingertips, coldly glaring at Bian Ronggang.
"Do you think I'm afraid? I couldn't care less." Yet Bian Ronggang surprisingly did not respond, his face full of worry as he turned to Ming Zilin and asked, "Zilin, what do you think about this?"
Ming Zilin wore the same worried expression, his heart anxious, but he didn't want to make his wife more concerned. He could only offer reassurance, saying, "Don't worry,
second uncle. Father has his own plans. Since it's already begun, let's just pray that he succeeds."
His resolute tone seemed to inject a trace of strength into everyone.
Hearing this, Bian Ronggang nodded, then turned to angrily scold Bianzai. "Can you talk less, kid? If Big Brother heard what you just said, not only would he skin you alive, but your life would probably be over too."
Bianzai remained indifferent, continuing to toy with the flames in his hand as if nothing concerned him. Seeing this, Ming Zilin felt a wave of unease in his heart.
He walked to the corner of the courtyard and called softly, "Bianzai."
Bianzai scratched his head, puzzled, and followed him over.
"What's up, brother-in-law?" Ming Zilin lowered his voice and asked urgently, "Has your ability recovered?"
Bianzai smiled with satisfaction as the refined fire energy slowly emerged, and said proudly, "Not only has it recovered, but it's much stronger now, with the added attribute of father's attached fire." Ming Zilin nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief, and continued, "All right, regardless of the situation with father, once this matter is settled, you must immediately take control of that boy named Lin Nan." Bianzai wanted to ask something but was stopped by Ming Zilin's stern gaze. "Do as I say." After speaking, Ming Zilin gave him no chance to inquire further and quickly returned to calm Bianzhu.
Time passed by the second in tense anticipation.
There was no movement inside the east room, and the four people in the courtyard were almost at their limit. Finally, just as they were about to rush into the room, the door was opened from the inside. Bright emerged with a pale face, his steps unsteady, and no expression on his face, as if a heavy stone weighed on his heart. The four of them stood up simultaneously and rushed to Bright's side. Bianzhu hurriedly grabbed his arm and asked anxiously, "How is my father?" Bright looked at their worried faces, slowly shook his head, and then fainted. The entire courtyard instantly fell into dead silence, the tense atmosphere like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash a massive impact at any moment. Bright's reaction made everyone present feel as if the world was spinning. Even the usually unreliable Bianzai felt a suffocating pressure, as though the entire world was collapsing. "Dad!" Bianzhu let out a wail and dashed into the house, followed closely by the others, completely forgetting about the child still lying on the ground. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Bian Rongtian lying quietly on the bed, his eyes closed, his upper body exposed, and a thin layer of frost covering him. His chest was stitched together haphazardly, showing extremely clumsy workmanship. Bianzhu covered her mouth, unable to look directly at her father's body, her heart filled with fear and helplessness. Ming Zilin gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, comforting her emotions. Only Bianzai mustered the courage to step forward and reached out to check Bian Rongtian's nose. Bianzai felt a faint breath and relaxed slightly, realizing his father was still alive. His chest rose and fell slightly, suggesting there was still a glimmer of hope. "Dad is not dead." Bianzai's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Bianzhu ran to the bedside and saw that Bian Rongtian was indeed still alive, and tears streamed down her face like rain.
"Of course he's not dead." A weak voice from Ming Lang came from the doorway. "I mean, seriously, is there no one paying attention to me?" Ming Lang leaned against the doorframe, his face full of resentment. It turned out that he had just fainted but was caught by Bianzai. However, the group was so preoccupied with Bian Rongtian's condition that they ended up leaving him on the ground. The pain woke him up again, leading to the current scene. This family really has a deficit in intelligence. No wonder the original owner was an idiot, he cursed inwardly, supporting himself on the doorframe as he stood up and staggered to the bedside. "Old Master Bian was frozen by me, so he won't wake up for a while. You should make some nourishing soup for him to drink, quickly." Hearing Ming Lang's concern for Bian Rongtian, the people in the room all showed a hint of embarrassment. "Brother!" Thank you so much.
Dianzai grabbed Ming Lang in a hug and gave his back a few heavy pats.
Damn, you idiot. Ming Lang couldn't help but curse, feeling the pain on his back, and eventually passed out again. Who are you?
Ming Lang gazed at a figure in the mist, wanting to approach, but found himself unable to move. He had dreamed this dream countless times before, and that figure had appeared before as well. However, this time, there were no other alien races around, only the figure clad in armor, standing with its back to him.
Speak!
Ming Lang roared, faintly sensing in his heart that the figure turning around would uncover the secret of his transmigration.
You shouldn't be here.
The figure's deep voice made Ming Lang feel as if everything was real. If not for the fact that he retained only his consciousness, he might have thought he had transmigrated to another place again.
Why shouldn't I come? Ming Lang abandoned the idea of moving and simply decided to converse with the figure. The figure shook his head, remaining silent.
Suddenly, he waved his large hand, and a metallic storm instantly filled the mist.
Countless whirlwinds formed by atoms and molecules created a massive tornado between them. Don't go!
Watching the figure gradually disappear into the storm, Ming Lang was burning with anxiety and suddenly woke up. He returned to the room prepared for him by Dianzai, painfully rubbing his head.
Was it really just a dream?
He muttered to himself, then sat up as a strong sense of weakness overwhelmed him.
Damn it, I've used up too much energy.
I wonder how Grandpa is doing now. After a round of meditation, his stomach growling with hunger, he pulled out a bottle of green potion, held it in his mouth, and directly entered the ability room. There was still an important matter weighing on his mind, checking whether Ming Zilin had implanted a tracking crystal in him.
Steel Egg, has anything else been implanted in my body? As soon as he entered the room, Ming Lang asked the ceiling without hesitation.
Sir, yes.
Gangden's answer made Ming Lang break out in a cold sweat. That meant his identity had already been discovered by his father, but why didn't Ming Zilin expose him? Thinking of this, Ming Lang felt like a fool. Even though he had already been exposed, he was still deceiving himself. But things were not as he thought. During this period, things were complicated, and Ming Zilin simply had no time to pay attention to him. Steel Egg, can this thing be dismantled?
Ming Lang was anxious and asked Steel Egg, his heart filled with unease. The response he received instantly shattered his confidence. Sir, I'm very sorry, but I can't determine the exact location of the positioning crystal. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over Ming Lang's enthusiasm, leaving him deeply disappointed. However, just as he was troubled about how to explain this to his father, Gangden's next words reignited hope in his heart. However, if clues can be found, I might be able to help you further pinpoint the location.
Ming Lang's heart trembled, and his eyes sparkled with excitement.
This glimmer of hope was like a star in the darkness, guiding him forward.